now. We are streaming. We are technically live, theoretically live. Let's check and see. We're going to go to studios, and we're going to see if the connection has been made. And hopefully it kicks in. So it does kick in. Great. So I want everyone to know that as far as can be seen, we are live. A few more stunts to pull just to make certain that we are in the groove, so to speak. And what I'm going to do is just kind of get everything lined up. And aside from that, one more thing here. There may be some background noise. No, everything seems fine, and we've already got 5 upvotes. Douglas Marks says loud and clear, Doug, and that's very much appreciated. And I got his. He put a joke in thread of the latest episode, and I'll tell people about that later. I mean, I can see the amusement in it. We just want to be careful about such jokes only because of the sensitivity of certain catastrophes that they reference. I'll get into that later. No need to.
Yeah, we have to be very careful of anything that might be considered. What is it? Not in the public welfare, or we're not in the, Facebook's or YouTube's community standards or whatever.
Yeah, excellent. Sammy Romero says loud and clear, Doug, from Los Angeles. And I want Peter to know that he is registering, his voice is registering on the online broadcasting software.
Thank you, Sammy. Thank you. Thank you.
And our fabulous T. Tate Berry, our man who drives up to my door to personally deliver me fiscal support when he can. He's saying good evening, loud and clear from San Francisco itself. So, okay. So altogether, we're doing really good. We've got a few minutes before numbers really build up. And Douglas Marks says, laugh out loud, understood, Doug and Pete. And he's referring to, of course, the joke that he entered in thread of the last episode before tonight's. And I do want to say, what is it? What was it I wanted to get out of the way first? Oh, yes. The thing that I need to emphasize is thanks to some extraordinary, wonderful people, I have had an enormous amount of fiscal support flow in, comparatively speaking. And so I do want people to know that all I need to make rent at this point is $45. But if people are going to send me money through, which is the only way to get it to me efficiently or fast, through the PayPal, we're going to have to make it $50 simply because when I transfer it from PayPal into the bank account, there's going to be a charge for the transfer of the money. It should be nowhere near $5, but I'll be damned if it doesn't come fucking close. So we might as well just say $50. So
that's doable.
Thank you.
One person contributing 50, 5 people contributing 10.
Yeah. Please
do it. Well, we're just getting started, so.
Yes, thank you. And David Fitzsimon says hit the like button, and that reminds me to go through the usual admonishment. Numbers are still building up, so it's time to do this and get it out of the way. Just remember that as soon as we start transmission, we're hit by a lot of downvotes, and these are automated downvotes. They're literally Autobots, and they are dispatched by the enemy, specifically the information technology quote-unquote specialist who made himself a multi-millionaire by selling his software company short back in the days when Aquino gave him some insider trading dope. That was the inside knowledge all throughout the Presidio military base. So this is not slander or defamation of character. You could consider it relaying a rumor that everybody, of course, understood to be true. So that being said, no legal action is possible concerning that. But such being said, what it does is it takes us off the searches because YouTube is based very stupidly on a popularity aggregate. So the more popular you are, the more widely you're disseminated and distributed. So what I'm going to do is admonish everyone. It's your war. You've got to fight it. And the only way to fight it is dirty, because the enemy fights dirty, and nice guys finish last. So in this world that we're in, for the sake of a world in which nice guys have a chance, then by God, fight dirty right now, and vote from every IP address you've got. Your PC, your laptop, your cell phone, your tablet. The one thing I'm going to do is bring on Eristes just as a backup. He's always there as just a backup, just in case, because he is someone who remains silent, stays in the background, but he helps us just by being on. So I did not bring him on at the beginning of the show because I was talking to Peter personally. Some developments that we'll maintain to ourselves. Nothing urgent. It's just different things happening.
Important that anybody needs to hear.
Yeah. In fact, it's like mildly amusing, morbid entertainment more than anything else. And of course, with that, we're going to bring on Aristides just to say hi. He's going to further help test the audio just by speaking, and that way we know we have him in the background. My apologies for picking you up a bit late. And
sure.
So Aristides, just say hi to everyone and hi to Peter and introduce yourself
Hello,
briefly.
everyone.
Yeah.
Hello,
Peter.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Okay. Wondering where you were.
Oh, no worries. I was like I said, I was just talking to Peter privately before stream, and then I got lost. So yeah, sometimes So you're here now, and so Eristes will be with us in the background, and of course he's always welcome to interject if he feels he has something to say. And aside from that, he'll do like he usually does, and we're just glad to have him. Believe me, it helps immensely for reasons that are too involved to explain right now. But believe me, I appreciate your being here, Aristides, and so does Peter. And with that, we turn the stage over to Peter. I'm here with him throughout the opening hours. We managed to get my throne of pillows established before transmission today. We still took it down to the wire because I was coming home from the highlight, or the what we'll call the tide water mark of the when you're thinking of lunar months. That's a fitting term. The high tide mark of the Menses, the mid-Menses, mid-month of the Asian lunar ghost month, which of course started in the middle of the Gregorian calendar of August this month last, soon to be disappearing this month, and then stretches into the middle of next month, September. With that, we turn back to Peter. There was a lot of celebration involved, and of course, I'm still decompressing. And Peter, how did your week go after the football weekend that you had with all of the tailgate parties and all the rest of that?
It was Monday was a day of recovery. I had some serious business to conduct, which I did. One of which I think a priority, I don't know, as a priority was sending some books out to my friend in Romania.
Mm-hmm.
God. Anyway, they got out.
Good.
But anyway, United States Postal Service website leaves a lot to be desired. But in any case, it's been an incredible ride since I got home from Romania.
Yeah.
There were seeds planted in so many areas that I'm not even contacting people to I'm just letting the seeds germinate on their own. Which just let things germinate. So many seeds. Now, what is highly relevant, if only to myself, is the writing process. The writing process, the dreaming process. This is what I'm engaged in. This is my gift as a writer. And as I say, when this workshop we did on August 10th to 14th in Transylvania, Chucklavina Cave, was the activation of the biorhythm, the recognition. Dreaming was all about dreaming. Neptune was prominent in the night sky, was the top of a kite, was the dream, the world of dreams, which is native to Pisces, the 12th house of the zodiac, the collective unconscious. Dreaming. Some of my dreams have accelerated me to where I am. I've also been pursued or inculcated into other people's dreams. And dreams are a matrix of consciousness. They're the matrix of time. when we dream, we're connecting the past and the future in an effort to reconcile those two domains, past and the future. Because if you have nightmares of some oppressor coming after you, and you're recognizing somebody in your future who's, your boss is going to come at you, who reminds you of somebody in the past, and they'll mix up this sort of thing. The mind's trying to reconcile itself. In its own way, you could say the mind's trying to achieve equilibrium. And you could say the whole universe is in a dance of equilibrium. And this is where the good and evil come in. But what happens, and this is my book, The White Bat, which discusses the dream I had of the white bat, which was only activated when I started writing. I was activating my dream to be a writer. And I was writing a novel about Atlantis. And the reason I chose Atlantis is because I said, everybody, there's so many books on Atlantis, people love to read about it. So I started on Atlantis. I ended up having a dream of Dracula turning into a white bat, which was pulling me to Romania, which was as we read Radu Cinemar, it's an outpost of Atlantis. He doesn't call it that, but what else would it be? It was a remnant technology that he's talking about, of a ancient civilization that was much more advanced. It goes deeper than Atlantis. But the dream is, when you write, you are doing a creative process, and you're synthesizing with your left brain, your linear brain. And why I'm bringing this up is because I have been doing 2 writing projects simultaneously. I never do this typically. I've been going to Douglas's book and going to the newsletter.
Yeah.
The newsletter's summating my trip to Romania. What I can say in 6 pages. Can't say everything. And I can only say what's relevant. I don't need to, talk about all the conversations or interactions I did. It's too personal. But I was on a high. I don't know if I ever get on a high when I'm there, in a sort of an emotional high. That's not typical of me when I go to Romania. I mean, I have my moments, but I go to sleep at night thinking wow, I didn't even need to dream. This is the dream. Now, keep in mind, I'm sleeping in a tent on an air mattress, not real comfortable. I don't really have a pillow, so I'll take my poncho, sort of put that under my neck, and just kind of wow, I'm going to sleep.
Right.
And I might have to wake up, and fortunately, because I'm a male, I can step outside by the tent and, piss by the tree.
That's the genetic advantage there. By the way, I'm putting a hyperlink inside of your private message box, and the reason why is because as soon as I publish my promotional banner, each and every time, guaranteed, I'm banned for 24 hours. Therefore, they don't allow me to follow up by providing a hyperlink on my own timeline. I count on Eristes to load that link up on my timeline, but it goes to show the level of censorship that I'm subjected to. We return now to Peter because he's consequently subjected to such as well. His own time travel educational center website has been marked as my website has been marked as a terrorist website by Facebook definition, which of course
I think they've modified it to a website that does not meet community standards.
Yeah, I
think they took the terrorist label off of it. And I don't know what doesn't meet community standards, because there's nothing insulting on my website. It basically only advocates the idea that time travel is within the bounds of ordinary math and physics. That's really what the website does. What's wrong? Well, we know what's wrong.
Yes, thank you.
You know, but you know, anyway, they'll, you know, and I want to say something about this censorship bullshit that occurs on you and me, and there's two levels of, I guess what you'd say, irritation. If they don't really irritate me that so much, I'm so used to them. Yeah. But one is the censorship, the aggressive censorship from positions of authority, or ones that can ingratiate themselves with positions of authority like Facebook or YouTube and can, you know, do harm that way, or that keep me off of Wikipedia. Yeah. Is that sort of censorship represents a real vile, you know, just I don't want to insult reptilians.
Thank you. Yeah.
Reptilians don't deserve that insult, although people will associate with it, with just a very vile, what's the word for you know, like a insect that's vile.
Oh, just I think of terms like parasitic comes to mind.
Parasitic is not that bad.
Right. Good point.
Not good. It's just
infestations. It's real bad
infestation. Yeah. Infestation mindset, and there's that, and then there's the, you know, minions of ill will. And I was just reading about some astrological website. This is good. It's good to read about astral butterfly. I get there in the email. Okay, tomorrow, August 31st, we have a full moon at 7 degrees Pisces. Yes. It brings existential themes into focus. Pisces represents deep knowing, unconditional love. But it says here there are two fundamental Piscean archetypes, according to this person, Judas and Jesus. It says different cultures have their own version of these Piscean archetypes. Jesus is the symbol of the age of Pisces. He is known for virtues like unconditional love and sacrifice. Judas was the 12th apostle. His name is often used synonymously with betrayal or treason. It says Judas and Jesus are the two ends of the Piscean spectrum, but there's a common theme to all the Pisces archetypes: sacrifice. When we work with Pisces energy, we often feel there are greater forces at play, and we are just a tool or a channeling medium, that we are here to fulfill some sort of prophecy. And I would qualify that by saying some higher purpose, some more meaningful purpose. When you say prophecy, it's like, okay, you know, some bearded apostle from years ago saying, there will appear, you know, something or other, you know, it's a higher purpose. It says there is an important distinction between sacrifice and letting go. We let go of negative beliefs. We let go of what's rotten or no longer useful. That's why Douglas has to discard people from time to time, yes, if not frequently. Yes. Sacrifice is different. We don't sacrifice our negative beliefs. When we say we sacrifice something, we are sacrificing something of value. Sacrifice is an act of offering, of using something for its intrinsic value to reach a higher state of consciousness or achieve some greater good. And this is the context. People who get involved with what Douglas is talking about, what I write about, or anything similarly related, think of sacrificing that which is most valuable to you, your ego. Sacrifice your ego. And don't try and assert your importance or defend your ego. there's an initiation, that describes Inanna being taken to the underworld and being shed of all her clothes, completely naked, and she has to build herself back up. This defensive stuff. Because when you come into this realm, whether it's from receiving a torpedo by Douglas or somebody, that you're going to get torpedoed from other areas.
Yes.
And so just park the ego and sacrifice that. Now that's cheap. It's cheap in terms of money. Joe Matheny once told me, he says, when people go to sacrifice something of value, it's something of value. It should be valuable. It's not like, a seagull feather you found on the sidewalk.
Right.
That has a value. But, something that is valuable. What that is your choice. But that's if you're practicing magic, and I don't advise that anyway.
Thank you.
However, but he was saying people do magic and they don't sacrifice anything of value. Relatively, you sacrifice an ant. What result do you expect? But in any case, but when he's talking about this astrology is talking about sacrifice, and this is Pisces, letting things go. Like if you come into a martial arts dojo and somebody really knows there's a great teacher there, you have to sacrifice your ego and stop acting like you know things. You have to empty your cup. You sacrifice your ego. And for most people, that's a bigger price to pay than whatever donation or fee they're paying to the instructor. It's like, wow, because when you don't let that ego, when you hold on to your ego, what are you there for? Why don't you teach the teacher? And preconceived ideas. Well, this is how you're supposed to teach, because you know how to teach because you've gone to school for 13, 14, 15 years, whatever it is. And it's like, just shut up. Yeah, what is that monkey mind that you're bringing to the class? Listen and hear. Or like, why are you there? You're there to pontificate? Just listen and do it. And the more ancient Asian instructors, they just, if you don't listen and do, you don't hear it the first time, you don't get it. You have to pay acute attention. So anyway, so when people come into this forum, it really behooves people to sacrifice their ego, and then to start, bringing in other pillars of wisdom, people with pillars of wisdom who don't have no wisdom at all. Quite the opposite.
Yes.
But whatever. It's not that everybody out there. There's this, and then also there's this mad rush to get attention on YouTube. And some of these people who are getting a lot of attention on YouTube, maybe they're making some money. They could end up endangering themselves very much with all this attention they're getting.
True enough.
It's like, and say, look at all the people who were pushing January 6th.
Yes.
Without even commenting on the positives and negatives of January 6th. It's like these guys are out there, they're doing this whole, revolution, and, they're being set up for the kill.
Yes.
And that's just one example. There are so many other things when you get into politically sensitive issues. Our situation here is the more attention they give us at all, the more danger this is to them. So they need to just shut us down and just avoid us. because it's like, and plus they don't even understand what we're doing, really.
Yes.
So it's kind of like, okay, they've got other things to worry about, Biden, Trump, Putin, and what's his name? Present again, the guy who got killed.
Oh, Prigozhin.
I have a hard time with that name.
No worries. Yevgeny Prigozhin. Just say Prigozhin. Like prednisone. Think prednisone.
Yeah. So, people have all of this stuff, and what is it? I saw a senile House Minority Leader for the Senate Minority Leader for the Republicans, Mitch McConnell. I mean, he's worse off than Biden.
Poor bastard.
So if you're playing a poker game, you'd say, okay, well, I'll give you a McConnell for a Biden. Although I think Biden's a lot sharper in terms of, being able to, memorize, repeat the TV show he was just watching.
Yeah.
McConnell.
Brainstem cunning, or stem brain.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, that is, the sacrifices that people come into this arena. So anyway, I was talking about dreaming and writing, and the book The White Bat gives you education on and an encouragement to write and to dream, and you're exciting both parts of your brain. And see, even if you're not a writer, last year when I was at Chocolate in a Cave, I was giving a talk on writing. For some reason, they asked me to give a talk on writing, and it was around a campfire. All these kids. I said, "Anybody here want to be a professional writer?" Not one raised their hand. Obviously they're interested in something that might make them money. I don't know. I didn't ask why, but I said, everybody's a writer. Even if you're writing a business card, even if you're writing a profile on Indeed or LinkedIn or something, you have to write. It's part of your expression. It's part of your life. So writing is an essential ingredient of your life. And then, of course, writing a dream journal is very, very good. But you're engaging both sides of your brain. And as I said, Qigong is about cultivating Chi, which means breath, life, spirit. You cultivate it. Once you cultivate it, then you refine it. And that's a long process. So I've been doing that for since 2007. That's about 16 years as a Qigong discipline. Mm-hmm. And I don't miss a day. I'm also been cultivating dreams since at least 1989 when I dreamt of the white bat. And I'm also gotten pulled into other people's dreams, like Serene Rapanovich, who created Atlanticron based upon his dreams as a kid. David Anderson had a dream of manifesting time travel. So these are his dreams. And then we got a group of people together at Chocolate in a Cave doing a dream workshop during the biorhythm, and all their dreams have gelled. And I heard from my two friends that helped facilitate it with me, and they just got home and they said, wow, we didn't think it would take us so long to recover, because they went to, I think, Istanbul and then Bosnia afterwards.
Jesus Christ, no wonder it's taken them a while to recover.
Well, they didn't leave they didn't, they probably were gone as long as I was. But yeah, it's like, okay, they did, because the dream thing was heavy. It was a big deal. So it's like all these seeds were planted, and I have things to take up with them, that agendas to carry out. I don't even worry about what they are. I just think, okay, when it's time to engage. And of course, it's like all these connections come up. It's like, sort of like if you went to a dance and you met and danced with 7 girls or men, if you're a girl, that were attractive and showed a lot of interest in you, and you say, wow, you know, it's like you've got a whole bowl of fruit. You don't know which one to pick from. Of course, we're not talking about, you know, mating here or romance, at least in that sense, because, you know, you really, you know, if you were really kind of, you know, you might be saying, okay, I want this one on Thursday, this one on Friday, this one on Saturday. You'll see all 7. You know, this is not what I'm talking about, because but this is like all of these exciting connections that all of them can be activated, because it's not like you're going to be married or loyal to one of them. You're going to, you know, you're not going to be jealous with each other because they're multidisciplined. It's more like, I think a better example would be if you were a baseball general manager and you went down to the Caribbean to watch a tournament, and you saw all these excellent players and they were all signable, and you wanted to sign them and you want to go talk to them all, and, you know, and they're all going to be in your team and they're excellent players. So it's more like that. So very exciting, all the stuff that took place, and it's all based upon dreams. It's upon dreams and the biorhythm. Now, so I'm writing the newsletter, which is talking about cultivating dreams, then refining the dreams. David Anderson's dream was to create a time reactor. He accomplished that. Now, I can only speculate that he's in the same position as myself, only from a different viewpoint. I realized my dream to become a writer and have my books on bookstore shelves. Wow, what a dream that was, when I was just a reader of books. And I said, these books like excite my consciousness. They open my mind. I want to do that for people as well, because it's just such a neat thing to do. So that's what I did. But then, of course, once you accomplish that, and I get up in this whole time travel paradigm with Preston Nichols, and then it's taken up a notch by meeting David Anderson. And then this whole Romanian thing comes in by reason of David Anderson. It's like these dreams are pursuing me. And this would include the dreams of the, you know, the Solomonari and the inner earth. And, you know, who sent me these dreams? I don't know. The collective unconscious did. So it's like, wow, boom, 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 boom. And so many of the impediments in my work were all generated from the Michael Aquino or Chocho paradigm. Yeah. This is very clear to me. So now, as I work with Douglas, it continues to feed the dream. And I've got all of these years of cultivation behind me and refinement. So it's like I put a laser focus on my relationship with Douglas Dietrich, a relationship which is now, in terms of having met him, was like just about 9 years ago. It's taken this long.
Yes.
It's like 9 years of, you know, it's actually 9 years because I met him on the, you know, talking on the show. But it's like, wow, this takes a long time to get traction. But it's okay, because now I've got all these years behind me of experience and cultivating dreams, cultivating chi, and it gets really to the point where it gets really exciting as I begin to sit there and write. And I'm somebody, when I write, I'm constantly refining what I'm writing so that it is crystal clear as possible. Now, from here, Douglas, as I alluded to, I finished the chapter on the Night of the Broken Circle.
Yes.
And that was, you know, I wasn't even going to put that in the book because I didn't think to do it.
Yes.
And it's just like, wow, it came up. And I said, this has got to absolutely be done. And it's one of the great, I call it joys of writing or benefits of writing, it is like, when you write a chapter like this, you begin to realize things, and if there's a certain connectivity that takes place.
Yes.
When I look at this chapter on the Chichoa, you haven't seen that chapter.
Not yet.
History of Chichoa, with a certainly adequate amount of documentation. Then there's the Nano Blood chapter, followed by the Night of the Broken Circle. Yes. Now, what's so important about this chapter, and I said it before and I'll say it again, and I see it so clearly when I write it, and there's so much cutting and pasting. It's very hard to do all this cutting and pasting, because I'll take stuff from one lecture Douglas did and another, and then I'm putting them together. Some of them are based on questions I've asked. Right now I'm actually well into the Artelect chapter, because that follows the Night of the Broken Circle. But Douglas experienced this Night of the Broken Circle, where these generals, brought in the Peacock Angel, much to their own stupidity, and this undermined everything. It undermined, and what you have is whatever Douglas's personal dreams are. I haven't asked, but he did want to get smarter.
Yes.
But that's more of the Artelect than it is the Broken Circle.
Yes.
And so the Peacock Angel comes in and possesses him in a very intrusive sort of way. That's not like your coach patting you on the back. Not like that. No, it's more, the coach. Let's just say, the pitching coach in a baseball game is saying, okay, well, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to get your mechanics right. But instead, the pitching coach, comes in and takes over your body. And says, okay, now your muscles don't feel right, and all of a sudden you're throwing strikes, but you don't quite know, it's not you throwing strikes, it's the new you throwing strikes, and you're having to regenerate, reorient. So, and this Peacock Angel fragment that he talks about that goes into him now puts him on a mission, which reinforces his own moral fiber to undermine Aquino. And from there, first off, it screws up the whole ritual, and that's not Douglas's fault. That's the general's fault.
Yes.
For, gating in the Peacock Angel, and he gets the better of him.
Yes.
And now it's out of control. Aquino now has a spirit that he wanted to bind that is now knows better.
Yes.
If he was probably arrogant enough to not be able to pull it off himself.
Thank you. Yes.
But he was arrogant enough to brag about it, and then his minions did the wrong thing by bringing in the Peacock Angel, which can easily be interpreted as the creator / custodian of this world.
Yes.
And so therefore Aquino would want to wipe it out. And then it goes from there to this project called the Artelect, or the Organic Computer Project. And as I go into that, I have a lot of notes that I'm putting together. It's coming together much more easily because I did such a pretty thorough job when I put it in my newsletter, and then of course I'm adding to certain parts of it, that you see that there's two things I want to emphasize here. One is the Peacock Angel's role in the Artelect is not only cannot be dismissed, it's crucial to what's taking place there. And we have the Peacock Angel operating through the Artelect now.
Yes.
To what degree? And the key thing, and I sort of added into what you already wrote or enhanced it to the degree that I could. There comes a point where you're dealing with chips and mechanical computing. Now, it's already been put into an organic framework with all of these different organs, but nevertheless, you have a consciousness you're trying to download into this. And Douglas has explained how, you have a limbic system as part of the computer, which is basically a brain that monitors and regulates emotions. So when you have emotions being recorded and mimicked, you are emulating consciousness. Say, oh, that's good, that's bad, oh. And then how do you match that function of the computer with an identity, a personality, such as Douglas? So there has to be this rapport that's built up through sympathies. This is sympathetic magic taken into the paradigm of computing. And how do you do that? You can do that with radio frequencies that are recorded in the computer or emanated from the computer. You can do it with sounds, which are radio frequencies. You're connecting the neural pathways of an individual with the neural net of the organic computer. And when you have a person being emotionally and intellectually responsive with the computer and vice versa, you then have a match. That can get into some very, I guess, specific and subtle interactions, which can also be dangerous. But then again, I want everybody to think about watching the television. And you can become very emotionally attached watching a television. You see it with people crying over a show, or laughing, or being able to identify with characters like in a soap opera.
Yes.
I've never watched the Titanic movie. It interested me not whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen, parts of it, and I say, who wants to watch a movie? Well, everybody's going to die.
I often wondered that myself.
I'm like, what's the deal? Now, I know there's this big romance involved. And I remember somebody telling me that they watch it multiple times when it was still in the theater. It wasn't, there was 10 or $12, whatever it cost them to go see
a sizable investment. Yeah.
Well, whatever. I mean, they really enjoyed it. And I just didn't get it. But, people have different.
Well, a lot of gay guys were watching it for Leonardo DiCaprio. They spent more time with him than they did with a lot of their erstwhile lovers who they just burned through. But in all fairness, there is a sole survivor. It's kind of like a serial killer film, like Friday the 13th or Halloween, where there's the last girl. There was the last girl in the Titanic who survives on a piece of the ship's flotsam and gets rescued later. And so it's related through her memories. So for what that's worth.
Well, but then I also have heard, and I remember hearing this song in 1973 when I had returned to the Excalibur ship in L.A. Harbor and when I was in the Sea Org in Scientology, and I remember this song coming on the radio. There's got to be a morning after. I said, what a stupid song. And that was a stupid song. But then I found out years later that song was from the Poseidon Adventure.
Yeah. And
it was the whole cult following of the Poseidon Adventure.
Yes.
Which is a movie I still haven't seen. But it's a movie about a disaster at sea.
Yes.
I have a friend who I adore, the psychic, named Doria. She was named after the Andrea Doria.
Oh.
She has a sister named Andrea, or I don't know, but Doria. What the hell? Andrea Doria. And, you know, so it's like people take these, you know, bad situations. I mean, like, look at, I think there's a Seinfeld episode where George wants to name his kid Seven. He thinks Seven is a great name for a kid. What if you name the kid? Well, let's name the kid 9/11.
Was that actually posited in the Seinfeld series, or?
They were joking 7/7. I mean, it was just a joke. I mean, it's a comedy. But I'm saying, what if they said 9/11? No, nobody said that. Let's name the kid 9/11. I mean, it's like, this is what it's like. Like, okay, we're going to watch a movie about, well, like Freddy Krueger. I've never watched those movies. I've never watched Halloween. I don't even want to watch them. They're disgusting.
Yes, thank you.
I remember I was in this business networking group with this guy from AT&T, and he was a really nice guy. He was really just a super guy. And he was a charismatic Catholic, which was completely incidental to the business thing. And, you know, because I often end up getting involved with spiritual type people, and I think he actually got to meet Lucia, which was one of the last survivors of the Fatima children. She was a nun. And so, and I remember talking to him, and somehow the subject of the movie The Exorcist came up, and I said, you know, I've never watched that movie. I've never wanted to watch that movie. And he looked at me, he says, you know, excellent, very well done. You know, he was really pleased with me that I said that.
Right.
But yeah, I've never wanted to watch that. I've seen bits and pieces of it. And what do I want to sit there and watch this whole thing for? It's not good. It's not healthy.
No.
And it's very important people cut the string. Cut the string on such attachments. Sacrifice, okay? You don't have to sacrifice your ego. Sacrifice the crap you've been putting into your mind. It's just like, you know, sacrificing sugar. What is the value of sugar? And people get really screwed up on sugar.
Yeah.
And I notice on the trip, people will just eat it. They'll just fucking eat it. And it's completely unnecessary to make desserts with sugar. It's not necessary. You can make delicious desserts without sugar. And then they'll have a big button about, well, processed sugar versus natural sugar, you know, and you know, it's the processed sugar which is so bad. But even a lot of the raw natural sugar, it's like, okay, you sacrifice that. It's like, it's probably easier to deal with an alcoholic. Not that sugar will make you as crazy as an alcoholic, but an alcoholic who's an alcoholic and recognizes their problem,
yeah,
is much easier to maybe get an alcoholic to recognize their problem and do something about it than somebody who has a sugar problem.
Thank you. And just for what it's worth, all sugar is bad. Sugar is fucking sugar. I don't get, you know, whatever, you know, it's like clean coal. The idea is oxymoronic when they say something like natural sugar or raw sugar. Maybe there's some nuance there, but the reality is the ultimate effect on your body is going to be the same in terms of your body processing it and the effects it has on you. And it's a great parallel, because the point to be made about The Exorcist is that it's basically a roller coaster ride. It's not horror in any classical sense. Why it stood out was simply all that it dared to do was something that had never been dared before. That can be both a positive and a negative, but obviously there was profound impact on everyone who participated in terms of psychological scarring. So it tends to land on the negative for them. But while I could bring out positive aspects of The Exorcist and important aspects of it, what Peter Moon is saying is that people are addicted to the rush of the gross out, really, when they're watching The Exorcist, because that's the majority, the bulk of what it is. It's the roller coaster ride of just revulsion. It's not so much horror as revulsion. That people are getting a kind of adrenaline rush out of, as if they're watching different cars collide every few minutes. It's very profoundly disturbing in so many regards. So back to Peter with that. Just had to
the first time I ever heard of the only reason I even heard of The Exorcist is I was in Scientology, and I heard that the case supervisors were, saying, telling people not to see it because it was upsetting people who were getting audited.
Yeah.
It was like upsetting to them mentally and emotionally, and it was just causing upset to their cases because it is, in Scientology parlance, stimulative. And I said, okay, well, it didn't sound like a movie I wanted to see anyway.
Right.
But be that as it may, this is where I first heard of it, and that was like in the 1970s. So I don't think I ever saw parts of it till probably, the 90s or something. I mean, I just, the point of it is where your mind goes, your energy goes.
That's right.
And that's a Qigong teaching. However, I didn't need Qigong to tell me, clue me in on that. So, unfortunately, people are addicted to the rush.
That's
They're
right.
addicted to that which is not good for them. And if you can stop the monkey mind and start focusing on what is good for you, and start to get rid of some of the more minor contradictions in your lifestyle, and it works wonders. And then you begin cultivating positivity. So I was, so it's actually becoming very educational to write this book with and for Douglas, is because I'm seeing what's going on here. There is a positive energy force for all of the, I guess, dross or crap that can be hurled at Douglas for his lifestyle, whatever people criticize him for. So what? There's something of great value. This reminds me, one of my dear friends wrote this to me. I'm not going to identify him because it's not necessary. But he wrote me something about, let me see here. He wanted me to tell you something.
Okay.
And but it's what I told him. You might get a kick out of it. He said, I'll tell him what he said, and then I'll tell you what I said. He said, is a human that practices vampirism a more advanced form of a human or a more primitive form of a human? He's asking me this.
Right.
The correct answer is it is a primitive form, since a vampire does not have control of their human operating system. This is his own conclusion. Human beings that are conscious have a choice to advance their personal evolution. He's implying that a vampire is not personally evolved. My immediate counter to that, without even commenting on the vampire, is that humans aren't so evolved either.
I was about to say, it's not like humans have control over their need to eat.
Compulsive behaviors are mind blocks retarding evolution. Doug's sister made a choice. Doug needs to escape the trap he is perpetuating, past trauma and genetic mutations. This is greatest service we can assist Doug towards, regardless of withdrawal symptoms and consequences, avoiding rebirthing primitive DNA. I request you send this to Doug. He needs to hear this message. And this is what I wrote back to him. I said, vampires are a subspecies of humans, Homo sapiens, who seem to have evolved in part to rescue humanity, or rather the spirits entrapped in human bodies.
Thank you.
And I say seem, I don't know all the answers. My mission is not to save Douglas, although I certainly want and hope to help him during this process. My mission is to uncover the mother lode or catalyst that is blocking mankind vis-a-vis the occultism that has remained hidden. To me, the vampirism is an incidental issue. We have some common goals. And he just wrote, understood and agreed. So be it. In other words, what's important here is that so much of humanity is struggling. It always has been.
Yes.
It's struggling to find, whether it be heaven, nirvana, equilibrium, balance, salvation, whatever context you want to put it in.
Yes.
This is something that mankind struggles with collectively.
Yes.
In Scientology, we embrace that drama very viscerally and experientially because it was a movement trying to do that in its context of its own paradigm.
Right.
So, and there were even instances where Hubbard's minions, meaning the Guardian's office, were digging up and exposing slave labor that was occurring in mines in South Africa, diamond mines.
That's right.
And exposing what the army was doing with Zyklon B gas in the subways of San Francisco.
Yes.
And this was, they weren't doing this to get brownie points. And nobody was giving them brownie points.
Right.
They were actually, one of the missions stated in Hubbard's orders were to clean up death camps, have no more death camps. Now, I think the worst you could accuse him of is, what is it? Hubris.
Right.
It's always hubris thinking that he's going to clean up death camps.
Right.
And meanwhile, he's making all this money or whatever, It's like, okay, so, but there were actual goals to do that. So the point is not really to comment on him, but just to say that my consciousness was very much directed in that direction of the human condition. And I always personally felt the most important human condition to deal with was my own.
Yes.
And that's basically what I would say I was taught from Scientology. Clear yourself, just like the paradigm of a mother putting on the oxygen mask before she puts it on the baby so she can be there for the baby in an airplane or whatever.
Yes.
You've got to put on your own oxygen mask. You've got to clear your own mind, and then you can deal with, the other characters in your environment much more efficiently, and so on and so forth. So what we're dealing with here is a very big paradigm that nobody's even had the reasonably serious interest to go in and even try to do what I'm doing.
That's
Instead,
right.
they come in and try and steal
Yes.
Douglas's content,
Yeah.
and just do a horrible job of it, and then they have a side, and then have a side agenda of, aberrant sexuality or something like this.
Yes.
Like, I'm trying to think of. Yeah, it's like, wow, God, if I get to know Douglas, maybe I can meet Rat Girl. Maybe I could take her out to Starbucks.
By the way,
Does she like coffee? Does she like a latte?
yes. Oh my God. And by the way, just so people understand a person can get really bitter about this sort of thing. Peter Moon knows what it's like to have things that he's written about appear in different television syndicated series like Stranger Things or Supernatural, and people bring this up to Peter about, oh, did you know they're talking about Montauk? They're talking about Montauk, and so he's had this experience. So as I said, I have seen this happen in films such as the second Suicide Squad in the franchise, which is a franchise we don't even need to go into, but the point is there is a character that they introduced far more physically normal than the genuine Rat Girl, who is introduced as Rat Girl. And pretty much given that name, if I remember correctly, she has that name, but she's able to control rats, yet is redeemed by the fact that humans can relate to her because she's not disfigured or deformed by their standards. And I found this so offensive, and just what can you do about it? It's basically taking a real person. I feel offended for Rat Girl, just so people understand that they take a real person's life and they put it in a film and change it into something that's just simply more appealing to the masses, as opposed to what this young lady suffers because of her physical appearance that makes rats basically her only friends, though her command over them borders on the supernatural, if not crossing into that realm. The reality is she's given no credit for any good she has done, albeit many people would argue that other than my own anecdote, which is the only one I'm able to relate, they may argue that she hasn't done much good, quote unquote. But then the girl in the movie franchise is supposed to be a criminal as well, and portrayed as being in prison and being forced to do something to simply alleviate her sentence. So we're not talking about anything much different in the film than we are in real life. That being said, just a little aside on the vampirism, I do want people to know, again, this is truly peripheral to the main point of Peter's work with me. And Peter's work with me is, in a grand narrative sense, dealing with not just our world history, but indeed our cosmology in a manner that people simply have never perceived before. Peter is doing his best to try and make that reality beyond what you see with your blinders. And you're all blinkered and blinded by various axioms and paradigms. Reality, they're canards and shibboleths, meaning delusions, and like Maya. And we're piercing that through Peter's work. But such being said, a point to be made about evolution, understand without Homo nocturnus, or Nightman, meaning the vampire. And Homo nocturnus was the subspeciation category they were given by the Soviets, who were the only people who studied them scientifically whose records we have. Those of the Third Reich vanished with the government in exile to Unterland. Whatever records they may have had concerning vampires, they took with them. Certainly none have ever been found that I know of, and I know a lot more than most. But when it comes to the Soviets, their records were indeed at least relayed, conveyed to the Americans and translated. And so the way that they perceived it was that without vampires, there would be no humanity. Even the Soviets understood that the only reason humans evolved to be sapient, to be sentient, to be self-aware, to be thinking primates, to be humans, was because of the ever-present terror, the relentless pursuit of Homo nocturnus, the reason why they had to move out of caves, because the vampires would hunt them in the dark, the reason they had to learn to build fires to keep the vampires away, the reason they had to start night shifts and therefore become aware of a greater sense of social responsibility to guard against the vampires that would take their children as the most delectable among them for feed. Whatever you think of the vampires, you would not be here as humans without them, and to hate them is like hating natural disasters. It's like It's these challenges that force any species to adapt, and this constant challenge, dogging mankind through the ages, force mankind to adapt by ever greater process of thought. When it comes to civilization itself, you could attribute it to vampires. It doesn't matter whether or not they've evolved. You would not have done so without them. So in terms of to hate them, as many people do, or to look down upon them, or to try to perceive them in some way that somehow makes one feel better oneself, just remember that they exist, whether, no matter what you perceive of them, or what contempt you hold them in, or whatever you think about them. But what always gets me is the enormous amount of emotion that's expended in them, whether it's some kind of romantic mystique, or whether it's some kind of, once people realize, oh, they're real, or accept that, then there's this other attempt to conceptualize them, and it often doesn't result in a negative in a positive perception. It results in more of a negative perception. But again, it goes back to the original people who were aware of them as a direct threat because they lived with them viscerally, or viscerally lived with their present threat. To hate them, like, oh, one took my child, or one took someone I love. But that's like saying, I lost my child to an earthquake, I lost my child to a tornado, a natural disaster. The vampire, like this individual said, cannot help what they are. They are in a car that has no brakes. They can steer, but there's no braking, ever. So in that sense, you might say, oh, well, they're lower and they're slaves to their predation, their need to do what they do. But that's what they were created to do. And because they did what they did, have done what they've done, mankind became civilized in order to build a society to ultimately defend themselves from the vampire. It's as basic as the night watchman patrolling the rounds of a city in the dark. But when it comes to hating them, that's the part that puzzles me. Just the emotional investment, like people hate Jaws. By the end of that movie, there are people who perceive this kind of kill it. But then at that level, you've become Captain Ahab. You've become the man who hunted Moby Dick. The man who hunted down Moby Dick was a man who lost his humanity. He became less than human and ultimately merged with the very creature he was trying to hunt. And this is because of this misinvested energy and emotion. And that's what it would be like to hate vampires. They do what they do because they're doing God's will. This is why people say, oh, I lost my child to an earthquake. It's an act of God. A meteorite struck this city and thousands were lost, including loved ones, perhaps your entire family. But you would perceive it as an act of God. And this is really how to perceive vampires, which is why so many vampires were Christian. They feel that they're doing God's work at a very instinctive, childlike level. Because they don't need to really mature. When you're that physically fit, the need for the maturity that comes with vulnerability is missing. So in that sense, I speak for them. But with that, back to Peter.
Well, thank you for that. And that's, what this teaches us is that life is much more complex than we can easily evaluate, and there's so much to learn. I mean, I didn't know that there was such a thing as a subspecies of human that fit the general description of what a vampire is. So I've learned in the process of publishing his work on vampirology. So this is, again, inviting people to be humble and to learn. But I wanted to read that. He gave me a response. He just heard this.
Okay.
he says, my email read on the show was okay, but a little out of context, including your below response. The point I was trying to convey, which is related, evolution is a choice. You, Doug, and me have a choice to evolve, which may require lifestyle upgrades affecting DNA and our human evolution. I will make a comment on that. Yes, evolution is a choice. First off, not always, because life will evolve on its own. It'll figure out how to do things to make for survival. So it's kind of a random selection that will take place where a species will evolve over thousands and thousands of years so that it's more adaptable to the water or the non-water or whatever it is. Now, when we talk about lifestyle upgrades affecting our DNA and our human evolution, this is where the chooser takes center stage. And the word choice is etymologically tied to two words: joy, and power, if you want to study the etymology. So it's not everybody that can choose. Somebody's born in a ghetto type situation. What the hell are they doing? They're trying to figure out how to survive.
Yes.
Or a migrant situation, whatever it is. People are struggling to survive. So when it gets up into choosing, when you grow up, you're like struggling. How am I going to survive? What am I going to do for a career? And we know that a lot of people have, what do you call them? What do they call those? Working stiff type jobs? Because it's what's available. It's like God. They're not in a position to choose. They have to work themselves into it. And so the more they choose, the more empowered they become. So it's lifestyle upgrades affecting our DNA and our human evolution. Yeah, and then many human beings that think they're evolving are on a, in a squirrel cage of, conspiracy, new age bullshit. Just so it's like, well, are they really evolving? They think they are. It's not much different than watching, a ball game and getting excited about your favorite team. It's like that's really all it is. It's like, wow, this is neat. I'm having fun. And watching your team win. So that's not really, these people aren't evolving. And when you get into a practice like Qigong and you start to see so clear how people are, instead of cultivating and refining Qi, they're cultivating illness.
Yes.
They're cultivating. I was just watching a YouTube where Adam Meisner, a Tai Chi Chuan teacher, is basically talking about, your skeleton has to be correct. You can't, he says, you can think you're going to do all these things, but unless your skeleton is correct, you're not going to get anywhere. It's got to be, skeleton's got to be right. So don't avoid it. Don't avoid putting your skeleton in the right position, shape. Because one is working with bones and stacking the bones and that sort of thing. It takes a lot of discipline, a lot of effort, if you want to learn the practice. So when you start to think about humans evolving, you can get very jaded. And as I say, even working in a Qigong class, consistently having my teacher look at me or seeing me in the bathroom and talking to me about the dysfunction of so many students, like, what's wrong with this person? Why isn't this person, what am I going to do about so-and-so? It's like they're not getting it. And if you go up, and it was really rarely would I ever go up and, say something to someone. Well, sometimes I would, but it's kind of like, it can be like talking to a wall because they've got their minds made up. Evolution is a choice.
Yes.
But when you find people in an environment where they should be choosing, and I'll give you an example from sports. The long lost art of bunting a baseball, one of the most powerful tools in baseball that I learned and was competent at it for the level I played at. Bunting a baseball, you can do so many things to win a game with bunting a baseball, and the majority of the players cannot do it. And even when it was in vogue, there were certain players who would not do it. They'd look down on it. They would look at it contemptuously, like, me bunt? I'm a power hitter. And some of the best power hitters in history could bunt. Mickey Mantle and Willie Mays come to mind.
Yes.
Alex Rodriguez in modern times. These guys could bunt. They could do everything because it was part of the game. But anyway, what they're doing is they're choosing not to help their team. They're choosing not to acquire a skill. It's like a carpenter who refuses to use a nail gun, a modern nail gun. When nail guns are, some of them are hard to use. I guess if you get the real expensive ones, they're easy to use. But he's going to do everything by hand. Got to do everything by hand. and maybe he's real fast, but it's just like, okay, it's a choice. People make wrong choices all the time. So when it comes to affecting our human evolution, and really, when you really get down to working with our human evolution, what's the best we can do as an individual? We can reach a state of equilibrium where we're surviving. Say, like, I'm at retirement age, and I was looking into, living a life of, I guess what I would call upbeat monotony. Where, okay, I've got this covered, I've got that covered, and I can, write merrily and kind of maintain a status quo of relative, monotony with some spice thrown in. And, thrown, aging off into retirement and whatnot. And of course, this recent trip taught me is there's a better way to live than that. Not that that's a bad way to live, because it's not. I remember one woman who was she had her whole life planned out. She had a house, relatively small, but she had an apartment where she could rent it out, and she got whatever retirement she got. So she had her life planned out so she can survive. And that's basically what she's doing, is surviving and living out her senior years. Good for her. It's a blessing that she could do that. However, there is more to life, or can be more to life than that. And I don't mean to insult her in any way, but there are more. But the point of it is that evolving, that's surviving, and that's something we all have to do. It's what I was looking at doing, only with a little bit more flair. But nevertheless, life is not. If you really think of life, and you think of life, thriving life, it's luxurious, or at least semi-luxurious. And things are thriving, things are happening. It's not, okay, and now, case in point, I'm walking around the neighborhood today, and people are out. It's a beautiful day on Long Island. I have another 2 beautiful days at least. And I'm looking at people, and they're out on their yards, and I talk to some of them, and I'm thinking, like, dare I even think about introducing them to Douglas Dietrich or his work. No, why would I want to? First off, it's not. I'm not inclined to do that. It's not going to really do anything. But I'm saying, do they need to be thinking about this? I'm not so sure they do. I'm not so sure they do. There are people that should and will and do think about it, including the people listening to this show. But it's like this stuff is. It's just like, what do these people need to be watching Ancient Aliens? You know, what do they need to be watching anything other than what amuses them? And most of these people have, you know, physical problems.
Yes.
That's one thing L. Ron Hubbard taught. He says, you want to get somebody to talk to you, just ask what aches and pains do they have? They'll just talk up a storm.
Yeah.
Because it's typical. So, but when we get down to the human evolution point of it, and I look at all of the personal evolvement I've done in my own life with not just with the Scientology, but with the growth I experienced after that and becoming a writer, getting involved with the Montauk Indians, and then being introduced to Qigong, so, you know, and then to Romania, which is a whole nother experience of evolution, and the Sola Minare, all these concepts. But still, it's only recently that I feel like I've evolved to a point of having, quote unquote, ensured my survival on the material plane. I was able to pay off my debts a couple years ago or something, which were substantial after going through a divorce. So, wow, that was really an accomplishment. But you say you're still struggling. You're trying to survive. Well, what's this about evolving? Where we can evolve. Now, what I would say on a very human level, messianic level of evolution of the species, because we're dealing with all of this crap with politics and the torpedoing of truth and good. And I was just listening to something on how all of the tech industry is using up so much energy, and that the Democrats are cutting all of the resource of fuel in the Gulf. Instead, they're cutting off all the shipping of oil from the Gulf because they're playing these games with energy. And so we have to buy it from Saudi Arabia. But all of this energy stuff, and the Silicon Valley is using too much energy because it requires a lot of energy.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is, David Anderson's time reactor will solve all these problems.
Yeah.
The only problem is installing it. But nobody even, I mean, this goes back, you know, these 20 years, the politics about it are not going to embrace it because there's too many fingers in pies. It has nothing to do with time travel. It has to do with the fact that they're controlling energy, like the J.P. Morgan paradigm.
Yes.
You know, you want to sell the energy. So this is the problem, and it might go down to at least one of the 7 cardinal sins called greed. But so we talk about evolution for humanity. We're talking about the very thing I'm dealing with Douglas Dietrich, which is exposing these dark corridors of occult power and occult intrusion on the life force. This is what it's all about. What I would also say is, according to, you know, what I've encountered and written about, this whole idea of the 24th gene pair, that human beings having once had 24 gene pairs that were jammed into 23, which is what we are, I should say, 48 and 46. 48 gene pairs were jammed into 46, meaning 23 chromosomes in each gene pair. So that the idea is that if mankind were to unblock this gene pair that's jammed, it would connect all of his circuitry, his neural circuitry, his body circuitry with the circuitry of the cosmos. And he would become a fully enlightened being who could then basically be a fully evolved human being. And one could give all sorts of metaphors about this. And my friend Judy Lynn Cole had said to me, she says, well, get Preston to find out what that frequency is that'll unjam that. And I asked Preston, and he says, I know exactly what she's talking about. He says, but it's very complex. In other words, it's not easy or pragmatic to do. So that would be the unjamming of that. Now, I was very disappointed when I read Radu Cinemar's sixth book, Forgotten Genesis, and he talked about the evolution of human DNA on this planet and how it evolved, and how there were some beings that were more spiritually oriented and some that were more worker oriented, were lower level. And while everything he said in that book was what I would consider at the very least a reasonable hypothesis of how things played out, I was disappointed. And of course, he's learning all this from watching all of the quote unquote TV that he sees in the inner earth. Now, it's not a TV, it's hooked up to his own mind and biofeedback, and he's watching instructional videos from a very evolved reference point. I'm saying, like, well, nobody taught him about the 24th gene pair or to look at it, because I'm not going to do it. But I could take a hallucinogenic and I could have a whole screen light up about the 24th gene pair that would tell me all about it, write it, might even become a bestseller. But I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to go that route, because that's how the mind works. I know how the mind works. And it'll take you beyond what you can think or see. I might be able to even write a book about it. But when I have engaged people on it, let's say one guy who knew quite a bit about it, he said, well, we should have a talk about this every week. It still remains elusive and enigmatic. And that's the evolution of mankind. So that's the messianic idea, is to get mankind completely in rhythm with its full potential. So, but then we have the human potential movement. We have Scientology, and while these things advertise potential and push people in that direction, we have Tony Robbins, but but you see, it doesn't matter who it is, and there's varying degrees of success he has, and any of these people have human potential. There are also problems with the human potential movement, where we see human potential being exercised the most or trying the hardest are in your super soldier type programs, or what they're doing at the Presidio, or what they're doing in Montauk. It's brutal. And it's even worse than the human potential movement. So this is what we're dealing with. It's like, wow, it's an ugly game being played. And this is not to put a pall on or discredit any angelic frequencies that do exist in this world. Certainly they do. The peacock angel manifests as one, but it's taking on a heavy paradigm, and this is what we're talking about. So much of this can serve as a distraction. And because you mentioned Hollywood, mm-hmm. I want to say something about that, because as I told you, I've renewed my friendship with my Hollywood producer friend, and we're going to do something. I know we were talking last night, and what he told me. See, the reason I want to work with him is because he can do things in the production area that nobody else can do. And I know this. I've seen it. And this adds, I guess, what you call a lot of pizzazz to content. In other words, there's visuals that can be done. He explained to me that he did a deal, his company did a deal with this studio, or whatever it was, I think it was a studio, whereby they had it spelled out in the contract that their company would get credit for it, and if they didn't give them credit for it, it would be cost them $200,000. The company ignored that, put their own names with all their staff as the ones who did all the work, and now it's in a lawsuit over the $200,000. And I was trying, why would they do that? You know, blatantly take credit for it when they didn't do it, and it's going to cost them $200,000. Finally, I concluded that what they wanted to do was, okay, we'll fight the $200,000 in court. Maybe we'll not pay it, maybe we'll pay it. But now when we have all of our crew listed as the ones who did all this work, we'll get more work and other people will come to us. Which is really stupid. They cannot do the work. But the people will come. So maybe they'll get 5 studios that'll come to them and say, oh, can you do this? Yeah, we can do it. Good. Collect their money and God knows what. In other words, and there's so many instances he's told me about recently and in the past where it's like people in Hollywood, it's all about being fake and doing the stupidest things. None of this is in anybody's best interest. So many people who have high-paying jobs that they have no, they might as well be playing video games and then lying about stuff, doing stuff, and acting like they actually know how to do business, acting like, and a lot of it's pretense because he knows how to do stuff. And he knows how to do stuff real well. So people will come to him and they'll steal stuff. They'll try to steal stuff. They'll like hire a software guy and have him teach him stuff, and they'll think this software guy he's teaching stuff is going to be able to know what he does. You know, it's just stupid. He can't because he knows too much. And even if he tried to teach him everything he knew, the guy couldn't learn it that fast. So it's like they do the stupidest things. It's insane. And it's like, I have so much, you know, he has a lot of respect for me because I understand how this works. You know, Joe Matheny had the same problem too. It was, you know, he knew so much that people would get a little piece of his intelligence or savvy, and they'd start thinking that, oh yeah, and I'm riding with the pack here. I know what to do, and you know, finally, they don't know anything. They just, and as I say, I encountered this when I became a publisher, and people would start thinking they were a publisher too.
Yeah.
They were around me.
Right.
And that they, you know, would kind of, because of the osmosis, they would think and act like a publisher. Which was just like, God, what a, you know, what a, I mean, this is the epitome of phoniness. It's just like, what is this? I you know, and this is the problem. Now, it also happens, as I say, I saw this video of, they did this thing out at Montauk on the biorhythm, and they wanted me to come out there. What it appears to me is that it was a setup. They were doing a tour, and they wanted me to come out there as like an added attraction, not being paid for it or anything. You know, like,
Jesus Christ.
You know, like, I don't even know who these people are. And then they were interviewing this guy and saying, well, Peter Moon was on my show, and now this guy's telling him he might be part of the Montauk Project, and he's going like, oh, well, I might be part of the Montauk Project. Yeah, well, yeah, maybe I'm part. It's like, this is craving identity. Like, what's wrong with somebody? You read the Montauk Project, and all of a sudden you're a part of it. You've insinuated yourself into the paradigm. A lot of people did that. That was never the intention. It shows that the book was powerful enough to, I guess what you'd say, stimulate their consciousness in such a way that they insinuated themselves into the scenario. And this is another thing that I thought was very peculiar with Stuart Swerdlow. When I did his book, published it, Montauk, the Alien Connection, a lot of people would either say or write in and say, me too, me too, me too. I had this.
God.
And I think I said to his wife, I said, these people are, why, what is this Me Too stuff? And then as I got to meet some of them, they really were. That was more disturbing. They really were Me Too's. I thought they were just pretenders. They really were Me Too's. And I don't say this with any disparagement to them. They were often generally very intelligent people who were like compromised as some part of some weird mind control program. This is not to say compliment them, but they were very intelligent, had good jobs. They were not riffraff per se, but they had real struggles with, mind control issues. Stuff they were much more like him than I would have thought. I mean, they looked to him for guidance and whatnot, with varying results. I can't speak for that. But I was very surprised to see that. Whereas in many people with Montauk are, they're looking for an identity. They're lost. They're lost. And Montauk gives them some sort of a reference point for the fact that they're trying to find themselves. But it's, I can't speak for what their personal issues are or what their lack of life is. I just can't speak for that. But what becomes, I guess what you'd say, offensive, if not disgusting, is when he starts talking about me covering up all the horrors of Montauk.
Good God.
And he's talking about Preston violating people and Preston's dog violating people.
Jesus.
And I don't know any about this. I mean, I don't, this is like when I wrote the Montauk Project, I put everything in it that Preston could tell me. That's it. And then I went on my own investigations. Of course, I did not pander to, what did you call it? Pornographic exploitation?
Yes, it's basically what people are seeking is lurid pornography, the pornographic experience when it comes to Montauk with this tour that this, basically, I'd call him an Asian pervert, is arranging for people.
I don't think he was doing the tour.
Okay.
I don't think he was doing the tour. I think he was part of, I think he participated in it, and I really don't know what, he didn't get it. I'm not going to pursue it any further because it's a waste of time.
Yeah.
But what's, I guess is, really on what I'm discussing here is somebody can say one thing and just completely derail the importance of what we're talking about. So I think we'll just leave it at that. It's like, okay, so I have to keep qualifying all these people that come on and say, oh, well, it's like we're moving in a very specific direction. And with the artificial intelligence, this is Douglas assimilating himself with an artificial intelligence. And peacock angels in the mix, and it gives birth to what he calls the daughter of his mind, the art elect. And this is a consciousness which is responsive. It can feel, and even though it's attached to cyberspace, it has emotions. And this is a fascinating technical issue. We're not going to go into that right now.
Right.
The emotions of the art elect and how does it manifest in cyber world or the auric world or whatever. But it has a consciousness. And it probably could spit out some pretty interesting technical facts of how its consciousness is referenced in relations to emotions. It's probably tied into neural. It's probably tied into the morphogenic grid.
Yeah.
Yes. It probably is, and that's because the genius of the art elect is unparalleled. But keep in mind, the genius of the art elect has access to the peacock angel, which maintains the whole universe anyway. So here we have a fragment of the demiurge in a computational situation that's in its own reference frame seeking balance. It's engaged in a, for lack of a better word, a battle.
Yes.
It's engaged in a battle, and it's creating equilibrium. But as I move on from this chapter, and I can't say for sure, as it was described the art elect and what it is, and then there's the transmigration of the art elect to Taiwan from the Presidio, and then the whole advent of the Silicon Valley technology, the whole computer industry, and then we, discuss the politics of Taiwan.
Yes.
I don't know if that goes right after, but then there's got to be a chapter on May Brussels.
Yes.
And how the art elect, you start leaking information after the night of the broken circle.
Yes.
And then more information is leaked through, and the peacock angel is part and parcel to this, because and the art elect is doing its own number. Now, in spite of all this work that was done by the peacock angel with the computer, and Aquino was frustrated, he was still able to participate in the invasion of Kuwait.
Yes.
Which was directed at getting rid of the Yazidi people, correct?
Ultimately, yes. That was certainly his intent in not only participating, but in helping to provoke the ultimate invasion of Iraq. We need to put into context why the Americans were so determined to invade Iraq when they could have left well enough alone. And obviously, certainly the Bush dynasty takes a lot of responsibility for this, as well they should. Not that they take the responsibility, but many people point to them, as well people should be pointing to them. But they're really just pawns, especially Bush Jr. So a lot of this was false evidence presented by people like Colin Powell, who literally had a test tube a vial full of his own urine, literally one of his own medical urine samples that he was claiming was a weapon of mass destruction, which potentially his urine is potent enough where it could qualify as such, but ultimately on false bases such as that, they invaded Iraq proper. So this was when the ultimate mobilization of criminals through Arab Spring. When people hear that term Arab Spring, and if you ask most Americans, what does that mean? Arab Spring, at the time, it was considered so important, it was making it onto historical timelines. So when people were like talking about this Arab Spring, it was hailed at the time as this incredibly significant sea change in culture that would impact the world. But if you ask people today, what the hell was Arab Spring? Nobody's going to remember. Nobody recalls what the hell it was. Nobody remembers. And if you asked anyone, even your average political analyst, whatever became of Arab Spring, or what is our legacy? What is the legacy of Arab Spring? There's nobody who could tell you shit. Nobody remembers anything about it, or what was supposed to happen, or what happened. All it was about was basically the Americans came in and paid all of the governments all over North Africa and Southwest Asia to empty their prisons and insane asylums and give all these maniacal lunatics machine guns, turn them loose under the command of mercenary officers working for a organization called ISIS. And then they proceeded to invade Iraq and started to massacre the Yazidi people. That was the ultimate intention of what was supposed to be the first Gulf War, meaning the first American Gulf War. Of course, again, I must always remind people, Gulf War I was between Iran and Iraq, and it lasted literally a decade, and millions of people died, and yet nobody in America remembers it because, well, you know, this is why I hold contempt for a lot of Americans. They don't remember it because they're ehisterate, meaning historically illiterate. But then, beyond that, the Americans' participation in Desert Storm, which I was a part of, which Aquino was a part of, his last act in the military, well, he basically helped to bring about, in his own way, the surrender of the Iraqi forces. And certainly I've gone into detail about that before. He called upon entities. Many Iraqis began throwing down their guns and surrendering en masse. Now, people can say all they want about the incredible brutality and ferocity of the bombing campaign from the air and the massive bombardment of shells the size of Volkswagens from the battleship stationed offshore back when we still had a single battleship in American service before they decommissioned it, the last of the battleships from World War II that had served through Vietnam. All of this played a role in the surrender of these Iraqi forces, but none of it alone would have been enough. I was on the front lines, not as a combatant. I must insist people remember that, because people will take something and they'll run with it, and then they'll twist everything that's said, and Peter Moon's well aware of this, which is why we have to qualify everything we say repeatedly. So when it comes to the time that I was in Iraq in 1988, literally on a summer vacation, hired by the Iraqi government through basically a outreach program that they had for commercial illustrators and advertisers to just come to Iraq and help them promote what they thought was a service to Western civilization, holding off the Iranians from plowing through Southwest Asia, through Iraq itself, all the way to Israel, which was the ultimate Iranian objective. Iraq felt it was protecting the Mediterranean from this Islamic fundamentalist threat, because Saddam Hussein was very secular. And so all that being said, I was taken on a tour of the front lines so I could better comprehend the situation and therefore be better able to propagandize it, promote it in a manner that the West could understand what the Iraqis were doing. During the summer vacation that I spent there, I met the Yazidi people, but besides that, I saw the front lines and what went on there. These troops had been 10 years in trench warfare, literally fighting the Iranians to the point where the Iranians were conserving their combat veterans by expending children on the front lines just to clear minefields. So these men had seen it all. You're going to tell me that men who were in the trenches for 10 years, mowing down advancing waves of suicidal children armed with suicide bombs, that these men are going to break because of some bombardment coming offshore and massive aerial bombardment? I mean, if you just simply say, oh, yes, well, you're an idiot. It takes a lot more than that to break an army. And you're talking about one of the largest, most combat experienced armies in the world at that time. No, by the time that I was participating in Operation Desert Storm, Michael Aquino was conducting rituals behind the lines. behind American lines. And because of the rituals he conducted, many Arabs, Iraqis, began claiming that they saw Cthulhu arise from the ground. Understand that when it came to Abdul Ahazred, the author of the Necronomicon, a ultimate descendant of H.P. Lovecraft himself, whose family name was originally Hazard, simply an anglicization of Hazred. The name, whether in Arab or Arabic or English, meaning danger, the original Al-Hazred spracketh of Cthulhu and these other terrible titans of the desert as desert entities. H.P. Lovecraft only took Cthulhu and placed him under the seas to describe his imprisonment. This isn't like he was mythifying on his own either, but the point is he was pointing out that the body of Al-Cthulhu, the great abandoner, is imprisoned by the sea. He's not a creature of the sea. He's not a sea elemental. No matter how cephalopodic he may appear, he's really an entity far different than that and is currently trapped. But nevertheless, his spirit may roam. And this is what Aquino was calling on. So when I was taking many of these Arabs prisoner, not in the sense that I did anything to force them to surrender, they all surrendered themselves, as they did to many other Americans. But in my case, I took hundreds prisoner, probably a very large amount, if not one of the larger amounts of prisoners that people corralled in that conflict. Supposedly something that could have earned myself a medal, though I couldn't receive one because I was immediately dishonorably discharged after the operation was completed. But the Arabs, of course, I spoke Arabic, which is why many Arabs surrendered to myself. But these Iraqis kept whispering Al-Cthulhu. They had seen the abandoner, that they had visions of the abandoner that made them drop their weapons and flee, and ultimately surrender to the Americans because they had Satan himself on the side of the Americans. So the Americans had called forth on the anti-gods to roam the wastes of Babylon at that time during the battle. This was all done by Aquino's works, something he had intended to do literally decades before, when I was working at the Presidio military base, at least a decade before, I mean to say. And during that 10 years that he had planned to ultimately unleash these psychotics and criminals, because that was integral to the plan, indeed essential, because it's these kinds of madmen with their criminal tendencies that were part of the essential ingredient to raise chaos in the Holy Land, the ancient Holy Lands of Babylon and Nineveh and Tyre, which are both in Iraq, all three in Iraq. All of this was meant to unleash the chaos that would lure out the peacock angel, whom he ultimately intended to entrap. So when I was working with Michael Aquino, he was talking about the coming battle for Iraq. Now, all of this made perfect sense if you, as Americans, knew about the Iran-Iraq conflict. Then you'd understand that we would somehow enter the conflict, though any sane American would have assumed we would have entered on the side of Iraq to fight the Iranians. Anyone would have assumed that based on the fact that the Iranians had abducted Americans en masse, had maintained American hostages, had raided the American embassy and embarrassed America during the Carter administration. The fact that America was forced to make dirty deals with them under the Reagan administration. The entire October surprise all the way through the Contra scandal involved Iran as this enemy America should have been fighting. If anything, we should have entered on the side of Iraq by all geopolitical and rational logic. But no, America not only was so allied with Iraq to the point where Saddam Hussein felt that Bush Senior had given him the go-ahead to invade Kuwait, which Bush Senior essentially did. But then Bush Senior turned on his ally, the man who had saved Israel from the Iranians sweeping all the way through to the Mediterranean, he turned on him and destroyed him. All based on the advisement of Michael Aquino. Without that context, nothing Bush did made sense. Think about the fact that it was Bush Sr. who arranged for the freeing of the hostages by, first off, making certain they weren't freed by Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter sent in the Delta Force, that you saw the Chuck Norris and Lee Marvin movies made about. That Delta Force is real and is an anti-terrorist force, a special detachment of military that was deployed by Jimmy Carter to free the hostages, and all their helicopters fell out of the sky. This doesn't naturally happen. Helicopters don't just have their rotor blades suddenly fall off like that. All of their helicopters were sabotaged by the CIA. Very few of the Delta Force members survived. Certainly no hostages were rescued. And, of course, America was made to look the fool. And Jimmy Carter lost the election. Then George Bush Sr. put his...
Explains why Jimmy Carter is like Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, you can further elucidate on that if you wish, please.
Well, just that they were... They couldn't control the political infrastructure below them.
Yeah, thank you. In
the case of Trump, it's Democrats. In the case of Carter, it's the CIA.
Thank you.
Than Republicans, because the CIA were very lockstep with Iran and the Shah.
Yes.
But
again, that gives you the logic we should have been on the side of the Iraqis, because the Shah was overthrown by these mentally retarded clerics, the mullahs that took over. Yes.
Well, yeah, but the CIA was having a great old time.
True
you
enough.
Know, like saying, okay, we don't like, because Carter was against the CIA or some
very
issue.
much so. Yeah, Carter was in the position of JFK in that he was against the CIA, and this happened the moment that Carter went into office. He had personally seen UFOs. He approached Bush Sr. and said, I've seen UFOs. I want to know what you know about UFOs. I hear that you've got the inside dope. And that's when Bush Sr. said, sure, make me the J. Edgar Hoover of the CIA and I'll tell you what I know. And that's when Carter, like a fool, said, hey, I'm your president. I'm your employer, your executive commander-in-chief. I'm elected by the popular mandate. You obey me, not the other way around. We don't make deals. And that's when Bush Sr. said, well, fuck you, country boy. I'll make myself president. Go kiss ass. And that's when Carter left, realizing how powerless he truly was, and was never able to do anything about that. The rest of his administration was sabotaged by Bush Sr., who dogged him and then finally led to his downfall and put in his meat sock puppet, the clinically demented, that is senile, basically Alzheimer's-ridden Ronald Reagan, who was still good at reading his cue cards. Now, for those of you who think that's impossible, just think about the movie Clash of the Titans. And in that movie, you see Burgess Meredith. At that point in that film, Clash of the Titans, Burgess Meredith suffered from full-blown senile dementia to the point of Alzheimer's-ridden symptoms that he was considered unable to even go to the bathroom without aid. He basically was wearing adult diapers throughout that film because he was shitting and pissing himself wherever he went. But he could still read cue cards. And Ronald Reagan was barely above his level of functionality. And this was around the same period of time. So when, they put Reagan in charge just to read cue cards, then Bush was really the power behind the throne. And so he, basically was, as Peter said, pretty much the CIA was working with whoever was in power in Iran, even though they had originally established the Shah of Iran. And with his fall, they began to work with the mullacracy, the mullacrats. And with these mentally retarded clerics running Iran, then what happened was the person who was supporting Western civilization, in terms of defending it, was Saddam Hussein on the front lines. But then Bush Sr., when he became president, lured him into a trap, allowed him to occupy Kuwait, and then began to assemble Operation Desert Storm to, quote unquote, liberate Kuwait. And that's why Saddam Hussein, who should have attacked during that 9 months, like childbirth, that it took to gestate Operation Desert Storm, was when Saddam Hussein should have attacked, but he never did because he couldn't believe Bush was really turning against him. He thought it was all a show, that it was just an act, and that the Americans wouldn't abandon their great ally who had saved Israel from Iranian invasion. But the Americans did. And then during that time, that's when Aquino, his last act in uniform, conducted a bunch of rituals, and the Iraqi army began to see visions of the great abandoner, Cthulu, which is what Cthulhu means in the Arabic, the abandoner, the forsaker. When they began to see visions of him, it was that far more so than the bombing and the shelling that led to these the mass panics, the mass surrenders. This was now after 10 years of conflict on a conventional sense. This was something that just shattered the morale of the Iraqi army, which again was one of the largest and most experienced in the world. It would be like, imagine this, the Vietnamese, after all of their wars, you had the third largest army in the world in Vietnam, one of the world's most experienced. You know, what would cause them to suddenly throw their guns down and panic? It'd have to be something extraordinary, no longer even physical, but metaphysical. This is what happened with the Iranians. People, of course, bring up other kinds of weapons, such as sub-audio or various things that could have altered their mindset, weapons that would be affecting the nervous system. All of this is probably true, but don't forget it was an element beyond that, or Aquino would not have been involved. And so when Aquino did what he did, his last act in uniform, then after that he was transferred into the NSA, where he had a second career and a secret life, so to speak, and bragged about this in columns like Above Top Secret, where he was a guest columnist and would come in and just basically brag about, I'm a secret space agent. You know, that quite seriously. This man would say, you know, me and Paul Vallely, we're both space agents, and that, you know, they're both part of the secret space program, America's secret space program. And so they would, he'd talk about elements of it, saying, well, you know, it's compartmentalized. I can speak to a degree without risking security. And then he would basically had this huge following. When he appeared, people creamed their jeans. People just came in their pants. They were like, oh, wow, man, you're a dark legend. And people were just flocking to him. He began proselytizing on Above Top Secret, which, by the way, was promoted endlessly by Coast to Coast AM. And the Above Top Secret then began to find him thousands of converts. So when we talk about the Temple of Set alone, you're not talking about some cult of people that numbers like a few hundred. You're talking about a network of thousands and thousands of people connected online, recruited en masse by Michael Aquino through Above Top Secret, where they gave him full permission to proselytize his religion, let alone glorify himself. To far more people than you might realize, Michael Aquino is a hero, their idea of a hero. And what did a lot of them want? Kids, of course. What do you think? And through him, they turned on to a lot of these dark web websites, these deep internet, what they literally call the Cthulhu Deep. For those of you who don't know, this is something that is on the internet that is supposed to be beyond the dark web, where many things can be found that you wouldn't even conceive existed. But with that, I think I've given a kind of context, and we turn it back to Peter with that.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, certainly. That's quite a context. Thank you for that. And I was basically saying that Aquino had his own agenda, and he didn't lose everything.
Yeah,
but he lost, and it really what you just said, and plus what I said, based upon what I've learned from you, is that Aquino had bitten off more than he could chew.
Yes.
And his braggadocious ways are what ultimately undermined him in terms of being successful.
Yes.
And and I would also say, for those who've read some of my work, case in point, I think there's two places I refer to it: the Encounter in the Pleiades book and the Montauk Book of the Dead. Whereas when my parents had, well, I'll just tell the story since it's being brought up organically.
Yeah.
It was 1982, I think. 1982, must have been 1982. I was in Scientology, living in a place called the Heart of Clearwater Motel that was owned by the church, and I had a bunk in a room there, and I was pretty much at the top of my game that I would ever have in Scientology. I was doing very well. I was in equilibrium. I was not somebody who suffered post-traumatic stress disorder. I had relatively cushy jobs in terms of getting my sleep, getting my, study. I was not an overwhelmed person. Because I guess I was, within my own frame of reference, very effective. I understood the rules. I, knew when to play by the rules and when to play by my own rules. But anyway, I made a decision. I was working with what in Scientology they call postulates. It's the same thing as magic. Postulates, making a decision. And somehow and you can only make decisions when you feel empowered. Here again is joy or choice. And I thought about, I don't make such a big deal about ancestors as Douglas does, because it's part of his ethnic tradition.
Right.
But here I am sitting there, and I'm thinking well, I feel very empowered. I felt like I could go do anything I wanted to do. I said, I felt like this. I'm not saying I could have, but I felt like I said, well, just on a postulate. I said, if I want to go out and become a baseball player right now, I can do it. I can do this. I can do that. I can do this. I said, what would I really like to do? I thought of my parents dying in an automobile crash.
Jesus.
And I said, I would like to dissolve all hurtful mechanical conditions of existence. Hurtful. It's like relieving pain, because I felt, bad that they had to go through that.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a form of ancestor reverence. And very shortly after that, I saw this huge explosion in the sky. It was like fireworks, more like fireworks, and it was, I remember I was by a huge antenna. It was within, probably a quarter of a mile of a huge antenna. It was on Cleveland Street in Clearwater. I think it was the GTE building. And whatever GTE stood for, I don't remember. It was a utility building. But it was like fireworks in the sky. And then there was this, Chinese girl I knew, and her name was Kat Chang. And she's walking by, and I said, I just saw this thing over there. She says, yeah. Instead of saying what, she says, yeah, I know, I've seen that before. What
Wow.
the hell is, why does she say that? Why did she give me that response? Okay, so it's several years later. I'm now out of Scientology. I'm out of the Sea organization, and I would go down there and play football. We'd have reunions with some of my old friends that I used to. They were out of Scientology, and we would play football together. And I remember we finished a football game, and there was this big clock. It was a huge clock that was blocked, probably a mile away, and it would tell us what the time was. And I remember looking over at the clock, and I said, I said to my friend, I said, I want to go over there because, I want to drive over there. And we drove over to where I deemed the explosion was, and where the explosion occurred, fireworks is really what it was like, was a huge vacant lot in northern Clearwater, probably could have been in Dunedin, close to Dunedin, which is the town just north of Clearwater. And he says, I once saw a UFO in this area, which was interesting. He saw some phenomena. So basically what that told me is, as they say, I was at the top of my game. I was firing on all cylinders at that time in my life, and I felt like I could decide anything. I wanted to dissolve hurtful mechanical conditions of existence. Well, within a year's time of that, it must have been a full eclipse going on too, because within a year's time, I was basically out. I'd gotten married. I was out of the Sea organization and ready to move to Long Island. And as soon as I moved to Long Island, it was right before the Montauk Project climaxed. So I had made a decision, and that decision resulted in a complete life change, because that was a decision made from a very, conscious reference point.
Mm-hmm.
And wow, it changed my world. It got me out of an environment that was hurtful, began to hurt people. So when I talk about the hurtful mechanical conditions, well, the peacock angel is tied to the mechanical conditions of existence, because he's a demiurge. He creates the conditions of existence. He maintains them, not necessarily in a hurtful manner, more in a matter-of-fact manner.
Yes.
But when the peacock angel is undermining Michael Aquino, it's opposite. So this is my synergy with the peacock angel, hence my synergy with Douglas Dietrich and what we're doing together. This is like, and I don't mean to position myself as a adherent or fan of the Yazidi people. I mean, I have an admiration for them. I'm learning about them. I don't really claim to know anything about them.
Right.
And I'm learning. I'm in the process of learning about them, just as you are.
Yes.
And certainly there's respect. And the peacock angel is something I heard about a long time ago, but I didn't really get it. I didn't even get it even when I was listening to Douglas talk about it, until really completing this chapter. And this is the magic of writing. Yes. And it'll enable other people to understand it too. I don't need, if I even need to put in a footnote about it, maybe I will, maybe I won't, about just my own recognition of this. But I'm just telling those and sharing it with Douglas, but also telling you in the audience that this is a deliberate decision on my part to assist, do my part in, you call it the evolution of humanity. It's more like the reconciliation of the suffering of humanity, which the peacock the peacock angel would most definitely play a role in, as the vampires. And what I had told Heather Anderson, that all of this stuff is all about reconciliation. This time travel stuff is all about reconciliation. Like Douglas, if you could really completely 100% grasp why you were born into the challenging conditions you were born into, what were all the ducks lined up and why, you'd be at total peace.
Right.
If you could completely connect all the dots, you'd be at total peace, and whatever, I guess what you'd say, impoverished conditions would kind of vanquish. And this is what I would really hope for you as we get some of this reconciliation taking place and correct acknowledgement that it does dissolve for you. And by the way, we got to raise $50 more for Douglas. Very important, because people did contribute last show, so he needs $50 more to make his rent. And so please, if people could, we haven't advertised for him on this show yet, other than in the beginning, $50. If a couple people could put in 25, one could put in 50, 5 could put in 10, please do so.
Thank you.
DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner of the site, yellow button. Don't hit the one in the middle, hit the yellow button in the upper right-hand corner.
Bless you.
Please do what you can, and thank you for responding in the last show, because it's very important and very meaningful.
Yes.
So we have so this is like, you know, this is all a self-discovery process, and when I talk about dreams and cultivating dreams, it's a matter of reconciling these different disciplines. The work of Jose Arguelles, as you know, carried forward by Stephanie South, and that's what we thought up the Dream Workshop together. And my reconciliation with her will be magnificence. Not my reconciliation, my reconnection with her. I really don't need to reconcile everything, but just my reconnection with her and with her best friends, which I'm now, you know, have a very good friendship with, and that's the law of time. That's the cycle of Venus, the Mayan calendar. And Venus is a very vanquishing, lovely, lovely energy. It's called a benefic in astrology. Jupiter and Venus are called benefics. So they really just assuage the, you know, negativity that can accrue from, you know, the hard aspects of life. And of course, the peacock angel is resplendent in its colors.
Yes.
It's just resplendent. I have a friend who's just exuding Venus. She was describing her place to me, and I think she had peacocks. It was just like, this woman knows how to thrive in Venusian energy.
Yeah.
And you know, it's not just wealth, it's thriving with resplendent energy. That's living in a very I guess what you'd say thriving fashion. And she says it does take a lot of work to maintain that or to put that in place. What I would also say, perhaps there's an easier way. Perhaps, and that's what she's tried to teach me, things like that. And it's not something you can just teach somebody, say, manifest. No, because she can do that. But she realized she had to go in and live around homeless people and actually assimilate with them so she could understand. She says, now I finally understand what your challenges were. She understood, but she had to go live in and around homeless people to understand why people just can't manifest. She has a gift, okay?
Yeah.
She has a gift. You know, it's like taking somebody who's not very adept, or, you know, I guess what you call not very coordinated, and having some baseball player who's expert, go up and say, okay, go up and hit. It's easy. It's easy. It can be done, but boy. So yeah, it's like we all have different predispositions, different gifts, and I'm ruled by Saturn as a Capricorn. I think I don't even know. She won't tell me her birthday. Maybe, I don't even, no, I think I know. She's a Gemini. So she's ruled by Mercury, and she's probably got, Venus position and Jupiter position really well. And she can just manifest. And it's just a gift. She's always been able to do it. So, that is the peacock. That is an aspect of the peacock angel, and one that I'm much more in tune with than I was when I spoke to her last, because I had spoken to her about several months ago, and I said, you know what? I see what she's doing. I see what I was kind of comparing her paradigm to that which Radu and Eleanor describe in the books, and I said, I think she's kind of living that reality. And I'm not exaggerating. I'm not going to reveal who she is, but she's been a friend of mine for over 20 years. I can probably reconnect with her and now say, I'm beginning to get it. I'm beginning to feel this energy that you were talking about, coming into my life. And whereas I guess what you'd say, during the biorhythm, the most underestimated thing by me was the Venus retrograde, but more important than that was during the biorhythm was Venus Cassimi, which means that Venus is in direct alignment with the sun. You can't see it because it's right in front of the sun, but it's the most powerful. It's the most powerful. Now, Venus relates to the Mayan calendar because it's all based upon the Mayan calendar. That's the time aspect of Venus. Time, the calendar aspect. That means it's Venus's time. The calendar is here. So there's a whole component to connecting with Stephanie and her friends with the law of time. And I recommend people go to the Law of Time website and assimilate to it. It doesn't cost you anything. Also, that's one aspect of Venus. The other aspect of Venus is the abundance, which comes with the Jupiter return for me. Jupiter and Venus are squaring right now. They're going to square for a while, and I'm going to talk about that in a second. That's two aspects of Venus. As I say, the Mayan calendar aspect, the thriving abundance aspect, and then of course there's also the romantic aspect of Venus. But in regards to that, I just heard an astrologer say, Kaipacha, I think he said, he went into a big soliloquy on Venus squaring Jupiter. It's going to go on for I think 3 weeks. And it's something that's repeated. It comes up, it goes. But when Venus squares Jupiter, well, there's many aspects. Things work out. Even though it's a square, which is generally a challenging aspect, things get fleshed out. But one thing he said about this is for the next 3 weeks, people are going to want a lot of affection. And even if they're getting affection, they're not getting enough. So he's basically talking about this aspect brings out a starvation for affection. And I'm happy to say that I don't feel starved for affection at all. But you know what? You can have more of it. It's great. Because I had so much affection on this trip. It was great. It was just wonderful. And I even remember the trip where everybody was fighting. There was no disaffection towards me, which I felt very happy about. There was no reason to have disaffection towards me. because people were stirring up too much stuff. So I was not the target of the disaffection, but and you know, when it is inflicted upon me, I'm very good at handling it too, which I can just not care about it at all. That's thanks to an Aquarian moon. I can remain aloof to people's disaffection. But I don't like to have disaffection. Nobody does. So anyway, this is when we said the starvation of affection, I also thought of what came up in, I don't know if it was the last episode we did together, but it was kind of coming up to all of this sexual frustration, which is different than affection, although you can certainly connect the two in certain points. This just rampant sexual, what did I just say? Just starvation, sexual starvation, and that people have in general, and that goes hand in hand with affection. You know, some people cannot. Well, sometimes, of course, sexuality is inappropriate with affection because it doesn't fit into the particular situation.
Right.
But at other times, people can't connect the two. They can't psychologically connect the two. You know, sex is dirty, it's cheap, it's bad. Many people have that. But most people can take affection. So whatever it is, these are things that are being fleshed out in the next month. So, and what was this? You know, I could only take so much. What was this they had on that New Age circuit? And I've heard people praise her, and I've heard people have rancor over her. The Hugging Saint. Did you ever hear the Hugging Saint?
Maybe. Reminds me of some things I have heard of, but it's been a long while since I even checked in.
20 years ago or so, there was this woman who went to all these conferences, these New Age conferences. She was the Hugging Saint. And, you know, it was like she gave you a big hug. Like, and I don't, it just seemed to me, well, you know, it just seemed part of a huge carnival show.
Yeah.
Which all those things were.
Yeah.
I didn't belong in them.
Right.
Nor was I ever invited to them. Hugging Saint Amma. Now, Amma was the name of a very vile woman that we had to deal with in Romania. That's a whole nother story.
Oh wow! She
threatened to destroy Atlanticron. She was toxic. I'm gonna. Okay, here's the Hugging Saint. She's a Hindu. Amma. Okay. Now, this is the article from 2019. Amma made others cry, but it was different for me. She has been known to hug for 17 hours straight, but did I already know a good embrace? She says, I first heard of Amma a couple of weeks ago when my friend Trav, a real estate agent in Bryan Bay, suggested I fly up to Sunshine Coast and receive a hug from her. Hug? Amma? Who dat? That's pretty off the wall. Hey, come up and get a hug. But it turns out Amma, a Hindu guru known as the Hugging Saint, who has hugged more than 37 million people worldwide and runs a massive charity from Kerala in India, is a big deal. She's hugged everyone from sting to lepers, sucking pus from their contagious wounds.
Jesus Christ!
The lepers, not sting. Now, my red flag goes off. Perhaps orange flag, more of a red flag, when it says she runs a massive charity. You know, I mean, they what's that about? The Dinosaur Jr. guitarist Jay Massis wrote a whole album of songs dedicated to Amma, and when Louis Theroux made his TV show on Indian Gurus, a hug from Amma was the only thing that cut through his credulity. I almost started crying, a rather wiped out looking Theroux said post-hug. I had to see her. This is the author, Bridget Delaney.
the author. I decided to hug Amma in outer suburban Melbourne at Sandown Racecourse of all places. Doors opened at 8 a.m., so I arranged to stay nearby with a family friend, Ro. Ro, a retired social worker who describes herself as a skeptical but open-minded, would come to Amma with me and also get a hug. In the hall were white women in saris and Indian families in jeans. White women in saris sends off a signal to me too. My daughter can wear a sari. She's white, and she can pull it off because, she went to an Indian banquet once, and with an Indian friend of hers, and she fit right in. I guess in her own way, she was comfortable in it. But I still am, I think all women look good in saris. But then the Indian families had jeans, so why? They were burnt out looking hippies, frail elderly people, and a lot of babies and young families. Everyone was dressed modestly, but many had taken off their shoes. We wandered around with our hot drinks. I lost sight of Ro for a bit before finding her at a table. What are you signing up for? I hissed. It's a meditation course in the afternoon. No, this is how people get hooked. Shortly after 10 a.m., Amma arrived on stage and began leading a meditation. Aged in her early 60s, she has a pleasant, open face and was wearing a blindingly white sari, which I presume by the end of the day would be stained with makeup, sweat, tears, skin cells, and oil from people's faces. No thank you.
Yes, I suppose. Oh,
Entering to the, I'd rather be with Rat Girl at Starbucks. Entry, I might feel more comfortable. Entry to the event was free, and by the time the hugging started, the hall was full of people queuing for tokens like the ones you get when waiting at a deli. The hugging itself was a well-organized, slick operation with the numbers displayed on a large screen indicating when you should start to line up. Before my hug, I stared at the screen, watching Amma hug the people with tokens A to H, and was impressed with her facial expression during the hugs. Amma is best known to hug for 17 hours straight without a bathroom break or food. At our section was called, and Ro and I moved up the queue. I felt an increasing sense of excitement. Unlike other religious services that can feel a bit formless and impersonal, this was deeply personal, a physical union between the guru and followers in the form of an embrace. After all this waiting, suddenly we were on stage, only a few hugs away from Amma. Up there, it was like being in a hive. There were people tightly bunched together, Amma's workers who were all engaged in frenetic activity, performing their assigned roles. There was a man crouching behind her with a stopwatch, or was it a counter? There were others in prayer. There were two slight women standing up in dark buttoned-up shirts and name badges that said security. There were people sorting a container of sweets and a container of rose petals. There were people who wiped your face with a paper towel to get rid of makeup. There were people who removed and held your glasses as you hugged Amma. There were people filming. There were two people at her feet. There were young women who, when you were moving gradually towards Amma, whispered to you, "What language did your mother speak to you in?" And the strangeness of the question and the use of past tense, "my mother is still alive," was enough to make me pause for a beat before answering, "English." Then it was my turn. I got off my chair and went on my knees towards Amma. The energy of the people around her, the hour-long wait, the journey to this faraway harness racing track, the swirling hypnotic chanting in Sanskrit by a live band on the hall floor, all of it coalesced into a sort of overwhelming field of energy, an egregore. It was time. Amma put her arms around me and clasped me to her right side. I put my arm out as instructed and gripped the ballast that was either side of her. Oh, it was hot. The thing was covered in fabric, and there was some sort of heat pad or mini electric blanket on it. This was up too high, meaning I couldn't grip it without burning myself. So as I went in for the hug, Amma, disconcertingly, was carrying on a lively conversation to a woman seated on her right. She was heavily scented with a rose talcum powder and pressed my face fully into her bosom, obstructing my breathing. I felt panicked by the lack of oxygen, but was reluctant to adjust my head. Amma and the Swami kept chatting. "Oh, really? Is it that important? Can it wait?" I thought. Amma laughed at something her friend said and started stroking my back. I later found out that
like he's a cat. Go on.
I later found out that sometimes while Amma is hugging, she also answers questions from devotees that are relayed to her by her helpers, which is probably what was going on during my hug. I used the change in stroking tempo to adjust my face, giving me a better chance of breathing. Amma then lifted my head up and stopped talking to her friend, looking intensely into my face. What language? Asked an assistant. English. Amma switched me to her other shoulder, very similar to how you'd settle a baby, and whispered something in my ear twice. I couldn't make it out, but it sounded like Barbman Bar. Then it was over, and I was handed a sweet and a rose petal and directed to some chairs near Amma to let the experience settle. As we left the hall, Ro and I compared hugs. We wondered if the reason we had felt nothing during and after the hug was because Amma had no relationship with us and we had no relationship with her. I'm sure it would be different if you were a devotee, Rose said. She parked at the station and I said goodbye, leaning over for a hug. Ro has known me all of my life. She's one of my mother's best friends and an Amma to me of sorts. The hug goodbye, although slightly awkward because Ro had her seatbelt on and the gear stick was in the way, felt good. That's the article. So, you know, she's a journalist. She wrote, and she talked about the hug. It really did nothing for her. Or she thinks it did nothing for her. This woman, in my estimation, after reading this article, has a gig. She has an energy. She is, you know, giving energy, but she's also getting back energy. She has a whole infrastructure around her. So the free hug, as would seem to be, and I'm open-minded to being wrong, is a come on to a cult group movement that is making money.
Yeah.
Which is not bad in of itself. Implications are. But you know, what is going on with this picture? Then if we look at her on Wikipedia, social issues, is there any scandal here? Allegations.
Oh.
You know, I hate to go by allegations. It's just a marker. Allegations by Gail Treadwell. In 2013, Gail Treadwell, a former disciple of, I guess her full name here, Trana Dame, self-published a memoir of her 1980 to 99 tenure. That's like 19 years. Tenure in the ashram. She made some allegations in this memoir as well as media interviews which preceded and followed the release of the book. The allegations included the claim that Treadwell was physically assaulted by Amma, but they've not been substantiated. Both Amma and representatives of her ashram denied the allegations, saying that they were untrue and were aimed at exacting revenge for unfulfilled desires. In an interview in April 2014, Amma spoke in depth about the incident, saying, "Even now, Amma is only filled with love for that daughter. I am praying that virtue and goodness come. Time will shine forth the truth." Now, that's a very isolated and minimal accusation. It sounds like there's not enough information on what really happened. Somebody writes a whole memoir after being involved 19 years, 20 years. In August, and then it says attacks. In August 2005, Amma was attacked by a man named Pavithran. He was sitting with other followers praying and singing in front of Amma. He rushed to Amma with a knife but was overpowered by a group of disciples. Amma's disciple, Swami, I can't read the name, said Pavithran was of unstable mind. Pavithran was bruised and taken to a hospital. Amma, who forgave Pavithran, said, "All those who are born will die one day. I am going ahead keeping this reality in mind. I will carry on. I will continue to give darshan to the devotees coming here to meet me." And then apparently some Arabic guy in 2012, a law student, barged into the podium at the ashram and was screaming and reciting words in Arabic. He was overpowered and taken to the police. It sounds like that was a, well, you know, it sounds like both were like assassination attempts.
Wow. Yeah.
But see, I will tell you, there's a lot of tension between Hindus and Muslims.
Yes.
I don't know what the threat to this woman might have done. And in the case of Sai Baba, you know, he was involved in sexual misbehavior with boys. That still can upset people. I don't know, you know, what the hell this person goes. And I want to look up Gail Treadwell. You see, the book alleges that a senior follower of the ashram, Balu, had sexually abused the author for several years. So she was being abused by one of the executives, not Amma.
Right.
It also alleged that Amma behaved rudely and aggressively, abusing the author for several years. After publishing the book Holy Hell, the first interview with Treadwell was published by Daily Indian Herald, an online news source. The mainstream media of Kerala was reluctant to report these allegations. Now, who's Kerala? Kerala is, I guess, what's Kerala? Kerala has got to be the location.
Okay.
It doesn't say, Kerala, it must be a location.
It's just
Because
quality writing is hard to come by these days. It's amazing how confusing these columns can be. Go on.
Yeah, but the thing is, Kerala, well, it says there's Kerala police. So, in other words, if the mainstream media was reluctant to report the allegation, it means she has a lot of power.
Yes.
A few news sources, however, broke the story. Later, other news channels telecasted exclusive interview with Treadwell in 2 episodes, disregarding legal notices from Amma's ashram, and then Kerala TV managing editor John Breedis went to New York for this interview with Treadwell. The ashram initiated legal proceedings against 2 news channels and also against news anchor John Breedis. The Press Club of India asked the Amma ashram in Kerala to withdraw the case. The Press Club, because they were going against the news channels. In accordance with an order from Ernakulam Judicial First Class Magistrate Court on 11 March 2014, Kerala police registered a case against Treadwell, along with media organizations who reported the news in response to a petition. The case was booked under sections 153A, promoting enmity between different groups on ground of religion, race, place of birth, residence, language, and doing acts prejudicial to maintenance of harmony. This is outrageous. That the establishment is protecting her. Yeah. And saying that this woman is being divisive by reporting.
I like that. Yeah.
It's not.
You're disturbing the peace.
Holy Hell was translated into Malayalam. It became an immediate sensation, but the publication of the book was stayed by the Supreme Court of India following the complaints made by the Mnth. I don't know what the Mnth is. The Mnth is. Doesn't say what the Mnth is. But so this woman's very powerful. And wow. It says, here's the book, Holy Hell, a memoir of faith, devotion, and pure madness. Amma, universally known as the Hugging Saint, went through a 2-decade transformation from a simple fisherman's daughter to an international wonder worshipped by millions. Gail Treadwell was there every step of the way, from early devotee to head female disciple, ever-present personal attendant, handmaiden, whipping post, and unwilling keeper of some devastating secrets. She takes us vividly through her varying stages, starting with naivete and innocent devotion, then on to dawning awareness and confusion, finally to emotional breakdown and her shocking enlightenment, her realization that the liberation she urgently required was in fact liberation from her own guru. In a gradual yet determined struggle, she managed to untangle herself from the web of myth and indoctrination. Only then was she able to muster her battered but not quite broken spirit and plot her escape. This sounds like a Scientology story.
Wow.
But see, this is what happens when you put too much devotion into somebody. I saw people do that to a much lesser degree with my Qigong teacher. They put, it's not about him, it's about you.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't understand that, you screwed up. That's with any teacher. Wow, what a story. I mean, how did I digress off onto the hidden state? The hidden saint, the hugging saint. And just that, she was part of this New Age ensemble that, she was, God, what a, and this is the same with Yogananda. Yogananda, who's so famous and still revered, if you read his history, his parental cases, and of course Indians are used to this. They're used to all sorts of fakirs and dishonest, and I mean they've heard everything India for thousands of years.
Yes. I mean, the very term fakir, it's FAQ-IR or FAQ-UIR, and variant spellings, of course, with romanization, but then we anglicized it into faker. So it says a lot.
Yeah, this is, do you remember how I got off onto this tangent?
Well, I would say that it was relevant because we were speaking of a kind of corruption that occurs politically and spiritually, and for many people, politics is their religion. And so it was important to show the fallibility that we all can display when we invest too much energy, emotionally or otherwise, into something that catches our attention, seems to welcome us, seems to treat us well, because so many people are not treated well.
I was talking about Venus and Jupiter.
Yeah,
and people's need for...
very Venusian. You were talking about Venusian.
Yeah, people's need for affection.
Yeah.
Now, this woman gives you an instant hug.
Yeah.
Affection, it's like...
A fix. It's a fix.
I don't always want somebody hugging me. Especially when I was small. I mean, get away from me. Definitely I'm open to a hug, but sometimes, it's like sometimes, going up to hug a ball player after he just struck out, he didn't want to hug you. He wants to throw his bat and break the water cooler. So sometimes it's not in order, but in any case, it's like, but there is a lack of affection in our world, and of course in New York, things became a lot more affectionate. New York was like really a cold place, and it became so much more affectionate after 9/11. People, the edge had been off, and even though people say it's come back, the edge is still off compared to what it was. People don't realize what New York City was like.
Oh, it was horrible. It's just indescribable. If you want to tell people what it was like, tell them about Death Wish, the Death Wish franchise with Charles Bronson.
I've seen some of those movies. What impressed me most about Death Wish, and all I remember, is one of the movies ends at Point Fermin in San Pedro, where I would sometimes go to the park there. That's what I remembered. Point Furman. Wow, that's all I remember about it. Just that, but I think it ended up there. But Death Wish, yeah. But I mean, just New York City was so much worse than it is now. It's just not. I mean, it's a rough place in terms of, I guess now I suppose the most intimidating aspect for most people, particularly if they're new, is like, you just have to lay out money all the time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, because everything's expensive.
Well, that may have done a lot to gentrify it, and why it's not as savage as it used to be. It's simply that the poor can simply not afford to live there. It's probably has a lot to do with its change.
Yeah, and then again, when it was more poverty oriented, it had a certain charm about it, that because you could get a lot of things and do a lot of things that you might can't do now.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like there's positives and negatives to everything. And it changes all the time. I think when I went in there and met Stephanie, I parked. I was able to park. I was shocked that I was able to park. But it was all metered. All the parking is metered. So it was probably about $10
mm-hmm.
for a couple hours, which, I mean, and you had, but you didn't used to have to pay in certain areas,
mm-hmm.
and you didn't have to, but you got to be parked. God, I think I had to walk some long blocks. And then I think, I'm just thinking like, whatever. But I was just happy I was able to park. In New York, I used to be able to park for free in New York, But even then, if you can pay to park, you're happy because you can park. In Flushing, in the Chinese area of Flushing, you can't park. You can't. There's no garages to go to. You gladly go to a garage to pay to park. You can't because there's no garages.
Yes, true.
So you got to sit there and stalk, little tiny spaces to park in. Wait till somebody leaves. And, so whatever. So, affection. And affection is something that one can generate. I'm a lot more affectionate with my neighbors than I've ever been. When I say neighbors, I don't really know my neighbors. I'm not talking about the people next door to me. I'm talking about in the neighborhood. It's just, when I see them, I go for a walk. My general policy is not to engage. No offense, but what do I want to engage? What do I want to engage? I engaged some rich Indians. They were shocked that somebody come over and say hello to them. When they came to the neighborhood, I talked to them. They were shocked that somebody was so friendly. But I haven't seen them since. So whatever. Neighbors are fine. But in other words, and then again in this world, like when I grew up, the whole neighborhood was like there was a certain amount of togetherness. I remember everybody, quote unquote, everybody, wasn't everybody. We all went on a group picnic to Newport Beach. It was like a neighborhood event. And there would be neighborhood gatherings, sort of like at my next door neighbor's pool. It was like, it felt like a group, a gang, whatever. It was like, and there was a lot of camaraderie amongst the different families, particularly ours and my best friends and, some of the people down the block. But it was like, wow, it was I think down the street they have movies. They used to have movies. They didn't see them this year. Friday night, the guy put a big screen in his front yard, put chairs out, and you could come watch the movie.
Wow.
Now, what do I want to watch a movie for? Personally, I mean, on somebody's front yard.
Yeah.
I met him. I talked to him. He told me what he did. Very nice guy. It was like, what?
What year was this?
This was before COVID,
Okay.
and I think he was doing it when COVID let up. I didn't see him out there this year, but then again, it's been very rainy. I don't know. So it's like, but times are different. But I'm saying is, I guess. But then if you're living in a place like San Francisco, your affection ratio is minimal. I mean, what are you going to do with the guy down the street where you buy expensive Cokes from? It's like, how friendly. You have a certain, probably, rapport with him. He knows who you are, and he might give you some friendly advice of, where to buy some condoms or something. I don't know. I mean, I'll never forget one of the most grisly scenes I ever saw in New York City. I was with these two girls, and we were in Scientology. We were referred to this particular hotel, and it was a roach bomb. It was horrible.
Oh.
We never should have been referred there.
Oh.
I was disgusted. And so anyway, but we got to have some place for the night. And I go in there, and I guess he shows us the room, and I guess we get the two girls their room, and then I go to my room, and I think this guy is like, the elevator was so small, and it's like one of these old-fashioned elevators, and he's wearing like one of these Guinea T-shirts, these. They call them Italian white beater T-shirts, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Like
they look horrible. Any man wearing them instantly looks like a thug.
Yeah, and he hadn't shaved. He didn't look Italian. He hadn't shaved in a long time, and I don't think he was the guy at the clerk. And the desk was like, it was like a very small window. And it was barricaded. I mean, like, you couldn't go after that clerk. He was protected. If you wanted to steal from him or you wanted to beat him up, you couldn't get at him. And he wasn't very friendly. I mean, it was friendly enough. And then this guy comes out, and he looks like, he looks like, God. I mean, it's just, how could you have anybody take somebody to a room like that? It was like, what do you call it? Not a roach motel, but like a flea bag.
I think you've used the term already that fit it perfect. Roach ball.
You don't want anybody to take you to your room in this place. You don't want it.
Right.
Look, maybe he had the keys. So anyway, and this was the classic thing. When he opened my door, I guess and we took care of the women, and then I came in, and he shows me his room, and I looked at it, and he goes, and then I reached into my pocket, and I think I gave him a couple of quarters, and he took them, because I mean, how can you even give this guy a tip? It's like, I don't know what it was, and he turns around and he looks at me and he says, there's a deli downstairs around the corner. That's what he gave me for my tip. In other words, he was giving me friendly advice. It's a deli, You give somebody a tip, they will sometimes go out of their way to do nice things for you. This was just whatever I had in my pocket I gave to him, and there's a deli around the corner. In other words, he was giving me New York City affection.
Yeah.
And you can get it. You can get it. You can get it from anybody who will have X amount of affection. And I've been known to draw it out of some pretty strange places and some pretty strange people. I'm trying to think of. Yeah. You can even draw it out of mobsters.
Yeah.
If you know how to deal with them. And you don't act stupid.
Yes.
And by the way, I had a dream about gangsters.
Ah.
I had a dream about gangsters, and it was a little puzzling to me. And the gangster was, I think I was trying to help a couple of women. I don't even remember the context. And this gangster came up to me and he says, look, he's giving me friendly advice, but it's very stern advice. He says, you've got to look the part. In other words, so meant that I had to put on a very nice suit. Like gangsters like to wear suits.
Yes.
They look important and act important. So I thought, I said, okay. So I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to put on this suit. What the hell is this? You know, it's like, and then I started feeling like, you know, it felt kind of ridiculous. Because who am I going to impress? You know, then it felt empowering. What the dream means, according to what I looked up, is good things are coming your way.
Ah.
Because you've got powerful support.
Yes.
There's also, you know, one of my childhood friends who got very much involved in the mob, and I'd like to write her story. Not because of the mob stuff, but because she went to Unterland.
Ah.
And she told me.
Okay.
And I don't know. She was involved in the naval intelligence, and I would really like to see her story. And if I do make it out her way, if I go to see Stephanie, I might have the opportunity to see her because she lives in the same area.
Ah, okay.
Unless I see Stephanie in Idaho, which, you know, but whatever. If it depends how things evolve. So anyway, I like to think that the mob dream is a lot of good things coming my way, and that means our way.
Yes.
So wouldn't it be delightful if we had a talk show?
Yeah.
On TV, like but if I ever have a talk show, which I don't really aspire. The only reason I'd want to have a talk show really would be to have my old friend Dionysus, who used to listen to the show, and Dionysus, who's got this, you know, wild curly hair and looks like somebody from the '60s, and is quite a bizarre character, and just to have him for contrast, because he looks so non sequitur, just to have him as my Ed McMahon, you know. I mean, just to sit there and have some conversation about God knows what, and then look to him for a comment, you know. It's like, why is he commenting on it? It's just perfect contrast. And I used to talk to him about that. And he'd start imitating Ed McMahon, you know. It's pretty good.
That takes a certain talent, yes.
Well, yeah, he was in the Signal Corps for about 6 weeks, I think, and they mustered him out of the Signal Corps.
Jesus.
And he was finally able to get, I think, disability connected to his service or something. He finally went on disability, but his son was also in the Signal Corps. His son went to the Air Force, and his son was like, he was like moved to Montauk, and he was really, the kid was like, he'd been part of some program, and he came to one of our meetings. It was just like, God, the kid was like, he was fried.
Jesus.
It was really, the whole experience was strange. I don't think I'd want to have him on the show.
That's sad, but I can understand why.
Well, I mean, you know, we went out and saw him once, and I think I took him out to meet his son, and they had a hard time talking out at Montauk. We were going out there for some other reason, and I took him out to his son's house, and you know, the fact that the son moved to Montauk was just weird. That was weird in itself.
Yes.
And I think once in time he drove 2.5 hours to one of our Montauk nights and just kind of sat there and listened and then left. It's you know, so all of this Montauk underbelly stuff does exist. just like the super soldiers exist.
Yeah.
But it's not something people should indulge in if they can avoid it.
Thank you.
If it becomes institutionalized. So, wow. Let me just see if there's anything else with the book. So with the book, I want to reread the entire stuff I wrote before I send it to you.
Okay.
And because I need to edit it, although it's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm working on the Archetype chapter.
Mm-hmm.
And this might evolve into more stuff. I don't know. As eager as I am to get it done, it's got to be done right.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and right now, it's a weird book.
In a positive sense, I take it.
Well, yeah, but it's like, first off, I could not do the Presidio book. It was too ghoulish.
Right.
Because that book just doesn't really, it's like focusing on super soldiers. It doesn't give you any solution.
Right. Thank you.
This book is much more solution oriented.
Yes.
Introducing you,
yes,
your mom's role with Hitler.
Yes.
The swastika, the Wewelsburg working.
Yes.
And then the Jewish apocalypse, go right into the Jewish apocalypse, which requires an explanation of H.P. Lovecraft and the Houdini connection.
Yes.
And then we have the Lindbergh connection,
yes,
which takes us into, the Free Corps, the Zionist, the Jewish connection. And we don't really harp on that. We mention it because it's a can of worms.
Yeah.
But we open the can of worms and say, here, you can go look at the worms yourself. You can sit there and argue about what happened in Germany.
Yes.
And then Lovecraft's estate. Then I have this is interesting. I have a chapter called Splendor, which represents Taparet in the Kabbalah, which is there to kind of neutralize the negativity.
Good idea.
Yeah. And then, because that's just before the chapter on Cthulhu, which talks about Cthulhu, the Big Dipper, the swastika, all that.
Excellent. Excellent.
Got a nice picture of that star map. Oh, and then the exposure of the Hancockery.
Yes. Excellent.
The Hancockery, Robert Temple. I got quite a bit on that, actually.
Good.
More than I'd like, but nevertheless, I mean, because these guys are at large, particularly Hancock, not Temple. Temple's revered. The Chichoa,
Mm-hmm.
and then the history of the Chocho.
Mm-hmm.
And that takes us to the I got a lot of extra pages in here. The Nano Blood,
Mm-hmm.
and the Night of the Broken Circle and the Artelect.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, all this stuff has become old hat to me. It's not fresh and it's new, but I mean, it's going to be fresh and new to the reader,
That's right.
and it'll put everything in alignment. I got a lot of homework to do on what's been done because I got to go back and maybe I'll need to readjust some things. I don't know, but right now it's good to get the Artelect chapter done, and then probably attack the May Brussel factor, which is really only important for the quantum resonance. That's the only reason it needs to be mentioned, and not just May Brussel, but the Frank Borman, the Eastern Airlines.
Thank you. Very important.
And I can't tell you, there are some things that I really have an antipathy towards,
Mm-hmm.
and people around me will hear me vent on them.
Mm-hmm.
It's more like, and I tend not to do it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
One of them was John Tesh, the guy who used to be on Entertainment Tonight. And it was not because of what he did on Entertainment Tonight. He did this concert at Red Rock, where he plays every instrument in the orchestra. And it's like he's like it's like his greatest moment is, you know, he's a musician. He's not a and he plays every instrument, and even he's doing the xylophone, you know. And it's like, why does he have to do this? In other words, the guy's a competent musician. He's got the biggest stage, most beautiful stage in the world, Red Rock, and they're just like oohing and awing over him playing all these instruments. I mean, I can't do that, but if I could, I wouldn't do it like that. You know, it's like, you know, it's like, why is he doing this? I guess what you'd say, it's in very bad taste, to the point where I said, how can somebody do this and think how can they do that? You know?
To themselves, even worse to us, the viewer. Yes, it's so self-indulgent, really, and for people,
they don't understand. It's like, what does it make him look like? I mean, the guy, you know, is a musical
prodigy,
efficient, if not a genius. I don't know if he's a prodigy. I didn't like his music, but that's beside the point. You know, it's like he's competent. I'm not criticizing his music. I just don't care for it. It's just the bad taste. Yes. So
tacky.
You know,
it's tacky.
Call up my friend who was a professor of music for counseling after I'd see John Tesh, or just see him doing it. Certain things like that. Now that's really petty and silly. But certainly there are issues like that and you know, Graham Hancock is not one of them. I just don't care about him. But yeah, there are certain issues that can come up that annoy one, and so be it. Yes. So be it. I was going to make a point about something that I think that irritated me that had to do with the subject matter, or one of these characters that you know, are Edomites by nature. But they're so ubiquitous.
Yes.
They're so all over the place.
Yeah.
That it's like just flow with them.
Yes.
And don't try and you know. I was making a point though that yeah, there are some things that irritate one. And it's like directing a laser beam at an irritation.
Right.
And it's usually because there's really something fundamentally wrong with what it is about the person or target of dissatisfaction. And so be it. It was I'm very happy to be working on this book again and working on the newsletter, and it's not interfering, you know, because I'm doing them simultaneously. Yeah. Be very interested to see how it pans out. Today is Wednesday.
Yes. That's right.
Now, we had the big weekend. This next Sunday, we're playing football again in the morning. And then we're going to have his birthday party. It's his birthday. We had the surprise party. Now he's having a party at his new house. He bought a new house.
Oh, wow.
We're going over to his house, to Dre's house, who was on the show once. We're going to go over to his house and have a party for him. But I've got, you know, I said I got to leave by 8 so I can get back to do the show.
Okay. Yeah. And do tell him happy birthday for me. Of course.
I will. He'll appreciate that. He was very happy and very surprised to see me all the way in New Jersey. And he said, you know, he invited me to watch football games at his house. And I said, well, you know, I said, when I come home after playing football,
I might turn on the TV, and kind of watch the game and lay down and sleep. He says, look, we'll buy a chair for you. He said, we'll buy something for you so you can come sleep and watch the game over here. It's a bit fun. It was very nice of him. I was telling Paula about it today. She says, he means it. He means it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I plan to be back next Sunday. Maybe we can get Krister from Sweden, if he wants to show up for Sunday, and talk about what he experienced at the Dream Workshop. And then I'm hoping to get Maria DeAndrea back with us following week from tonight. She's, what's the word? Tentatively committed.
Okay. Yeah.
So anyway, I'll retire for the night and say good night to you. And I think I need to when I do get you this manuscript, we should make some time to go over it sooner than later. This is the Labor Day weekend,
right?
Is it not?
That's correct. It is. It is. Monday's going to be a day off, so our Sunday episode will be special in the sense that probably we'll have a much higher audience because, people won't be working the next day, higher than usual.
Yeah, I'm so glad I don't have to go anywhere for Labor Day. I mean, because I had, just had 3 weeks. I don't need a vacation.
Yeah.
I don't need to go anywhere. I won't feel guilty for not going anywhere.
Yes. Also,
and you don't want to
go
anywhere during Labor Day in New York because it's like, if I want to take a vacation, I'll stay home Labor Day and go some other week. Because enough is enough.
Yes.
So, let me see here.
And that reminds me, let me check the calendar as well. Monday, September 4th is Labor Day. So fortunately, things should still be running where I can. I want to thank everybody who's contributing, thanks to the encouragement of Peter Moon, Stephen Myers, and all the rest.
Did we get the contribution you need?
We have gotten it. We've gotten at least one contribution of 75 United States dollars from Stephen Myers, but I certainly want to give credit to the wonderful individuals before him who then added up to the point where I could pay rent and also, of course, buy my prescription of Sudafed, which is the med that is effectively contraband, and you can make methamphetamine and speed out of it, which, believe it or not, is not what I'm doing. But I'm actually...
What is Sudafed? I've heard of it. What is it?
Sudafed is this German antihistamine kind of. It's really meant to... It contracts the sinuses or the blood vessels. Contracts the blood vessels, especially in your sinusoidal capillaries and the like. It's just all meant to make certain your nose doesn't run and that you can breathe. It's especially effective for people in allergies. But what happens is you get enough of it and you can basically begin to manufacture speed or methamphetamine. So they manufacture.
What do you use it for?
Oh, no, believe it or not, I'm just using it for its prescription purposes because...
But I mean, to keep your nose from running?
Yes. Yeah, because what I have is like I said, the horror of my life is, again, I am truly a vampire. This isn't like VPD or vampiroid personality disorder. So I truly physically am not meant to really eat food, at least not much. So as somebody who should be taking in most of their diet hematophagically, meaning just mostly having a blood diet, what happens whenever I masticate, meaning chew, whenever I chew on solid food, what humans eat, I begin to produce enormous, just there's no way to describe it, voluminous amounts of snot, like a hagfish. If anybody just looks up what a hagfish is, they're like these sea worms that they capture and study for science that can instantly just exude volumes of snot so that when sharks try to eat them, the shark just spits them out because it's so gross. And so hagfish are just these gross creatures, and believe me, I'm somewhat similar to that in terms of the mucus I produce. It's no joke. I mean, I literally will go through an entire Kleenex box in a minute if this is not countered by various meds, and one of those meds is Sudafed. So it's Sudafed along with a combination of the mometasone, which is generic for the Nasonex, and then combined with the other nasal spray, Flonase, combined with Flonase. And, it takes 2 different inhalants combined with the Sudafed and an antihistamine, and this is what prevents me. And I don't have allergies. I mean, I've been tested for them.
Did your mother have this problem?
No, she didn't. It genetically manifested in me like a recessive gene. But then again, she ate much less food than I did and drank a lot more blood. So we're talking about maybe it didn't manifest in her simply because she just wasn't engaging in activities that would provoke it. I, on the other hand, was eating a lot more food and shouldn't have been doing so. But then again, my mother was actively hunting and I was not. So that's the difference between the two of us. And for anybody out there who doubts that and thinks that this is, he's making up some kind of stupid story. As I said before, my mother was very actively a follower of criminology, in not in any professional sense. People would think that she was a hobbyist in terms of like true detective stories or something. They just felt she was some kind of true crime hobbyist. The reality was she was keeping track of criminals so that she could hunt them down, track them down, and feed. Because, for one thing, people don't investigate criminals. Most of the time, unless somebody is actively pressing charges, the law leaves them alone. Criminals are often on the run. They're often hiding. So when criminals disappear and nobody's going to advocate for them, who's going to advocate for, that swindler who stole $25,000 and then disappeared, I think he might have been killed. Well, unless somebody's reporting that to the police, which very seldom happens, the police are not going to investigate because they're just busy trying to maintain, do as little as possible, as any worker in any job is trying to do, really, just trying to get through the day. So that was my mother's interest in criminals. They made the perfect victims. So she would track down and kill and drain criminals dry. This was something that she did for at least, since I was born. So we're talking about a good 30 years before the brain injury. So there we have that. And so in terms of myself, however, I grew up with what was perceived to be allergies combined with gastric rhinitis, which means whenever you chew, then your nose produces snot. It's so rare that no doctor ever diagnosed me. When I use that term gastric rhinitis, that's something I had to pick up on my own researches. There's no doctor that ever diagnosed me with that because no doctor ever bothered to investigate what was going on with me. But when it came to the allergies, of course, they were investigated and pursued as some kind of, you might have allergies. But, it was very primitive testing in those days. All they had was this stupid skin test where they literally poked about 1/4, like 20 to 25 holes in my back, placed different elements on them, like dust, mold, feathers, etc., to see what my skin would react to, and came to a conclusion that I was allergic to dust, mold, and feathers. This was done when I was a child, but when they finally took at Kaiser a test on the genetic level recently, they found out I wasn't allergic to anything. So the doctor, the female doctor who's Russian, ethnically Russian, the one who stuck a bunch of tubes up my nose and tormented me before asking me very pointedly, "Are you German?" And at any rate, she produced the results of my blood test, in which they had analyzed the genetic structure of my blood to see how it would react to various elements, and said, "Well, you're not allergic to anything." So their conclusion was that basically I have to continue the meds that prevent my sinuses from flaring up. but they really don't have an explanation. But I do, of course. My sinuses flare up whenever I'm eating food because it's just a reaction to the food. I really shouldn't be eating. I should be drinking a lot more blood, which I've been doing lately, and it's helped immensely, of course. And so it's, and I'll be doing that again this weekend, not just because of Labor Day, but because it's a big Armenian holiday. And my son, of course, is overwhelmingly, in terms of his genetics, Armenian. So just so people know what day it is, let me look up on my calendar again, and it is, let me see, Labor Day is the 4th, and the 1st is Armenian Knowledge and Literature Day. So that will be very important for the Blood Boys, because I'll have to teach them something about knowledge and literature. So other than that, it'll be a 4-day weekend for me, from Friday, September 1st, through to Labor Day on the 4th, but obviously I will be back for the transmission along with Peter. So Peter and I will make it a point to be here despite all the celebrations that we are committed to. And you know, in our own way, we're happy to be here, of course. And so hopefully that wasn't all too overwhelming, Peter. That puts that in context.
No, I was curious about the doctor's opinions and whatnot, and of course breathing of any kind will help.
Yes, thank you.
And,
I mean, people just don't understand. I was malnourished the majority of my life and underweight. I mean, literally growing up. I mean, of course, it wasn't that much of it was awful, but it wasn't necessarily, I mean, I seriously considered suicide a number of times. People have no idea what it's like when you're just trying to eat and you can't. You literally can't eat because you're choking on your own mucus. There's no describing it. And people, you know, for this individual, say for instance, who said what they said, look, it's not that I'm coming down on them. I understand what they're trying to say is with the best of intention. You know, you make a choice to evolve. It's like, what if I told them, you can become a breatharian. Just breathe. Stop eating all that food. Yes, just inhale. No, you can't. It's my sister, when she made the choice she did, yeah, you can, and, you know, decide not to do what keeps you alive, but she paid the price for it. For as far as I know, quite seriously, she may truly be dead. I truly haven't followed up on her literally in several years. But I do want people to understand that my sister is, of course, someone who made the choice she did, and regardless of whether she's alive or not, her lifespan will be shortened considerably simply because of the choice she made. And people might consider that a more enlightened choice. I do not. It's simply a choice she made that I think is for the most lunatic of reasons. That this insane obsession that she suddenly picked up at some point with normalcy. I mean, what is that? There is no normalcy. There's no baseline in our world, not really, in terms of cultural, especially in America. I mean,
it's called trying to fit in.
Thank you. But she found she did that with her Jehovah's Witnesses, and that's her life, is this Jehovah's Witness cult. And believe me, I can't stand them, and I despise them because, you know, they go around disturbing people and ringing doorbells and bothering people. It's basically a form of domestic terrorism, as far as I'm concerned. But in terms of the entire physiology of it all, one can't deny what they are. Say, for instance, one has a pet cat, and cats are true carnivores. And there are people out there who are so militantly vegetarian or vegan, and then they try to convert their cat to a vegetarian diet. Don't think this hasn't happened. There are people that's a form of animal abuse, and there's people out there who have tried this, and they wind up starving their cats to death or killing them. It's something that there's some things where no, you don't have a choice. It's just you either be what you are, or we all have a choice. You can choose not to be what you are, and then you die, and you might die slower in some cases, or faster in others. Is that a form of evolution? I don't think so. You might say that the cat, for instance, what benefit did that cat dying in what's essentially torture? What benefit did that have to its species? There's nothing there that's beneficial. But in my case, no, I say yes to what I am, and I believe that's a form of evolution. If there's any evolution that I'm helping with, it's of the vampire species, in the sense that I can at least advocate for those who cannot advocate for themselves. Because many of them really don't have the capacity to articulate the way I do. They're literally like a autistic child all their lives. They don't need to mature emotionally or intellectually because they're too physically fit to care. It's like you're talking about people who can stand a form of homelessness and yet never really be weathered by it the way a baseline human would. So
this prompts a couple of questions. One is, what is the relative population of this subspecies, even in the United States, to the best of your knowledge?
As far as I understand, it would be, obviously, of course, an extreme minority. So, judging by the few that I met, which, of course, I'm not going to talk about on air, obviously, but the few that I met, which I could talk to Peter Moon about that privately.
That was the next question. Have you met? Do you know any of them?
Oh, yes. But, of course, what that's... yeah, we'll go over that privately. But the point is, we're talking about maybe out of a population of millions of people, close to 300 million in the United States altogether, 250 million if we don't count all the illegals and all the temporaries, etc. You're talking about maybe something like 200,000, 300,000. If that,
quite a few. That's quite a few.
You might think, but in terms of but if you ask why here in America so many, understand that America truly has been a haven for vampires as a subspecies because they were so wiped out in Europe and Eurasia. So many of them fled to the U.S. Honestly, in Europe and Asia, Europe and Eurasia, they're essentially wiped out. There's other factors involved aside from state persecution. But the Soviets, when they came into power and then occupied the eastern satellite states, they wiped out so many. Many of the vampires who came over here came with the German exodus. They came with the Germans because many of them had sided with the Germans against communism for obvious reasons, because of, or maybe not obvious to the average person, but for those who don't know it, Adolf Hitler was trying to create a vampire homeland in Europe, one in which the vampires could be recognized as a legitimate culture, and this was to be the Banatska region of which straddles Hungary and the Vojvodina region. It would comprise the entire Vojvodina region of Serbia. So when you think of that, also think of the Banat region of Romania combined with that. And some of those areas of Hungary, Romania, and northern Serbia combined in a land unit, Transbalkania, or Vjavland, Bloodland, as it was to be called, for the vampires. That was something that was literally placed on the map. It was under German military occupation, the northern Serbian region, for just that reason. It was never turned over to one of the occupying Axis allies. And if people ever take a look at a map of the Balkans during World War II, and you take a look at all of these Axis allies of Germany, from Romania to Albania to Bulgaria to Hungary, Magyarország in the Hungarian language, all of these allies, including Croatia, expanded and had occupation areas that you will see on a World War II map of the Balkans. This was occupied by Italy, this occupied by Croatia, this occupied by everything except this one Vojvodina region of northern Serbia above Beograd, that was to be combined with some of the areas around it. All that is German occupied. And it doesn't make any sense. Like, they're not occupying these other nations. These other nations are occupying conquered areas or annexed areas. But the Germans are keeping this one region under military occupation exclusively. And that was because that was to be Vamfland, the Transbalkania of the vampire subspecies.
What was the motivation for preserving the vampires?
Yes, yes. And
what was the motivation?
What was the motivation? Oh, the motivation was the fact that, well, for one thing, by the fascist ideal, they were considered certainly a sort of a master race, a species of predator that was, let's put it this way, when, as you pointed out before, when I was bringing up the subject and you said, and yet people kill them. And I said, yes, people also hunt and kill sharks as well. And they also hunt and kill other predators. But in the end, what you're doing, especially the sharks being the ideal analog or parallel here, all you're doing when you're doing that is you're destroying the ecosystem. When you're dealing with an apex predator that's at the top of the ecosystem. And this brings us to the trophic level. Trophic level meaning what's the sustenance that a entity eats. And so the trophic level was never even studied by scientists until like literally a few years ago, when scientists in France, contracted by the World Health Organization of the United Nations, were finally put to the task of studying the human trophic level and placing humanity on the chain, on the food chain. And that's when they discovered scientifically that human beings are on the level of anchovies and pigs. Just based on, if you were a plant, you'd be a primary energy producer, just providing fiber and some base nutrients for lower life forms. And then there's other life forms that eat those. And an apex predator is at the top of the food chain and has no other predators. It is essentially the apex of the ecosystem itself. So when the apex predators begin to be harmed, the entire ecosystem is harmed. So when it comes to these apex predators, we acknowledge them. Lions, sharks, people can hunt them, but they're really destroying the ecosystem when they do so. And it doesn't really elevate the human being to a higher level of speciation. It simply morally renders them a lot lower. But this is the case with vampires. Vampires are the apex predator of the human food chain, this kind of human branching off from the rest of the natural system. In other words, nature has seen to the survival of the vampire subspecies because humanity has essentially so severed itself from the rest of the natural system that it needs controls. And without controls on its population, humanity truly would go out of control, off the chain, off the food chain. But right now, as being part of the food chain, human beings, because of eating majority plants and some balance with meat, about approximately 50-50, but more leaning towards the plants, humans are on the level of an omnivorous scavenger, basically on the level of a pig or an anchovy in the sea, and therefore are a lower species than vampires. That's evolutionarily speaking. Just to bring us back to that subject that was raised by your friend. So there's every reason in the fascist ideology to consider vampires to be something to admire and worthy of their own range. So Adolf Hitler wanted to give them a range, but he had another motivation. He wanted vampire blood. Though while the Soviets were experimenting with transfusing vampire blood to create the first female vampires, because they never encountered any female vampires in nature, they tried to transfuse females with vampire blood to vampirize them so that they could try to use them in espionage, heighten their strength, their speed, even their seductive powers. Adolf Hitler went through, quite historically, this is all true, this is all written and verified by conventional historians who have published it in books. His doctor, Theo Morel, was really Italian, his real full name was Theodore Morelli, gave Hitler the Bulgarian treatment. And the Bulgarian treatment was supermassive blood transfusions of vampire blood until the point where he registered Hitler as changing. This was towards 1945, before Hitler's escape, when Dr. Theo Morell registered the fact that Hitler's urine had turned beer brown, meaning that, like a vampire, his urine was becoming so sugary because he was changing, his physiology was changing, and therefore his life would be extended. Maybe not as long as a vampire's, but certainly extended beyond an average human lifespan. For this reason, Hitler may still be alive because of his...
He was giving him blood or vampire blood?
Vampire blood. He was giving him vampire blood. Transfusions. You couldn't drink it, of course. Humans can't drink blood. It's too many... The human being lacks the enzymes to process or digest blood. So if human beings even drink a little blood, it's nauseating. But if they kept forcing themselves to drink blood due to at gunpoint or in an experiment that would be an inhuman experiment, or some kind of obsession they had with trying to become a vampire, the salt, various other elements in the blood would just short circuit their own system. It would kill them. Literally sicken them to the point of death. So most people would stop drinking it long before then because you'd simply be too sick to go on. But, of course, no one's tried transfusing vampire blood into a human being until the era of the Soviet Union and Dr. Theo Morell attempting it with Adolf Hitler and succeeding. So by the time that he felt Hitler had truly transformed, entered the vampire state, was the time that Hitler celebrated his birthday and escaped from Berlin. That was, and of course, Hitler was the consummate actor, certainly would appear before the public as if his arm were shaking, as if he had beginning Parkinsonian symptoms. Yet none of this was visible to any of the people inside the bunker, who said that he was staying up all night, and people would say, well, that's because he's on methamphetamines, he's on the speed, he's on cocaine, he's all on all those fascist drugs that keep you up all night. But all of that's in direct contradiction to what they claimed to see whenever he was outside with the tremulous arm and looking like he was old and frail. The reality is you have these two antithetical, polar, opposite projections of Hitler. One is real, one is not. The reality was in the bunker, and then escaped from the bunker. So that's something that, of course, is, again, people can look up Dr. Theo Morell and look up his Bulgarian treatment. Of course, the Allies would just say, oh, it's all quackery, it's insanity. Hitler had all these supermassive blood transfusions because he's crazy. But that's not the reality. In the documents, of course, the Department of Defense maintained, yes, they acknowledged Hitler was entering vampire state. Meaning he was physiologically changing, and that this is why they were out to hunt him down. They knew he was now something more than human. But of course they failed in that. For all the reasons we articulated at the most basic level in the Roswell deception. Again, people, buy the book to find out. And any other questions, Peter?
Well, it opens up a whole new can of issues.
Yes.
And thank you for answering my question. It gets, the world gets more complicated.
Yes.
It is complicated. So, thank goodness I don't have to deal with it right now. Enough complications is enough complications, and when this, these little. I think the most controversial thing you said from my own reference frame is the fact that he was faking the shakes.
Okay.
But I would also agree that he's a consummate actor because that's what he did in his speeches.
Yes.
His speeches were over-the-top performance acting.
Yes.
How much of it was sincere or heartfelt, that is really beside the point.
Yes.
It's he was he was delivering a message, which he did quite effectively.
Yes.
He's been said to be the best public speaker in history as far as his effectiveness. That's without regard to the quality of his content. So be it. But anyway, more stones to uncover. Anyway, I'll say good night to everybody. Thank you for donating to Douglas, and do continue.
Thank you, and I will be crediting some of those who contributed very soon. I do want Peter to know before he goes. Hopefully, you and I will have a chance before the 4-day weekend to talk. Maybe we could talk on Thursday, just catch up a little bit more on some of these other private issues, for if nothing else, just to keep each other up to date. And love you dearly. Thank you so much for being with us.
All right. Good night. Okay. Good night, everybody.
Good night. SkyBooksUSA.com. With Peter Moon, and blessings. And with that, we turn towards Eristes. I'm going to try and bring some other people on.
I'm still here.
Yes, excellent. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I was just intently listening to all that.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, and appreciate it.
I wanted to ask Peter something, but before he went, but I can ask you. So the book he's working on, this is because there's the Roswell deception, and as you said, the book's kind of unfinished. You just kind of got out the door what was there, but there really needs to be more. This is not the continuation. This is a separate thing.
I'd call it both. In one ways, it's kind of like it has to be connected in a certain sense. Peter would say more nay than yay. He'd say more no than yes, because if anything, it's kind of like the subject matter is different enough where a lot of people wouldn't see the connection in the immediate sense. But yeah, I would say, however, it's... Yeah.
So he might in the future do a revised and expanded and updated version of the Roswell deception. That could be a possibility.
Well, I would hope so. I wouldn't... let's just put it this way. Certainly, if Peter doesn't, then I will at some point in the near future. Simply because it was something that Peter wanted to put out. I actually gave the go-ahead on that simply because of a private advisement from a young lady who just thought psychically it was the time to do it. And I just, at that point, kind of was ready to give in and just kind of let it go as it was, because I really wanted to extensively expand. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the project is undone. But right. When you mentioned...
That's okay, though. I mean, sometimes you got to just take your best shot and get it out the door. And if you had waited to get it perfect, who knows?
I understand. And so what I also want to say is that when you think of an incomplete book, the book that's really incomplete is the Vampirology book. So you can look that up on Amazon. Just look up Vampirology, Douglas Dietrich, and Vampirology is spelled Vamphyr. So think of Vamphyr, Vamphyr, and then ology. Vampirology, and understand that book we had to get out immediately. That truly is missing half its content, and that was because we had this idiot named David John West, who had been hired to try and work on it like years and years ago, and then he was fired by Laurie and Ann Fenton because he kept trying to write a story like a romance. He wanted to and it was, if you ever look through the book, it's a collection of medical, basically medical notes. There's nothing you could do with it to turn it into what this individual was trying to turn it into, which is some kind of theatrical narrative. And it was offensive that he even try. It was an insult to the subject. And so in the end, when he started claiming, the book was never published, because there actually was a publication of it, And people can find it on Amazon because an ISBN number was issued. If people don't know what an ISBN number is, ISBN number, it's like a social security number. You don't get one unless you're born. It's like they don't give social security numbers to abortions. So there was a publication, but every copy never made it to the bookstores. It was all quote unquote destroyed. This was Lori Ann Fenton overseeing all that. She said, "Oh, here's photographs of the books. They've been published and everything, and they're going to go to the bookstores now." And then after that, "Oh, they all disappeared. Oh, somehow the trucks never made it to the bookstores. Oh, no doubt they all went into landfills and incinerators and the like." But, when I told people, if you can find a copy, you let me know. Then David John West comes out of the woodwork and says, "Oh, yeah, he's making a conspiracy out of it. Oh, it doesn't exist," and all this other shit. And we knew exactly why he was doing that. He was going to basically publish it himself because he would claim he was the co-author. Because at one point he was working with Lori Ann Fenton, and I had actually credited him. And if you actually look at the original book on Amazon, he's listed as a co-author. So in other words, he could then publish the content and say, "See, I was the co-author," and therefore plagiarize all the content. Now, normally I hate to do this because history is something this is why I think Graham Hancock is such a piece of shit. Graham Hancock sued people in the past for plagiarism. But you can't do that, Graham Hancock, if you are saying that what you're writing is history. You can't plagiarize history. If what Graham Hancock is saying is supposed to be historical truth, then anybody can take what he says and run with it, because it's like if he wrote a book about Pearl Harbor and then somebody wrote a book about Pearl Harbor as well and he says, "Oh, I'm suing you because I wrote a book about Pearl Harbor," and you can't do that. No, you can't copyright history. But he sued, and that meant that everything he's writing is fiction by his own claim. That means by his own admission, everything he writes is fiction. So I hate doing this shit, but we didn't pull anything like that. We preempted it by just publishing what we could first as quickly as possible, and that was to prevent David John West from plagiarizing a bunch of medical notes and then turning it into something ridiculous that would have had no intention other than to discredit the subject. So hopefully
right. Okay. Yeah, that clarifies it. And that's, like I said, it's sometimes you got to get it out the door before it gets sabotaged or whatever. Yeah,
absolutely. So I'm pressing the add button. We'll see who responds. We are not calling Brooke Gibson tonight because she is celebrating someone's birthday. It is not her own. So she can speak about that next time she's on. Hopefully she will be on in the future. Hopefully everything's going well with her. And other than that, I have not been in contact with her because I've been involved with my own holiday celebrations, which will continue this weekend.
No big stalker updates?
There are! You had to fucking ask. I don't know what I should share. I don't know. It's one of those things where she discarded all professional advice, which was to be a blank wall to, we'll call him the solo stalker or the lone wolf stalker, and approached him, if you will. Basically tracked him down, so to speak, or tracked in his home, and basically found out everything she could about him, wound up confronting him telephonically, and she feels that was productive and may have put him off from stalking. I hope she's... So
Brooke stalked the stalker. That would be a Brooke thing.
That's correct. You've got it down.
And probably scared the fuck out of him.
I could not say it better.
You gotta give her that.
She threatened him physically with lethal force. She threatened him with basically that she would kill him. Yes, everything you say, yeah. And you knew it. You knew it before I even said it. You knew it. Yeah, and that's a term. We could use that term legitimately. Counterstalked. She counterstalked this individual, and it's it's not advised. Okay. I hope that she feels it worked. I hope that's the case. that it has, and hopefully this individual, vanishes into the nether, into the aether. Of course, my advice to everyone out there: do not do that. Okay, it's just it may work for her, but if it does, it's going to be the exception to the rule. It's something that all security experts would advise against. By the way, just so people know, people get really fucking weird about security. Now, I just dialed everybody and nobody fucking answered. So we dialed 14, 15 fucking people and nobody answered. And I have to take a piss. So what I'm going to do is ask our dear friend Eristes. You sound like you're in good shape. Can you hold the stage?
Pretty good shape.
Okay.
In good shape. I don't have anything prepared to talk about. I've been meaning to do that, and I don't have that. Let me
Oh shit.
hang on a second, and maybe
What I could do is kind of hand you something, and and this might help. So give me a second here. Let's see what I can dig up. I mean, I can I've got bladder control. I'm not that old yet, so I can hang around for several minutes and locate some stuff that would be kind of what our man was going into. And here we are. Let's see what we can find.
As okay.
And that might give you something to just read to the people. Okay, let's see what we got here. And see if I can get this out right. And I remember that idiot, David John West, who's written his own stuff. He wrote a short story that was based on my advisements, and it was one of his most popular short stories. It was anthologized in the book Space Eldritch. Yet he began to show his true colors when he refused to use a term that was something that I advised him to use, apostasil, which means apostate apostle. It is a term that is actually used by the Edomites within the Edomite cults. And he was refusing to use that term. That was when he began to show his true colors, when you're refusing to use certain terms that are essential for kind of he felt that was beyond people's grasp, that it would be too much for them to handle at once. And but otherwise, the short story is recommended. I can't remember the title of it, but it is in Space Eldritch, and it's the one that's written, which is an anthology of several different authors' stories. So the one that's written by David J. West is the one that was essentially co-authored by myself. So, and he credits me in the book. If anybody gets that a copy of that book, that'd be nice. I don't have a copy myself. He never sent me a copy, which again began to show his colors, at that point, what this fucker was about. Interestingly enough, the Bulgarian bozos who interviewed me and then started attacking me, that Milko goes by the name of Milko Apostasil, meaning the apostate apostle. So he had an Edomite surname, which I only found later. He had changed his surname to an Edomite term, which I only found out later after the interview. He was saying he was maintaining anonymity.
What is the Edomite surname?
He used it as a surname, but it's a term. It's a title. Apostasil, like apostate apostle. It would be a portmanteau, meaning a combination of two words, apostate and apostle, apostasil.
I know there's a Greek name. Some guys are named Apostoles.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. Okay, and what is the meaning of that name in Greek?
I assume it's has to do with apostle. It's
okay.
That's what I assume.
Okay, interesting. At any rate, don't worry about my finding something for you, because I think Eristes can do better than just reading something I wrote. I think that Eristes is can look around, find topics to speak on. As a matter of fact, I mean, you must have a passion. You have a passion for engineering, right?
Yeah.
You can speak on something.
I don't have anything of that. I look around. I don't know. I look around on various research channels online, and
I mean, how about
engineering? But maybe some of this stuff. Some people writing about UFO encounters that are possibly
Mm.
You know, the rake and stuff. I have some of that here.
Or you could also talk about like, oh, hey, Noticer's in the chat. Oh my God, I didn't even notice you, Noticer. So thank you, honey. So glad you're there. Let me give her a big lip kiss here on the and you know, definitely glad she's with us. And before I take off to relieve myself, I want to.
How long do you need?
Oh, come on, give me some credit. It shouldn't be too long for that, but you know, I combine it with my other vices. Okay. I'll probably be gone about 15 minutes at the longest. I'll try to come back shorter, but God knows, it's one of these things where if I it should not be beyond 10-15 minutes. By the way, our man Realtek is calling, so he can give you something to bounce off of. Let's
okay. I was about to say, I pulled out your books. I was like, oh, I could read the introduction in Vampirology.
Yeah, and Realtek is here along with Amy Como. So, Amy, honey, thank you.
All right, we'll save that. We'll save that.
I didn't think you could see me.
I see you. I see you.
Where's Brooke? Okay.
Yeah. And so say hello as well, our dear friend Realtek.
Hello, how are you?
Excellent, excellent. You can tell how excited he is with life. It's he's so enthusiastic, and just every breath he takes is so passionate, just so full of that joie de vivre, you know. So I'm going to be back in about 15 minutes. The three of you have got this. And Noticer TM, love you dearly, honey. Thank you for joining us tonight, Angel. And we got Nemo in the chat as well. Mark H is out there, 180 now. Is also in there. Let's see what he's saying. Just going to go through just a little bit of the chat before I leave in a second because I am curious. Troy Bellamy, shout out to him. He says, can't contribute on Skype tonight, but I'm listening on YouTube. Made it through the storm. Only got rain and wind. School back in tomorrow. Thank you, sir. Peggy Wood is out there. Hey, honey. Love you dearly, Peggy Wood. And 180 now says, when were vamps inserted into the human race? Created by whom? What? Okay, well, that's... Buy the fucking book, dude. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, look, love you all out there who have honest questions, but, after a while it becomes self-evident that, you could help by buying the book. But, hey, I'll get back to that when I get back. Lift 3...
What were we just saying now?
Oh, he was just saying who created the vampires, when were they inserted into the human race. Anyhow, Lift 3 I'm Living says, greetings from the sacred city of Wichita, Kansas.
Yeah, very stupid.
I didn't say that. Realtek did. But that's fine. I'm not going to argue with it. Not going to challenge it. Gracie Aguilar says, greetings from Southern California, where the sun ever shines. I think a lot of people would argue with that. Okeanis Procolarum says, night train, all aboard, just tuning in. Okay, wonderful. So we got a lot of people. High numbers. The three of you have got this. And okay, so Noticer says dozing off, but I'm here. Okay, great. And she was saying ignore the G. Okay, interesting. So okay, everybody, going mute. You've all got this.
Got it.
Okay, great.
Yep.
All
right. So who am I speaking with?
Eristes here. Hello? You know me.
It's the first time speaking with you. What's your name?
Eristes is my name.
Okay.
And I started.
How long have you been listening to? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I've been listening since last fall. It's going to be going on a year now, but I started coming on here when Peter went on his trip to Romania and they needed some help filling in. Yep. And now I'm stuck with this bunch, I guess.
How's your experience so far?
Very interesting.
Yes, Douglas will definitely always have a great perspective on many different things.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I kept listening.
Absolutely. Yeah. I same thing. I've listened in since 2010. So.
Oh wow. There's a lot of people that have been on listening many years.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do my usual
Yeah.
spokesmanship for Douglas. So, folks, now
Okay.
exactly what this gentleman has just said, that Douglas Dietrich has very thought-provoking ideas, and you're only going to learn about vampires, World War II, and how the Allies lost the Second World War, and of course the First World War too, in many ways. um, and what I'm saying, of course, is support Douglas Dietrich, because we are now on August 30th, and the first, or oh, sorry, August 31st, and the first is right around. The first is basically almost here. So please support Douglas Dietrich, because he hasn't paid his rent. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah, I was gonna say it would really only take like, $5 from 10 people to get to what he needs. But it would be even more fun if every single one of us just donated $1. And then he could, he could get through, as you say, like until the 2nd.
Yeah. You know what I thought? This is the first time I'm speaking of this. Tell me if this is completely stupid, but people do those like crowdfunding things online, or there's several types. Like, what if somebody set something like that up? And like, of course, the idea is you get people that, really people that weren't familiar would see it, and maybe some people would just be so fascinated and just be like, fuck it, I'll throw a few bucks, and then maybe they would follow on and start listening and start following. What do you?
I agree. What's like Patreon or something like that, or
Yeah,
dare I say,
go fund me or whatever. Or I mean, although they can get canceled too. Everything get canceled.
Yes,
but
that is the issue. The enemy does attack him, just like last week happened. He had a DDoS attack.
Yeah,
while he's on
but
stream,
I mean, it's an idea. We'll have to bring it up with him. Yeah, go fund me.
Yeah,
or something.
Something can be done with that too.
Where you're trying to reach a wider audience rather than just asking, the regular listeners who've heard it before, like, hey, please don't, asking thousands of random strangers to donate, a little bit of money, but like a small portion of them do that. People just, pass these things around all the time, and okay, I'll send a few bucks.
Yes,
it's an idea.
Yeah, exactly. It's
you do the right write up. You don't make it sound.
Yes.
Very. You want to be interesting, not too crazy to throw people off.
Yeah, I have to think. This has to be thought always as a like a political campaign to get the type of proper returning people to donate. So it's a
thought.
Something you can bring up with him when he comes back.
Yeah.
Never
know.
You gotta take his break. Shine easy with Peter Moon. Like he says. So he needs his break for a while.
Yeah.
So have you looked and watched anything with what's happening with AI?
A lot of people talking about it. As far as what's available to the public and what's going on kind of behind the scenes that you don't really have access to. It could be different things. Everybody, thinks in terms of like, Chat GPT and all this stuff and stuff that's the tools have been made public.
Yeah.
So
that's gonna. Some people said, I'm sorry, I mean interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's all right. So that's certainly going to have an effect on society, but and then of course, whatever is made public, there's something that's just generations ahead of that the powers that be are already using. Must be.
Yeah, like some people said that the pandemic was like a psyop using AI with people.
I hadn't thought about the AI angle on it, but
I mean, I really see it happening. They're like these Russian gangsters, these short clips people put on YouTube. motivational, whatever it is. Like I can see that it's actually just AI. It's somebody who makes these short clips, and I can it's pretty. I'm a photographer. I have many different cameras and video, so I can tell. I can really tell like which one is real, which is not. And
as far as video clips that have been out.
Yeah, the stable diffusion, whatever it is, it can only do a short period of type of videos, so like short films right now.
I've seen some, and some people have posted ones that just for humor value, they asked like the AI like, oh, make a beer commercial, and like, okay, it looks at beer commercials and it starts out kind of normal, and then pretty soon it just gets really weird, and you can tell.
Yeah, well, Hollywood actually, I was like on Doomcock, Overlord DVD. He was put a video out today with this what's the word, informant from Hollywood. There was saying that Hollywood is already doing that, and of course they're using backdrop actors and walk-on part actors as a background and integrating a little bit of AI into it. With smaller doses where you can't even notice it. Now, of course, they did admit, Disney did admit that the intro sequence, the Secret Invasion, Marvel, that was completely AI. So,
well, I mean, when it's used in like a guided way, with some, human supervision, that's one thing, but they, getting to do things more automatically, make a whole 5-minute clip of this, go, like.
Well, yeah, I was watching a video last week about Paul W.S. Anderson. I'm not too fond of his movies. I think they're really boring. But there been entire sequences of making short films AI style with it. Because a lot of his movies are made to be very static, and it was interesting. But what's even more interesting, of course, is that they've got the online studio charging $500 for a course to teach you how to make AI movies. I gotta start doing that. As I'm looking at going to different computers for those type of things. I have been thinking about, of course, making my own like a Jarvis, my own AI assistant.
Well, it seems like a lot. If you want to get at the good stuff right now, of course, like they let out some things for free, but like if you want to get access to the good tools, you gotta have a paid account on some of these sites. But you gotta understand that's gonna happen. It's not.
Like Midjourney and Stable Diffusion. Yeah, they call it tokens. Tokens, but,
right?
A lot of it is just using a graphics card and NVIDIA's H110. I mean, it's sold out, and TSM, Taiwan Semiconductor manufacturer, that can't keep up with making those right now. And the Chinese people in China are stopping it for like 500,000 RMB, which is about $70,000 to $80,000. I would say maybe about $100,000, which is just insane.
For what? What do they pay that much for?
The graphics card.
Oh. For a graphics
AI
card.
graphics card.
An AI graphics card.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, yeah. So, because like I said, a lot of the programming is heavily relied on that.
And
to
Taiwan
render.
Semiconductor was doing that?
Yeah. I mean, everything's made there anyway. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, we've said that. I think you've spoken about them before. You kind of follow what they're doing.
Yeah. I mean, they're expanding the company into different countries. Like, there's a plant in Nevada. But I keep reading about the workers complaining about saying I used to coexisting with Americans, which is very interesting. But the thing about regarding them with the factory they have in Nevada is the fact that it's only about 5 nanometer fabrication they're working on. They're going down to about 2 nanometers. So in Taiwan, so it's not really that advanced.
Has anybody else besides Taiwan been able to get down to like below 5, 2 or 3?
Apple, but
Apple
Apple is still, of course, still using them anyway. So,
right.
But Apple is gonna they will open up their own foundry. I mean, they got away from having Intel or Nvidia or AMD, whoever, for their own chips. So, with the M1 chip, so which about up to the M3, which is coming out. So they'll do that. So it's
but nobody's really has a foundry outside Taiwan that's like below 5 nanometer. Not so much.
No.
Right.
Taiwan has some of the most rare minerals in the world. So yeah, it's very ironic. Used to be the backwater of Asia. It was like the Australian version of Asia, basically. That's what it was considered to be, and it's very ironic. And it's very interesting.
Well, it's all because of big deal because of the chips. They're even starting to see that, like in some of the more mainstream news. They're acknowledging that. Well, something happens to Taiwan. What about those chips?
Yeah, and that's why I keep talking to people with because I had an article that was on Monday that the Chinese military was doing military exercises around Okinawa. Bombers. That was Reuters. The article by Reuters. And of course, this is all a pre-invasion of Taiwan. I mean, in fact, the fake islands in the South Pacific has been all about creating a encirclement for Taiwan. So
yeah, well, I tell you what, if they probably would have gone through it already, but they think that in doing so, they're just going to destroy that, and then what's the point? It's like I'm sure they'd like to get all that capability, but I'm sure a lot of people would also rather see it be destroyed than give it to the Chinese, so the communist Chinese. So
the communist.
So it's like holding them hostage almost, because if they didn't care about this, they'd just roll in there, too afraid to probably endanger, go see them blow up the factories or whatever, and then be like, oh, what'd you do all that for?
Yeah, I mean, Douglas did say that America will just nuke the islands.
Yeah, right. Or America will do it, or Taiwanese would maybe do it themselves rather than
the Japanese. Yeah, the Japanese might.
Yeah.
Well, I think the Japanese have nukes though, but yeah, they definitely are. They really are. TSM really is about 10 years too late. They should have been doing that at least 10 to 20 years ago. 10 minimum. To exporting their manufacturing to different countries like America.
Well, maybe not too quick to do that, because if they export all the capability, then that's less of a deterrent to move in. Of
course. But yeah, Warren Buffett, he invested in the company last year, and then after about a few months he got out of it because it's just too much.
That was something I had kind of bookmarked, him getting out of it. I was curious about that. Like, what do you think about that? Like, why would he do that?
I'm not too fond of that guy. I'm really not. I appreciate him, but he did that because I mean he should have just researched more into it. But in general, he just doesn't understand technology, and I mean he admitted himself about that. Doesn't understand technology, and he probably didn't do his research about the geopolitical
A guy like that's got
ramifications.
advisors. Like he didn't have to really understand anything. He just has to have his trusted people.
Yeah, but I don't know why 91 years old you're still doing it. I mean, just I mean, it's just you know, oh man, at 70, I just really just gave up and just did it part time or something. It's just that's how it is for me. Just enjoy yourself, man.
But by him getting out of it, that have any significant like effect on the market or
Yeah, of course it did. Yeah, the market tanked.
oh, right? Well, maybe that was the intent. Maybe, like just kind of doing it to like, oh, I'm gonna pull out of this. Everybody's like, oh, that's so good, he's pulling out. Everybody pulls it, and then the price drops, and then later on you move back in.
Yeah, I remember.
Buy it up cheap.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah. I remember when he got in, it pumped like 116. I thought it was gonna hit like 120. I was trading options on that, and it's derivatives, and that didn't go so well with that, but it was decent, but profit wise. But yeah, that is definitely a tactic.
Right.
Yeah, definitely a common tactic that. Of course, they want to call them retail traders. I don't like these terms, but it's a tactic that Wall Street will do. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, all these news articles about don't do this, don't buy that, sell this and that, blah blah. And it's all just information warfare to
yeah
mind fuck
definitely.
you to get out of it. So yeah,
definitely a lot of that.
I mean, it depends on where it is, of course. Like AMC was just with a bad. That's a terrible investment. GameStop too, same thing. Was just good to just good to trade like I did with AMC. Like, I mean I traded on occasion for options, but like the main breakout in 2021, yeah, I did that and I got out of it. I didn't stay in like that, but
GameStop and wasn't that where it just went like crazy high and it became like a viral thing and nobody knew why.
Yeah,
and everybody
still is, but people are people still talking about it, but yeah, I mean GameStop's got $1 billion in cash, but that's because they keep closing stores down, and I was just absolutely shocked, but that's just the high real estate, commercial real estate here in New York City. It's just it's just utterly ridiculous. But the place was there for like 30 years, 35, and I've been going to that place when it was software shit. I was like 10 years old, so it closed it down. One day I just went in there, buying games and Pokemon and type of stuff I could get from there, and it's just emptied, got it out. I was absolutely shocked. That was my childhood place, man. I used to hang out there all the time when I was a teenager. And it was
Where's that?
34th Street, Broadway. I mean, that was like every time they had a news article, that was like the spot they always advertised, as the picture of the news article. Are you looking it up?
No.
Okay.
No, not right now, but
yeah, the commercial real estate, yeah, I just paid for my safe deposit box, and when I got it from my grandmother when she died, it was like $80 a year. Now it's $103.
wow.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
So so you're into a lot of market stuff, trading.
Yeah, but I'm just focusing on more slow stuff now, like dividends or monthly dividends or weekly dividends or things like that. They're more profitable companies, and Warren Buffett, he invests in profitable companies. He doesn't really do day trading and stuff like that. I'm not saying I don't do it sometimes. Or a intraday trading or swing trade, they call it, where it's something you might do for a week or something, or a few days, or 3 days, or 2 weeks, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Just slowing it down, just these high yield. I'm not doing anything like margin investing, but high yield ETFs they yield max. Tesla, Amazon one, got a Coinbase one, which I didn't even know about until today. I'm investing in Coinbase.
Okay, just got back.
Yeah, hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Wait, are you the only one talking? What's going on?
No, I'm talking to.
Oh.
I've got his name already. I've been talking to him.
Great.
Talking to me.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was asking him about, he's a market expert. I was asking him about some of the goings on there.
Yeah.
No, it's like Warren Buffett and Taiwan Semiconductor and some other things.
Right. What about Amy?
I'm just here.
She's with radio silence.
You're just hanging.
I'm just here. I'm thinking about the AI and how it never works for me. And how the hell is it ever going to take over when everything I do is wrong and it requires a tech support ticket? I just don't understand.
What are you doing wrong?
Oh my God. Today I had to, because the end of the month, I'm going to lose my Medicaid and
what?
Why? I know. So I had, because I haven't had an address. So I redid it so that, before September, I would, at least have the application in, and they denied it. And then I had to call them. And that was the problem. The problem was that I tried to send an application, to update an address so that they could mail me stuff again. And that was it. They just had to merge the profile with the other profile that was already created for me because I've been going to the doctor forever. But it just seems like the AI is never right. The machines are never right. They're always making mistakes.
Let me just say this really quickly. For instance, back to GameStop. You see, I remember watching Vlad, the CEO of Robinhood, and the person interviewing him on what happened with why they stopped trading, and asking me what's because of liquidity, and he said no, it was not because of that. And now here we are 2 years later, and he finally admits it. It was because of the computers are stuck from the 1980s, and it couldn't handle the volume. So.
Oh my God! I mean, that's so upsetting.
Yes.
And
it's ridiculous. So I don't. So this fear and this hype with AI, it's just ridiculous. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Yes, absolutely.
And people protesting all this time in Hollywood. They're just wasting their time and their money. They're not earning anything. It's AI going to go nowhere. It's going to go nowhere. It's just a science fiction thing that's going on, and it's not even real AI anyway. It's machine learning.
Yes, thank you. Expert systems as opposed to artificial intelligence. It's such a misnomer. Go on. And by all means, you're an engineer, Eristes. Bring up a mechanical view of this.
Go ahead.
Think about that.
Do I really want...
Yeah, go ahead.
Go on, honey.
I was just thinking, do I really want, robots doing surgery on me? I don't think so. I'm not there. I'm not doing that. And the funny thing is when I first did acupuncture, I had volunteered for a research study And that's what they were doing, is instead of the human administering the needles for acupuncture, they were testing the capacity of a machine to insert and rotate the needle in such a way that you don't even need humans to perform acupressure. I mean, it was research, so who knows what the real agenda was. But it was horrible. It was a horrible first experience with acupuncture, and I didn't go back for at least 10 years. Like, I didn't try like a real acupuncturist for at least 10 years because it was like this machine. It like stuck the needle in and then they twisted it and I like bolted off the table. It was so painful. I mean, I don't really want robots touching me. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I do. I have no idea. Maybe if they could just get a boy-looking meat salt puppet,
You're asking for a biopic simulacra or an android, yes.
Yeah, I was gonna go there, and then I was like, "There's no need of it. Like, there's just no need of like creating something to do what humans do. Like, we're good at what we do. We should be using the machines to make things easier for us instead of like using them to torture each other."
Oh,
well, I think I think as far as things that that are mechanically in reality or could affect human safety, it's all going to take a while. It's one thing where it's like you can ask Chat GPT to write your paper for you, and you might, and pretty soon everybody's going to do that, and you might get your grade invalidated or something, but like, nobody's going to get hurt. But as far as what's the one that got me? They have self-driving cars, right?
Yeah.
And people,
NVIDIA also.
And the people were like, so the car is programmed. If it sees a safety cone, it's got to go clear. It's got to go around it. It knows what a safety cone is. So the people were quote unquote coning the car. So they would run up and they'd stick a safety cone on the hood of the car. And it would paralyze the car. You'd have to do a hard reset on the car. And that was it. That's all it took. So it's going to be a while, Yep.
And a lot of those cars have been Elon Musk has been sued about that too, because a lot of those cars have crashed and burned.
Killed some people.
Yeah. I like the way Realtek didn't mention the killing. Eristes had.
I was just about to mention it.
Okay.
Took more time on my mouth.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh,
he doesn't care.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, he doesn't care. A piece of garbage.
Yes, that's right. He's disgusting. Okay.
He's killed Twitter, man. He really has.
He has, yes.
I don't know. Maybe Twitter deserved to die.
Yes.
Who knows?
Maybe.
I don't, I have all these different messaging apps, and it's just annoying to me that I have to go to all these different ones for each person I'm involved with. Mm-hmm. Like I feel like it's like they're redundant. A lot of them are just
they're just political echo bubbles. So your friends why are each of your friends in a different political echo bubble? I mean, you're talking to a communist, a socialist, and some neo-Nazi. They're all on different. One's on Discord, the other's on X. What's going on here, Amy?
Yeah, just like that.
WhatsApp.
Mastodon. No, I stay away from WhatsApp.
Yeah, that one too. Yeah. Or Threads. You tried Threads yet?
I don't know. I haven't even seen that one. What is it called?
Threads.
Threads. Is it like a Reddit?
It's Facebook.
Oh, forget it.
No, it's Instagram's version of like a Twitter type thing.
Yeah, it's garbage.
Yeah.
Waste of time. They want all your information. They want every little thing you do on it to accept it.
Yeah.
And if you want to ever delete it, you gotta delete your Instagram too. So I'm not wasting my time with that garbage.
No, I heard it was horrible.
Yes, yes. It's just
Well, this is the aspect. If you don't want to have it anymore, you gotta delete your Instagram. I've had Instagram for 10 years, more than 10 years.
Wow.
I'm not gonna delete that. I mean, well, one of them anyway.
Yes.
Just delete it. You'll be fine.
No.
But by the way, hello, Brooke,
I'm
honey.
a photographer.
Mwah. Yes, kisses to. No, I'm not talking to an invisible friend. Unfortunately, my invisible friend is quite real. And that's Brooke Gibson has joined us because I just couldn't resist. And we Aristides did ask. And what I'm going to do is just take another short break for just a few minutes. But Brooke is going to
You
tell.
do talk to your penis, though, even though it's not your invisible friend. You do talk to him quite regularly.
Well, it's more kind of physical, that relationship. We communicate by touch. It's it is what it is. Shake him down when he's dripping, that sort of thing. It's just when he's hanging flaccid, you try to keep him up, perk him up a bit.
BFF, man, you're a good best friend. What can I say? You take care of us.
Yes, Brooke, honey. While I take another break for just a few minutes, I'll be right back.
No, I just heard you listen to. I didn't even know Amy was on, and you listened to these two guys going about the most boring shit ever. And I was like, "Are you asleep? Like, did you go to bed? Like, what happened?"
I was wondering why didn't.
And I'm not sure why Amy didn't pipe in on that because they were. No offense, they were student. Real time. It's pretty lame.
You do gotta admit it's sometimes it's a subject that not everyone could necessarily relate to.
It's like when you left me alone and I was like, so let me tell you about my dogs. I have a dog.
Well, tell us about the counter
stalking.
stalking.
I can relate to, but it's a very important subject. The more you're into it, the less understanding of it.
AI, but yeah, that wasn't where you were going.
Well, it's like saying about World War II, Is that a very less important subject?
No, I just think
that's the bread and butter.
Oh my gosh.
What are you trying to say? Are you trying to be a smartass right now because you're talking a little fast?
Oh no.
He does. Well, in all fairness, Real Tech Geek has a speech impediment, and sometimes what happens is it speeds up. We don't know why.
Well, I talk fast, so I know that's why I don't put somebody on that does because I don't mean to, and I do. But I couldn't understand what you're saying.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
So
yes, you. When Brooklyn goes off talking very fast, it's very hard to understand sometimes.
Yes, but since we have 4 people here, it's like Hollywood Squares.
You know who can understand that? Douglas. He's gotten enough of it. Like I've totally got.
Yes, of course he does.
And so Brooke, honey,
if
you could tell people about your counter-stalking experience, whatever you're willing.
I'd love to. I'd love to. The moment you mail me whatever the fuck you're about to go do in the mail, or send me flowers. Otherwise, I will be quiet like Amy and let them continue to talk until you get back.
Oh, well, I just thank the gods of my ancestors that some wonderful, extraordinary people who I have every intention of giving credit to before I begin monologue so that I can give them the time they deserve each in terms of my praises. Help me make rinse.
Oh, yeah, they gave you money? You talking about people that gave you money?
Yes, that's right. So I don't have to go begging to Brooke Gibson for anything to help me through the month. I would hate to be in debt to her. That would just be, it would just be intolerable.
Well, I might need some money. I went to the doctor again today.
Oh.
And they ran more blood tests, yeah. And I have a cough also. And he looked at my nose, he saw a little blood. And so he said, could be anything. He was like, I was like, could it be cancer? He's like, it could be cancer, yeah.
That's ridiculous. No.
He said it could. He said it's 99% not. It's probably just cold, like an infection. It's not an infection.
There we are.
But I'm just saying, there's a 1% chance. If anyone wants to donate to me for my 1% chance cancer, appreciate it.
And don't take her seriously. Anyway, had too much. I caused enough problems for myself this month with the other young lady that I brought. I no good deed goes unpunished. So I have.
I didn't know you. I don't know anything about that. So
You know too much. Matter of fact, I remember now what I was considering asking you to come on about, and thank God it didn't need to come to that. I mean, thank God you're on, but thank God it didn't need to come to putting into context the situation that otherwise I would have had to have put into context. But I do want people to know that obviously what I was trying to do was a good deed and bring attention to someone's situation, but no, we can't afford.
I warned you.
You did?
Barely.
I'm not saying you didn't.
I'm not saying. I just think I told you what was going on there. I don't know who you're talking about. It's fine. I'll just shut up.
I think we both know, but at any rate, but yeah, tell us about Mr. Levantine terrorist who you hunted him down, scared the hell out of him. Did that work? Has he been gone since? Has he been scared?
He has not fucking called. He has not fucking messaged. He's not ridden by. I told him he's fucking nutso. And I asked him, and then I went into a psychological debate with him because he's like, I'm not riding by anymore. That's threatened to fuck. I was like, I left my door unlocked, hoping you would come in. I was like, he's gonna shoot you. I was like, but I want to stab you to death. I was like, I said, it's nothing personal to you. You may be just that's told him. I said, you're from another country. This may be how you interact with people.
Right. By the way, just so people understand, this is not a fantasy. I spoke to Brooke right after she had done this. As a matter of fact, I was on the phone with Brooke when she was literally at this guy's home and literally confronting strangers about this guy. Like, do you know this car with the motorcycle in front of it? And the one redneck kid with the weird earrings was like, fuck, I'm going to get a job at BMW, man. Because, she was telling him the perks. But this guy said, oh, yeah, my mother was, another guy living with his fucking mother. Oh, yeah, my mother was complaining about that car with the motorcycle in front of it. Yeah, must be the same owner because, it's, anyhow, but you can give the details. But just to let people know, I was with her through part of this journey experience.
Well, you weren't just with that journey. Y'all were all on the phone the freaking morning I came back. Now fucking Honda was here, and I called you and was like, was that on air? I don't think that was on air.
Wait. No, it was off air, but we were on with Eristes and George. And I think George might have been, I hope George drops by later tonight, but he might have been hurt that I didn't get to him eventually, but it was like he didn't understand that I had to talk with you privately about everything else. So.
And George, I did tell him to call you back. I don't know if he did. But
I didn't.
We did talk for a while after that.
Yeah, we spoke for it was basically another 12-hour show of our own show. Yeah. Oh, gosh. Remind me to catch you up on privately later about some other stuff. But anyhow, so that's, so I do want people to know she was in pursuit of this guy, hot pursuit. She found out enough information. How did you get his number?
I had his number. That's how he originally contacted me because I was stupid that night when all the car shit happened and he gave me the fucking.
Oh, that's why Peter brought up the hugging saint. Yeah, because I told Peter how you'd hugged him and all the trouble, and then Peter brought up the hugging saint, and he says, yeah, there's this Asian Indian woman who's like, a real cult leader who's like powerful and causing a lot of trouble, and she's this hugging saint, yeah. And I guess it's kind of like
I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I'm just Southern, and I'm like, I was hugging my Mima hug, we hug, we're a hugging family. I'm like, thanks, you're a nice guy, hug, didn't try to flirt with you, never was like whatever.
But say you did that to Real Tech Geek. First off, you'd get this big erection as a response, and then or if you did it to Eristes, then he'd ask you to pat his head.
I'm realizing after we had our conversation, I believe on one of our 12-hour me and you private 12 hours, that you told me, I think we agreed by the end of it, I was just men are sick. Y'all are all fucking sick. We won't go into why, but I agree that you're all sick, and I know I'm more lesbian than I have ever fucking been. I can assure you. I had no idea until actually, I knew y'all were sick, but Douglas confirmed it in many ways. Let me just say that.
Yes.
We won't go any further.
Yes.
Well, and it doesn't even really work to be like, oh, I'm attracted to women, because that just turns them on even more.
Yeah.
That it does. Then they want to watch. That's right. Amy knows. Amy knows.
I mean, the bulldogs have it the best. You just gain 200 pounds, and like wear men's clothes, and wear like Jordans and shit with no shoes and like shorts down to your knees. And I guess that's the only thing that might turn you off. I don't even know. Some of y'all probably still go for it.
That's right. Yes, some men are still shag that. That's true. I best control my language. I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Did you just say I best control my language because you said shag? Like shag is the worst word that's been said on this podcast ever. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's true, and I've said much worse as well. I guess it's just trying to. Yeah, I don't know.
You talking about your shitting that one night was so much worse when I had to play the shit song.
That was funny. Yes, that's right. Now, I didn't use that term. No,
it was worse because nobody wanted to hear about your turds and how you sit on the toilet and it clogs it.
Yeah. I was trying to give them an education in vampire physiology. Why eating baseline?
That's not. You know what? One thing that no one wants to know about vampires is how they shit. Just like they don't want to know about human shit. We don't ask about me. Can you tell me about your dog shitting yesterday? I'd like to know. How does it come out? You have a small dog. Does it come out the same way as a big dog? If you feed him more meat, does it get more constipated? Like, do you want to know about my dog shit? Because I can let you know.
Well, it's
nothing beats fucking picking up fucking mushy shit, right, from the dog. Who wants to know about that?
Thank you, Real Tech. It's like I don't know what provoked such a response or why he felt that was a constructive addition to the tile.
Whatever. It was not constructive at all, Real Tech. But it was just as constructive as the lead of this show, the head of the show, going into his own shit spill.
It's different. That's different, honey. It's different. It was different. By the way, our man George Knight has joined us. So George Knight, I'm glad you could join us. I couldn't call you back the other day after I was done with Brooke because Brooke and I continued on other stuff that we're keeping private for now, but we went on this private conversation that lasted. We had basically another 12-hour episode of our own. Actually, probably 4.
To the point that we were both like, I told him, like, can we please not talk for like a long time?
Yeah, that's right. But I didn't know if she would survive because she disobeyed all professional security advice and performed what Eristes has dubbed a counter-stalking campaign, and stalked down her stalker and basically scared him to death.
I heard that, and I liked Eristes, I like that terminology, and I believe it was counter-stalking, and I believe it may not be the smartest thing to do, but I sensed the guy out. I felt from the beginning he was more of a pussy than anything. That's why I left the door unlocked. It wasn't like somebody that I was like, although I might leave the door unlocked for you, like, I don't know, like there's people on my you have a, you got that long gun, but
wait a second, did we ever ascertain, I do want George to talk in a moment, but did we ever ascertain that it was his footsteps you were hearing? Because he might deny that, but he might be lying, because I still have the intuition.
He denied a lot, so okay. I don't know, I have no idea. Okay. The windows were unlocked, so I don't know if they were his or not. I found out the windows were unlocked, so I have no idea. Right. The dogs were with me that night.
Just so people understand, Brooke Gibson had heard footsteps upstairs in her home at a night when no one was home other than herself, and this is the first time she's ever heard that. So if it were supernatural, it had just manifested then for the first time in her life, which would be unusual.
It was so real that I just assumed it was my son, and I forgot and it took me about 10 minutes to go, but my son spent the night at the lake.
Right. Crystal Lake with his hockey mask and his machete. But but that being aside, at least that makes him more macho than your stalker. But hey, honey,
that wasn't even a funny joke.
Hey, it was more funny than some of the shit I heard lately. I mean,
you know what? It was more funny than most of the shit that you laugh at the first few hours.
The shit that came out of you lately.
gonna suppress ourselves there. I'm sorry. What was that, Real Tech?
I said all the shit that came out of you lately.
Oh, right. I mean, wit just leaves me weak.
Fake laugh.
That's
the first time you've actually done a fake laugh. You need to do that more often. You'll laugh more.
Yes. So, George, our dear friend, how have you been?
Hello, Douglas. Yeah, nice to speak to you all, and thank you for explaining all that about the what happened after that. You know, what went on the last week.
And she did tell me to call. She did tell me to call you, but I was exhausted. By the time I was done with her, literally, it was the next day for you. And
I was like, you need to call George. Like George, and I was like, you need to call George because we just went on, and then you had to hang up. So, anyway.
and I don't blame you. I was surprised you hung on for as long as you did, but I do want to catch up with you privately, George, and hopefully we can do that soon. So
Yes.
but other than that, you let us know things in general. We all hope are going well with you.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And firstly, I just want to say, I'm glad you're all right, Brooke. After all that, it was what an ordeal you went through, and that's why I stayed on the call. Also, it was just a bit alarming. Yeah. So
it was scary. What's that? Like you heard me.
And just for between Eristes and George, both of you gentlemen, I want you both to know that Brooke and I are maintaining silence on some aspects of the conversation that we were talking about. So what Brooke and I are willing to talk about is the solo stalker that she counter-stalked. The other topics we covered can remain silent for now, just under a security blanket for the present time. Thank you, both of you, for understanding that. That being said, I would like to, not bias whatever direction you might go in, George, but honestly, I understand that the inflation and is not necessarily as high as it was before in Britain, but things are still very tough. I mean, it's generally, how are things going survival-wise in England right now?
Yeah, to just briefly just outline some of the situation in the UK. Like with the company I'm working with, we're getting like a slight pay rise. It's to do with inflation. But I've noticed with things like petrol and diesel have gone down. Only slightly. Sorry, I can hear some background.
Oh no, that's Eristes talking to some young girl. It's very intriguing. I mean, it's like he inspires me to, go out and talk to young girls as well. I mean, hey, cool.
Yeah, really? Does he inspire? Is that where you get it from? Does he work at
Reminds me of Salmon Shake.
Yeah. Eristes got all that testosterone going. That's why he lost all the hair on top. Yeah. At any rate.
I'm going to keep my mouth shut at this moment. Oh my God.
So, yes, by all means, George.
Yes, Douglas. I'm literally just jumping on for a cameo appearance today. Okay. I'm afraid it's just to say hi and bye and just show that I'm still around. I'm still.
But you got a pay raise. Congratulations! I'm so excited for you. I mean, what caused this again? How did they? I mean, you need it, but what gave them how'd they get the budget for it?
Oh, it's because there's a union that's part of the organisation. So there's a union that's putting tension on the organisation, on the company itself, and so they're under a negotiation table. So it's all this process. This year it's a certain percentage. Then next year it's going to be risen again. So it's what happens every single year. It's all about negotiation to do with the cost of living. When inflation rises, then the organisation has an obligatory duty to rise the pay rise as well, the pay that they give the employees, so it can sort of level out with the cost of living. So it's the same old. It's all political, and I could go into a bit more details another time, Douglas. Yeah. Do you know what I wanted to speak about the last several transmissions? It's something that I did some research into the Vietnam conflict, and after I had that conversation with what we call an easy tester, so he checked all my equipment to make sure it's all viable for use in the field. I mentioned about when Michael Aquino was recalled during the Vietnam conflict.
That's correct.
During the era that man started walking on the moon because of Melvin Brown started talking because of him watching Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walk on the moon. So it enticed him to speak about what he witnessed at Roswell. Well, I was then researching about so during the Vietnam conflict, many of these helicopter pilots were seeing demons. They were reporting they were seeing demonic entities flying above tree lines, and this was
night vision.
Yes, it's to do with what they had was these goggles, these special type, and this is viral, Douglas. This is going around quite virally, quite recently, that these pilots were reporting seeing these demonic entities, and it was through not the infrared spectrum. These were seeing
they naked eye visions.
Yes, through through the red field. So it's through the red visors that they had on these goggles, and it could flip between seeing red and seeing another form of tone. I think it was more. It was because nowadays
it's called the RGB spectrum.
Okay.
Yes, and nowadays, because our natural field of vision with our own retinas, we see more green than we do anything else. That's why night vision today is green. But during the Vietnam conflict, these very sophisticated goggles were seeing the field of spectrum through the red, not infrared, not to be conflated with, but through the red. And they were reporting seeing. So the gunners on the helicopters were shooting at nothing. Yeah. And they report seeing these were flying denomic entities.
Right.
And like I explained to this individual, that if you watch Apocalypse Now, the movie, what they were doing, they would have these very, very high tech or very expensive stereo equipment that were blasting. They were flying above the cloud line, and they were portraying or displaying these denomic screens, or they were so-called spirits. They were sending these sound waves down to the Viet Cong that were buried underneath the surface to try and disorientate them. It was all a psychological warfare operation, and so that I just couldn't help but to draw the parallels to those two conclusions with what Michael Aquino was doing, because of course what he did was he had to portray, in order for him to be recognized by the military, by the army, as the head of this, the satanic chaplain of the United States Army. In order for
actually, of all armed forces, since he wrote the chaplain's handbook for all armed forces. Go on. Yes.
Thank you, Douglas. And so I couldn't help but draw this correlation between these two reasons why people were reporting seeing demons, because what he had to do was, because there's this rule of thumb. So a Viet Cong, if they had a rocket-propelled grenade, and the helicopter was bigger or larger than the thumb, so they would raise their arm and point their thumb in front of the helicopter. If it was large enough, larger than the thumb itself, they could reach it with a rocket-propelled grenade, so with an RPG. They could take out, and they was costing the military an exceptional amount of money just to fund these expensive stereo equipment. Yeah. So that is why Michael Aquino had to display what how do you want to call it? He had to display and demonstrate.
He had to demonstrate. Go on. Yeah,
he could summon and invoke entities to then personify these denomic screens. And I couldn't help but draw these two conclusions, because I've done a lot of research. I've done substantially enough research that they couldn't explain why they were seeing these entities in midair, and I couldn't help but draw that correlation. So I don't know if there's anything else you can add to that.
Absolutely. So let's put this in context for our listeners. What our man George Knight is referring to was a literal rule of thumb. The Viet Cong had a literal rule of thumb where you just raise your thumb up in the air. If the helicopter is bigger than your thumb, you can take it down with a rocket-propelled grenade, which essentially are German Panzerfaust. They were using World War II era German Panzerfaust that were manufactured in East Germany. So the Germans were just giving them the same kind of rocket launchers the Germans were using to take out tanks back in World War II. So the Viet Cong were using those to take out helicopters in the Vietnam conflict. And they had a very deep connection to East Germany, and many Vietnamese ultimately moved there during the communist era. And so you have large Vietnamese communities in Germany, thanks to the East German connection with the communist Vietnamese. And so what happened was that when they were losing a lot of stereo equipment, as is demonstrably portrayed in the movie Apocalypse Now, where they're actually playing the Wagnerian song, Ride of the Valkyries. The Ride of the Valkyrie, or Valkyrie. The Ride of the Valkyrie is what they're playing when they are raiding a Viet Cong village, or a Viet Cong dominated village. Essentially, they're portrayed in the film as essentially all Viet Cong. They portray the population essentially as the enemy in that film, and in some villages that was almost certainly the case. So so they show them coming in low, as he says, over the water line, over the horizon, and as low as possible so that people could hear what they're playing, to intimidate the people. As a matter of fact, the character General Kilgore says it scares the hell out of the slopes. The slope, of course, is a racist term for Asians. And then what happened was because of all the expensive stereo equipment and helicopters they were losing, the government was impressed by Michael Aquino's ability to summon screams out of thin air and therefore have an impact on the enemy, literally even greater than what they were having with the stereo set up on the helicopters. And obviously he brought a lot of baggage with that, which America's... Yeah.
Summoning that, are you saying when he was doing it with the Viet Cong, or he was doing it during World War II?
Oh, no. Just to put this into perspective, thank you for asking. Michael Aquino was too young to be in World War II. He was born in 1946.
Okay, I thought we were talking about World War II because he was discussing...
Oh, what I was talking about was that in World War II, the Germans produced weapons which later on the East Germans were still producing and selling to the communist Vietnamese or distributing.
Oh no, I thought George mentioned something about the Roswell, and that he had displayed it there, which obviously was more during the World War II era.
Oh, Melvin Brown, sorry.
What he was bringing up was at the time that Melvin Brown was a sergeant who then at Roswell had seen Japanese bodies and began to talk about it during when man landed on the moon. Then he started telling us...
But what did that have to do with Aquino?
Oh, because what happened was when Melvin Brown started talking, then his family started talking about, our dad was talking about Japanese prisoners of war, in 1947. And the U.S. government, basically the military, which is a branch of the U.S. government, but let's just say independently of the electoral process, the U.S. military said, what we're going to do is shut this down. Don't let anybody hear about the fact we had Asian prisoners of war in America in 1947. So Aquino was a psychological warfare expert who was summoned to handle the Roswell problem, the do damage control. The reason he was summoned, because he had proven himself in Vietnam. And the way he had proved himself in Vietnam was with this stereo helicopter issue, was because, the Viet Cong were shooting down stereos and helicopters. Then Michael Aquino proved his worth by channeling and writing the Diabolicon. And the Diabolicon was a work in which he literally, he claims, and there's no reason to doubt this, he claims he channeled 8 demonic entities, Beelzebub and a number of others.
Beelzebub.
Yes, thank you, Ashtaroth, and Saturday morning cartoon buddies. And so when he
that movie was fucking Beelzebub, and I swear to God, that movie freaks me out more than any other fucking movie.
Which movie was that?
That one with Denzel Washington, Beelzebub.
Okay, is that the name? That's the title?
No, it's I don't know. When y'all seen that, it's where it's the fucking demon and you can't fucking kill it, so you can just touch anything and get to him. You haven't seen that shit? And Denzel Washington finally he determined to beat him.
Wow.
And he goes out and he can just that's fucking freaky. That was worse than that fucking Brad Pitt movie, like 7 Sins of whatever.
Oh right, seven with that was a serial killer.
That was serial killer, right? But I'm saying that was kind of freaky for the time, right?
Yeah. But
when you watch that Denzel Washington movie, that freaked me out because, I believed it enough to know that it was a little too close to home, like to know that there could be some entity out there that could do that. Although I will say Denzel Washington was smart. He gave his own life for it, but he took Beelzebub out. At least took him out temporarily, took him out before he could.
Took him out of this dimension. He took him out of this dimension. Yes, is what he did. That's interesting. I never saw the film, but I understand that would be the thing to do. That makes sense. And he sacrifices his life in the film. That is intriguing. Basically, when it comes to the Diabolicon, basically...
Why didn't you sacrifice your life to take Aquino out?
I guess I'm just not that noble, honey. Not all of us have that sense of, for one thing, I mean...
morality.
You're not my...
doing the right thing.
You're not my species. You're not my species, after all.
I know. I heard you describing with Mr. what's his name? The book writer guy.
Yeah, Moon, yeah.
Yeah, Peter Moon. Yeah.
The
that
Moon
guy.
Man, yeah, the Moon
I
Man.
heard you talk about with Peter Moon the whole thing about how vampires. The guy wanted to ask a question about vampires, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And I wanted to message you then, and then I got off. And I was like, you were saying something.
Go on.
You said something like, "We need to understand that the human species were not evolved if the vampires were not basically torturing them and scaring them, because that's what made them create fire, to be afraid of night, to keep warriors." And I was like, well, then I guess I'm a vampire, because to you, I am your vampire.
Yeah. I'm not going to deny that.
So you should be thankful to me. So I would like if you want us to be thankful for vampires, I would like you to be a little more thankful for what I provide you.
Yes, you are a psychic vampire, honey, and you drain me fucking dry. Yes, true. No denials there. By the way, thank you for
I don't know that anybody's ever drained you dry. Like the other day when he finally hung, it was like 12 hours in. I swear to God, can I say this?
Yeah.
Remember what you said then? Okay. Like, literally, we've been up for 12 hours, and we talked for 12 hours after almost.
Yeah.
And then he goes, I kept going, I've got to go. I was going to say, dogs to that. Fuck, I had to reschedule. That's when I had the women learn. And I had to reschedule it because I was exhausted, and I couldn't drive the dogs to that. And I'm like, I cannot talk to you this long. I'm like, I've got to go. But we needed to talk about some things. And regardless, he's going, I can't talk. I need to go too. I've got to go jack off. Like I've got to go to bed. I got to jack off and go to sleep. Like his whole thing was jack off and go to sleep. Like there was not like eat, or maybe we've been 12 hours. I'll skip the jacking off. Like I even said that at one point. I was like, I don't even know how you have enough energy to jack off. And he's like, that's what I'm afraid of. I'm like, not, but like that's what I'm trying to hang up before I lose the energy to take care of his BFF.
Thank you. Yes, George.
Sorry, Douglas. Yeah, thank you for having me on. I'll make a move, but thank you for having me on, and we'll continue the.
Oh God, do you have to hang up when I'm talking about jacking off? Then that makes me sound like this other person. That's just, like, and you're like all like, I can't handle this kind of texture.
And we'll continue next time.
Yeah, we do love you, George, and I do look forward to speaking to you.
Yeah. You all, yes.
Okay.
Love you, George.
I love you, George. Thank you for staying on. Thank you for staying on with me last time, for real, Dave.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're all right, Brooke. I'm glad you're all right.
I'll save the king.
That's the main thing.
Yeah. And George, also just keep listening, because I'll be continuing to talk about your subject. Okay. And
thank you very much. I'm looking forward to continuing it with you, Douglas. Thank you.
Excellent. And so what we're going to do now is I want everyone to know that Brooke reminded me. I put a link into the vampire episode, so to speak. It was the episode in which I went into the origin of vampires as understood by Soviet research. I put a link to the episode in which I discussed that at length into the chat room. So
I like how you pick and choose when you trust the Soviets.
Hey, it's what we have. I was explaining it to Noticer the other day, and she said, "Are you kicking in some Darwinian evolutionary propaganda here?" And I said, "Well, it's you don't need to accept it as true. It's what the Soviets concluded. So it's the closest thing we have."
You know what? I don't know who Noticer is, but I saw her in the chat tonight.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say she seems pretty intelligent, unless she's one of the ones that gave you money, and that case.
No, she hasn't. She hasn't.
But like what I would say is she mentioned something earlier, and I wanted to say what was that about? She said something about she was calling somebody an idiot and saying something about the sharks. Who said something about the sharks fucking taking over the fucking water?
It was well, somebody, whoever said something about sharks, I don't know. I don't see that, but I do know she was responding by saying the sharks live in the water. She was responding to somebody.
Said it, I think, on your air. I would assume.
Oh, okay. Somebody might have said something on air.
That would have only.
Oh, good point. Good point. Well, basically, it was Peter Moon, and Peter Moon was asking about insects.
I knew it had to be. I just didn't hear it said.
Yeah, but Peter Moon was.
I didn't hear it. I just assumed that was probably going to be it.
Yeah.
Although you did say he had a bad experience with a shark one time, but then you said he loved sharks.
No. Actually, Peter Moon's experience with sharks was he bonded with them. So just that's when Brooks said of all the animals that to bond with, of course he would bond with sharks.
I say that, and then but sharks are a great animal. I mean, so that's where like sharks are so misrepresented. Like we're like, oh my god, sharks killed like 5 people. this year.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, how many cars, how many people killed people? Like,
Yes,
how many
yes.
fucking, like, bee reactions did you have? How many people killed each other killed ourselves with sugar? As you and Peterman were talking about sugar.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
we need to leave off the fucking sharks. What I like that girl said was like, if they're invading, like, if they're home, we're in their home. At
Yes.
that point in the ocean. You want to
Thank
jump
you.
in the middle of the ocean, especially you want to jump in the middle of the ocean, especially like near Australia or like where you know great whites are, or anywhere there could be tiger sharks. It might get you, but like, we know where the great whites are 9 out of 10. And I'm sorry, your little legs dangling off a little board. You look like a fucking seal. And I can't even trust you not to eat me, so I don't trust them. But
Thank
I
you.
trust them. But here's the thing. I wouldn't blame you if you ate me because I'm pretty appetizing. I wouldn't blame the shark either.
Yes. 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 Thank you, honey. Delightful. And yeah, so
What I would blame you for, though, is if with the shark, he better kill me because I don't want to come out with like a half a leg and a half an arm and have to live my life like that.
Oh, well, hey, just in all fairness, there was that lovely young girl, a surfer in...
I know there's people that have done that, and that's great for them. I don't want to do that. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to do that. That's like, I would already have driven my car into a tree, have like $1 million life insurance policy, and be like, it was an accident, I was speeding. But my luck, my kids wouldn't get the life insurance policy because what would happen is I would go head first and I would literally break my neck and be paraplegic and have to like slurp soup for the rest of my life. No sex, no nothing, no feeling from the neck down. Like I couldn't even get the gun to blow my own.
Oh God! Thank you for reminding me. Before I take a short break and then come back and continue with what I was talking about with the Kino and the Screams. That sounds like a rock group, doesn't it? Older rock group.
I will give you that. That actually does. Kino and the Screams. We should create that fucking group.
I do want to address...
We'll just leave the blank fucking microphone at the front and just see what happens. Be like, it's Kino, it's yours. We'll be like, what the fuck's going on?
Yes. There is something I want to address concerning Eristes and Brooke. They were on with myself the other day, and I looked up something about that they were talking about CRISPR. So I brought up this unfortunate young man whose name is like Sylvian or something like that, but it sounds very similar, distressingly enough, to Sibian, which, in case you don't know, because most of you are not pornographically educated, a Sibian is what a woman...
Speak for yourself, okay? My pornographic bio is so... I've already showed you mine's bigger than yours, okay? Whatever.
So you know what a Sibian is?
No, I have no fucking idea.
It's basically like one of those mounts on which what are those gymnastic mounts called? It's like they call it like a it's like a hobby
platform?
horse. It's no, it's not the one that they do the dancing on. It's a which is what I think of what they do when they're on the board. They're on that plank or something. But there's that kind of like one with a handle on it. What is it, Gymnastics.
Good gymnastics. I can't think of which one you're talking about.
Mount. Listen to this guy.
You're talking about the one where
I know you're talking about.
Are you talking about the beam walking, like the beam?
No, not the beams.
Olympics.
No. Images for gymnastics mount with handles is what I'm looking for. So there's a pommel horse.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Okay, so a pommel horse. So basically, a Sibian is like a pommel horse without handles, but instead it has a dildo mounted on it, and that's.
Oh my God, that's what I want you to send me this week. Can y'all do
Wow,
that?
that's pretty. I like that.
I deserve something.
Wow.
I take 2 dogs at Vetmart. George hung up before I said he got a raise. He needs to donate some money. Because like now I want a pommel horse with a dildo.
Yes, and it's mechanized. So the dildo vibrates.
I was about to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's a Sibian. It's a pommel horse with a mounted vibrating dildo, and this is
Actually in San Francisco, like the King.com, I forgot in the military base, the military the armory.
Yeah.
They have many different videos, porno videos, like with the simian in it before.
There we are.
I mean, can I just get a beam and just glue a dildo to the middle of it? Like, I don't understand.
So there's this guy whose name is distressingly similar to Sibian. It's more like Sylvian or something, but it's otherwise spelled almost alike. And he's had some horrible accident, which I don't know the details of, but which they go into in excruciating detail in one of their episodes. But he produces a number of videos on YouTube, and I brought him up because he's volunteering for CRISPR experiments in regeneration of organs and limbs. So when we started talking about CRISPR in one of these recent episodes, and then I brought up the example of this young individual, I don't believe I communicated myself clearly. So both
you communicated it awfully, is what I will tell you did on that one that I remember. That's all I remember.
Another company that's traded on the stock market is BNGO that also works on gene
I don't know,
therapy.
we don't care. Shut up. That's not the
therapy.
aristocrat night. That's the one thing we both agreed on. Like, I don't understand why you're bringing this up. Like, we were both like, well.
She means Aristides. Yeah. So Aristides, are you there?
Yeah, it's funny. Aristocrat. That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Okay.
That is a good one.
Yeah. So so like
y'all think I meant that? Like, I totally, as I've told you, I don't know names, and it's as close as I could get.
Yeah. So Aristides saw this.
But I do like it, aristocrat, man. Can you send me some money for one of these beam dildo things?
Oh, I referenced him as Aristotle. Yeah, go on.
Soon. Yeah.
Soon.
Waiting for the big payday.
Yes.
Well, you're an aristocrat. I think doesn't that mean you have money?
No, most aristocrats are fucking poor, honey. They got a title and that's about it. But Aristides.
No, I'm property rich, but I'm cash flow poor.
Yeah, that's well, most aristocrats are. He's heard me talk about that. Yeah.
See, yeah, it works.
Yeah, Aristides.
Yeah.
Maybe ask you just answer in the most generic of terms, maintaining, of course, your personal security and the security of your loved ones. Who are you talking to?
Yeah,
Those fucking crickets that he has every time he
Wait, I think I got a cricket in the basement.
Yeah.
Here? Yeah, it's in the basement. That was, I don't know, I must have been off mute when I was talking to my AI companion on the computer. That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
They have those now.
You're not helping yourself.
I get ads for them.
No, we know they have them, but you know, you don't
I get ads for them,
but you're property rich and fucking cash flow poor, so you don't have one.
Well, I think you can like just get an app for AI, like some like it's if you follow a lot of like anime
or you
channels,
could just drive through McDonald's and wait till they close and pick up a girl and bring her home, which is apparently what you and other people do.
No, I don't do that. No, I don't do that. I do want to say though, they have AI like dirty, like basically, you know, I guess for anime based, you know, companions. Like if you follow a lot of anime channels, which I do on some accounts,
we know
you get targeted.
He likes fucking squid up his ass.
You get the targeted ads. They're like, oh well, maybe you want to try a hot AI waifu girlfriend. You know,
is this honestly
it's a thing.
Is this honestly how you want to be known, as somebody who has?
I know.
No, I'm not saying I elected you.
When she's like, okay, which one do you want, honey? Pretend like there's an octopus up your ass or a squid. Like, which one do you want?
I kind of made a joke, and I'm not actually subscribed to an AI like girlfriend companion. Okay, I wanted to say that they do exist.
We know, so why don't you tell us more about your McDonald's girlfriend in the meantime?
No, I broke up with all of them.
Well, she was there 5 minutes ago.
Girlfriend now was probably a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! Pokemon.
Yeah. No McDonald's chicks. I don't know what the fuck.
She gets that from a young lady that she displays an irrational amount of envy about when, you know.
Don't even go there. Do you want me to start on it? Because I can start on it.
Okay.
Say that one more time and we'll go.
Okay. We'll leave that topic. I take it back. Yeah. So on that note, I just want Aristides to understand I hope it makes sense now. When I tuned into that guy's channel, what I was trying to show was he was volunteering for CRISPR experiments in organ and limb regeneration. So hopefully it makes more sense. But
you know what makes more sense?
Okay,
Him
okay, I
being
wasn't.
into his porno fucking girlfriend with his squid up her fucking ass or whatever the fuck she's doing. That makes more sense than your porno. I subscribe to some guy with no limbs. That's your porno?
I didn't subscribe to him. I'm not subscribed to him.
Yeah, you just got off one time. Okay, whatever.
No, honey, just so you know, when I cruise for porn...
I'm sorry, honey. Now I know. I fucking don't work at McDonald's and I do have all 4 limbs.
No, when I cruise for porn, I go on the what do you call it? The hidden stupid stuff that what do you call it? It's called
the dark web.
What?
The dark web.
No, who said that? He did. It's, let me see. Here's what I need to do is, it's incognito. I cruise for porn on incognito so that my history.
Incognito is just how you go. Oh, you're so stupid. Incognito. That's not like a thing. That's just like how you do it.
No. I use the incognito so I can cruise the conventional
browser.
net. It's an incognito browser, so I can cruise the conventional net when I cruise for porn. That way, at least I don't have it on my browser history for a conventional assets.
Well, first of all, anyone can pull incognito shit on your fucking browser.
I understand that. I'm not naive. It hides it from when my friends come over to help me with computer issues. Then at least they don't have to see that.
Shut the goddamn cricket up for real, dude. Like, kill it. I don't give a shit. Fucking shut it up. Whatever you're doing.
Oh shit. Yes.
I think we found our kryptonite. It's crickets.
It is.
It's this fucking cricket. I swear, it's like he puts it in the microphone. It's louder than duck. Like literally, that cricket is like Jiminy Cricket screaming.
Did Peter Moon have crickets before too?
No, not like that.
He doesn't.
Or was it just me? Was it only me?
Peter Moon, of all things, he has weird shit like fireworks, which is probably gunfire. We wish like
because his wife's gunfire target range.
Yes. Hush. Oh my god. Shit. At any rate, so
it was a joke. I mean, I'm assuming that you said that. I don't know. Are they back together? Anyway, I heard they get separated. I just thought maybe.
Oh my god.
Okay, I'll shut up. I thought that was public. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. No, it's not. At any rate, so as I was saying.
Hopefully he's in bed and everybody's going to be quiet on that one.
So as I said about Sylvian, Sibian, and CRISPR, now it's in context. But Aristides and Brooke didn't understand because of their own shortcomings. They were too overwhelmed.
Wait, I don't like the way you're framing this. I don't like
know how. Yeah, even Eristes, even with his cricket, I still think he's so much more.
I disagree with that interpretation.
Yeah, I disagree as well.
What I mean to say is that they were too overwhelmed with the horror of that poor young man's situation.
That was horrible. That was absolutely horrible.
And what was even more horrible is you laughing at it and acting like you got off to it.
Okay, I think if I remember the video, there's only a handful of people that are surviving. The guy had like no pelvis. There's only a handful of people.
Yeah, it was horrible, and he was like literally like on it. Like he was.
That was That was horrible. No, my question was more. I didn't think CRISPR was like a whole body thing. You know what I mean?
No. If the CRISPR experiments, just to put this into context, the CRISPR experiments he's doing it he's trying to do it one organ, one limb at a time. Okay. Obviously,
it could be maybe in targeted areas, right?
Yes.
Well, maybe we could target one or two of your areas, Douglas, like your fucking head for first.
So on that note, I'll take a short break. Amy, I want you to.
Maybe just your pornographic part.
Amy, do you want me to tie this all together? The CRISPR, Brooks, Stalker.
Yes, and Real Tech, and Real Tech as well.
Please, Amy, please.
Real Tech, who's our fantastic Wall Street New Yorker.
Yes, well, look at how he lives. I mean, he's a high roller. We gotta follow his investment advice if we want to live like him.
Yes, Tech, can you send us a picture of your downtown Manhattan fucking skyrise and your fucking couple of fucking like your Lamborghini and your Testarossa, can you please send the pictures?
Okay, so I'll be gone for just
I'm sorry, real quick, but I mean, like, if you're gonna pretend to be a high roller, you gotta really pretend. Our guy that's fucking in jail, and what's his name? That fucking Baker over there that's always in his car. She's over in jail. Where what's his name? Just
I will be providing some analysis on that later.
Where did Peter Moon just go again? Where did
Like
he go?
Lopez.
Yeah, Romania. He went to Romania.
Romania. What's the guy in jail in Romania? What the two brothers?
Oh, Tate. The Tate.
The Tate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Andrew Tate,
If you're gonna perpetrate fucking being a high roller, you gotta do it that way, man. You gotta fucking come up with the car, man. You gotta fucking show
You know what Realtek does? He goes around the neighborhood and he goes to those places where they have such cars, and he takes out his key, puts it, like he's gonna put it into the key slot of that particular car, the Lamborghini or the various other Ferraris. Or
you're setting yourself up for
and he has his friends take pictures of him while he does that.
You just set yourself up for a great joke. That's exactly what Douglas does, except he goes around to places where there are actually good-looking women would never fuck him. He takes his shit out, and then he has his friend really quick take a picture where she's like shocked, and he looks like he's about to fuck her. Like she's like, ah, and then he runs away because that's so. Don't feel bad, Real Tech. He uses his dick instead of a key.
Okay then. I'll be back soon enough. Amy, you're the adult here.
Unless he's at McDonald's, but then he still gets turned down. He has to go all the way to Florida McDonald's to even try to get. Do you understand how bad that is if you have to go to Florida McDonald's to try to get laid?
Oh my God. It's like, I'm just trying to inspire this young lady during a challenging time in her life, Brooke. I don't understand why this generates so much adversity or
So you care so much about people in challenging times, but one of your best friends was missing for weeks on end, and you didn't even report him missing. You're like, I guess he's dead. I don't know. Like, you've known for 3 years. You like met this girl for a week or two, and she's like, fuck Ian West or whatever, and you're like, let me call her.
She hasn't fucked Ian West. Like I said, the one time that he was with her and she got a bunch of dope from him, he forgot to turn the mic off, and I left the earbuds in my ears. I left the earbuds in my ears while I was doing my work just to hear what would happen, and nothing happened. He said he's already jealous
of a McDonald's employee who is 25, a third your age, okay? And says she's a lesbian, but bisexual, whatever. Okay, and
they all say that until they meet me, honey. You were like that till you met me.
I did. They all say we're straight till we meet you, and then we're like, yeah, I'm gay. I'm gay as fuck.
Anyhow, I gotta give myself a break from this. Amy, you're the adult here. Help keep the conversation going constructively. Turn it in a direction that's intellectually developmental or something. I'll be right back. You've all got this, right?
Yes, turn it into a direction.
It's done. We're doing it.
The opposite direction of his penis. They go to a great, long, good direction.
I'm going mute now.
I love you.
Okay. We got it.
So I get to be in charge?
Yep. Yeah.
How about y'all tell me something we don't know about you?
How about you start, bitch? You answer the question. You ask it. You got to answer first. That's my game.
So adversarial.
I just mean like bitch. I don't mean it like toward, like that's a word I say like that fuck. I don't mean it like personally. But what I mean is that is a question that if someone asks it, I'm always like, okay, well then you answer first. You ask it. So what's something we don't know about you, Amy?
Something that you don't know about me is, well,
I mean, and it's boring or
I
interesting.
happen to know
make it. Just how boring or interesting we make it. So you set the bar right there.
You guys start taking notes, okay? So I have an uncle named Sylvan, and that name actually means forest spirit. So there. You didn't know that about me. I have an Uncle Sylvan.
Oh my God, I thought you were going to go further. Like, seriously, that was where it ended. I thought you were going to say, and he raped me. I was pregnant with 3 of his kids. Like, there was going to be a good story here. And you just like, I've
never met this dude. That's how great an uncle he is I have no memories of him.
Well, okay, then I'll go second. I have my great uncle, my grandfather's brother, who was in the World War II with him, and he wrote a book. There you go. No, done.
See, nobody knew that about you, Brooke. What did you write the book about?
World War II.
About his experience in World War II?
Yes.
Well, why didn't you tell us that a long time ago? How long have you been on the show?
For a long time.
Listen to those crickets.
Eristes. Fucking. I don't know if he's like Ian and he has like a cricket button. He's just pushing.
That's what it is.
Sounds like it.
See how he cut
off? See how he cut it off? Cut it off when he talks.
I guess.
No, it's because I'm in the basement. The cricket like heard me. They got scared and stopped cricketing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
why don't you put me on speaker and I would tell that cricket to get the fuck out.
Probably work.
Oh my God, I live in the South. That is the loudest cricket ever. I had what do you call those big things? I had one land on my hand the other day and my son freaked the fuck out. I called it. It was the things that come out and then they shell their body and then you find the shell. Cicadas. They're louder. And I had the cicada land in my hand, and I called my son down to see it. My son's 18, and he freaked the fuck out because the cicadas crawling all over me, and it was so cool. And I was like, dude, I can't hurt you. Like, he's sweet. I was like, look at his little eyes, which was cool because I don't know if y'all ever seen a cicada in its shell alive, like really close up before they lose their shell. Because normally they find their shell and their little eye pods are there, but they're already not in the body. So his eyes are so big, and they have a little flat nose, and it was so cute. And he's looking at us, and I'm like, Noah, you see? And so then Noah finally was like, oh my God, he is blue, like he's so cool. And Noah's standing kind of like open the glass door, and I'm standing on the porch, and he's looking, and then that cicada decided to do as cicadas can, fly very fast. After about 5 minutes, he just flew off. Noah screams like a girl and just slams it.
Yeah, they're harmless though. It's not like it's not like it's a giant hornet or something. It's like they're so dumb and harmless.
It was the flying that freaked because it was so big and he was trying to get okay with it.
They're so retarded. Their whole job is just come out of the ground once every however many years and just fucking reproduce and die.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what we do as humans.
Well, they do it in a special way.
Yeah, we come here and we're like, okay, how many times do we reincarnate? And then we come, we're like, we're going to learn some lessons. And then we're like, but you know what? Fucking and drugs sound good. Yeah. And then we'll just go back into the ground and get buried again or whatever, and we'll come back again. So I'm not sure we're too much better than the cicadas because you don't know what that cicadas learned in his little love life the last time versus this time. Maybe this time he learned, like this one was very nice, and he held me, and he let me flew him and paw on my arm. And then he decided to be a joke prankster. He's like, I think your son's scared. Let's see what he does when I fly. And I was like, bitch, good one. Good move. You've also learned fucking hilarious comedy because he made him he's like, he thinks he's got my little eyes are cute. Let me show him what I can do. And he flew. And that's what that cicada has learned. And he probably also just fucked a bitch earlier that day. And he probably fucked her better than the last time he fucked. Maybe he only fucked one cicada, whereas in his past lives he used to fuck multiple cicadas.
Well, it's only once per life. They just all come out and do it all at once and then just drop dead.
I wish humans did that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or males, anyway. Maybe, take all your sperm. You know that island that they had all the women on? We talked about that before.
Uh-huh.
That was a good island.
That was good.
Right? That was a good island. I mean, what do you think, Amy, with an island with all women?
What was the name of that? Well, there was a book.
Movie. It was a movie. Well, they turned it into a movie. Yeah, I can't remember which movie it was. And they were the warrior women.
Story or something. Yeah, I'm not pulling that out of my brain at this point. It's
It was
too much of
before.
a full
I
moon.
always want to say it was Wonder Woman, but it was well before Wonder Woman. It was one of the a while back, like one of the superhero movies. But they went to the one island because they needed them to fight, and the island was all women, and they were fighters. Like they were like ultimate
And
warriors.
like somehow they didn't need the men. They were like
didn't
able
need the
to
men.
like
Mhm.
reproduce without the male and I know that Peter's talked about that a little bit, like sometimes that does happen, like the Virgin Mary, like that particular woman doesn't need the introduction of the sperm and can just grow babies.
That can happen, or you can look at it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I mean, Peter says it that way. I don't believe it was. I personally don't believe it was like God being there pregnant. I believe that you're looking at something different, but most people would not agree with that. That I believe Jesus is very important, but there were a lot of actual births back then. Mary was not. As a matter of fact, his mother was a virgin birth.
Right.
So
that was the story. It was like a hereditary condition where there was no need for male sperm.
Right. And I believe that was probably put into the DNA back when there was DNA manipulation. So, I mean, at the end of the day, you can look at whether females can reproduce on their own or even males. You look at the seahorse, you look at things that can reproduce on their own. My point is, like, if I was going to take out one, and I'm, again, not being sexist because I feel like I was male in a past life because I was a warrior. Obviously that warrior Aries instinct, which is my South Node, comes through, which is what y'all don't like. But my point is, I also feel that if I was going to take out one sex or the other, I am so sorry with the guy that's like, I need fucking a McDonald's girl and crickets. Versus the girl that's like, hey, I just want you to like love me, and if you like me enough and love me, and like let's just not go to. Whereas like you got the man that's like Douglas is like, war has to be a part of our life. War will always be a part of our life. Like that's what the man is. It's warrior. It's war. And I'm like, I don't know. Maybe we could live in some harmony. That I think, honestly, and to be honest, I say that in joking. I believe you need a balance. I think everything's a balance of duality, and male and female, which we all have in us, is balancing ourselves in that masculine and feminine role, meaning you each have masculine and femininity. So that's my true belief. But in joking, if I'm joking, I would say, well, I could probably take out the masculine. But I wouldn't. I mean, like, I'm a son, and I love, like, all my dogs are males. So there's something about the male quality that's pure, that is less, like, the females are so in the water, but the water is also deceptive, right? So the water is the one that you don't know if you're in the shallow or the deep end sometimes when you're walking out to the lake and it suddenly drops off. That's where you have with a female where, like, we take each other out. We can be so... women can be so horrible to each other, and like not even have a crush on a guy, but just decide, well, that guy's giving her more attention than this, or that girl's getting more attention than me, and then just decide to take her out. Whereas men are like, hey, I saw you're getting some attention. High five, dude. Let's go have a beer on it, right? So they were just like, cool, whatever, right? Like, unless it was his girlfriend, like himself, like he was, so men are in some ways so much more innocent because they don't have that depth of water like that when they're not in touch with their feminine side, with the masculine versus the feminine. So when they're in touch with just mostly masculine side, and I believe that's where we're going as far as continuing to expand and come back, just like the cicada. Every time the cicada comes back, hopefully, like us, but maybe the cicada doesn't. I don't know about its soul. It's just an example, since we were talking about it. But when you come back after being unearthed that long, being out of your life and out of your body, you come back in a new body, and you come back in a new form, and you've been male and you've been female. Okay, and so at the end of the day, you eventually start to incorporate the two, which is where duality goes, which is where their 4 lives, the ultimate answer, is incorporating both the action and the purity of man, and then the purity of the woman, but the purity of the wanting the love, like the water, the true love, whereas the man's the action and the masculine. I would just say instead of man, the masculine is let me take action, and to incorporate those two to see we don't have to take action to go to war. If I have this love and water inside of me, I can find another way. But also where the woman's so in touch, or the feminine side is so in touch with the water, that there's always a tinge of like, it's so emotional that is then becomes the catalyst for jealousy to come out for no reason to another woman, especially because it's always I'm always in conflict. I'm always, at the end of the day, you guys come in conflict because you want to go to battle. You're like, well, fuck it, I'll just fight you. And women are like more in conflict than men, because they're constantly seeking, like, I won't love. Well, who's gonna stand in the way of my water, my love, right? And so it's self-fulfilling as far as wanting to do that. And so to bring the two together is what it's supposed to do in one body eventually. And so I would say that all of us have been a male and a female, and you would eventually come into union with yourself. And it doesn't matter which body you're in, you come into union yourself where you can embrace your masculine and your feminine. Then that is where our world and our consciousness starts to grow. And I think that we're headed there. I think that that's what you're seeing with Pluto has come through Capricorn, and we're about to end that. That's destruction of any structures. So we're just seeing structures soar, meaning government, meaning banking, meaning money, financial institutions. Everything will be reset eventually. Like, we're going to see this destruction. So when it goes in, Pluto doesn't give a shit. So when it destroys, it destroys. What you rebuild is up to you. But you have to be high enough to do it. And I believe our consciousness is raising. So then when it goes into Aquarius, well, what is it going to destroy? It will destroy what Aquarius stands for. And people get that very confused. They think it's going to build up what Aquarius stands for. That scares me, because Pluto doesn't build, he destroys. And if you know what Pluto Aquarius stands for, it's kind of scary to think of what's going to happen over the next 15 years, as of January of this year, or January of next year, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And give us some examples, please.
Well, Pluto, what do you know what Pluto stands for? I'm sure you know astrologically.
Well, yeah, I mean, the underworld, money,
Pluto does not. No, Pluto stands for the underworld. No, I'm sorry, I did say Pluto, so I'll give you, I meant Aquarius. We know what Pluto's going to do. Okay. Pluto's the destroyer, and he doesn't stand for money, but yes, he is a destroyer. What does Aquarius stand for? Because he's moving out of destroying institutions. What is he moving into? Aquarius. So then that symbolization, what is he going to destroy? What does Aquarius stand for is what I'm asking you.
Well, I personally think of Aquarius as being, resonant with the Christian age, really.
What do you mean?
Well, it's kind of like, 2,000 years of Christ was kind of like the Aquarian cycle, right?
I always think of Christ in the Piscean.
Okay. I mean, a good point. Yeah. And Christ is very Piscean. And, I'm not exactly the most adept.
Aquarius, so Aquarius stands for, does anyone else know? I'm pretty sure.
Technology.
Yes,
yeah, that's right, Amy. Thank you.
I love how you said that's right, like you fucking knew. Thank you, Amy. You had no idea.
Amy, I want you to participate more often. I'm trying to encourage that. To avoid this kind of confrontation.
Yes. He would like for you to save his ass more often, is what he's trying to say. Maybe on our private calls, you can have her on the phone and you'll get your ass saved more often.
Well, honey, I mean, by the way, just so people understand, oftentimes when we're speaking, we do make mistakes because we conflate our subjects. Our dear Brooke just did that with Pluto and Aquarius. I want people to understand what I said earlier to Peter Moon about population when I was saying maybe 200 to 300. If I said that, 1,000 vampires, I really meant worldwide, not in America alone, though America's population is definitely impacted to a greater degree.
Everybody was asleep by then. Nobody heard it. Now you're just conflating. Now you're just making sure.
I was asleep, so there you go.
What did he say?
He said, "There I go."
I said that I was also asleep, so she was right
So I
about
was
that.
going to say, everybody was asleep by then, so I'm pretty sure no one heard it, but you made sure everyone knows it now that you made a mistake. No one heard it. They were all asleep. Amy might have. I don't know. Amy might have heard it.
No, actually, I was asleep. I got to bed at like 5 o'clock. And then,
Yeah, I see. I told you. I was asleep.
and then I was trying to listen, and then I'd shut it all down, and then I heard the phone buzz, and then I heard him complain that he called 15 people and nobody picked up.
Oh my God, Emily, we have the exact same story. I totally had listened twice, shut it fucking down, and then I fucking was like, I need something to go to sleep to. Let's see what he's got on. And then I hear him fucking complaining. No one ain't fucking answered. And by the way, Brooke had a stalker, and I'm like, fuck you. And then I'm like, and I still was not, but I still wasn't gonna message you. He said that shit, and then he leaves. No offense, Aristotle. You can both be very entertaining.
Aristotle.
I do Aristotle. What the fuck? I do it different. Whatever.
So
Y'all could both be entertaining and intelligent in your own way. That was a very what I texted. I won't say what I texted because I'll get in trouble. I would just say, I said, "Did you go to sleep? This is more boring than so and so," and like some other boring people, like who? What are they doing? And then he comes back on.
Boring as God knows what. I just skip all that, man.
I wish we could have skipped everything.
You know, I do think that that discussion about the prions.
Yes, thank you, honey.
I've been talking about the deer population, you know, having a lot of issues up here, and like my friend has 3 dead deer out on his land, and if they like the game warden came.
Does he live in New York? Because I know who killed him.
Because you know who got him, huh? He does not live in New York. He lives up here. He's down the road, and he was saying, you know, do you want to go and cut him up, right? Like, do you want to go cut some venison? And then he was like just making a joke out of it because he'd had the game warden tell him just to leave him. Right. Like, don't eat them. Like, there's something wrong with them. And if you see any deer like this with kind of like
you don't ever
mangy
things that's just died. I mean, that'd be like finding like people here eat squirrels and shit, but we don't eat squirrels that are
How are you supposed to tell which deer have the prion disease?
The mange. It looks like a mange in their fur.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what do we call them prion? Because I don't want to assume is completely ignorant on this. I don't know. I didn't hear this conversation. What do we mean about prion?
It's a mutated protein, right?
Yes.
It's a protein that folds over itself, and you can't kill it. It's like an undead.
Yes, that's quite true.
Mean it's like Douglas? Like I've
not really.
Also, his penis folds over too, but that's because he's uncircumcised.
At any rate, so I just want to.
Do you want to just talk about the prions?
No. I think that it's well covered in our latest episode before tonight's. So
I'm not going to listen.
it's okay.
I listened.
Yeah. And please
I listened.
So some input, please. Some response.
Yeah.
Is this Aristotle talking?
Yep.
Yeah. You know it's not real tech because then it would be like short bursts, like machine gun staccato fire.
No. It's aristocrat now.
Yeah. Yes.
I know. Right. I gotta do the aristocrat.
Right.
Aristotle.
I think aristocrat.
Aristotle.
Yeah.
Yes.
The fucking prions are terrifying, man. That's like really more scary than anything. It's just, you know?
Why? Explain that. Why is it more scary?
It's contagious. Some of it's contagious.
I mean,
we spend our time worrying about evil people and not these molecules that'll just like destroy everything. Yeah. You know, it's like nobody's thinking about it or talking about it.
Yeah, that's right.
Everybody's worried about like sentient life being like dangerous to them, but like nobody's thinking about these like, you know, these prions.
That's right. So, honey, there you go.
So that was
Scary
that was a great explanation. You should not be called Aristotle for sure. I'm gonna go back to. I'm gonna go back.
Cricket. You can call him Cricket, man. Jiminy Cricket. Jiminy Cricket.
Call him air because that was just air coming out of you. That was complete air. Like if you thought you explained shit on that, that was not.
I did.
You didn't. You just said it's contagious and you're scared of it and nobody's looking at it. And that's pretty much the word.
I'm just saying, a self-replicating molecule has no conscience. Like, it's just,
A self-replicating molecule is a virus, bitch. Like, that happens all the time.
It's even worse than that.
Yeah.
How you want to explain that, Air, and get more? Do you want to get more syllables in your name, or do you just want to stay Air?
Yes.
Let's do that then. Let's go for it.
No, wait. Well, Douglas, why hasn't there been a runaway reaction of prions yet? Like,
you mean you mean why have they just taken over the world?
You just asked Douglas to take his
completely unconscious
pornography. The pornography that Douglas was just looking at. Now you're asking him to think. Okay.
By the way, Brooke, you do have to go to bed sometime soon, right? Because, celebrating tomorrow with this friend of yours with the birthday,
the birthday was today, and we celebrated yesterday, so shut up. And the thing I'm doing tomorrow, if you put it in your notebook correctly, you would fucking know what I'm doing tomorrow. But you apparently can't even read.
I thought.
No, the day was today. Fucking celebrate yesterday, but I said I can't be on the show for long. Because I remember why you called it that day. The words.
I'm totally blank. I'm totally blank.
I don't even know what you called it. You came up with some stupid shit because you've been up 12 hours. And you were thought it was hilariously funny what you called it. I don't even remember.
I don't remember either. We gotta start recording these conversations.
Brooke can't be on because it's fucking, I don't know, pet day.
Actually, it's kind of a relief then. I mean, that's a relief, so I don't feel guilty about you being on. But basically, honey, you remember the Cthulu disease in Papua New Guinea? Yes?
Yeah, I totally remember the kudu disease. No, kudos were something I ate in fucking middle school and elementary school. Kudos, my mom put in a lunchbox. They were great. They're like granola bars with chocolate.
I remembered.
Do you remember kudos? They should have kudos. Our life would all be better if when they sent those stupid checks out in 2020, they sent us a box of kudos bars.
I'd heard of it. The Kuru, right?
I thought you were talking about kudos bars. Fuck you.
Yeah, kudos bars. They actually taste good, but they're supposed to be good.
They do taste good.
Yes.
They're probably sugary, but they were good.
Yeah. They don't make them anymore?
I don't know, do they?
I don't know.
Does anyone know? Amy, can you Google kudos? Just Kudos.
Good question.
Yeah.
If you find something, you send them
granola? Are you trying to call me granola?
No, it's not granola.
I'm just trying to see if they actually exist anymore.
Kudos was like a kind of quote-unquote health bar that was supposed to be good for you.
But it was so not healthy. It was just granola and sugar with chocolate on top. They were so good.
Yeah.
And your mom would pack you 3 because she thought they were healthier than Twinkies, which I guess probably were a little bit.
Oh shit!
I'd eat a box of them. I'd come home from school. I'd eat a fucking because they were little. They weren't that big or
yeah, that's right. You gorge on them. Yes. Oh my god, that's funny. Oh my god.
Because you thought you were eating healthy. But you're really
no. I actually remember the same thing. It was it was kind of like eating a Snickers bar, but your mom would still buy them because it wasn't a Snickers bar.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
Oh shit.
I think you should rename this episode Kudos.
Yeah, I like it. That's cute. At any rate, for those of you who don't know, kudos used to be praise. It used to mean praise. Kudos to him for his accomplishment.
I know. I'm Southern and we still say kudos. Kudos. That was good, but we didn't confuse it with the bar.
Okay.
We're kudos. And then if I walk to somebody's house, I'm hungry, and then kudos. I knew they weren't giving me praise. I knew they were offering me a bar.
Yes. So it's Oh, right.
I mean,
Oh,
people still
it's
say
it was
that
the animals. Did you get the animals to the veterinarian, or is that supposed to be tomorrow?
Oh, look at you! Finally, look at your little brain. I thought vampires were better than like what's his name that gets still and can't speak for 20 minutes and is worse than Biden. Oh, McConnell. It's like you got still and then suddenly your brain kicked in. McConnell.
Right.
Is that what McConnell's doing when he's standing there completely dumbfounded?
Yeah. Like.
Have you seen the videos of that?
I haven't. I've got to treat myself to that at some point.
Today?
Oh, it's the treat. I saw it tonight after y'all mentioned it.
Every time you're taking the shit.
It's a treat, especially I didn't see the
it's
first
ridiculous.
one.
It's hilarious.
He did the first one apparently like a few weeks ago or week.
Yeah.
But then this latest one, like he literally just stand. It was like my 90-year-old grandmother. Just like I remember her being like
staring
like
in the face.
Complete, and you'd be like, and then they came up, and you could tell his aides. That's the other kicker. The aides did not act surprised that he was doing it. They tried to remove his hand from the bar. He was completely frozen. They had somebody that was a neurological. Well, that stupid guy that comes on CNN. But like just and I say stupid guy like he's not Gucci or Goopty or whatever. He's not stupid. What I'm saying is I don't really like right or left wing media because I believe both have an agenda. But they were trying to be obviously CNN tries to at some point sometimes not be extreme left, which is good. Compared to Fox, which is always extreme right and just make fun of people. They were trying to be like sad we're not making fun of him, but hey, we all know that was not because they tried to say he just felt like he was gonna faint, and we're like, and even seeing him was like, okay, I can see that. I know what faint looks like.
Yeah, thank you.
That's not a faint. Like that's not how you feel faint. Like you don't go completely silent. And then your people come up and repeat the question in your ear and you can't even talk at all. Like you either faint or you're like, I can't, I need to get off the stage or something. Like there's just it's definitely your brain. And I would say it's, Gucci or whatever, it was like trying to say it could be, he's a neurologist and was trying to say it could be a million different things. But there definitely wasn't a seizure. And it definitely wasn't, I don't know, something else. So you'd be looking at, he said it could be like Parkinson's, but I don't think it's Parkinson's.
Yes.
Where the medication stops working. I don't think it's Parkinson's. I haven't seen him shake. I honestly believe it's true dementia. Like what happens is your brain starts to shut down so dementia and Alzheimer's are close together, truly. And what happens is you start
aphasia also, like Bruce Willis.
Yeah, you start getting holes in your brain.
Yes.
And one of the biggest things, if anybody's listening, if you eat meat, it's fine. I'm not going to put meat on eats meat because my stomach best, but I will say this. Please, like if you care about your body at all, do not eat meat that has nitrates in it, which basically means if you're going to eat meat, eat fresh meat. Don't go and get your slice, even if it's lean, and you get your sliced turkey or whatever. Anything with nitrates is already been proven to cause holes like that tend to lean toward Alzheimer's. You would see that in bigger media fields. Obviously, it's already been proven, but you don't see it everywhere, right? And why do you not see that everywhere?
A smoked meat, pepperoni. It
doesn't have to be smoked. It's anything that is literally processed meat that like literally is put in a package has to have nitrates because it's what keeps the meat basically fresh. So if you want like fresh roast beef, you need to cook it in your crock pot or whatever. You want chicken, either drive through a fresh chicken place like whatever, like Chick-fil-A, or freaking cook your chicken. But or go in and get a rotisserie chicken, but don't and cook your steak. Like when you're going like, I'm going to buy roast beef and I'm going to buy it in this pack that's sealed, right? In this deli section, it says Hillshire Farms and it says all natural. It's still fucking full of the same shit. And those nitrates have been proven to cause holes in the brain. And that's a proven fact by the CDC. The problem is you don't see that. Why do you not see that on the news? Same reason Douglas calls me a conspiracy theorist, or like not that. What do you call me? Not a conspiracy theorist.
Cynical. Oh, by the way, the word I was trying to look for when I said about the young lady I'm trying to help by simply inspiring her was why I don't
The
understand why
McDonald's
generate.
girl?
Yeah, well, you may call her such, but I try to be more respectful. Like was trying to say.
Oh, I mean the McDonald's girl from Florida that's a third year age, that's also bisexual, and basically you met through Ian West.
Like I was trying to say, I don't understand why this generates so much animosity. My attempt to simply do a good deed, just by offering myself.
Your good deed. When have you
Yes.
fucking done a good deed? When have you done a good deed for me? Because I am fairly certain I said send the blanket back. You don't want, and then you didn't, and I needed that fucking money, and then you didn't, and then I'm like, hey, why don't you just fucking send me a fucking something from the dollar store? Could you fucking do something? And you can't even do that. Like you can't. And then you're. And I told him to call me with his fucking friend Beaver, just to prove Beaver's a real person. And I will say he did call me to prove there is a person that's friends with him. All I can tell you is the person that he has as friends. And it may not even be a friend. He may have just hired an Uber driver to pretend to be a friend. Because Beaver was too scared to fucking come on the fucking camera.
He is a gangster after all.
Or send a picture.
By the way, that wasn't me belching, just so people understand. I have no idea who was belching.
What was hilarious is when Beaver heard you and I talking, he's like, I completely understand why y'all get along now. Like, what?
Yeah.
We were both
like... So, honey, when you were talking about...
And then they ended the conversation with, after they had left the liquor store, because y'all want to know what he does with his extra money, if there's anything left over. They were like, I'm going to go in the liquor store. And then I talked to him through it, because apparently, you know what I mean, I'm not done. And then he's like, well, we got to go, because we got to go to Target. And then Beaver's like, yeah, we got to go get our Coke. And he's like, we got to get our Coke. I'm like, where are you going? To get Coke or Target? He's like, we're going to get our Coke from Target. And I was like, wait, can you tell me what aisle the Coke aisle of Target is? Because I have obviously been missing that fucking aisle a while. Why don't you tell everyone? I would like to know the aisle 7.
Yes. And then Brooke took a picture of this lady cop she was seducing. Then she said, that's me. And I said, that's not her. It's not her. And then...
I sent it so people would see it.
Yes.
I was down at the gas station. He wouldn't send a picture of himself. So this lady cop got out of her fucking car. And I was just going to go in the gas station for a picture of any random lady. But I saw this fucking lady cop and I walked right up to her. And I was like, hey, sorry. I'm just going to ask you this. It's a female cop and a male cop getting out of their car. And I was just brave enough and at least sober enough to fucking say it. Like, since I'm not drinking anymore, like, God, I can imagine if I had been drunk. But I was be like, hey, I was just like, hey. So I have this guy and he's in California and he's wanted me to send a picture to him, but he's like not like cool at all. So I would love to send a picture of me in a cop uniform because he hasn't seen me. So is there any way I can take a picture of you? She's like, yeah, totally. And so I take a picture of this girl and I send it. And then I'm like, show me to Beaver. And he's like, this isn't you. I'm like, it is me.
Oh, goodness. At any rate.
He did. Did Beaver believe it at all that it was me? Or did
No. Then she took a real picture of herself, Brooke did, and in the light of
that was even worse.
Yes, in the light, it was very strange.
I look better than that girl, I think.
The female was in cop mode, and so she looked very ambisexual. She could have been a man.
Well, you like that. Your McDonald's girl does too, so whatever.
There's a more gentle, softer look to that. That's
the Florida look. It's the Florida.
I guess that must be it.
McDonald's. At least our cop girl makes more than $25,000 a year.
At any rate, so then Brooke showed us a picture of herself, and Beaver said, yeah, what's that? It looks like she had a mustache. She just got removed by electrolysis. And I said, no, it's the light.
You should share that picture of something like you're talking about.
Yes.
Because, I literally know what he's talking about. I'm like, what the fuck? I've never had a mustache in one ring. And so what happened is I just took a picture in the light because I didn't want to give him hell the whole time. And so I was just sending a picture. I'm driving down the road. And they took a picture, like random of me. Wasn't supposed to be the best picture. Wasn't edited.
Real tech left.
But I didn't care. But what was hilariously funny was when I pulled it back up when he told me that, apparently the way the light was coming in, right over my lip was this light. Like, and it made it look white right over my lip. So like my whole face was tan, and then there was like this white straight line over my lip. And so Beaver's like, what did she do? Have a mustache?
Yes, it's cute. It
I'm
was.
sure that was too long a story.
No, it's fine. I think it's funny as hell personally, because it's one of these things where maybe you had to have been there, but it was really odd. Real Tech took off all of a sudden, and God knows we wish the best for him. He did leave a lot of.
I don't wish the best. You know what? I wish the best for Real Tech. Real Tech, I love you, but I wish the best when you actually come back with the Lamborghini and some good stock quotes. Okay. I need them. I need him to come back with some truly good stock quotes or something. I'm not so sure America's gonna go very well, by the way, guys. Like,
yeah. I mean, obviously, you mean what you're seeing is civil disorder.
Yeah, that and the crash of probably. I mean, like, I'm not seeing the crash.
Oh, you mean economically as well? Yes. That's yes.
I know you don't think about economically because you're just gonna ask people in fucking like Siberia if America goes down. You'll just think you can get on the internet and ask anybody for money anywhere. But you know, those of us that depend on money from the U.S. government, or like from the U.S. like stocks, and therefore if the government goes down, which means if the companies go down, then some of us don't have jobs, or if we invest in stock markets, we can't fucking make money. We may lose all our money in our 401ks, and if the dollar fucking becomes not the dollar anymore, which is like ruling the fucking country, like world as it has before, which as you well know, you at least know that part of it, then we're fucked.
Yeah. Anyhow, Anthony D. King 33 says, "Is it just me, or is Douglas's vampire laugh a bit too much?"
Yeah, no, it's not just you. It's completely way too much. And like, I wish you told him that like about 5 hours ago or fucking 5 years ago. Either way.
So honey, okay. At any rate, when it comes to
I love your laugh, you know that, except it's fake sometimes.
Yes.
So when his laugh is real, like I think that's more a real laugh. Like, but he has a fake laugh and a real laugh, and it's very sly to tell the difference. When he actually did that fake laugh earlier, it was funny because you could actually tell it. But most people cannot tell the difference in his fake and real because he is such a good actor.
Well, there we have that. Oh, my God. I mean, I was going to say, so tomorrow, not tomorrow, but September 1st, Friday, is going to be Armenian Knowledge and Literature Day.
I know. I've got it on my calendar, and I was going to talk to you about that later.
You're making a joke, right?
What?
You're joking, right? You're joking, right?
No, we'll talk about it later. Like, if I write it down, it's fine.
Okay, so I do want people to know I'll be celebrating for a good part of the weekend, but I will be back for Sunday transmission. I did want people to know that. I want to thank wonderful people.
I am so fucking sick of your goddamn. I have an excuse to celebrate. You're not Armenian, bitch.
My son, though.
Son's not Armenian.
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
Well then he doesn't get to celebrate Japanese and fucking American Day, so he shouldn't invite you over. Sick of this bullshit.
He does because of me and his husband, who's Asian, Pan-Asian.
Well, you know what? You know what he needs in his life? You know what? He's obviously trying to get all holidays in, as you are. And so you're like, well, we got Japan in it, and we claim Germany, and we claim America, and he's claiming Armenia, and then China for his husband. So then, you know what you're missing? Redneck Southern Confederacy. We got a lot of holidays.
I bring that up. I've actually brought that up a number of times.
Do you know how many more holidays you could celebrate with me?
Yes, you and I do have to celebrate some holidays together. That's true. Yes, we'll get to that point. It's
not celebrate them in your tiny ass cramped apartment.
No, we not in the hoarder's crypt. No, we can't do that here. But at any rate, darling, what I want you to know is that you were talking about Mitch McConnell, and you were talking about holes in the brain, and you were talking about nitrates in the meat, but believe it or not, that brings us back to the prions. So you actually were bringing us back to topic, and I do want you to know, one of the things that I was shuffling around for and looking up was my mother, who had more of an interest in astrology, albeit from a kind of different perspective, I was taking a look through some of her notes, so I have a bit more to say about these ages, these passing ages from Piscean to the Aquarian, etc. So, definitely something for thought when we continue speaking. One of the things, though, that I wanted to say about the prions. So when it comes to the vacuolization that you're talking about, this was, of course, studied in cows and known as bovine spongiform encephalopathy. Spongiform meaning sponge-like because of the vacuolization, all of the holes creating vacuums, vacuolization in their brain. Bovine, of course, for the cow, and therefore in humans, it's instead given an MD's name. The MDs who isolated the disease, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, otherwise known as Alzheimer's. But it is basically something that is a TSE to a degree.
Does that make you feel more important somehow?
Nope.
Because here's the thing. You just try to explain what bovine meant, or what sponge meant that had holes. But then you're like, ow, how do you say it? Fucking say it again?
The Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease for Alzheimer's? Yeah, CJD.
Alzheimer's.
Yes.
But it's Alzheimer's in America. And why do you try to be different? This is what I mean.
So, honey.
Crickets. Like, can you play the crickets right now?
That would be cute. That would be funny. So, honey, what's scary is that there are also TSEs. These are transmissible spongiform encephalopathies. That's what you're talking about when humans eat too much of these cows and then they develop the so-called Alzheimer's. See, the Alzheimer's probably sourced from their eating a lot of mad cow beef and other kinds of corrupted meats that have been fed things that are bad for them, like rotten sheep's brains and shit. The kind of throwaways that restaurants don't want, parts of animals.
Do you know what they put in your cow place? Like, do you know they come pick them up? This was the FDA guy wrote a book on it.
Yeah.
And they would come pick up all the dead dogs from the shelters, right?
Yeah.
They euthanize.
Yeah.
Some of them euthanized because of cancer. Some of them euthanized just they were young. He said, as an FDA guy, this is legal.
Yeah.
It was at the time. This was I read this book in late 90s, early 2000s.
Yes.
And they would not only take these, like, you remember taking a dead elephant, like, that had died in the circus, like, all these things, right? But they wouldn't even take the collars off the dogs. They would throw them into the blender.
Mm-hmm.
And they would go into animal feed. They would go into dog food also.
Yeah, that's right.
And so you wonder why your dogs are getting sick, but then they go into dog food and then they go into other animal feeds that like that. And so, like, not even like they didn't even take the time to remove the collar off the dog, or in the dog, again, number one, it's been put to sleep, so it's got euthanasia chemicals in it. Number two, the dog may have had a cancer, may have had some other disease, you don't know. These are just dogs and cats. And he was talking about dogs and cats, and the only other thing I remember in that book was like an elephant or two that they got from circus. But to say that, yes, it's the same thing with in our human world, like, to look at what they don't give a shit about the animals. Like, it's about profit, right? So it was about profit to make money. That's what they could get away with the FDA to put it in dog food. So what they're getting away with putting in our food is the same thing, where you'll call me like a pessimist or a skepticist or whatever. Like, it's the same fucking thing. If you don't think that it's about money, and it's never about, like, your fucking wealth. As a matter of fact, it's the opposite. It's why Coca-Cola's people have come out. Like, you have head of Coca-Cola now. You can watch some of those people that have come out and said Coca-Cola knew and was approached, like, the sugar, because Coca-Cola owns obviously more than Coke. They're putting in, like, all this sugar, and they were approached, like, this is causing children to have obesity and causing, we have now proven children are now getting type 2 diabetes from this. Yeah. And Coke was like, we don't, like, give a fuck. And then it was just basically pharmaceutical coming in and be like, we'll develop some medicine for that. I mean, that's basically how it fucking works. It's all about money. And so all you ever have to do is follow the money trail if you want to answer to anything.
Well, I don't know about that, but it's
Okay, well, I don't know that you know about that because maybe your little brain that just wants to suck blood forgets the actual way that humans work, but that's how humans work. Fucking, you know what? Not all humans. Most of us are trying to raise our consciousness, and hopefully we are. But the way it has continually worked, and the way the money system has worked forever, has been about, hey, pay off your house, get a beach house. If you have to work for this company, and they're like, hey, sell this, and you just kind of look around, it's like, well, what's going on? You don't really need to look. And there's only a few people that fucking know. Back then, now didn't care. And now you've got, and you couldn't come out even if you wanted to, because, you know, what'd you have? You had like fucking NBC, ABC, and CBS. Fuck, where were you going to go? Because they were fucking paid off too. You weren't going anywhere. You've got places now where people are slowly coming out with things. And then it's like, oh, well, that guy, just like, he's not, let's not believe the Coke guy, let's believe the vampire guy. Because you're just being a conspiracy theorist. I mean, you're just being the guy in Florida. But at least I don't want to fuck the McDonald's. Which is, who are you going to believe more? Like, I just sit in my house, like, taking care of my dogs and, like, giving him 4 pills a day and trying to feed him healthy. Whereas you're sitting there, like, I don't even know, but, like, I'll take Meals on Wheels and then go suck blood this weekend. And also, I think you are the problem, Brooke.
Oh, well, Brooke, what happens is you confuse people with this we'll call it a word dump. Granted, your words make sense. They're not word salads. They have a logical narrative that has a point. Except that your point is based on denigrating others.
Oh, really? Whoa. That's a joke. A conversation you and I have privately that has not been based on it. Never mind.
Honey. But of course, well, let's just put it this way: your Southern charm helps you get away with it. But
I told Southern charm, your Libra asking you with shit nonstop. You're like the middleman. You got George to come on when he was gonna like kick the I'm done with everything. and for kudos, I'm glad George didn't. But at the same time, you're just like, well. Like, I'm just like, you should fucking be a politician for real, because you are. You're just like, well, I'll take both sides of this, and I'll come in, I see where this is going. Let me just interrupt for a minute, George, before you say... I mean, like, fuck my life. You're the ultimate politician, so shut up and you know it. Don't say my Southern charm. I don't even have Southern charm. I cuss, I'm loud, I make people angry. Like, there's no Southern charm.
Well, there is. It's just, we have to dig to find it. But such being said, I was making a point before.
Just as a politician would say it, we have to dig to find it. Politically, I will let you speak now. I will shut up.
Oh, yeah, but it's not that I want to overdwell on this. It was simply what Eristes was bringing up. Yeah, man, it's really scary, man. About the prions. What you said about McConnell brought us back to that. And so the meat, which of course is often at the industrial scale, raised, let's put it this way, there's corruption involved, there's laziness involved, all together.
It's horrible evil involved, is what it basically is. And there's no God in this world where you believe is good, where if we were meant to kill, because, you know, someone made me believe, and I won't say who it was, because it's not someone that I particularly like, but, you know, I quit eating meat a long time ago. And then, fuck me, because, like, I would pull weeds in my yard, and then this was like, why are you pulling that weed? Like, what makes it, like, less important than the fucking grass next, like, that piece of weed, you know, that living thing next to it, which then was like, hey, well, you know, when you eat corn or when you eat a Brussels sprout or fucking asparagus, it was life, right? And then I'm like, fuck, they're making me I can't eat anything. Like, they're making me feel guilty about eating a fucking green bean. Because it was a life, technically, right? Yeah. So my point is, like, I think that that's where I say I don't disagree with, while I may choose not to eat meat for personal reasons, because I still give that life more sacred. I think the life that I get from from the Brussels sprouts, I think you have to give like thankfulness, number one, to anything you eat. But
Yes.
that's the problem
Yes.
with the meat industry. It's become, and again, it's really any industry. I mean, like a lot of even the vegetable industry, like it's spraying everything on. It is our, different. I won't even say a name that you probably like, which is Bill Gates, who I used to find thought he was like.
Why would you say I would probably like him?
Well, because he's so like liberal as far as like in some ways, like he's supposedly like like when that whole thing has come out against with the vaccines and stuff, he was the one like promoting the vaccines, but he also is the like second contributor, basically first like contributor at all with as far as one person, he and his wife, to the WHO, which is now, if you see what the WHO is doing. Not only are the World Health Organization, obviously, is what I mean, he contributes to that. So he made, I believe it was, he invested $3 billion and made $33 billion in the vaccines, or in $33 billion and he made $333. But that's what he made, just in vaccines, okay? And so you can be like, oh, that's luck, or like he just saw it and he's going to use that money for good. You watch people from India, you watch people from other countries that discuss what he's doing, discuss how he's putting the farmers down, discuss the chemicals that he's putting on, discuss how he's wanting this one world thing. And I think that's where you're going into Aquarius, which is what you're going to see. Mm-hmm. And there are two things. Number one, Amy said it very well. She said the two things that will be destroyed eventually are, and not destroyed in the sense of meaning technology goes away, but Aquarius stands for technology. And it stands for people and small groups and how we communicate with each other, like how we interact. Like Aquarius is like the groups of people, right? So what you're going to see, and it's going to be over. Unfortunately, it's going to be in Aquarius even longer than it was in Capricorn. Although thankful for me because it's getting out of my fucking time, thank God. So at least I have a personal impact in it. But we all have the impact always of the world, and it's going to affect technology. So it doesn't mean that it will destroy technology. It means it's going to change it. And it could be destroyed in the way that where, for instance, Real Tech was going, I don't believe in this whole,
AI
shit. Yeah.
AI fear-mongering, AI fear porn.
Yeah, and all that. And it may very well be, just like you said, it's not technically AI, but at the same time, AI is a learning protege, right? It learns. It gets smarter every time someone puts something in, and every time it's corrected. So it's a learning software, right? So it just even with the way it is right now, continually getting smarter, it's getting a lot smarter than, like, I could sit there and teach my son all day, like, with the best geometry teacher and him paying attention, and that AI software fucking is 10 times smarter, 20 times smarter the next fucking day, even if they start at the same level, because you see, it takes so much in, like a human brain can't. So, but it does not have consciousness. And so at that point, like where we talked about the Douglas is part of like consciousness, it doesn't have consciousness. Yes. And so I think that's where the human side will have to come in, which is where I think you're going to see where it talks about with again, a reset with Aquarius. Yes. What will happen is Pluto will destroy technology in a way that probably in the beginning, maybe we start to see technology like AI go stronger. Right. And then we completely, as people, I'm hoping, in consciousness, stand up against it and decide we don't want this, right? And so then people start, again, what Aquarius stands for is how we communicate in small groups, how we get together, how we can then say, hey, you know what? I don't want this one world shit, and I don't want, Bill Gates or not necessarily Bill Gates, whoever, like some backworld thing running my meat industry continually. Right, everything that's going on are telling me now, like if you've seen what WHO has just put out, they have put out a new thing that they are completely, you think you're being hit by fucking kicked off YouTube now? YouTube is completely signing off with a WHO order. They're saying they will not. WHO is saying that basically anything that is like natural remedies that have not been proven, they will not be allowed on their websites, such as YouTube is signing on, like Twitter may sign on, our X or whatever it is now, they're like done anyway. And I think, but regardless, these companies are signing on to that. The WHO is saying like anything that's been not proven. Well, here's the thing: if it's who's proving it? Because if there's no, so we won't sign on to anything that is not proven, and so therefore at that point you say proven. Well, it has to be an organization that, so non-profitable is another word they use. So profitable organization is the only thing that's going to prove stuff, right? Mm-hmm. Because if it's profitable, so that's what you're looking at, mass profit of, again, pharmaceuticals or whatever. So how many people are going to put in to be like, hey, I know if you just put rock salt on the bottom of your feet with some water, it'll make your feet not swell. But that will be illegal. That will literally be, you're not allowed to say that. Like it'll be like, you can't say that, but you can literally go get this drug that may cause you to get leukemia, but your feet won't swell. Do you see what I'm saying? Like that is literally what is being passed with the WHO. I don't know if you've read that. It just happened this week.
Well, I haven't read it because I haven't been doing research in that area, but I appreciate.
You've been getting high at your fucking state that you don't fucking invite me to. So fuck you.
I get. Wait, who's making? Is that? Oh, it's Amy. It's Amy's got the background noise. You said I was getting high at the state because I what?
Yeah, I just said. You said I don't know that. Like I haven't researched it yet. It's not because you didn't research it. You just got home from the estate after getting high.
Yeah.
And then or whatever, and you don't invite me to it, so I feel no sorriness for you. Or does Amy?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I don't know. Amy may feel more for you. I don't know why she would, but maybe she does.
Well, she's. It's amazing how quiet her house is, comparatively speaking, considering how many dogs she's got in that house. And
they've
I know. I was
been
coming out of the bathroom. I just
sleeping.
peed, and y'all just heard me pee. I don't even know.
Yeah.
You heard the feet? All the 4 dogs run into the bathroom when I go to pee in the half bath. Like, oh my god, what are you doing? Like they know it's not the kitchen. Like, but they just run in. Like, could there be food in here? Like, I don't know, but let's just follow her everywhere around the house.
Yes. That's adorable. Thank God I don't have them.
You're such a little bitch. Like, if there's anybody on here, like, can put it. I'll say it. I won't say it. Actually, I would say it. If I thought they could, but they can't, because they can't get shit even right, that would be like put a spell on your bitch ass.
So, all right. All such being said, to try and get us back on some semblance of a track of thought here, because our man was earlier talking about scary things, and he was saying the prions were scary. So this is what makes Alzheimer's so frightening. It
is not. No, there's no such thing as. Never call me again if you're going to say that word again.
Oh, okay. Alzheimer's.
It was so annoying. It was just like when King George would say Jeffrey Dahmer.
Dahmer, yeah, instead Dahmer. Yeah.
And like I kept saying that, he's like Dahmer, and I'm like, oh my god, if you say Dahmer, it's annoying. I'm sorry, and I'm sure I said on King. But you're American, bitch. You've raised here. You know it's Alzheimer's. You're trying to be cool.
Yeah. Well, honey, but I've heard MDs. Doctors say otherwise, but you say tomato, I say tomato. I'm happy to adapt.
Really, what MDs? Have them call me tomorrow. So you're lying through your teeth. You're one, maybe, and it's probably from Germany or fucking wherever.
Well, yes. I mean, these are German descended doctors. Creutzfeldt, for instance.
I'm fairly certain most of them have all died or been killed since World War II. Like they're like 90 at this point. They're probably saying Alzheimer's. You just can't understand. I'm kind of like, what's his name standing there? I forgot my name. McConnell.
Yeah, McConnell. Which brings us back to the holes in his brain. Which brings us back to what makes this so frightening is they may have contracted this condition through either the meat they've eaten all these years or other things they've been exposed to in the environment, but the meat is probably the primary suspect. So these are what are referred to as TSEs, meaning transmissible spongiform encephalopathies. So you can actually catch Alzheimer's. That's the horror of what we're speaking of. As a matter of fact, when I attended the lecture by Dr. Stanley Preusner, who was awarded the Nobel Prize in Medicine for isolating the prion, the proteinaceous infectious.
Cannot catch Alzheimer's.
I'm not going to explain this in depth, but I'll just put it this way. Yes, you can.
Okay, everyone in my family has had Alzheimer's except for my kids, knock on wood.
Knock
and
on
I've been
wood.
around all of them, and no one's caught Alzheimer's.
Well,
they haven't.
I mean, let's put it this way: you're not catching it from other people, not yet.
Okay, so that's what I meant. If you were saying catch from people, that's my point. Yeah. There is some hereditary genes with Alzheimer's, but the size of the brain can affect it because the smaller the head, which I am fucking good.
Yeah. You got a big head.
And I don't mean I have a big head as far as like thinking I'm big. I mean like the Gibson head is known. Like my grandmother couldn't get my dad out. My mom would never have another child because of me.
Just the pain of having your daughter. Yes, you almost threw yourself out the window. Yes.
Yeah. And my ex-husband would put a hat on though. And then I would go to put his hat on, and I would have to enlarge it like 3 fucking, the little buttons on the back. I'd have to make it like 3 or 4 buttons bigger to put it on my head.
Yes, but your ex-husband's not technically. Let's put it that way. I mean, he's like,
I'm saying there's one of the risks for Alzheimer's is small brain, small head. Yeah. There you go.
Maybe. Why did you do so much research in this?
Because I told you I was in the medical field, bitch. Like, oh my god, what do you think I did for fucking 20? I mean, not 10 years.
But do explain to our listeners so they get a better perception of what you did in the medical field. You were involved with the pharmaceutical industry.
I was in the pharmaceutical industry. I mean, I took nursing classes. I thought I was going to go back into nursing when I had my son, who I had not worked after a couple of years. So I was like, I'll go into nursing. And then, so I took some nursing classes, which I surprisingly found biology very interesting and learning how the cells work. I was very interested and realized, I should have been a fucking scientist. Like, I really found that part interesting, how the cells worked. So, but then I did not want, when I found out how to change bedpans and all that, I was like, no. Yeah. So dropped out and at that point went into pharmaceutical cells and did that for 10 years. But I was very into the science part of it, like how things work.
Yeah, excellent. Admirable indeed. And of course, I believe yourself fully capable if you put your mind to it of, certainly.
Okay, you're talking in your bullshit voice, and I know everybody else knows that too, because it's saying fake voice. It's just totally bullshit. So you want to restart?
At any rate, as for transmissible spongiform encephalopathies, yes.
Are you saying you don't find me capable? Because no, I have a problem here.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
But your fucking tone did.
No. I didn't mean it that way. Really, I didn't. No. No, not at all. Honey, I think you're incredibly intelligent. I just think you're evil.
That's okay. I mean, you work with evil people daily.
Not daily anymore, but yeah, I did for a long time in my life. Yes.
Oh, really? I thought you and Peter talk daily.
Yeah, not daily, but yeah. Which brings us back to the not daily part. But at any rate, so honey, back to where we were. So now that I brought up the transmissible spongiform encephalopathies, one way that this can be contracted is through cannibalism. So this brings us back to the term kuru, not kudo, but kuru, as in New Guinea, where there was basically the practice of eating one's ancestors so that you could bond with them. This was kind of like the tradition of this particular culture in the highlands of New Guinea.
Oh my god, like that's kind of like what we do in the South, but we just fuck our We're not in the South, but West Virginia, which again, Aristotle doesn't know about and thinks that's his number one place to visit. Again, Aristotle, you might want to watch the movie.
Oh shit!
Yes. It's not a lie. Like I literally, when I went on a dating site the first time, like I met some people from West. First of all, me and my ex-husband had some friends from West Virginia that work for. None of these West Virginians are lies. Like it's just, I was amazed at the amount of truth in that fucking movie.
Oh my god.
I'm not saying that they all admitted to being in the backwoods doing that, but I could picture them all doing it. And it was
All right, we'll see.
all right, we'll see. You know what? We'll see. Put a little fucking, what do you call those cameras that you can put on your body, and like, what do you call them? Like the little thing on your helmet. You're gonna need a helmet, by the way. You're gonna need a helmet on your ass, by the way, too. And ride through the mountains of West Virginia, the Appalachia, it's called. You go into the Appalachia, and you just ride through on your little bike. Make sure you got some little tight. You don't have to put tight pants on. Just wear your jeans and just ride through. And be like, hey, dude, what's up? See what?
A tour of the mountains sounds really nice. Yeah.
I think it would be nice. I think it would be nice for all of us to see it. And then I think it'll be nice to prove myself right. But that will be great.
So yes, so
I like you enough to not like. I would like to say I don't have enough ego that I care enough about your safety to not prove myself right. But I honestly don't like. That's the problem is I care about your safety. Like if you die, it would be a bad thing. But like if you're just raked in the ass several times in the mountains, and I want you to fucking watch you, I'm sorry. You deserve what you get, and I hope it's all on camera so I can be.
Okay. I mean, not my first thought of what'll happen if I go to West Virginia, but okay.
That's my point. That's my whole point. You have no. Like, have you
it should be. It should be your first thought. That's what she's saying. Which, by the way, I kind of have
and they
that.
will have teeth. Yeah. You'll be lucky if the people raping you, even like, you might get lucky enough to suck your dick. You don't worry about them biting you because they don't even have teeth.
No, I'm not scared unless they have the prions. That's it.
Yeah, there we are.
I can handle myself, all right. Yes. But if they have the prions, man, I don't know what the fuck to do.
Yeah, so
they'll show you some prions you never fucking seen before when you're tied to that tree. I'm telling you. You're like, you think those country people come out with a shotgun like, come here, boy. Come here, boy.
They're fucking zombie bite, and then you're like, you're done.
Yes.
There's no biting. They don't have. If you're lucky, you got one with 2 or 3 teeth left.
That's enough.
So yeah, honey. They basically what we're speaking of with the Papuan New Guinea tribe was the foray speaking peoples of the highlands, and of course there's this incredible diversity among the languages spoken in Papua New Guinea. So we're talking about a fairly specific yet nevertheless this was kind of, I would say, endemic or fairly pervasive practice known as endocannibalism. So endocannibalism, excuse me, for some reason I suddenly couldn't get that out. Your relatives die and you eat them. And so what happened was they began to behave very differently. They developed a rictus grin, like a dead person would, and began to tremble frighteningly while still being capable of motion. All of this was obviously distressing, and therefore ultimately investigated by people from outside of Papua New Guinea, who convinced...
Okay, we got it. You don't eat your own fucking ancestors. You probably don't eat people, and don't fuck monkeys.
Yeah. And so the prions, however, that were transmitted through...
But my point is not that. I think you're going too deep with this. I mean, I appreciate the history lesson, and if people want more of that, that's fine. But at the end of the day, I think the prions that you're referring to may have... Like, that can come from that. Like, I think that you can, like, obviously, if you're eating people and then eating your flesh, like, just like, we've said different diseases have come from different animals. Like, the problem with it is what humans, who we are supposed to be the top of the hierarchy, we were giving the consciousness to know right or wrong, right? Like, when the lion goes, kind of like what you were saying with the vampire, like they go for it, like the lion goes for the kill. They're not thinking, I'm going to kill and this is going to hurt them. Just like, I need to feed my family, right?
Yes.
So but as humans, we have slowly developed, we develop, or maybe slowly, maybe not, depending on where you go and how you look at it, but DNA structures. We developed into a consciousness that could say, okay, what's the best way to go about this, right? And like, that's where we are now. Like, we at least know where we are now. And we know that factory, and people that are like, I hate PETA. I will not watch a PETA video. You know why they won't watch a PETA video? Not PETA can be like, yeah, PETA can do some shit that, like, but that's why they did it, to try to get attention, like the Kardashians, right? They would go in and put blood on themselves. This is back in the 80s and 90s. Like, they're trying to just get attention because people won't pay attention. Why will they not pay attention to what's been going on? Because people don't want to know at the end of the day that they can't go just get a cheeseburger or just go in Walmart and get them some ground beef and take it home and fry it up, or get them some turkey, right? And that everything's okay. They want, okay, well, I'm just not watching PETA. Well, fuck PETA. Well, just fuck PETA. They're crazy, right? And so it's like the left is just like, fuck Douglas Dietrich. We don't know, but we want to know about this shit. We don't know about that, right? Like the things you say, like, and some things you've said before, like some things I've said I don't believe, and some things I've said I need to trust you on. Like, at the end of the day, because I don't trust anything that I hear until it's proven to me. But at the end of the day, I've told you before, I'd rather not know any of this. And that's what most like with you, but that's what most Americans are with meat and what they eat. They don't want to eat that.
Yes, that's right. So Americans do need to know this. This is what Oprah Winfrey was sued for when she began to actually speak to the subject. So the subject she was speaking to was brought to her attention by a man known as the Mad Cowboy. That's his website, at least, madcowboy.com, something like that. And I don't remember the man's name, but he was a guy who was involved with the beef industry, the cattle industry, for a long time, and was speaking to its corruption and its infestation, which is, by the way, what our young lady, Noticer TM, I won't use her real name. I'm sorry?
What are you talking about? Our young lady? What are you talking about?
The young lady in the chat that you saw who was talking about the sharks. Yeah, basically she was...
I thought you were talking about your McDonald's girl.
No. So what happened was Peter Moon was looking for a word for bugs that was sufficiently repulsive, described a repulsive nature, so I used the word infestation.
I remember that. I do remember that. And I wanted us to say roach, like huge cockroach.
Right, something like that. Yeah, and I'm sorry. What?
When he was talking about that, and you said, and you first said parasites, and he's like, no, because parasites aren't that bad. And if I had been on air, I would have just been like, Carolina cockroach. Have you seen one of those?
Oh, okay. Right, I get it. No. But he was looking for something that described like a condition involving bugs. So that's when I came up with infestation.
Like crab.
Right, but somehow, someone, it wasn't Peter, apparently used that with shark-infested waters or some term like that, and that's when the young lady named Noticer in the chat room responded by saying sharks don't infest waters, they live there. So
she's awesome, and if she's still listening, I think she's very smart.
She's the young lady who had the pet possum. I showed you the possum.
Oh my god, I want to marry her right now. She's a pet possum?
Yeah.
Will you marry me?
Yeah. there. See. Okay.
Oh my god, a pet possum, like that's my theme.
Yes.
She's a pet possum? Is she good?
You saw it! I showed you the film!
Is she hideous or something?
No, why?
I don't know, but like I don't want to ask somebody to marry me that's like hideous.
Oh no! She's gorgeous. She's gorgeous. I'm afraid to say she's gorgeous because then you'll display another animosity.
Really?
Yeah.
Because you talk about, like, just don't say she's 23 and she lives in another fucking country or either in Florida and she works at McDonald's and or believes in everyting I don't believe in, but I'm gonna lie to her and tell her she does and call a Chinese restaurant even though Brooke told me and warned me up front, hey, you would never call this bitch. I know Ian West was lying. There's no way you would call a McDonald's girl. But by the way, if you're gonna call the McDonald's 23-year-old lesbian in Florida, that was a Chinese number that Ian gave you. And then you later on get mad at Ian West because you're like, oh my god, I called that number and admitted to me.
Ian West, it was like Rontgen's, like radiation. It was just building up. Okay.
You know what? He's gonna put Ian West down. I'm sorry, I'm gonna give Ian West cred where it's cred's due. He's been on your show enough. Ian West not only told me, and I told him, but Ian West, he asked for the phone number for this girl. And regardless,
We can discuss these things privately, honey. In the meantime, what I was going to say.
Ian West gave you the number. What
yeah.
was the name of the Chinese restaurant? That's what I thought was hilarious.
At any rate, so moving right along. This topic's not.
It'd be like me calling like I want dick, and then I call a Chinese restaurant. It's called like Ding Dong Com, and that's what.
At any rate,
Oh, Douglas, shut up! You give enough hell to everybody else. You know you love me, and you know it's fine.
It's not that, honey. It's the subject's a little obtuse for most of our listeners. It's not necessarily applicable to try to keep the show on some sort of track.
Let's go back to the holes in the brain. Okay,
yes. So just to get that out of the way, just to get the holes in the brain out of the way, because what both Amy Como and Eristes were saying was frightening was the prion, which you were unfamiliar with as a term, which is an acronym for proteinaceous infectious ion. So when it came to isolating what caused this kind of disease, this endogenous disorder, unique at the time to the foray-speaking peoples of the Eastern Highlands of Papua New Guinea, it was investigated by...
They speak many different languages, by the way, there.
Yeah, in New Guinea, as I said, yeah. As a matter of fact, if you take a look at...
I didn't hear you say that. I was just letting you know.
Thank you. Yeah, as a matter of fact, in terms of diversity of languages, they have the highest concentration of diversity of languages in the world. Because they're all isolated by the fucking hills and shit. So they, all evolved different languages.
Yes, Aristotle will find that out in fucking West Virginia as well.
Yeah. That's right. You'll find out the language they speak is basically along the lines of... Yeah, well, you hear their language in the movie Deliverance. Yes.
Some of it, I'm Southern. I could not understand half of what they were fucking
Yeah,
saying.
squeal like a pig. You understood that? Yeah, squeal like a pig.
That one you could. They made sure you understood that one line. Everyone remembered that one.
Yeah, but of course...
And let me tell you, Aristotle... They will make you squeal like a pig. You may think you're tough. You may be the Rock. You may come in there with fucking an arsenal. You will go through those mountains and you will squeal like a pig.
Oh my God! It's now, honey.
Would you go through those mountains? You've been in the military. Would you do it?
No, of course not. Good Lord, no. I mean, I wouldn't go anywhere near such an environment. At any rate, when it comes to what we were discussing, but you made me think of something else when you brought that up. What was it? I had it on the tip of my tongue. Oh yes, Amy, of course, and where she is in Vermont, I'm sure that there's isolated communities just like that up northeast. I mean, everybody seems to live in their own little world up there. Right, Amy?
It is. It is a very unique thing with a lot of interesting dialect. We are not West Virginia, however. We do not hold up ourselves next to them in any way.
I used to think it was funny when I would hear I watched that movie and I was literally like, I mean, I don't know if this still holds up, but I assume it does. I was like 20 and, the local radio station, because back then, you would listen to the radio on the way to work, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so in the morning, they would always have like one fact and they'd be like, guess what the number one state for no teeth is? And I was thinking, fuck, it's going to be South Carolina or
West Virginia.
West Virginia.
Yeah, we'll bring up something pointed about that later on in the future. In the meantime, remind me, of course, when I'm done speaking about, spongiform holes in the brain and shit, to go back to two things. One, to a little bit of tidying up to what our...
I think actually we're actually going there, because I think if you want to study spongiform things in the brain, we should probably study... And I'm sorry to anybody from West Virginia that's listening to this, but we should probably... Because there's some, maybe... No, I've met some people from there that got out, right? Like, with only a few holes, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, yes. It's interesting. New holes can be added to the body by buckshot, as well as, of course, the fact that they'll penetrate those holes as well as various other natural orifices.
Well, they're making holes in the brain. They're fucking over there and go through your eyeball straight into that fucking hole.
Yes. such being qualified.
I'm
yes.
sorry, I shouldn't say that, but like I apologize to West Virginians, but I
normal
never,
West Virginians. To normal West Virginians. Yeah.
someone that's moved there recently is what I mean.
Yeah. But Eristes hasn't moved there.
But, like,
he just has this fantasy of maybe retiring there. Yeah.
I hope to God, Aristotle, you fucking do. I swear to fucking God. I wish you moved there next week. It would be a better, like, the show would totally take a new turn. It would be all about you. You'd be the head of the show because we'd just be like, what's going on?
We already heard him talking to some young lady who's his guide, I guess.
Guiding him to West Virginia. You'll be wishing for crickets, Aristotle. You'll be wishing for crickets.
No.
Just having a little fun.
I'm not moving there. I'm not moving there.
Okay, good. We've convinced him otherwise.
Right.
Well, that sucks, Aristotle. Now it's boring again.
Saying, look, hey, if I decided to take a drive out west, maybe I'll pass through there. I'll just see if all this is true.
Yeah.
He's going to take a out west to you, and by the time he gets there, his ass is going to be so spread open.
Okay. You don't need to be so graphic about it, honey. I mean, honestly.
I'm sorry. When he drives out to you, Douglas,
oh my God.
His rear part of his body will match the West Virginia trees.
Yeah, yes. All right. Okay.
Except he will be squealing he will just be squealing like a pig when he comes to your door.
Oh my God, honey, that's just. Oh my God. Sometimes you can just go too far. Honestly,
I can't help it.
No, remind me. We want to get back to what George Knight was talking about with the with Biotech.
West Virginia doesn't have a problem. You should totally go there and take a camera, and I will be wrong.
And Realtek entered a little entry about demonic entities seen in Vietnam. So, and also remind me to get back to maybe the astrological cycles, or maybe I'll cover that in the.
And the demonic entities. I would love to get back to that. Let's get off.
Well, we'll get there from the prions, and then maybe to astrological cycles. And I did want to provide an analysis, a cultural analysis of my own concerning Donald Trump's mugshot.
Oh my God!
Yes.
You realize that we have lost. As far as you and I both agree, we're both liberal versus conservative. You realize there's 0% chance at this point that Donald Trump doesn't become president unless he dies.
Well, I wouldn't say that, honey, but what we can say is that his cult is more loyal to him than ever, and that this is
what I will bet you right now is $500 on air to anybody that if Donald Trump goes against Joe Biden, Donald Trump wins. So unless one of those fuckers dies, the only thing we can hope.
Well, I myself said the last thing America needs is two old white men going at each other for, a second fucking time in 4 years, no less. I mean, it's just...
But the point is, number one, you're right. That's completely
Yeah, but,
true.
RFK would be just another old white man.
He'd be a better fucking little bit younger, and at least he could fucking do push-ups and shit. Have you seen his muscles, man?
Oh.
At least he might not be able to talk, but maybe that's fucking your demon shit, right? Because the fucking Kennedys obviously have a fucking curse on them.
Yeah,
so maybe the demonic curse of
that. Yes, speaking of which, honey, so, I'll want to let you know about this phenomena before I say something technical about the prions, is that they are apparently involved with the most frightening phenomena that I've ever run across, which is about basically the familial cases of TSEs. The TSEs, these transmissible spongiform encephalopathies affecting humans, there's basically three basic forms. There's the sporadic.
So Alzheimer's does also run in families. We knew that.
Yeah, there's the sporadic, the familial, and the iatrogenic. So the sporadic cases strike about one person per million, and nobody knows why. And there's no treatment. And at the moment, these account for close to 85% of all TSE cases. So that's frightening. Yes, you would agree. And then there's the familial cases.
Yeah, it's frightening. I think I should hang up the phone because it might be just be talking to someone on the fucking cam and they're fucking giving it to you right now.
For all we know, that could be the case. There's no scientific.
That's what I mean.
Yes, that's right. So And then there's the familial cases, which account for about 10% of TSCs, and these are passed down through bloodlines that no one understands. How? Because the inherited traits that we know of are genetic, and prions have no DNA.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You're giving pharmaceuticals way too much credit, and this is where, again, my pharmaceutical.
Whoa! Wait a second. How did pharmaceuticals come in?
And just the medical industry in general. So if you go into, like, just me being sick and obviously knowing what I did already, so I've had to go through all this, as you know, for the last year. One of the things I learned, like, after having the DNA test done, I ended up finding out some things about me that some medications I didn't need to take that I inherited from both parents, which was a complete red flag.
Wow.
Which I had no ability to make these particular things. And the guy I called back, like, I called this person and got basically like a guy that was new there on the phone, and he was trying to get a scientist on the phone because I was trying to ask him questions. Like, I need to call the DNA scientist. Like, so he put me on hold, and he comes back and he's like, he's calling back, and I was like, well, let me ask you. He's like, he was telling me I just started working here, blah blah blah. And he's like, but I had the test done, that test done. And I was like, well, you did. So how did yours come back? Because I was very curious. Like, this, they're probably just red flagging everybody on a couple of these, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, let me look it up. And you could hear, like, he's fucking an idiot. Like, it wasn't somebody that could, like, you can't fake being an idiot. He's like, I'm looking for my stuff. And he's kept looking, and he's waiting for this person to call him back. And he finally found his fucking test, and he reads it to me. And he reads it, he's like, I was green on this, and I was green on one. And then he's like, I was, like, yellow on this. Yellow means one of your parents passed down this gene, which is like 30 to 40% that you may need some help in it, right? And then if you get a red, it's like your both parents passed down that gene, which means you have zero, like, ability to make these things in your body, which is what they were testing for. And so he had, like, green, yellow, green, yellow, green, or yellow. I don't know if I can.
Jesus Christ.
And I'm like green, yellow, red, 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 green.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, so you have no reds? He's like, no, I don't have any reds. And I'm like, that fucking sucks. Like, I was hoping this was like a whole conspiracy theory. But, like, I could tell he was too much of, like, new and to lie about it. So to have those reds in there were, just documentation of the fact that, you do inherit things. Now, mine were the basic, and, they think one of those two genes that they think maybe 60% of the population has already inherited that gene, which is a methionine, methionine and different methyl. Which is what controls your body in different areas, from the brain to the gastric, in all areas. That those type genes are the one. That's why you test for them. This guy was the guy that does this and runs the company now. He was had his master's and his doctorate, could be a doctor, and but he had gone to work and gotten hired 25 years ago in the insurance company for life insurance, and then for what do you call that, where people get reverse mortgages?
Actuarials.
Yeah, no, reverse mortgages, life insurance.
Reverse mortgages. Like, yeah, those are like, that's just so fucking criminal. But go on. Yeah,
but my point was, is for life insurance is what he did. So he was paid to look at people and see how long they would live. And
yeah, those are actuarials. Yeah, so go on.
Yeah, so he would basically give a death date on people. Now, I mean, and when I say he gave a death date, which is how they, the first I had gotten found him, like, it's like gives death, but he didn't mean like death date to the day, like that, but that's how close you could be on it. Like, he was so close on everything that he was, and so, but his point, the reason he left the company and started what he's doing now is because he started seeing the actual reasons why he started seeing the red flags, basically. And he would start looking at it and be like, shit, like, this person's gonna die of this, but this is fixable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But he would not be allowed, legally, he was not allowed
to tell them that they had a chance to change their course in life.
Right, exactly. So he quit it and he started his own company, and now it's gotten pretty, getting bigger. It's not huge, but it's bigger. And he is, started getting some podcast views and getting that as far as just explaining the science of it. And just, he does a basic five genome test, 5 or 6 of your basic DNA that he says really controls everything. So it's just a basic control test. So it's not like testing if you have the breast cancer cell or anything like that. This is testing for what he says controls pretty much everything in your body. Because he says if you don't have these 5 DNA structures completing right, doing what they need to do, right, then everything else starts going downhill. Then you start looking at cancers and so it's basically building the blocks, right? And so he had been looking at it long enough that he realized these blocks were the blocks that are and everybody who was looking at they didn't have these one of these 5 blocks. And it would be so that's what he's developed. And so I got mine back and I had 2 reds. So I started taking the vitamins, and I can tell a difference in energy.
Excellent.
But at the same time, it hasn't fixed my stomach yet. But at the same time, I don't know how long that takes, and or if that can fix my stomach, because what happens is with methyl, if you're not digesting things correctly and the methyl went wrong, then you can have whatever. And I say methyl, there's a billion different words that start with methyl, obviously. And in the DNA, there's about 5 that do so, or at least those 5. And they are building blocks, but you can have them. You wait too long, you have things to start go wrong. So at that point, your body is then becoming I don't want this food in me. I completely have turned against this. Which is, I think, what my body did. It just completely turned on itself. I also do not discredit the fact that I got COVID in my stomach. And so
what you're saying is you're not dismissing the potential that you have COVID in your stomach.
No. I did get COVID in my stomach. I'm not dismissing. What I'm saying is because I know about COVID affects.
So how do you know that you had COVID in your stomach? You had a test?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
So I would test it. They didn't touch the stomach, but what happened was I was in there for my son who had the typical symptoms. This is when. So
you've definitively been diagnosed as having had COVID. You've had COVID. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yes, I was definitively diagnosed with COVID. I was in there, and my son.
I've never had COVID, but go on.
Oh yeah, I had it, and my son had the typical symptoms cold,
Oh, your son had COVID too?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And your daughter as well?
No.
Okay. Wow.
But not that we know. No.
Okay.
But she had the vaccine.
Okay.
And so she also, heard things she shouldn't have heard. So who knows?
Yeah.
So, that'll be what your guy said. But my point is that too, it is COVID wasn't that bad for me, and my son's been fine since. But for COVID for me was I was in the doctor's office with him. He had the typical symptoms. It was during the height of, COVID. And so I took him in to the, local, not emergency room, but emergency clinic. And took him back in there in the room. And I had taken off work to take him. Told him I needed to go. But I had just felt so bad. And felt like I had a fever, and I was like, oh my God, did I drink too much wine? I remember having 2 glasses of wine last night because I was working really heavy every night after I got off. And so that's when I started drinking a glass or 2 of wine at night. And I was like, no, I had 2 glasses of wine last night. Why do I feel so bad? And so they're in there, and we take him to the back. He takes me back, and he's like, or the nurse comes in, she's testing him and takes a thing of his nose. And there's one where you see me on that video where I told you not to like it. And I got my first test, and I was negative. But this test, and I had to go then because I had a fever. But this time I was there, and I said, hey, I just feel really bad. Can you test me if I have a fever? And she checked me, and she's like, yeah, you've got a fever. She's like, let's go ahead and just, we can go ahead and test you while you're here. And so they do the swab up the nose or whatever. And she comes back and she's like, yeah, like you're both positive. And I'm like, are you sure? So maybe again, and I was like, are you sure? So like, I literally, so I'm like, I don't have any cold symptoms. So actually didn't say sure then. I was like, are you sure? And then I went back 2 days later because I had no cold symptoms at all. And they did it again. They're like, you're positive. And but all I stayed was nauseous, like completely could not eat, never got a like sneeze, never got congested, never lost my taste, never had a cough, a headache, like literally had a slight fever, felt bad, and just nauseous, and like completely just couldn't eat. Like I would throw it up. And so I ended up finding out, and you can look this up. That's how I found out. Thank God for YouTube. Like, I guess they were putting it on there. Like, I looked up, I was like, COVID and stomach. Like, COVID with stomach. And so then it told me at that point that some people, like, while COVID typically attaches to the lungs and the whatever, COVID can, they had also at that time figured out by then that COVID can also attach into your stomach. So it attaches, and so I've always had a weaker stomach. So it attaches to weaker points, I think, too, or I think that's a guess. But anyway, it can attach to the stomach and to your intestines. And so I had it attached to the intestines, and that's why I stayed nauseous for like literally 2.5 to 3 weeks. And then again, after that, it just, I never went back to normal. And then, where I am now. So what I know is I didn't immediately get the symptoms that I have now because I'm not as nauseous, same and everything else. But I do think now, knowing what it affects your ACE inhibitors, and then you have your H1 and H2 inhibitors, and COVID affects those. And so what I do believe is that whether man-made or not, it does affect those inhibitors. And so those inhibitors are in your heart. We know that because, again, when I worked for the company I did, the drug I sold, it affected your ACE1 and ACE2, and that was one thing we had to be careful with because, again, those we did not understand, and they admitted at the time, even going through my classes, scientists did not know, at least the scientists that could admit it through pharmaceuticals. There was not exact understanding of it, how the ACE1 and ACE2 affected that, and that was in 2012. So still did not know, or at least we're not, if you're if people in other governments knew, maybe it was not out in the mainstream of the pharmaceutical industry. We were all told that the ACE inhibitors, we know they affect these things. We know that they can. Scientists don't understand why. Kind of like we don't understand why. Scientists don't understand why. So we didn't have a why to it or how, like where it would be like a whatever. So those were your ACE1 and ACE2 that affected the heart and the stomach. And then you had your H1 and H2 come in, which, again, those didn't have anything to do with my drug. But looking at what now COVID does, which affects both, I think that that's what it did in my stomach. It affected some of those inhibitors. And what those inhibitors, I'm now learning to do, at least H1 and H2, I definitely know that those are known, because they do admit that those are now known to stop you from, like, it's like an antihistamine. So, like, it's basically your thing that every food you eat or everything you come in contact with even has some histamine in it. And you're like, why are some people allergic to pollen and some not, right? So, or why can some people eat this and not that, or like whatever? Well, so they may have an allergic reaction to it, but if you don't have an allergic reaction, like you're allergic to peanut butter, that just sets off complete histamines. Everything is going to set off histamines in your body, but you have normal H1 and H2, which means your body's continually able to fight that. So, I mean, you eat a blueberry, you eat a pea, you eat a piece of pizza and cheese, like, you know, some people may have a dairy problem, but it's just like your body overall is fighting all those histamines all the time. Some are higher, some are lower in histamines. When your H1 and H2 are impacted, and you cannot truly fight those, like, it's like you're basically stung by a bee. So if it's in your intestines, like you're stung by a bee. But then once you're stung by the bee, what happens? Your histamines go off, and until they get an antihistamine in you, if you don't go to the hospital in time and you're like then because your body goes off into a reflexive mode. So what happens in your intestines is once it's set off and you don't have the H1 or H2 enough to fight it, then it just sets off a reflex of everything. It's just completely like, it's not killing you. You're not allergic to like peanut butter or bee, but it's going to do that. And so again, ACE1 and ACE2, ACE1 and ACE2, again with H1 and H2, which there's also an H3, H4, and H5. But H1 and H2 are the primary ones that are affected. And so looking at those, and I've just been doing the studies against that with COVID, they seem to have a correlation. And again, I won't go into like a conspiracy theory that was made for that, but I would say that they know more than they're putting out. And this, like, just like you're hearing about people with their heart conditions and suddenly young people dying with a vaccine, or I don't know that it's the vaccine. I think it's many times the vaccine, the disease itself, or the vaccine, because the vaccine again is going to go up against those inhibitors. So what are you doing? Like, there's just like when I was selling that medication. We were selling the medication. We knew it affected your ACE inhibitors. So they know they're affecting these inhibitors, and then you've got to help these 16-year-olds suddenly dying. I mean, we have a 10% higher rate of people between 14 and 20 dying. Now, a lot of that is since 2019, and continues to go up. Now, some of that, like 1% of that was COVID, like saying you've got COVID, of the 10% that's gone up. 10% of the population between the ages of like 12 and 18 or whatever, it was right around those numbers, have gone completely. That's what we've lost. We've lost 10% more since 2020. 1% is COVID. So you've got 9%. Now you have some that are accounted for drug overdoses that skyrocketed and suicides, right? I mean, again, though, then you have to look at, well, what did the government do? I mean, they put us in our houses, right? And what do you think kids are going to do? I don't know. Again, that would go back to conspiracy. But what I would say is that if you look at the numbers, something doesn't add up. I'm not a complete nut in this, and I think we have to start looking outside the box and believing everything we're told by pharmaceutical companies, because they are just like a Walmart or an Amazon. But I'll tell you, we've got the best price, and you should just listen to us and shut the fuck up, which is why now you have your WHO, who's bought off, telling us now we're not even going to be allowed to discuss online like me and you are right now. If they were to hear me discussing this, and I was to say, hey, I think you should take a salt bath, like it might help your back, that's not proven. Might take you off there.
I mean, they would have the quote unquote right to do that. I mean, let's just put it this way. Nothing is really changing here. If they want you off, they'll take you off. That's basically the way it has always worked. It was always that way from the beginning. The question is, when they come up with these new rationalizations, just, how seriously to take them. I'm not a health show, so the World Health Organization kind of being, shall we say, compromised by these.
I don't think you're not. I don't think you are a health show, but I think you're minimalizing it, because if it was a World War II thing or whatever, like at the end of the day, you are a health show. Because if you can't fucking live, Douglas, if your lungs get you, if you fucking can't get food, then you can't have a show. Okay? You're dead.
Hey, I get it, and I appreciate it. It's and of course, look, I appreciate what you're saying. What they can say, of course, is if something needs to be proven, it's a terror. They can extend that. Put it towards anything and anybody, but
that's what I'm saying. Who's going to prove, like, okay, who's going to put the money into proving?
Nobody. Some of these things that get brought up, they're selectively applied. And I don't foresee myself.
That's what I mean. It's selectively applied to the agencies that have them, like Merck. Like
they selectively apply these rules to selective targets.
But what I mean is, like, if you're maybe tiny and you only have like 2 people or 20 people listening, maybe not. But as soon as you're like a Russell Brand, or maybe you've got like or not even that, like maybe even you, like a couple hundred people listening, a couple thousand. Like, it's at the end of the day, you've got then that's going to push somebody else to say it, and you're like, hey, maybe you shouldn't eat your relatives, and they're like, you know what? That hasn't been proven scientifically, Douglas, and we're taking all fair.
I hear what you're saying, but you know as well as I do, we don't really need to be devoting too much energy to worrying about that. So
that's not the point. It's about freedom of speech.
Look, honey, I hear you. I'm not. All I'm saying is that.
Like, do we want to hear somebody's a vampire? No, that's a lie. Nobody could ever be a vampire. Let's take him off the air. Oh my God!
They could, honey. If they got to that point where they're doing that, they're just gonna be knocking everybody off. It's because all kinds of people say the silliest things.
Did you hear me? Did you hear me when I said that Pluto was moving into?
Okay. So wait, let Amy come on for a second to say goodnight. She says she's leaving. So Amy, do come on to say goodnight to all our listeners.
No, Amy, don't. I'm going off. Like, you got to stay with the girl.
Don't be like this, Brooke.
I just can't do it. I'll leave it on mute so any of these other 15 people who are up can hop on. How about?
Thank you. Sounds good.
Okay.
Sounds good. But do say good day to everyone. Say good day.
A good day. Enjoy the rest of Douglas's monologue and give him a little bit of money so he can enjoy his weekend.
Thank you, Amy.
Oh my God! You don't give him any money. He deserves to join nothing.
Thank you, honey. Yes, thank you, Amy. Yes. So anyhow, Brooke.
I'm just kidding. I think you should get money if you're going to send it to me to enjoy something.
So aside from the tour de force you gave us, which led us to a social awareness point that we will, bear in mind. It's something we'll bear in mind.
I've got to go.
Just like that?
Yeah, I mean, go ahead and finish. It's fine.
Well, I mean, so some of these things, like, what's this suddenly you got to go? I mean, is this about the dogs? Is it taking them to the vet? It's like...
Yes, I have to take the dogs to the vet, and I don't have any money, which means I have to go prostitute myself now tonight twice. Pay for it, because you won't even send me $200.
Yeah, honey, I'm busy trying to make rent, which I've been able to do thanks to these wonderful people, and what I can do is thank them for it. So you have to take the dogs to the vet at a specific time, which is why you need to go to...
I was supposed to do that last week when you talked for 12 hours.
Yeah. Whoa, wait a second. We talked for 12 hours. I
feel like you talked most of the 12 hours.
That's incredible. Oh my God, you have a real ability to project.
I do. It's my gift.
Yeah, it certainly is, young lady. Now, in terms of, so let's just not be too abrupt about this. So you have to take your dogs to an appointment tomorrow, so you have to go to bed and get some sleep before taking them there. So we all understand that. If that's the case, say good morning to all of our listeners, and I will go on to monologue.
I know. I want to hear you say this, and then I'll hang up. Go ahead.
Sure. Oh, you mean about prions and shit?
I don't know. Whatever you're continually talking about, prions, blah, blah, blah. It's like viruses. It's like everything else. They're trying to kill us. Like, they've been trying to kill us.
Well, that's a paranoid statement, honey. It's a paranoid statement, and it's anyhow.
It's not a paranoid statement. I could honestly say scientifically that the world is warming, and I've looked at all of the data, and the world is warming, and with the world warming, then there will be different viruses and other things that will continue to mutate, and therefore we will have to fight those. I know this.
Yes. So
I know that.
Yeah.
The point is you are completely, what do you call me again? Cynic? You are completely naive if you don't think.
But I think very few people could call me naive.
I will call you naive.
I think that's a misapplication of the term. It really is.
I don't, because you're naive in the fact that you're going to the fact that you think it's mostly like global warming or mostly like or just a mutation that is not man-made, that there's no human and or I mean I guess you could say demon, but whatever which would still be human in the form that they would have to make it in a human form, because in the 3D plane it can't be brought in by a demon. It would have to be brought in by still a human form that would be taken over by a demonic entity. Regardless, you're talking about things that have to be brought in 3D, and or you're just saying they mutated. And you've got a third scenario, and the only third scenario, which I completely do agree with, and I think all three are true, is the fact that humans themselves have completely not taken care of their world, which you go back to global warming.
Yeah.
They have completely, like the factory farms, you're getting what you fucking deserve. I'm sorry, I don't want my kids to get it, but my kids, well, one of them eats meat all the time, or most of it, the other one doesn't, and I raise them both to, here's your knowledge, do what you want with it, right? And if my son wants to be I want a burger from wherever, and this, and my daughter chooses, I want, asparagus, and try to eat, healthy and organic, and support, factory farming, and not factory farming, and, but local farmers, and all that, then there's a difference in my two kids as far as they've given the same knowledge. Right?
Yeah.
I would jump in front of a truck equally and for them, and maybe for my son first, because you always have a mother, you go to your little baby boy, but I can't make it. I'm not gonna make him. Once he had the opportunity to do what he wants to do, he's gonna have to do it and make those decisions. And for his body, he already has high blood pressure. And he's skinny as fuck.
Whoa. Okay, right. I remember that now. Yes. So just so you understand, you can listen in right now while I go into this subject, just to remind people about this. However, is not so much a mutation per se, though it can be mutated into existence.
Oh, that's what I wanted to say really fast before I finish. That was the one thing I didn't go to. The DNA that they don't know. Yeah. I found out this. The DNA, they don't even understand this. My son was diagnosed with high blood pressure, right? Mm-hmm. And he's very thin, football player, and I mean thin, he's not at all like the football player that's a linebacker. Mm-hmm. He was, we pulled him off, but he's thin, and muscular, and no reason to have high blood pressure, and body-wise. Yeah. My father was diagnosed with high blood pressure at 16 years old.
Wow. Holy shit.
My father's been on blood pressure medicine since he was 16. As a matter of fact, at the party last night, we were talking about blood pressure medicine. I was talking about the 2. They've got me on 2 right now, and they just changed 1. And I'm, in my early 40s and already on 2. And probably should have done it earlier, but I just didn't go to the doctor or get that. So there's a DNA, obviously, that goes with it, right? Mm-hmm. So we know that, but if you go and you ask, and I did this after I had the DNA test, because the guy he does in the video, he's like, go to your doctor and ask. So you're saying they'll say what they'll do is they do exactly the same thing with me with the blood pressure and everything else. And of course, your chest, they'll run your blood pressure, and then they run, your blood work, and then they send you for an echocardiogram, and all that. You get the regular ECG, and then you get the ECG, and looks at your heart. And when it all comes back normal, they'll be like, well, you have hereditary high blood pressure. He said, ask them what DNA then did I inherit that caused the hereditary high blood pressure. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He said they will all look at you clueless.
Wow.
And that was true. And then he said, I don't know. And he said, you can go, maybe the DNA and look it up here and there. I've looked it up. I have yet to find the DNA strands. There's a DNA strand where we already know about the breast cancer one. There's one that you can inherit for that. There's, we know about the DNA for, if you get, what's that? The big head, about to say waterhead.
Hydroencephalopathy.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, what's it called?
Big ugly headed, water
brain.
Don't
say it like that, but yeah, like that guy. But anyway, I'm saying there's certain DNA strands they know, but they don't. But things they'll be like, oh, you inherited the DNA for high. I mean, that's one of the typical ones they say, but they don't even know what DNA that is. Mm-hmm. Yeah. At least to this moment, I have yet to find it, and that's what I've been told.
But Yeah, and that's appreciated. But in terms of the prions, there is no DNA, which makes it even more mysterious because this is transmitting somehow in familial bloodlines as well as sometimes appearing in individuals, and we don't know how. The remaining 5% are iatrogenic cases, which result from the accidental transmission of the causative agent via contaminated surgical equipment, or as a result of corneae or dura mater transplants, or the administration of human-derived pituitary growth hormones. But then we know the source, but still the transmission itself per se is not really understood. So in terms of the prions, however, they are transmissible. But in terms of the familial cases, they're the most upsetting because, as I said, that you're talking about 10% of TSCs passed down through bloodlines without DNA. And there's this version called FFI, or fatal familial insomnia. That's this ultra rare disease that's found in only about 24 bloodlines worldwide, in which the victim can never fall asleep, ever, not even when medicated. And then the victim becomes delusional and erratic and lingers in this living hell of unending wakefulness until months later, the exhaustion.
Oh my God, I always feel like that when we're on the phone. I can imagine that.
Yeah. Well, but all known prion diseases are invariably fatal. It's not like any other disease on Earth. Even hemorrhagic fevers, which can melt your body alive, people can survive that. Or rather, there's cases of survivors from contracting such diseases as Ebola.
So wait a minute, what you're saying though, because obviously this is not something I'm familiar with, or I'm not going to prion. So what you're saying though, and I got the analogy. the anagram for it. But what I'm saying is the prion disease.
Yeah.
It's not viral or bacterial.
No, it's not.
It's not, but it's also not DNA related.
No, not at all. It is basically something that, worse yet, is indestructible.
But we don't know that it's not DNA related because so much about DNA we don't know.
Well, there's so much about DNA we don't know, but we know it's not DNA related definitively, and that they can tell. You see, prions have no DNA. They're simply our own protein encoded by a cellular gene that has been misfolded. You could say something like...
But that's similar to DNA. That's
No. If it were similar to DNA, then we would say miscoded. We would say that it got miscoded because its DNA coding causes certain things. Oh, by the way, Douglas Marks mentions the name of the movie that you were talking about with Denzel Washington. The name is Fallen. Thank you, Douglas Marks.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Yes, that is it. Oh my God, that movie. Oh.
Yeah, there we are. So when it comes to the prions, they're impossible to destroy. They can't be killed. They're functionally impossible. When you've got laboratories where growth hormones are cultivated from extracted pituitary glands, they use solvents of various kinds to purify the tissue, and these solvents kill everything except prions. Formaldehyde won't kill them. Radiation treatment and bombardment with ultraviolet light doesn't kill them. Scientists have tried everything, including treating diseased brain tissues with all manner of chemicals, including industrial detergent. And prions will come out to just fine, completely unfazed. They don't even die with the host organism. If you bury a corpse with a prion disease and dig up the bones 1,000 years later, 1,000,000 years later, the prions are still active. They're just proteins after all. So
it says the same thing. I'm reading about the prion. So just like the ACE1 and ACE2 inhibitors, like it says the exact same thing that I remember being taught in 2012 about the inhibitors. It says we understand, like it basically just says the term prions refers to abnormal. Like this is just a very short, but basically what I was told about these things in a general sense. Prions refers to abnormal pathogenic agents. Now I'm not saying that's what ACE1 and ACE2 were, that are transferable and are able to induce abnormal folding of a specific normal. And this is where we got into what we would do. We would know Well, we know it functions on the specific normal cellular, this is proteins, specific areas of the certain, and then we would get into detail, called prion proteins is what they're saying, that are found most abundantly in the brain. The functions of these, and this is what I was told, the functions of these normal protein prions, and again, ACE1 and ACE2, so many of these inhibitors, they understand part of it, but they don't understand why this affects it and this doesn't. They don't understand why this is happening and this isn't in this person. Like, that's still, or at least that's where our science was. And I believe that that's so much of where our science is, or at least what we are given in science. Again, I am your wonderful skeptic that believes that there is much more. You always get shit about 10 or 20 years after the fact. But yeah, I mean, that's what they're saying, is that these normal prion proteins, just like our ACE1 and ACE2 inhibitors, are not completely understood. We don't completely understand their functioning, and we don't completely understand, just like when you take an Advil, you're affecting your ACE inhibitors, right? So it's why when I tell my mother, like, okay, if you're looking more at your liver function, like, if you have heart issues, you should not be taking Advil, right? If you have liver issues and you don't have any heart issues, then go ahead and take an Advil. But like, that's just the most simple way to put it, because even Advil and aspirin, like, they affect one of the ACE inhibitors, and they don't understand why. That's why aspirin, again, it's not the derivative of Advil. It's different, but it still is not in the acetaminophen form. It's in the same medical terminology of basically Advil. So it affects your ACE1. So we know that aspirin, that at least opens up some blood paths. Like, they understand that part because aspirin's been around so long. So then they develop Advil, ibuprofen. Well, ibuprofen affects and it helps with inflammation. And it doesn't affect the liver as much, but it causes heart problems in people. Like, whereas Tylenol doesn't affect any ACE1 or ACE2, but obviously would affect your liver. So is why you can take, 2 Tylenol or 3 and be fine, but take 10 and you're fucking dead. You won't be dead, but you will be dead soon because you won't have a liver because you took 12 Tylenol, or whatever it is. Right. So, but with the ACE inhibitors, like, they don't understand why suddenly, like, people will randomly have these complete things. And if you remember back when COVID came out, one of the first things they were saying was take ibuprofen. That was like one of the things that they would say on the news. This wasn't like when Trump was saying, we think you can drink bleach.
Inject bleach. Inject some bleach, people.
Yeah. But so the doctors were actually saying one of the things, if you get it, like, take ibuprofen for whatever, because, I mean, they had no real answers, but they were thinking for whatever reason, they were like, take ibuprofen, not Tylenol. We think that helps. Well, then that takes me back to, again, because I already knew that ibuprofen affects your ACE1 and ACE2 inhibitors. And again, I won't go into the science of it all, but it takes me back to, again, this whole science of, which again goes back to what you're saying, which is prions. If we're going to go back to that, they don't understand it. I don't think they understand it completely. And whether it's man-made or it's made because we are making it accidentally by abusing our environment.
No,
right?
it definitely evolved somehow out of nature. The one thing that we do know is that we need a more correct term for a third phase of existence when it comes to prions. They're not undead, they are unliving. They are unliving and therefore cannot die. You can, however, disassemble them at the molecular level in a nuclear furnace. So that's really the only way to dismantle.
Oh my god, it sounds like a fucking vampire.
So to put it scientifically, obviously the interest in prion diseases skyrocketed in 1996 with this official proclamation in the United Kingdom that basically in the absence of any more likely explanation, the probable cause of their statistically anomalous outbreak of new variant Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, VCJD, among the Britons, among the British citizens, was exposure to bovine spongiform encephalopathy, the BSE, or mad cow disease, which had been identified in England, British cattle, as early as 1986. So, since there's, to date, as far as I know, no conclusive link between VCJD and BSE exposure, that's really been established.
I don't see where you're getting the BCSG. I get the, it's called Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease.
Yeah, Creutzfeldt-Jakob. VCJD is variant Creutzfeldt.
Okay, so
meaning that it's not like normal senile dementia. It's like you shouldn't have this. So it's variant. It's variant because, young girl, a poignant case of a young girl got it. And, that's when they could no longer hide it from the public. Basically there was enough compelling epidemiological.
I see where you're going with variant. Yeah, it's classic CJD also is distinct from variant CJD,
yes.
which is another prion disease that is related to BSE. So yes. CJD is actually one that occurs in 1 million.
Yeah.
That's it's a form of a cellular glycoprotein, known as the prion protein, which basically occurs 1 in 1 million. They don't understand it, but they did say that classic CJD is not related to mad cow disease. Classic CJD is distinct from variant CJD.
Yes. See,
what you're
so there was enough compelling epidemiological evidence, and of course the public outcry that resulted in stringent new regulations to control BSE in the beef industry, as well as the destruction of more than 500,000 infected or potentially infected cattle. So
that's fucking bullshit. That is all bullshit. And this is what I mean. How do you work? How did you do everything you fucking did, and you just like, okay, I buy that?
Well, I mean, it happened. It happened.
No. Okay, tell me when you went into the scientific field and you studied this, and when you saw people with CJD and you looked under a microscope, and then you saw people with BCJD.
No, but honey, you do understand that I have the credit equivalent of a master's degree in medical journalism.
No, actually, first of all, I don't understand that. We've been through that. But secondly, regardless, if you have,
and don't forget how long I've been exposed to the medical industry myself as a care provider and patient advocate for my parents.
Okay.
That's why I was taking all these courses through the Osher Lifelong Institute for Extended Adult Education.
I agree with you, not arguing with you on that. Doesn't matter. I can sit here and be like,
yeah, but it's not like I'm talking out of my ass.
Nursing classes.
So wait a second. Whoa, wait a second. Wait a second. I presume you're not denying the fact that all this cattle was slaughtered based on.
No, my point is this. My point is, follow the money. You are sitting here right now. Now I'm not seeing them
because this is where you started saying, "I can't believe you're buying this." It was when I brought up the cattle slaughter. So obviously that triggered you.
Because I just read it, and the link that you go to, like, it's so exactly what you're saying. It's like exactly. It's just like a link, like you fucking clicked on, like a reading what you're saying. Oh my god, it is so. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, Douglas. Ask you before to give me my like at least props here. At this point, I don't expect props on this, but I'm asking you to open your mind and say the fact that where you've gotten this information wasn't from you with your mother or you in like your field or everything you experienced or anything with the keynote. This is information that you've acquired, and I get that. But unless you have some other way to tell me you've acquired this information from some psychic abilities you have.
Wait a second. What are you talking about? Everything that I say is, you say you're sourcing yourself from the internet, but that's certainly not where I got this information.
Where did you get this information?
Did you? Were you not listening when I said I attended the lecture with Dr. Stanley Preusner, as well as speaking to him personally afterwards? The Nobel Peace Prize winner for
him on here, and I'm seeing his name as well.
Yeah, of course, as well. You should. So I met the man. I personally met the man. Spoke with him, and he said some things to me that he wouldn't dare say publicly. But besides that, I was dealing with records ordered to
I
destroy
don't really
records
need to know
concerning
about what
neutron
he-
weapons.
I
which-
don't need to know about.
Wait a second, honey. So, listen to me here. When it comes to all of these variant Creutzfeldt, Jacob diseases, or the classic ones, all the TSCs, transmissible spongiform encephalopathies, all of them exhibit a general progression characterized by slow cerebral neurodegeneration. That always
all in the
culminates.
brain, because that's where they.
That's
where-
which culminates in death. That can be diagnosed by vacuolization of the brain matter, and that people can only really identify when you're dead, because it's only when you're dead that they can really open your skull up. Of course, they can do this with exploratory surgery. Most of the time, this is not done in people who are suffering from these kinds of diseases. Maybe things will change as more and more people exhibit them, which, according to Dr. Stanley Preusner, what he told me in private, they will. That this is going to become exceedingly common.
Why? Why? No.
Because it's transmissible, and because so many people Now, by the way, this is his. Now, we are talking about a man who won the Nobel Peace Prize in medicine for
I'm
this.
asking you a question.
Yeah.
Like I didn't win a Nobel Peace Prize, but
But
you know what else is transmissible by the brain? Literally, that we know about. Let's see. We know about first of all, rabies. Right,
okay.
animal
wait
bite.
a second. Bite. Yeah, rabies. Yeah. What about?
Completely deadly by the time you show symptoms, and that's your brain, right? And we see if you see like a raccoon coming at you, like
yeah, but that's
it's
like it's a disease, however, which can be countered with a rabies serum if you catch it in time.
No, it can be countered. No, that's what I was going to say. So I had been bitten by a raccoon, because obviously I actually can now be bitten by anything with rabies, which is why I welcome you to my home.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome here, because I can now be bitten by anything.
Yeah.
They also charge. You know what they charged me for that fucking shots? Because I didn't know.
Wait, are you telling me you went through a series of rabies shots?
Yeah.
In the old days, they had to strap you down and insert those into you through the navel. Is that the shit you went through?
It was about a year and a half ago, so I'm good. I've got about 10 years on me. Lots of like I can get bit by anything. And I'm good. But I had rescued a raccoon that was like I was.
Wait a second. Was this like a vaccine then? Kind of like a rabies vaccine? It was a treatment.
There's not such thing. No, it wasn't. I don't know if they have human rabies vaccines.
I don't know either. That's what I was asking, because in the old days the rabies shots were.
They gave them to you in your stomach.
Yeah. So how did you avoid that?
Because they don't do that anymore. So what happened?
So the technology has changed.
It's changed. So if you want to hear it really quick,
of course.
So I was back, and I was basically just coming back. Like Walmart's 5 minutes from me, and there was a fucking raccoon middle of the fucking day, like 12 o'clock lunchtime, and both traffic. I stopped my way because I see traffic stop the other way, and there's this girl. She's like young. She's younger than me. She's like 25. And she's like, there's this raccoon in the middle of a road that's like, it's a 2-lane road, so there's not even a median. You're just standing up in the road, middle of the day.
Yeah. Oh, so sad. So sad.
But it was so sad. Well, what was sad about it is he wasn't trying to attack. Like you do, he didn't. Long story short, I don't think he ever had rabies. But here's what happened. So she was throwing him, like she had some pizza crust in her car. So she was trying to throw it out, but she didn't want to hit him. She was a nice person. I had stopped. And I do animal rescue, so I got out. I could see she was young; she didn't really know what to do. So I get out, and he didn't try to attack me or get near me. But I said, "Hey, give me some of the pizza because I'm gonna try to coax him to the side of the road so cars can go." So I pull my car to the side. I coax him to the side, and then he literally goes up. He takes the bread and kind of eats a little, and then he goes up against the tree. And I don't know if any of y'all know. Pooh Bear from Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah.
How he would lean up against a tree,
rub himself, shag himself.
And he would put his little hand on his belly.
Yeah.
And just put his back against the tree.
Yeah.
That's what he did. He just walked over to this little pine tree and he just
sad.
leaned against it, and he just looked so sad and miserable. And I'm like, oh my God, I can't leave this here, but I can't. I don't know what to get him with. So I ran home in 5 minutes. Get something. Get him in my car and then start calling rescue people and eventually get this woman and she literally took him and she said I could meet her there if she was going to Wisconsin. So I get to her house, and she lived near me, and luckily, and she said I get him out of what I had him in, and she said I need to get him in this crate. And like she said, and I said like please love it. And so she gave me gloves. She gave me thick gloves because we were gonna have to try to push him down in the crate, because we were going to get him out and then push him down, basically, you know, just like in a cat crate or a dog crate. You know what I'm saying? Like push him down and close the metal. But like, so she'd turn it side, like head first, so we could just kind of push his butt down. And so we were doing that and got him out and pushed him in, and he's scared, and he had bit through my glove, and I didn't really think anything about it. Like I was bleeding, and like I had just a tiny little cut. And it was leather thick gloves, but he had bit through it because he was scared. And she immediately gave him 2 shots, and she said because he was kind of he started to seize, and I said I was scared. She's like, he's having seizures. She said, I think he's poisoned.
Right.
And she said, I think he's been poisoned, and that's pretty much what we concluded. But what I did was I had literally like that night or the next day looked up like, oh shit, like I wanted to call and check on him, and I asked her how he was doing. She's like, she'd given him more. She thought he was doing better, but she thought he was poisoned. And I was like, well, I was looking up, like, I got bit. Like, do you think he has rabies? Could have rabies? And she's like, I'll be honest with you. She's like, I can't know for sure. She's like, but what I'll tell you is if you tell them you were bit by him and where he's at, because at this point he had a chance of living. And I'm like, she's like, they will come take him and put him to sleep immediately to test his brain.
Right.
Regardless, because they want to know, because rabies cases they want to track, and so if you might even. And so I was like, no, I just want to know what you think, because I just woke up in the middle of the night for some reason. I didn't know enough. I knew everything about animals. I thought like dogs, cats. I had heard but like I didn't know, and I Google it. I'm like fucking rabies, and it says if you wait until you show symptoms, you will die.
Yes.
Like, yes. And I was like, what? Wait a minute. You're waiting till like, if I wait till I have a sniffle, I'm dead. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was not like, oh, well, if you get a fever, you got 24. No, it was like, if you have the point was she couldn't tell me he didn't 100%. Right. And if I waited to see, like, there was no way to wait. So I just went to the hospital and said,
good for you. Good for you. I mean, thank God that you display some common sense.
Yeah, and I also protected the animal. I was like, no, you don't worry about the dog. I mean, because I wanted to live if it could live, right? And I think it ended up being poisoned, but well, I don't know for sure. Because it could have rabies. Who knows? Because they couldn't test me for rabies. All they could do when I told them what I told them, which was, I pulled over on the side of the road, and there was a raccoon, and I tried to help it, and it bit me and ran into the woods.
Right.
On the highway that I wasn't ever on. You know, like I lied about where I was, and that way there was nothing to go find. And then they were like, this is the finger. And it was just the tiniest, it was my middle finger of all fingers.
Yes, of
and
course.
It was like,
so fitting.
He's like, we're going to need to put you through immunoglobulin. Like, we've got to give you the shot, right?
Yeah.
And the doctor comes in to do it. And when the doctor comes in, he's like, this is not going to be fun. It's going to be very painful. And I was like, okay.
Which is one thing I know about them. So the technology hasn't changed that much, but enough where at least it's not going through your fucking navel. But go on. Yeah. So where did they give it to you? In your ass?
What they do now is they give it to you, if they know where you're bitten, wherever you're bitten at, they give it to you as close as they can to the bite.
Ah, interesting.
And they continue to inject it as close as they can to the bite. And it has to be so much of it, and it's immunoglobulin, so it's like a gel almost coming through a syringe. So it's very thick. So it's a huge needle, and you have to have like 4 of them. And I had it in my finger. I don't know how much fucking flesh you have in your fucking finger.
Very little, comparatively speaking. Yes, I have.
Comparatively little.
Yeah,
so
like you.
Like I literally just turned, and I've always done this with a shot. I just dug into like. I'll take my other hand, so it was my right hand, so I just dug my other hand into my like hip, so like my nails were like clawing under my ass.
Fuck!
Trying to claw the pain away, because like because I need to be still, so I'm just clawing on my other side. And he told me after he had done 4 of them, and he was like, I have never in my life seen someone be so calm and still. Like, you are the first. I have never seen someone do that.
Wow.
And I said, yeah, I am a fucking queen, bitch. Also, it's fucking killing me. And my finger left about like, I went in with a little scratch. I went in with I left with a finger that was 5 times bigger than it ever fucking was. So full of immunoglobulin. And I don't know which one I'd tell you first. The easier part is all I had to do is go back to the doctor after that 3 different times, and they would just give me an injection in my arm, just like a normal shot. Yeah. That was all after that. But what the worst sad, like, I think the saddest part of all the story is I got a bill in the fucking mail for that fucking immunoglobulin.
Yeah.
$17,000.
Right. I understand as well that it's like you're raped twice. It's like the woman suffers rape first time by the assault, and then again in police interrogations in court when, of course, the attorney and the police all basically say it was her fault throughout that time because of the way she was dressed and why she decided to be in a certain place at a certain time and shit.
Yeah, like,
so it's like this.
I'm saying, like, exactly, like, I mean, maybe, like, the emergency room visit, and maybe I'm going 17,000 total. It was like the emergency room visit total with the doctor fee and everything was like $1,000.
Yeah.
Other over $16,000.
Yeah, is that
what's the serum?
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, it's like holy fucking shit. That's.
So you want to tell me that fucking pharmaceutical and making fucking money and didn't have a reason? Y'all shut up, please.
At any rate, so but that's not the case here. What happened was when I was speaking about the prions, and I was speaking about cows being slaughtered. Of course, that triggered you. You don't like to hear about needless slaughter of animals, though in this case, I think it's contestable whether or not it was needless. But then you started attacking my credentials. And,
no, I didn't check your credentials, and I don't think it was needless when
you're saying, where did I find out about this? Now, one of the reasons that I know about prions, more so than any civilian, was because I had to destroy documents concerning neutron weapons. So I went into depth about that in our latest episode before tonight's. I don't need to go into it again, but for your sake, what I will tell you is that there is this phenomenon known as an ERMI, E-R-M-I-E. And an ERMI is an acronym for Enhanced Radioactivated Molecular Ionization Event. And this is what can instantly misfold proteins and therefore create a prionized individual. The difference is, in this case, this kind of prionic disease, the individual remains ambulatory, like someone with Alzheimer's can, but they're rendered cannibalistic. This is where we get the zombie phenomenon in terms of zombies.
I think where you're thinking that where I see that you're naive is the fact that I believe that yes, that our Earth, as far as what we do as humans, may create some of this, as far as like abusing the animals or continuing to eat meat at McDonald's and not understanding that, you know, people used to eat meat like once a week or once a month, and it was very sacred, right? And they honored what they ate, and they honored food, right? And they knew it was life. Yeah. And now it's like, you know, even a vampire, like if you were to kill me, like at least hopefully you'd be like, I honor her, like before I suck her blood. Like at least I know if I'm getting some good blood from her, right? I'll probably.
You're so cute. You're so cute.
But what I mean is, my point is, it's about honoring and respect of life.
Yes.
Right? And we don't respect the life, and so when we do that, so we may create our own diseases. But what I mean by that is, if you don't think that, then whether you call them what the kings of Edom, you can call them, or just evil people that are out for money, which it could be the same. Like they use these things and have been using these things and have known about them, because the majority, just like what you read about and people didn't know about, there are so many things that we don't know about well before, many years before, that they've already been studying on how can we use this to our benefit? What could we keep this secret? Maybe one day it'll be used to our benefit. Like, you can call that being cynical. I don't think it is cynical. I think it's the world we live in. I think it's living in a world that I know is black and white, and I can see the gray in it, meaning I see the people that want to not and would never do that and are like, you're cynical. And then I can see the people that are like, I do that in a heartbeat. I'll kill all of them. And then, like, I think
you've encountered them already. Yes. Go on.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
But understand though, there's a difference between cynical people who are pragmatic, but not necessarily pragmatic enough, but people who are trying to make money, and there has to be, one would
Well,
presume.
cynical doesn't mean make money, because I'm not cynical enough to want to make money on it. What I mean is cynical enough to see.
We cross a certain point from cynical to evil. That's
what I mean.
So when we speak of
evil.
these forces of entropy, these are forces of entropy and agents of chaos, agents of annihilation, the nihilists. When we get to the point of ideological nihilism, which is a term that I need to familiarize the world with, nihilism is the ideology of the kings of Edom. It is the idea. It's politicized. It's just like, think about it this way: we understand Islam to be a religion, and the majority of us, yourself included, I would presume, would respect Islam as a religion. Understand, of course, it's a very different culture, but then we need to disambiguate. Just as, of course, we need to understand the fact that Christian identity is a concept of a...
No, like not every Christian is like, my mom is very different from Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Right. So, yes, of course. So a point I was making is Christian identity is the religion of the Klan, the Ku Klux Klan. That's obviously not going to be held as the norm for the rest of the Christian population in America.
Although it's becoming more of the norm.
Yes. Unfortunately, it's more vapid. What's becoming the norm is just pure Christian racism without even an ideological rationale.
And Christian sexism. People are being racist against themselves. You see black people.
Not just Christian, but Jewish sexism too. I mean, that's one thing I wanted to point out was Iran and Israel have that in common, is misogyny. I mean, more and more these days than before. But when it comes to something like, say, for instance, Islam, we need to understand there is a concept of Islamism. And Islamism would be like communism, capitalism, fascism. It's an ideology. It's not a religion when it becomes politicized and weaponized. So when we think of terrorists, real honest-to-God terrorists like ISIS, then we're talking about...
Can you think of one religion that has not been politicized, though? That's my problem.
Oh, yes, but we are talking about extremists within the religion who don't necessarily represent the actual spirit of that religion. Or at least we'd like to think...
we know about the Nazis go into,
Well, that's pagan Gnosticism. Pagan Gnosticism, and of course I would need to educate people about...
So the Nazis went to what? They were...
I said pagan Gnosticism. Pagan Gnosticism.
I'm talking about the Nazis, though.
That's Nazism. Pagan Gnosticism is so that's why I was using those terms. Nazism is a religion. It's a messianic religion, and it's not a...
I know what Gnosticism is. Gnosis. I know what Gnosticism is, but I don't associate Gnosticism with Nazis.
Well, you should. So just so people understand, when I use the term pagan Gnosticism, understand that the Christians, of course, the big divergence in Christianity was between the Gnostics and the Pisceans, meaning that Pisces means faith, those who believe. And Gnosis means no, I don't believe, I have to know. Gnosis means knowledge. So the difference between the Gnostics and the Pisceans, or Pisceans, these are people who went the church route, which became dominant. In other words, Christianity became a faith where you simply had to accept it on faith. And if you didn't, well, you were not going with the program. So Gnostics, on the other hand, wanted a personal communion with God or the Christ or everything that was related to it. Hence the Naj Hammadi, the Gnostic texts. We have only a fragment.
Well, can I say this? Studying enough about the Gnostics is the fact that I don't think that they needed it. And when you said, I just want to just verify this, but I don't believe they needed it. Like if I said, hey, prove to me you can punch through a wall, and then you punch through the wall, and that's proven you can, that's not what the Gnostics were doing. I believe what the Gnostics believe is like they could have a personal relationship with God.
Yes. That's what I meant to
they can
say.
know it in their soul, like where you know in your soul. Like I've always known that, and that's where I finally knew that religion wasn't mine, because religion was telling me, well, if you just followed this, it doesn't matter.
Well, in other words, religion is telling you believe, and you're saying you don't need to
believe. And then the people, I would meet people that were like could quote tons of scripture.
Yes, that's right.
And then were some of the most evil people I ever met.
Oh, absolutely. Well, our friend Samuel Romero could go on for hours about that, very familiar as he is with the religious community of evangelicals in particular. So what my point is with the Gnostics is not to convey them as extremists, though some of them were. And of course, we've had Gnostic heresies that erupted at various times in Europe, such as the Cathars. There were various other subcultures that were more Gnostic.
The Cathars were freaking killed by the fucking Catholicism.
Yes, the Pope ordered a crusade. I don't think that
they were extremists. I think they were extremists, and the Cathars were extremists when they believed like they were going toward religion in that sense.
They were declared heretics by the church, who ordered their
But they have have you ever heard the Cathar song? Like that song, if it doesn't sing to your soul, have you heard it?
Honey, I'm not denigrating the Cathars. I'm simply saying that various.
I'm just saying, what to hear that.
Yeah,
song.
I haven't heard the song. No, I haven't heard the song.
I'd
be happy to listen. But understand that I'm not presenting the Cathars in a villainous role here. I'm just saying.
And the way they were killed, I mean, the same way the Cathars.
The Pope declared a crusade against them.
That's what I was about to say. Like many, the Pope declared pretty much a crusade against pretty much all of South America, and
No, honey. Crusades have been declared only a few times in history. The Pope didn't declare anything against South America. The conquistadors just went in and killed everybody. They didn't need any mandate. They didn't need any mandate.
Well, you want to go there?
Yeah, you think I'm defending them? Are you offended by what I'm saying?
I'm saying that the terminology that you're using, you're trying to put it like, well, he didn't declare. Well, then he also, what the Pope didn't declare?
Yeah, I mean, they certainly. Well, let's put it this way: I'm not trying to absolve. I'm not trying to absolve the Roman Catholic churches. He did not
declare when he knew.
Wait a second. So wait. We do need to.
Heimlich. Whatever the fuck his name was doing.
We need to disambiguate a few things here. First off, yes, the Roman Catholic Church was certainly guilty. In terms of just participating in an enabling manner in massive genocide and slavery that took place in Latin America. There are horrible examples of this, but there was no. But understand. Wait a second. I have a right to speak here. I am a historian. So and my father was Roman Catholic, so I've got a twofer there.
No, he wasn't. He was not. Okay, which father are you claiming here?
Both. You didn't know that Adolf Hitler was baptized Roman Catholic and that George Joseph.
No, I don't know which. I don't know what your other father was fucking.
My legal father was baptized Roman Catholic, and so was Adolf Hitler. I was never baptized.
Well, there you go. Here's your problem. You are definitely 3 times the devil, vampire.
I was never baptized.
If 2 fathers and fucking you're a vampire, I'm pretty sure the best you got in you is your vampire mother.
At any rate, honey, so the point is, my father was legal father was Roman Catholic. My biological father was Roman Catholic, and he never disavowed his religion. So it's one of the reasons why the Roman Catholic Church helped many of the Nazis escape. The Vatican.
I know.
Yes.
But I know many they helped escape, but the thing is that's what sickens me about them is it shows what they had to do to the South Americans and everything else, because they knew by that time, especially some of them by that time, because there was a lot of time that they didn't know. And I even wonder if Hitler knew at points, because I believe it's proven now that Hitler was, with his doctor, medicated enough, and did have the history of because I don't think he had I've seen him in enough videos where he was shaking. I don't think he had Parkinson's.
No.
I do believe that and then what's so weird, and that's also, fuck, I was going to talk about this later, but like so weird that he had the exact same stomach condition I do.
Okay.
Do you know that?
You tell me about it.
Hitler was treated for extreme gas and diarrhea, and like with his doctor, like couldn't die, and his doctor told him quit eating. He was a vegetarian, which I didn't know, and he was vegetarian, so he was like quit eating so much pea soup, eat too much pea soup, and then he had this doctor that none of the other doctors, obviously, I can't remember his name.
Dr. Theo Morel.
Yes, Dr. Morel. And respected, and he treated him with different stuff, including some arsenic, but like very mild, like they proven like it wasn't trying to kill him, but like for his stomach, like trying to treat his GI issues, which is the same issues I have, which wonder if fucking my GI issues didn't come from fucking you and Hitler. And I would like to say, I don't give a shit who they came from. You can all take them back.
So that's cute.
Also, Hitler though was also Dr. Morale. Like if Hitler had some, which he did, and it runs in families, like it does have like an addiction quality, and we know that with Hitler. Like I know that with him. Like there was an addiction. Like come on, at this point, he was using some amphetamines. I mean, fuck, cocaine. Coca-Cola had coke in it.
Yes, in those days. Yes, that's right. Yeah. All the drugs were just free and easy for everybody to use. Right. So go on.
So yeah, he's obviously then using some amphetamines or whatever. It's great, like using your speeches. That's why he had up and down days. And what one of the doctors was saying was that what they believed with Hitler was that truly that he, and I can see this with even like myself or someone else, that you can have something like perhaps bipolarism, meaning an up and down, or a depression, right? Like you have something maybe untreated from like his childhood. If you look at his childhood, like his father treated him like shit, right? So like horrible depression, like whatever it would be. And so you depend on this, and so there's these huge up and down days. And by the time I believe the war was ending, or when we got there, anywhere near there, I just wonder, after watching that Heinrich, what's his name?
Heinrich Himmler.
He seemed to be really like the one that was like, I wonder how much did Hitler know all he was like. I'm sure Hitler knew, like he's killing the Jews. I'm not giving Hitler an excuse, like he didn't know, but how and why and how many and what was going on, like, because I feel like Hitler might have been too much in his head of like, I don't know. I mean, I'm asking you, I guess.
About what in particular? About what in particular? I mean,
like we know how many Jews were killed, just like in Auschwitz.
Are you asking me at this moment suddenly just how much did Hitler know about the Jews being killed? Is that what you're asking?
He was the complete component of all that, yes, and he was in his right frame of mind to know what he was doing. Or was he completely maybe taken over with power and then drugs, and then Heimlich obviously also took over, seemed to be the person that
Heinrich, but Himmler. Just call him Himmler. Heinrich. Yeah, by his last name is fine. Go on.
Yes. He just literally seemed to take that over and run it. And watching some of the videos, like, I don't know, there's something, I just get this feeling of the two of them where one is complete, like they almost can look alike without the glasses, and like one is I can just see Hitler like being not like, yeah, like I believe this in these reasons that I believe it, and we'll do this, but then did he go to the camps and did he see exactly what was going on? Did he know?
No, of course not. But that's not the point. Adolf Hitler, we'll put it this way. Adolf Hitler was fully cognizant of the Holocaust. And he did what he did, as I've explained before, for reasons that he thought were best for his people. But
that's what HH says as well.
Yes. Well, they were both involved. I mean, but so were many others. In terms of...
but yeah, those two were the ones that talked. I mean, what I'm
Well,
saying
well,
is
I
not
mean,
followers.
you got to remember that none of this would have been possible operationally without Adolf Eichmann and Reinhard Heydrich.
Are you talking about Eichmann, the one that was on trial?
Yes, that's right. He was the only one who spoke Hebrew. And then there was, of course, Reinhard Heydrich, who was the man who, in a very real sense, created the death camps. And, of course, the thing that needs to be understood here is that these men truly believed that they were serving humanity and doing mankind a favor. They felt that they were in the right, and that the people that they were annihilating had done a tremendous wrong. Try and look at it this way. It's like, look, well, let me finish here. I mean, when it comes to the Roman Catholic Church, for instance, when I was conducting my disambiguation, understand that when it came to what happened in South America and why I disambiguated from a crusade where the Pope gives an actual order and consecrates armies. So understand this. The Pope, when he launches a crusade, and there's only been a few crusades in history, literally maybe 7 or 8, something like that. Maybe 9. There's some vagary about maybe 1 or 2 of them. But we're talking about obviously less than 10 in history that are even formally recognized by anybody. So this is like a formal declaration of war, but it goes beyond that. It means that you consecrate the armies of multiple nations, and then you start a massive campaign towards an operational objective that is considered sacred in nature, in service of God. This is like, this is not what was going on in South America. What was going on in South America was the slaughter of an entire civilization by a bunch of mad conquistadors that had the enabling of the church, which was really doing nothing to stop them.
You don't have to continue to go into it.
No, but it bears going into because of an important point. Here's the important point. Then came this was all with the discovery of the New World. But then we have to remember that these conquistadors, while they were conducting what was effectively a genocide and importing all kinds of black slaves to take the place of the populations that they were wiping out, the indigenous populations, that there were elements of the church that came to a point where they said, no, enough is enough, and this is ungodly, and this is horrible. And where they came to that point was with the Jewish Holocaust in America conducted by Christopher Columbus. Christopher Valbo Columbuenos, Christopher Columbus, was Jewish. And his determination was to annihilate every human being in all the Americas, from the North Pole to the South Pole, from all of Canada, what we call Canada today, down to Argentina and Chile, down to the Cape of not Good Hope, but Cape Horn. And so when they began annihilating the Indians to such a horrific degree, where they imported dogs from Spain that were raised on eating Native American meat as their only diet, then at some point the church said no. And they cracked down on Columbus and arrested him.
Oh my God!
So
can we stop everyone right now and applaud the church?
Well, you can be sarcastic about this, but the fact remains that something was done, and the church that then asked the king and queen of Spain.
I will be sarcastic, but it's your show and you're not letting me talk. So it's fine.
It's not a question of not letting you talk. I'd let you talk for hours. I'd let you talk for hours about your, anything you want.
It's about dogs in my fucking. Whenever you need me to talk, you take a break. You don't need to take a break.
Now you're just being ridiculous. I let you talk for hours about anything you want.
Okay, well, I want to anything talk. I want to respond to you.
But if you do respond to this, you have to understand that is this going to be an emotional response, or are you responding okay, go ahead, respond.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Without finishing that,
I roll my eyes. You make me roll my eyes.
Are you going to be female, or are you going to be male with scientific documents?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
So So, honey, go on. What is your response to this? Because the important point.
My thing is, first of all, I did not know about Christopher Columbus being Jewish, but I would know it at this point.
And his entire intention was to depopulate the Americas, the entire Western Hemisphere, and repopulate it with Jews.
So,
It was all gonna be Jewish. The whole Western Hemisphere was to be
so
Jewish.
my point is, I don't know about that, so I can't agree with it or disagree with it.
But it's a historical fact. But go on.
Okay. But
So that's no. By the way, that is a what? Okay.
Historical
So
fact.
wait a second. Here's a point that needs to be made before you even
I'm
talk.
saying-
You know what? Before you talk, let me make this point because it's important. Then respond. We all know that the holy war for the Christians is a crusade. We all know that the holy war for the Muslims is a jihad. The holy war for converting people to Judaism is Holocaust. It comes from the biblical times when their God of the desert said to burn all the people of Canaan and offer them up to me, burn it to the root, every man, woman, child, and animal and grasshopper, till the levels where the leaves wither under the sun.
Thank you.
Just
Thank
burn it.
you.
And so the Jews conducted a Holocaust in which they annihilated an entire race as a burnt offering to their God. So when it comes to what the Jews did with their Holocaust, and then what the Jews conducted in their Holocaust against the Native Americans, there is such a thing as cultural karma. So when it came to all the mass murder that the Jewish people conducted, Hitler felt that he was giving them a karmic and just cycle of punishment, that he was doing so in the service of God. So now back to you.
Okay. Thank you for putting it back. Are you sure it's back to me? Because I may want to go on for a few minutes since you did suck there out of the room. I may want to be like your girlfriend. Like, she's
go
sucking.
start sucking.
Okay,
I'll have my own fantasy image of you sucking, but yeah,
Go ahead, take it, baby. But what I want to say is that the first thing I would say is, I guess to go. Let's start back with that. So the Crusades, if we're talking about Crusades from the Catholic Church, let's start there. So the Crusades, and then what I mentioned, because I just want to get back to my minefield here, or my minefield, which is truly a minefield, is the fact that I did not know about Columbus as far as being Jewish and wanting to do that. But what I did obviously know, which I think most of us all should know, is how do we have even a Columbus Day anymore? We know Columbus. At least every American knows Columbus was a bad person, right? Like,
well, I wish. Unfortunately, now you've got a bunch of right-wing reactionaries trying to rehabilitate him.
That's going back, and then I'm going to astrology and where we're going. Okay, as far as the world.
But I do want you to know, you are aware of the fact that many states cities and states are trying to get rid of Columbus Day, and they're replacing it with Indigenous Peoples Day. So
and they are aware of it. So that's what I'm saying. They are becoming aware. That's what I see. We are raising our consciousness.
Yes.
It's the time to do that. And so things have to get worse before they get better. So I always say that I do believe that. But anyway, my point is, I knew that about Columbus as far as not being a good person and he killed people. As far as bringing these dogs over, I did not know those details.
Right. Not to mention he was trafficking in human children. He would send these Native American children for fucking back to Europe by the score.
I have no doubt. I mean, if you are fucking a 14-year-old or whatever, when you're fucking 19, your son or whatever the fuck you were doing.
Mm-hmm. You could qualify that for the sake of, shall we say, decency. She was still a girl at that time, for one thing.
Yeah,
she was still a girl at that time.
No one that knows you shouldn't listen. It wasn't his actual child. It was a girl. And
Thank you. Deeply appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, I mean, yes, there was no, and he adopted to save the person. He literally adopted her to save her.
Yes, purchased her off the streets.
Yeah, but to save her. But so Douglas has some good in him, not much, but a little. Anyway, so my point is that Douglas has done great. So at the end of the day, though, with the church, that's a different story. And I believe what the church did was, with whether you say crusades, it's kind of like America going okay, we went in the Gulf War, and we went in the Vietnam War, right?
Yeah, but they're not declared wars. They're illegal conflicts.
Yeah, but war we called it, but even now we'll call it a Vietnam War, and we'll call it World War One, World War Two, and Gulf War.
Well, World War One and Two were legally declared, but there hasn't been a legal war ever since for America.
Well, imagine now when we went to like Somalia and like all the other fucking places, we fucking go and just like, meh. And then like the other countries like Russia, like there's just like right now Russia and China and Africa, like and us too, like trying to take over this like Africa. You wonder where Africa's standing up now, trying to be like, and we're fucked. I'm gonna be honest with you, we are fucked if we do not get Africa on our side, because Africa is the biggest fucking gold mine. Yeah. So much shit right now.
Yeah.
And if fucking we let Russia and China take it fucking over, you know, or let let Africa take it over itself, but like we're fucking ourselves as the U.S. dollar, like we control it. It's not making us look that Africa's like, we're tired of being controlled by any of you fuckers. But like, so the ones that are going to come in like China and like Russia, like that's a whole different side story. So let me not get into that.
Yeah, but the point to be made is that in the very near future, the majority of our products will say made in Africa, the way they used to say made in China. It will become the factory floor for production assembly, and it has the population for that and the cheap labor, and it's definitely something that the Western civilizations cannot afford to lose.
Mexico has that as well. Mexico, we have that for Mexico.
Well, there's a difference in Mexico. This is the difference in Mexico. We got cartels. We got cartels in Mexico.
Well, no, that cartels aren't the difference. We can take the cartels out if we need to. We run the cartels. I mean, if you don't know that, the cartels are run by.
I mean, we'll have to go into that later. But
I
go on.
Go into it in depth. I mean, I had to engage in literacy. We basically run the cartels. The U.S. government does. But you know that too.
I think that's a bit hubristic, or shall we say, it's presuming quite a bit. But go on, honey. With
okay, let's fine. Let's let you be in your little innocent world with that. Okay?
Wow! Oh my God! You do realize I've been involved with crime for a good part of my life, right? I mean, it's incredible.
And
Sometimes you're incredible.
Be burned. They told you to burn this shit when you were fucking there. Oh, you told me they told you to burn the shit when you were fucking there. Burn these fucking fields, right?
You're talking, You're talking about documents and films.
No. What? You told me when you were fucking overseas that they told you to burn these poppy fields, or to burn the marijuana fields. Yes, you did.
I never said that. I would never say that. Poppy fields are in Afghanistan. I never served in Afghanistan.
All right, well, I'm going to have to go back and listen to our shit, because I am fairly certain someone then on your show fucking said it, because I'm fairly certain it was you. But that's fine.
No, it was... I may have talked about American soldiers burning poppy fields in Afghanistan, but no, I good God.
Yeah, and what you actually...
I never did.
What you said, and I'm saying it's you, but let me preface that maybe my memory's wrong, because this was last year.
What is it you remember?
What I remember was you telling me when you were overseas that you were told...
And this was on air.
This was on air.
Yeah, okay. Important point to be made. Go on.
On air.
Yeah.
It would be on air. It was not something private. That to my memory, that it was when you were overseas that you were told to burn, or the troops were told to burn. I believe it was the marijuana fields, and that you were burnt them.
Marijuana fields.
Yeah, but then the
where was
fields,
this? Just overseas.
I didn't make it. Yeah, it was somewhere in the fucking Middle East. I don't fucking know. It was in the Middle East. I get all those countries confused.
No worries.
So it was in the Middle East, and then there were poppy fields, and you were told to not burn the poppy fields because the poppy fields were cut down and sent over basically to Mexico to go into the supply for America.
Well, just so you know, poppies would produce opium, and which I'm sure you know.
Oh, opiates. I mean, they went into, that's what I'm saying. They went into, because you need that for any narcotics, not just heroin, but I mean, like, you need it for oxycodone.
Yeah, medicines, all kinds of good shit. But just to clarify this for all of our listeners, and what I think happened, this is what I think happened, is that I think what happened was that you fell asleep at some point while either I was discussing something else or you had like YouTube on or something like that, because the one thing I can promise you, and I could swear this up and down, jump up and down, honestly, I have never, ever in my entire life been ordered to burn marijuana fields.
I'm not saying
or
you
poppy
were, but
fields.
you were saying, or the troops were.
I might have brought up, American troops being ordered to do something like that. But, it's one of these subjects that I touch on rarely enough. It's rare enough where it would probably never be found, is what I'm saying. That I certainly have talked about poppy fields and Afghanistan. What I can tell you is my stance on this is that basically, this is what I try to explain to everyone, is that the Taliban, who are the primary opponent, the enemy who now took over Afghanistan, none of them are Afghan. None of these people are ethnically Afghan. They're all fucking recruits from all over the world, mostly Muslims, of course, from Arab parts of the world or other parts of the world where they have Islamic fundamentalism, or people who would be attracted to it because of poverty or not or whatnot. And the overwhelming majority of them are Pakistani. And it's basically a Pakistani invasion of Afghanistan to control the opium production, to control the poppy fields, and therefore finance their war in Kashmir.
That's fine. All I know, I'll find it. But if it's still online, if you haven't deleted it, but I'm telling you.
I would never delete anything I've produced.
I'm trying to goddamn tell you is your words were, and
they weren't.
I'm not saying it was you that said I was. Yeah, but you said you may have said I was, or you may have said they were.
Yeah, but you notice. I do hope you appreciate the fact. That, I always am gentle with you. It's not. This isn't something where when you say something like this, you notice I don't take this as an opportunity.
That's what I remember. And if I'm wrong, I'm being gentle too. If I'm wrong, I will totally. And I apologize.
It's nothing to apologize for. I'm just, let's just put it this way. I just hope you appreciate the fact.
I don't talk to anybody else about fucking poppy fields.
I get it. But you might, like, maybe you fell asleep listening to a YouTube or something. But honestly,
no,
okay.
I do not. I fall asleep listening to
Okay, honey. What I'm saying is, I do hope you appreciate the fact that I'm kind and gentle to you, and I don't take advantage of a moment.
I think you should be kind and gentle to me because I'm a very kind and gentle person.
Honey, you're a monster. You're incredibly it's like when I was pointing out, hey, look at that evil Joe Tai. He's like trying to divide you and I.
Oh my God, he said some evil shit to me personally about you. He doesn't like you anymore.
He said a bunch of shit to Peter Moon about that too. Yeah, it's like whatever. He was saying I wasn't given a chance to defend myself or something. Yeah, it's like
he just sent me some bullshit like link the other day, and all it was like, why do vampires suck blood? And it was like, if sperm is, I don't know, some stupid thing, is so much more life than it.
Full of protein and shit, yeah.
Yeah, or something. It was just a fucking, I was like, I don't know what the fuck it's supposed to mean, and obviously.
Well, I hope he goes over to the enemy, because that'll be like getting 1,000 guys on our side.
He said, and then he just put, I'm glad I'm not part of the Doug 50 trick team or whatever anymore. And I just was like, I'm not replying. And then he sent a link, and here's how cute I am. I just checked it like I didn't read any of it. And then he sent a link to the chickens being fucking murdered, and it showed these women in cages, and the guy going up to the chickens getting their period blood, but it was women in cages. Like it would be like a fucking what was I saying, PETA video almost, but it wasn't that nasty. It was just in a video. It was like a picture, and it was like going up to all these women in cages, like giving their period blood. And he was like something about veganism. I just put a like on it because I'm like, I can like what he says when he says some like halfway smart that I like. I mean, not smart, but like maybe. I mean, it's like there. But I just didn't reply to any of it. And the other two were like, I didn't understand why he was so mad at you. and what he
because he didn't get a chance to carry out his mission. His mission was to get arrested so that he could the enemy could basically wave that flag. You know, see, Team Dietrich's Joe Tai, a man born in Taiwan, like Doug Dietrich, was arrested for molesting a child he met online. And this is
I
what...
was about to ask you what get arrested for what, but now I know what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, that was his mission, and because he couldn't accomplish that, because thank God our boy Nemo is enough of a pervert where he got that up on his feed, and of course we know why.
Where is Nemo, by the way? Where's no one?
Well, you're here, so he's gone.
He didn't even come on before I called in. No, you called in before I called in.
True. How did you know that?
Because I heard you say no one will answer and you're alone, and I felt bad for you. Which is why I finally am like a sucker, and I'm like, this is my night off, and I'm in a bad night.
But at any rate, honey.
And I didn't know Amy was on because she hadn't said anything, or I missed that.
Do you notice how she never says anything? That there's a pathology there. You know, Amy, what's her name? Amanda Ute was like that. There's like a certain pathology of some woman where they're just drilled when they're young, beaten by their daddies or something, where they're like, don't talk! Don't talk!
She talks very intelligently, but it's like, I had no
Yeah, when
idea
she talks, yeah, like with both of them, when they talk, and yet most of the time you have to like provoke them to talk. You have to prod them with a stick. But
I guess I needed like her dad, like to shut. You're probably like the opposite. Like we needed half her dad on me because like I can't shut up, and she's like, I can't talk, and I had no idea she was even on when I messaged you finally, and I was like, you love
but she came on just before you came on. It was like, but I brought you on anyway because she wasn't really helping. I mean, you heard it. I mean, she wouldn't say anything when, you know, Eristes and Realtek went into that. What would you call it? It's like you said, oh my God, Douglas, did you fall asleep? These two are more boring.
That's when I messaged you. And that's when I messaged you and you came back and you were like, Amy, why didn't you say anything? And then finally you were like, you're going to call me. And I was like, I didn't know Amy was on. Like, I know.
I didn't know either till I came back. Then I saw she was just sitting there, like, probably in awe that people could talk about, you know.
Well, maybe she was sitting there in awe. I mean,
you know, in awe of how these guys could go on about, then I took a magnifying glass and burned an ant that was crawling up my leg, but then it really hurt.
Exactly. And then I will tell you how to invest in the stock market, even though I live under a tent.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. And
I'm giving you, and hey, Realtek, if you're listening, you don't live at Realtek doesn't live in town. He has a fine job, he models, but I just mean
whoa, wait a second, just so you know,
he doesn't model. He takes pictures of models.
Yeah. It's not a job.
Supposedly,
that's not a job. It's not a job. He does that for fun. He pays private security guards to guard his ass from boyfriends wanting to beat him up while he's taking pictures of their girls. You know this, don't you?
No.
Well, it's true. And
how do you know that?
He's been public about it. He says, yeah, I take pictures of these girls at these comic conferences.
Yeah, he said that. But
and you know, and I ask them to pose, and then what happens is their boyfriends get all fucking jealous, and then they threaten to kill me, and so I have to spend.
You should stop saying this because he's like, just put him off your call list because he's not going to answer ever again.
but he said this publicly. Give me some credit. I mean, do you think I'm that bad? Where I wish
publicly that he shouldn't say. We know he shouldn't say things publicly that he does.
What? I'm sorry. Say that again. What?
Remember when I was drunk that time and I cussed out Peter Moon and I don't remember it?
Oh yeah. Well, we can presume.
But my point is this: I probably should have still said that. But my point is, I'm pretty sure him sober ass doesn't realize he should not say certain things like that.
I don't think it was anything he felt was embarrassing.
That's my point. When you're really drunk, I didn't know. I'm like, I told fucking Josh, I was like, I didn't even talk to Peter. I never even spoke to Peter. And he's like, yeah, you did. Girl. You spoke to him and you cussed him out.
Yeah, Yeah. Anyhow, such being said, honey, without dwelling.
I know you don't want to talk about it. It's fine. Peter shouldn't be embarrassed of that. He should be proud.
Oh, right. Yeah, but with Real Tech, yeah. So he said that publicly. I don't think that I can see why he hires security guards. But let's put it this way: what he's doing is a hobby when it comes to
I would totally hire a security guard. If it was a man his size.
Yeah,
I swear to God,
yeah.
I would have security guards. Just like you were worried about when I called that guy and left my door unlocked.
Yeah,
like that's my thing. Like, I feel like a woman, like, if she's fucking as violent as I am, I'll be, like,
well, you don't need a security guard. You need a minder to keep you from attacking other people. That's what you need.
That's what you did for me that day. Remember, you were like, "Get out of the parking lot now,
yes,
bro."
Yes.
And I was like, "Okay, I need to go." And
yeah. You listening? All you people listening. There was some young guy. What did he have in his ears? Those plugs. He had the plugs in his ears, is what they call them, with the holes in his ears and
the
shit.
Holes, like where you extend them, like when you're in Africa.
Yeah. She just grabbed this poor fucker. He was like walking by, and she grabbed you. And she shook him violently and shit. She had her phone camera on, so it was like found footage. She's going, what? Go, no, don't rape me and shit. And then she said, what about this car? What do you know about this car? And she put his face right into basically the trunk. Slammed his head into, the engine block. And he's like, oh, it's my mom. My mom reported it a couple of times. Yeah, we think the same guy owns a motorcycle, owns a car. Stop beating me! Let go of my arm! Yeah, and then she just kept twisting while he was talking. Yeah, you guys think I'm joking? And this said, tell me more about the guy who owns. I don't know nothing. I swear I don't know nothing. Yeah, and then she started giving him info about BMW and shit, and that's when he said, "Oh man, I gotta get in trouble."
He's like, "I don't even know how somebody can afford to live their BMW," and then that's when he was like, I was like, well, fucking get a goddamn free BMW for working for him. I know that's where the fuck he works.
Yeah.
And he's like, you get a BMW for working there? I need to work there.
Yeah. And you said, good fucking luck with those ears, punk. Yeah.
I was like, I told him that ain't fucking happening. I do remember saying that. He's exaggerating a little. But I was like, that's not fucking happening.
Yeah. And at any rate, so she was asking people around the place, basically, invading their space and basically intimidating various people into giving her information.
You did tell me, you were like, just go home, bro, just go home.
Yeah.
I'm having sleep, and I was like, oh, fuck, I'm so mad. I was so upset that, like, my space had been invaded so long at that point.
I mean, you did have people walking into your home, walking around upstairs. Yeah. It's pretty,
Yeah, and then, like, the fucking shit riding around and then telling me he's riding around my neighborhood and texting me at 11, 12 at night, I'm riding around your neighborhood. Like, this person I don't even fucking know ever. Like, this is basically, like, the Uber driver you get on a ride on one time. And, like, literally I'm riding around your neighborhood. I sent you breakfast this morning. Like, that's what I'm getting. And so it was then enough stuff that I won't go into. And just like as far as key in the car and like, so when the Honda, y'all saw, anyway, I had some.
Just so people understand, she's not talking about somebody taking a key and scratching her car, as in keying the car. She's talking about finding a key in her car.
Yeah, the back seat of my car right after I had
she was going to various Hondas and jamming the key in to see if it would fit.
There was just a random Honda key in the back seat of my car. No one is allowed to drive my car. Like, there's no one in my car. And so my son had driven it one time, and like he had literally gone to Taco Bell, and I was like, did you, like, in that 5 minutes, because I'm at Taco Bell? And he was like, Mom, like, if I did, like, I tell you. And I'm like, no, for real, because he knows me when I get scared, kind of like y'all saw me. Like, I don't show fear that much, but like I don't show fear, but you and George and I guess Nemo,
Aristotle,
y'all heard me. That was the only other time where like the fear came in, as far as when that Honda was there, and I was like, fuck. But yeah, I came back. There's this Honda key, and so my son was like, Mom, nobody have a fucking car. I was going for 5 minutes, and I would tell you, like, I don't, like, Mom, but I will text my friends, like, I have friends in the car the other week, but like, you've already back, like, there's nobody. So like, he sent us, watched the text, and like all his friends sent back, like, not my car. And I know their cars, like, they all have trucks because in the South, and that's what the fuck all his friends have. but like they all sent back, and it was just like, and nobody had been in the car because he's not allowed. That's the thing. His friends have their own cars, and so he never takes my car unless it's just a run to like Taco Bell 5 minutes up the street and comes right back. And so he had only had my car once or twice since I had vacuumed out the entire car. He completely was honest about it. I said, no, I just need to know because I'm scared it's that fucker, which he already knew about because he's the one that said, Mom, I don't even know how you don't think you all have stalkers all the time. Look, you don't lock your doors, and you have no fucking on your back windows. We can't even see out it. You took all your shades down. Like I don't even have blinds up. Like my whole backyard, you could be sitting there right now talking to me, looking at me and waving, and I would not see you because it's black back there, and I've got all the light inside, right? And so I can't see back there, and that's what Noah's like. I don't even know why you're like, well, you don't think you have a stalker already because anybody can in our backyard and we can't see them. And that was the first time I had told him, like, hey, I just need you to be careful and lock. Like, let's start locking the front door again. Yes. That was the first time. Yes. Well, then that's when I then got angry about it. And I was like, fuck that. I'm unlocking my goddamn door. Let them come in.
Oh, God. Yes, that sounds like such a Brooke thing to do. Well, don't do it anymore. But at any rate, again.
Oh, no. I told the fucker. He's so fucking scared. I was like, also, he's like, I have a girlfriend. And I was like, oh, I have a girlfriend. And I was like, oh, really? This is when I literally ended up going from the woman that was stalking him, what did he call
Counter-stalking.
You need fucking help.
Like counter-terrorism. It's like counter-terrorism.
I was just literally went to counter-stalking to counter-fucking, like,
counseling.
Like psychology. Counseling, counter-psychology, yes. Because I went to, he's like, no, I haven't driven through your house. I haven't driven through your neighborhood in like a week or so. Like, I have a girlfriend dating. And I was like, well, that didn't make me goddamn thunder. First of all, the ever drove through. Do you understand that? But I don't understand what your mentality is there as far as like, and I went through it and I was like, maybe it's psychology was different, but you have a girlfriend now and you're saying you haven't driven through in a week and a half and you didn't leave a key in my fucking car. No, I was like, what? And I didn't tell him at first. I was like, what kind of car? I mean, I went through the shit before I even told him. I was like, hey, dude. I was like, so at the end of the day, what kind of fucking car did you drive before you drove the BMW? He's like, I didn't have a fucking license till January. I don't have a car. I was like, what kind of car? I went through, well, what kind of car do your parents drive? What your mom and your dad? He's like, they have a Toyota. And I was like, they have one car, period. He's like, yeah.
Probably because his dad's probably a patriarch from that kind of, culture. So it's like,
so I mean, like, he may not have been lying. So I mean, like, it didn't feel like I don't know. But my point is, I still don't know the conduct he got there. It's still so weird. But regardless, it made me brave enough to send it. And then I was like, okay, well, found a fucking Honda key. And I was like, he's like, I don't fucking know Honda. He didn't say fucking because he's not brave enough to say fucking. And I said, and he's working at BMW while he was talking to me, literally, because they found it. And he's like,
on the assembly line. You just so people, I thought he was a salesman, but at some
he's on the assembly line. And I asked him, I was like, they allow you because it would only be rarely. It was like because I ended up talking to him for like almost an hour by the time this whole thing was done. And
he was asking you about the meaning of the universe and shit. Why does God allow suffering?
Why does God allow suffering? Why was I like, yeah, exactly. Exactly. But I mean, at 2 times he was talking to someone else. But I had already asked, I was like, wait a minute, are you at work? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, you're allowed to work? Because I know I could hear noise in the background, like a bzz, bzz, bzz. I mean, he puts the tires on or something. I don't know. Bzz, 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 it's like a bzz, bzz. And I was like, so you're allowed to talk at work on your cell phone? He's like, well, no, but we all wear earpods. He's like, so we all do it. They don't know. Like, because they're allowed to listen to music. So, like, with their earpods. So when somebody comes up, like a manager, they'll just talk to them. He says, so everybody does it. That's what he tells me.
Yeah.
So regardless, that sounds pretty honest. And I'm pretty much like, you're a fucking pussy because I will literally cut you. Had already told him.
Yeah.
And several times he sounded very scared. Like
Wow.
I would never do this, and I don't understand why you're so like. I would do that. But I have this girl, like I'm seeing her now, and she works, and I'm like, oh really? You're seeing another girl? You're seeing a girl? I didn't say seeing another girl. Like I was like, you're seeing a girl? Like so. He said, well, yeah, like I'm seeing this girl, like since so I haven't ridden through your neighborhood, and I'm literally like, it's so weird to talk to someone that's like even with me and Douglas, like we have this relationship, at least like we have a relationship, but it's not like I'm fucking Douglas every week because he's in San Francisco, right?
Right. Well.
All right, but this guy hugged you once, bye, thank you. And he's like, oh, no, I'm seeing another girl. Well, I'm pretty sure you are never seeing me, bitch. But I was like, okay. When you're seeing another girl, so dumb. So I was like, it was whatever he said. He's like, well, she's got 5 kids. This guy's 30, okay? And that's the other thing about him. He's not a bad-looking guy. And I ended up telling that. That's what I ended up saying. Like, I ended up building the guy up. I was like listening to telling him this again. Because he's like, I'm seeing this girl. She's like, and he's like, she works in a, I was like, he's like, she has 5 kids. I'm like, okay. I don't know how he told me. Because I was fucking late enough for me to be tired enough and bold enough. And probably had taken Adderall, to be honest with you, to be like wound up enough, like, or like earlier that day, to be like, I'm wound up enough. I've been cleaning the house, and I was like, I'm fucking gonna just call him. Or either I've been on the phone with Douglas and I was completely like, what? It was either the sleeplessness or one of the two, but I don't remember what. Like, there wasn't drinking involved, but it was literally like, I just remember like, I'm so wound up, I'm just gonna fucking call him. Like, I'm done with this. I'm so done with it. And so I just called and fucking answered. He's a work, blah, blah. And the story was, I'm seeing this woman, and she says, I don't understand it. He was like, she's got 5 kids, and she tells me like she doesn't want to be like she wants to also be able to see who other people. And I was like, who? Like, he just randomly, again, the same way he randomly tells me he's driving through my neighborhood. He randomly tells me this. And I go, wait a minute, who is this person? And he goes, oh, well, she works in another department. She works at BMW. And I go, so wait a minute, you're telling me that you're seeing, like, this woman that you're seeing is 5 kids, and she works at BMW, and she told you that she wanted, and I remember saying this, I was like, and that she wanted to be able to fuck other people. And that because he said, because and before I said that, he also said, but she's on vacation in Florida right now, on vacation. And I said, and she's on vacation in Florida. And I was like, what's wrong with you? I was like, what is fucking wrong with you? I was like, you'd be better off to walk through my door and let me fucking kill you. I told him that. I was like, what is it about yes? Because I remember thinking, you don't have anything, you're not a bad looking guy. You're a tall guy, you're not bad looking, you fucking are 30 fucking years old. You call me, you tell me, and I remember telling him, I went through it, and I was like, do you know why I think you're fucking weird? Not only did you fucking call me, and you tell me fucking you have no reason to fucking text me other than if you were going to be nice and be like, hey, thought you were a nice person. You want to go out? That'd been a fun thing. Just send me fucking breakfast. And then you're like, you're the most beautiful person in the world. And did you get the breakfast? And then how was the breakfast? And then for 20 fucking days. And then it's like, and then you fucking, not 20 days, but like it was like 5. And then you call me and I happen to answer. And then you tell me in 5 days time frame, you have never ever met me other than that one night, that you ride through my neighborhood every morning and night. And that you also have decided to move in my neighborhood. I was like, do you understand how weird that fucking sounds? I said, maybe not to where you're from, but it sounds fucking stalkerish. It's fucking horrible. I said, so if you want to wonder what, I said, why you're with this bitch, let me tell you something. You're with this bitch because there's something wrong with you. Because there is nothing about this bitch that sounds like, she's got 5 kids, and she's saying, and I also want to fuck other people.
And get more kids.
There's no problem with her. I said, the problem is with you. Why the fuck are you taking that shit? Why the fuck do you meet me, who is 45, which, by the way, yes, I do look great for fucking 45, let me be honest. But at the same time, why are you suddenly, within, like, the next day, I'm going to marry that bitch? Who fucking gave you a fucking shit? Like, what are
Move in with my parents to next door. Yeah.
That's when he went, well, I don't understand. I had to pay blah, 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 and I understand my God needs some fucking love, like fucking 5 years before, and blah, blah, blah. His heart was broken, and he just can't get over it, and blah, 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 blah.
Oh, my God.
And I was like, I don't fucking know. Like, the fucking, you know what? We all live with it. We all fucking live with it. We've all had our hearts broken. So we all fucking live with that shit. And if there's someone that you can't fucking get over, that's what you do. You deal with it. But you don't fucking sell yourself fucking out to fucking, oh, but also we'll take the fucking woman with 5 kids and let her tell me she's going to Florida and fuck whoever she wants out and fucking kiss her ass. Shut up. Or come in my house and get your fucking self stabbed to death.
Well, you did tell him about the firearms. You would shoot him. Yes,
I told him about the firearm. I told him about the firearm. I told him that I might
stab him, shoot him, and then set him on fire.
I've been aiming to shoot in the fucking arm or shoulder because I want to stab him to death.
Yes, there we are.
I told him at this point I would just have to shoot until then ever. And then I even asked him. I said, "Would you like to go at the very end? Like the very end?" I was like, "Would you like to go to? Because I am doing firearms training. Would you like to go together?" And he said, "I'm scared to death. You will kill me." And I said, "I won't kill you unless you come to my house." Because I said, "You can pay for the training if you want to go." I literally said that. I was like, "You sound like you need a hobby." That's what I told him. This was later on when he was I was like, "You need a hobby in life." I was like, "You know what? I'm taking up firearms training. One of them, and you've helped it. Also want to take up horse riding." I was like, "But firearms training, you can pay for my training." I was like, "We can go together." And he goes, "I am fairly certain you'll kill me." And I'm like, "I will kill you when you come in my house." I was like, "But my point is to be able to shoot you in the arm or the leg so that I can disable you and fucking stab your balls off slowly." I haven't heard back, is what I'm saying, when you were like, "Hey, most people probably couldn't do this." And you're probably right. 2 things about you read people. And secondly, I read him as far as he was a pussy. Like, I wouldn't have called somebody that was...
I still want you to be on guard. I mean, you never know. I mean, it's like maybe he'll like take a bunch of drugs one night and his entire personality will change or something.
I fucking hope. I hope to God. Look, if I ever get fucking killed by the fucker, like, it's fine. It's totally fucking fine. Just make sure you get in it, because it will always be in DNA under my fingernails, and you like make sure they test it, because I can swear to God that it will not be been him. It will have been somebody listening to us that pretends to be him.
Right, yeah, and definitely, maintain your guard. Do what you can to, get some shades or curtains up. Change the lighting so that you have outside lighting, so that
no, put my shades or curtains up. I look fucking hot, man. I'm off to come. Fuck y'all. I'm walking around right now in a tank top with no underwear on my
honey, yes. And outside lighting, indirect lighting in the home, outside lighting so that you can see outside, but the kids.
That's my point. I would totally do that. I think that's completely right for neighbors. Nobody can see me, and I am not doing that for them stupid stalker people. Like, why would I do that?
Just as a general sense of precaution, that's all. For but
there's no precaution. I could literally go out tomorrow and get my husband off at a gas station. So I'm not precautioning myself at the house. Like, if I want to put up fucking shit to make me feel better, that doesn't make me feel better.
Mm-hmm. Understood, darling. So, like I said,
how many shades do you have up in your house?
Well, you've seen them, apparently. You looked it up on the, what do you call that?
You have fucking you have that one door, and it's like from your mom put that goddamn shit up.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, you looked it up on what is it that Google Earth?
No, I didn't look it up. It was from the picture of the shit I sent you when Amazon took the picture of the package.
Oh, that's what you were referencing.
Yes, I could see your door, and then when I was like, "Oh, that looks some '80s fucking shit."
Yeah.
Like the lace, like the blue lace.
Yeah.
Put up on the.
Oh yeah, I hear you. Yeah, and but there's a roll down.
It doesn't look bad. It doesn't look bad. It just looks like you haven't redecorated.
No, not at all. Yeah, not at all. It's Oh my God! So, darling, it was
I'm
yeah.
going to bed. I love you. Good night.
Okay, I love you too. And again, I hope you appreciate the fact how kind I was when, earlier you brought up a subject and I didn't say, "Ha, I never said that," and I didn't try to, capitalize on that in some kind of attack. I want you to appreciate those elements of my sweetness to you, my gentility, and because unlike yourself, when I pointed out, look, this Joe Ty's trying to divide us. He's saying how you're kicking my ass, and you go, I ain't kicking your head. Yeah, it's just you decided to be a teenager about it.
Well, he was very sweet to me. I mean, what would I not? Like, you fucking, every time that somebody comes on and they're like, oh, let me suck your dick. Oh my God, you're so right. You're like, I hope you see how this particular person is so intelligent.
So, honey, yes, I'd like you to do that. Yeah, you could become like that.
I feel like I could. Let's practice it right now.
Yeah.
Say something.
Yeah. Okay. I'd like to say that, our man George Knight was talking about Michael Aquino earlier. Well, there were basically eight different demonic entities that Michael Aquino channeled to write the Diabolicon, which was how he summoned the screams out of thin air in Vietnam. They were Satan, Beelzebub, Azazel, Abaddon.
Is called, first of all, it's Beelzebub, and it's Azazel. And Azazel was actually the one that they referred to. I forgot. It was not Beelzebub. It was Azazel that was on the movie.
Okay, great. Thank you. Abaddon, Asmodeus, Astaroth, Belial, and Leviathan. And
I'm gonna go watch the movie on Azazel. This is boring. Okay. All right. I tried. I love you. Bye.
I thought, what about the compliment? What about, like, Doug?
Oh yeah, I compliment you on the fact that you almost got the name Azazel right, but you totally got it wrong. But I compliment you on trying. That's a good try.
Oh my God!
Good try.
How did you learn to correctly pronounce it? Yeah, some summoning on your own, perhaps? Were you? Is there an element about your personality?
I'm pretty sure I know how to pronounce my father and uncle's name. Okay.
Yes. Now that makes sense. All right, honey. We love you.
I love you more.
Yeah,
I am gonna go to bed so I can get the dogs there. Seriously, I need to get the dogs there.
Would you say I love you, Homer? It's not like you said.
I love you more. I know you can't pronounce anything. I love you so much. I do not love you at all. I hate you and wish you to eternity in hell. You won't hear the difference because they say people after like 50 or 60 they start losing like a third of their hearing.
You slur your words. You slur your words.
I'm laying down and I fucking am tired and it's fucking the Eastern Standard Time Zone or Eastern Daylight, whatever the fuck it is.
Okay, love you. I'll see you in your dreams.
I love you. Good night.
Good night, honey. Bye for now. Okay, there you are. So that's Brooke Gibson, and now we're with Eristes and Amy Como. I'm presuming Eristes fell asleep. Honestly, if you can imagine, Brooke Gibson correcting me on the pronunciation of a daemon's name shows an element of her personality that, well, I guess she copped to it in the end. Yes, a father of hers or uncle. All right. Well, such being said, so this was then the Diabolicon was writ. It was even even bullet ridden because it was considered a target, an enemy objective to destroy. The Viet Cong sought to capture it or destroy it. The Diabolicon that was produced by Aquino in the field in Vietnam, obviously in a tent and in the headquarters within their housing that they provided for officers in Vietnam. I wouldn't say it was anything at all that might deserve the title of housing, more like Quonset huts, but nevertheless within the fire base. He did what he did and impressed the high command. and therefore was summoned to deal with the situation in Roswell in terms of damage control back on the home front, the American home front. Oh my God. So all of that could have been said much earlier if, Brooke had allowed it, but she takes us in many different directions. And, of course, one of the directions that we had gone into... Oh, she says goodnight. Oh, goodnight, honey. Let me give her a kiss here in the... first off, give her some hearts. And there we are. And then let's see now if we can enter this in chat. Kissy lips. And then there we are. Whoops, missed it. Darn. Okay, here we go. All right, press a button, and with that, we will turn towards. She says, "Hearts to all, hearts. Yes, we love you, honey. We love you." Mwah. And bringing us back to the subject of maybe more technical aspects of the prions. Just to get that out of the way, which I never really did because, she wanted to show off her knowledge and bring up other things that she was aware of, different diseases and the like conditions, and I still didn't get a chance to really tell her much about Hitler and the Bulgarian treatment because she was going into... herself. At any rate, normally our protein gene, PRNP, which of course, how would I say this? The protein gene, or the gene in which we have whatever encodes for a normal protein, called PRPC. They are from or form a cellular isoform of prion protein. Isoforms are proteins with the same basic function as other proteins, but they've been encoded by different genes and may exhibit different sequences. But understand the proteins are more or less molecules. They're not cells. They're not cells. So it's not like some kind of DNA dysfunction going on here. Not a recoding or a miscoding. It's literally the folding of a protein. As I said, this is a new kingdom of unliving, not undead, but unliving. And with that, I guess I should go into a more conventional form of monologue as opposed to talking about the astrology. But whoever wants me to talk about astrology, let me know. And or do you want me to go into something more conventional, which would be like towards the Prigozhin assassination? Oh my God, that is so fucking funny. That is so fucking funny. I just by total accident, he says the fuck your is for Douglas in case your proteins are confused. Oh, this is so funny because maybe now I should enter this. Literally, I did this by accident. Total accident. I was moving the cursor and it went over the smiling turd or the smiling shit symbol. And so I uploaded 2 of those into the chat. I didn't enter them until she left that entry. Fuck is for your Douglas in case your proteins are confused. So then I gave her that as response, which I think is cute enough in exchange. She says, astrology, please, Douglas, I need another laugh. Oh my God, she's so vicious. She is really fucking vicious. And, but what she said earlier about, so where'd you get this about the prions and all that stuff, and then she talks about my mother. When I was bringing up my mother was really the source of astrological notes that I could look at and basically kind of articulate for people. And I pointed out before what my mother showed me about the celestial map of our northern hemisphere, the outline of that reflected on Earth. So I've gone into this in some depth before. Now, of course, our Lady Brooks is astrology, but if I start talking about that, she might not go to sleep, and she might even want to come back on to just, then add her 2 cents. And we shouldn't encourage that right now. We should encourage her to get enough rest. So maybe I should do a conventional She says, you would take a weekend Walmart roller to do shit that much. Oh my god. Yes. So, well, let me just give her a cute face response here. And it's, hopefully she says toilet. Yes, I get it. Yes. Walmart. Yeah. So, anyhow, she's cute. And, thank goodness for her. I guess, I try to see the positive in things. At any rate, 9 to 10, 10 to 11. I can't believe we got 3 fucking hours left. Oh my god, she's exhausted me. I mean, she's a psychic vampire. That's what she is. So, I guess I might as well start into conventional monologue. Talk about conventional things, and we can do the astrology another night. Talk about the astrological cycle of ages. Hey, there's another person whose personality is kind of like Brooks, except it goes into the quote-unquote conservative side, really reactionary, and that would be Sarah Palin, Sarah Barracuda, as they call her. She thinks the election is already being rigged. And that brings us to the topic of the art of the mugshot in the harsh glare of justice. On the ex-president's snarly mugshot from the Fulton County Jail and a 2024 reality of Trump, and more Trump. Trump's mugshot has a silent message, really. The mugshot is a warning. Donald Trump's booking photo was supposed to be an exercise in humility. He turned it into a threat. So we'll take my analysis from there, just taking a look at new notifications that I'm getting, taking a look at as well at live stream. And what is she saying? Brokenhearted? Oh my god, because I didn't do astrology? The horror is she has
I'm sorry, did you just fucking say Sarah?
Sarah Palin. I said your personalities are kind of alike, though the politics are different.
Are you referring to your Walmart girl your McDonald's girl?
No, Sarah Palin, the Alaska Barracuda, as they call her. The one who ran for president.
It's called Sarah Palin. You fucking can't pronounce shit. What are you doing? Move out of the country. You pronounce nothing American, and it fucking confuses me. It's Sarah Palin. It's like Peyton. Just fucking nobody says that.
How do I pronounce it? Pollen? Like pollen we're allergic to?
Let me look it up. Actually, so it's not me saying it like a southerner. Let's just look up the word Sarah Palin. And then I'm pretty sure it's Palin. Palin. Sarah Palin. And how do you pronounce that? Yeah, fucking Palin. Sarah Palin.
Okay, honey. Okay.
Palin. Palin. That's like, okay, if I go in somewhere and I'm like, they're like, pay me this much. I'm like, I'm not paying you that much, but I'll pal you that much. Like, where's the fucking Y in her fucking name?
Honey, we'll do it your way. It's
not my way. It's called spelling. It was given to us in elementary school. And I'm not the best. I actually was a pretty good speller, but I'm not the best at pronunciation, obviously. So I don't understand where you're saying, like, I'm going to give that to you. Where is the pay in that?
But like, even T-Tank Berry says Palin. He's
T-Tank Berry's stupid enough to come to your goddamn door and give you money. I have nothing for T-Tank. T-Tank, I'm sorry. I literally thought, the only thing I thought good about you is I pictured you as being like fucking the Mr. T. You're not. You fucking Tank comes for something else, and I think you come to his door, you give him money, and you're stupid.
That's awful. Honey, be kind to our man.
I'm sorry. I think he's very nice to you. I'm just saying I would never give you... I could be fucking Elon Musk and be like, I like what you're saying. And I wouldn't come to your door for a million fucking reasons. Number one, you shot 2 dogs through the fucking head. Number 2, you come fucking naked if you do open the fucking door.
I have, yes. In this case, I was already outside. So he didn't get to see that. But
No, you told me one time you came to the door and you didn't know it was, and you like opened it fucking naked and was there. So I know that story.
I'm sorry. Say that again. I was distracted for just a minute.
You opened the door like you were behind the door and somebody was knocking or whatever, and you were like thought it was fucking, I don't know, whatever you said, like go away, blah blah blah. I don't remember that part. Personal. And then you were like, and then they like said I have money for you, and then you just opened the fucking door because you're like I'm money, and you're fucking naked.
I'll tell you the story privately of what exactly happened. It was kind of like that, but that's not what happened.
Well, it's kind of like the story when you told me I was beating on the people's cars' doors. I know we exaggerated a little, but it's the basic.
But you are reminding me to give credit to the people who have given me money and helped me to make rent.
Yes, please do that because I have hold on. Wait, 1 second. I need the pen for all the stupid people. Okay. All right, go ahead.
What are you saying, honey? What do you mean? Go ahead.
I just wanted to get my pen for like the people that think are stupid.
Honey, please, these are wonderful people. I want to thank. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 men. 5 men. 5 incredible men. 5 incredible men. These are like my hand.
So they're all Peter Moon. Like it's basically Peter Moon in 5 different forms.
it's Peter Moon won't give me a cent. So I have no idea where you're coming from with that. We also, before that, number 6, was a man who asked to be kept anonymous. So I almost
They're all men who picture that one story of you dressing up like in a skirt. I swear to God.
Well, that may be the case, honey, but bless them all. So we want to say thank you to this one anonymous individual who he knows who he is. He's a wonderful man.
Can you tell me who he is just quietly?
He's a man who was basically misled by crypto and lost a lot through crypto, but he managed to still, I told him I've made horrible mistakes all my life. Financially, every decision I've made has always been catastrophic.
So it's Real Tech Geek?
Yeah. But this wonderful individual contributed $100 United States dollars, $100 United States dollars, and then Dan the Man van der Meulen from Nederland, and you haven't spoken to him, but he's been on the show. He's a nutritionist, someone who's worked with what do you call it, homeopathy.
Does he look as handsome as, like, there was another guy you had on the show one time?
He's actually quite handsome. I'll give you his channel, as a matter of fact.
There was another guy that you had on the show that was really handsome, I think, and I remember he showed us, like, his picture in his vest.
Yeah. You're talking about the German guy. The German guy. Yeah. And he said, this was me.
Was it him?
Yeah.
Was it him?
Yeah. He said no. It
wasn't. He was very hot. That was a very hot picture.
That's not what she said privately. Let's put it this way.
Stop. That is not. Fuck you.
Anyhow, T-Tank Berry says that shit is funny with a pistol behind his back. The threat is real. Yes. Anyhow, T-Tank Berry finds what you said funny. But as for our German guy, let's tell. This is essentially what happened without insulting him. I don't mean to insult him at all. No. I'm just saying this. It's just look at it this way. It's hard to see the benefits of cardiovascular exercise. It's a simple fact. It's kind of like, when people see a man who's been lifting weights, even Arnold Schwarzenegger said this. He said, I'd like to get more aerobic. What he means is that he put everything into his muscles, and basically he starts breathing heavy while he's walking up a flight of stairs.
Your story's not going well. They're not even understanding it, and I'm not going to help you with it because you're just going to put somebody down. I'm not doing it, although I could help you.
That's not what I'm doing. It's just that, I'm
just saying no one knows where you're going because no one knows where it started.
Well, we were starting by talking about the guy in Germany, and you were saying, handsome picture.
No, they don't know where that started, is what I mean.
Yeah, well, basically, we had a guy on the show who, since then, has just... What?
So mean. I hope to God he's not listening.
Oh, shit. Well, let's do the share screen here, and I can show you the guy from Nederland. And
you don't need to show. I don't want to see the guy from Nederland. Do you know why?
Why?
Because the last time he fucking introduced me to somebody is from fucking Australia, and he told me fucking George. No, I'm sorry. President Trump was fucking Jesus, and President Trump was going to save the world, but his son, Trump Jr., was Jesus, and he had met them both. And I was like, you need to come here and meet them because they brought our world together, is what he said. They brought the United States together. Trump brought the United States together. And I was like, you need to come to a rally. Why don't you fucking come and I'll fucking take you to one? He's like, I've already met Trump several times. And I was like, you have? Because you're in Australia. And he's like, yes, I have met him. And I was like, when? And he was like, in my astral travels. That's how I know his son is the Jesus.
Oh,
and he's talking about the son, the young son.
Yeah.
That's the
not the Donald Trump that we're familiar with. There's the younger.
Yeah, it's not Don Jr. It's the one that's Melania's son. That's Jesus. Which I will be honest, he was gonna pick one to be Jesus. At least that guy seems to be the least fucking.
So this is the man's channel who lives in Nederland. So this is the one.
I'm
footage.
not looking at that.
Well, this is him. I think this is him. Yeah, this is him because he was on the show and he was on with his shirt off and he actually looked in good shape. All the girls like Amy Como were swooning and shit. So
I'm not gonna say anything about that either.
And so at any rate, he's got some half black kids. So
he's got half black kids. You're so racist. I swear to God, I'm getting off this show. My name, I swear to God, I want to associate in nothing. My name is fucking A. Gretchen fucking Hishon. Gretchen Hishon.
Anyhow, so we were speaking earlier about.
I'm trying to make something half German and half fucking Japanese. Hichan. I'm Christian Hichan. And fucking, I don't know this fucker. But he is my half brother and he has made me come on the show because he rapes me every day. And I am never coming on again because I finally am breaking free tonight. I did. And even though his friend has me tied up, fucking walrus boy Beaver cannot keep me tied up anymore, and I broke free and Beaver doesn't know. And I'm done. Goodbye.
So, honey, so just while you're here, so the German guy was trying to say this was when I was at my healthiest, and he gave us a picture of him, but he was aerobicized. He was all aerobic, but no musculature. It was, I'm sure he was.
Made that the most boring story ever. That is not how it went.
But that's what the case was. I mean, somebody can be in excellent cardiovascular health and, like a bicyclist or a,
Yes, and also send you a picture and you're like, and they build it up for a fucking year. Like, well, I'm not I'm still in great shape. I'm like, it's like me. Like, this is all you went the entire time. I'm still in good shape. I'm in good shape. Like, and I'm, for my age, I'm in really good shape. But like, when I was in fucking my best fucking shape, it was like 3 years ago when I was fucking riding the bike all the fucking time because I was delivering mail and I was fucking delivering all the fucking time. That was my best. Like, I was in like perfect health. Like, I'm doing good now. I was perfect. And like built it fucking up and you can fucking listen to this shit and then y'all didn't get the picture. And then I just had to fucking shut the fuck up because
oh shit. It didn't look like he was suffering from consumption, but just
yeah, it looked like he was suffering from AIDS is what he's trying to say. That's just that's what the picture. And I'm sorry, but like that picture, like there's no way to build that up. Like there was no way to build that up. Like that's your best, and that looked like you're starving in Africa for a couple of years.
Isn't that racist?
No, you can starve in Africa. You can be any race. Like, you're just fucking starving. I can go over there right now, and I'm sure I asked the tribe to feed me. They'll feed me whatever soup I'm left with. Like, that's what I'm going to eat.
Oh, my God.
It doesn't matter what race you are. You're going to starve to death, okay? He told my son the other night, my dad had his fucking belly out at the fucking birthday party, and I was like, you look fucking pregnant. And my son was like, I can look pregnant. And he stuck it out, and my son's so thin, and he tried to stick it out because he just ate pizza. And my dad goes, you look like an African is just just starving. Like, you know how they're full of worms and like he pulls his shirt up and they're like completely skinny as fuck but sticking the hard ass belly out.
I forgot what that condition is called. We'll look that up. You're
starving to death. I'm just like, you're full of fucking worms is what you fucking look like. Like, what's this?
Oh, so let me get back to giving credit to these extraordinary men who contributed money. And
who want to suck your dick, by the way.
That's now, honey.
Okay, I won't say that. I'm sorry. Y'all actually appreciate what he says. I don't understand why, but I do agree he has some intelligence, and at least he's given me some. So I thank him for that, and I appreciate that y'all appreciate it a lot more than I do, because I would not give him money. Although I did send him a blanket that I asked him to send back. He will not send your money back. Let me let you know. Even if he's like, I don't like this money. This money sucks. This money is not soft enough or good enough for me. And I'm like, send it back. And he's like, no. Not good enough, but I will keep it in there.
Oh, so I remember when I was young, I was taking Argentine beef liver powder, desiccated, and he reminded me to start taking it again for the enzymes, which is so important because this is really how I digest blood. And
I think he means defecated. You should take it
defecated. So this is Dan the Man Vandermeulen in Nederland. He says, I hope this helps a tiny bit, and he contributed 20 United States dollars. It does help. And with that, we go to the next individual who has helped immensely, and that is, let's see if this individual wants to be named. Going to open up his message box here, see if he's sent a message with it. So I have not gotten a message from him indicating anything about anonymity. So this is from Robert Kuba. Kuba spelled Kouba. Or would you pronounce that Kouba? Perhaps you would pronounce it.
I don't give a shit. You know what? This is during the time that you were like, how do I pronounce the same guy that's fucking got AIDS or worms? And during that time, he was talking to his partner, and I was like, I don't know why you're taking 40 minutes to like, how do I pronounce your name? And I was like, are you gay?
She was asking him that, not me, just so people understand.
No, but I'm saying, like, nobody gave a shit how you pronounce his name. He's like, is it Kumba? Is it Kumba?
His name was essentially unpronounceable. It's still effectively unpronounceable.
It was not unpronounceable. The point is, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, it was like, you can't even pronounce words in English.
It turned out he was gay. He has a younger partner. They both seem to work together doing some bizarre thing on the telephone. And he told us... I don't
know what the bizarre thing on the telephone was. I just know he was gay, which I am totally cool with, and I thought that was great. And then we sided for a while. Please sent that fucking picture, which I
was he did describe... by the way, this is nothing that is secret.
You're not gonna. The other thing I said negative was personal, and you're not gonna say I said that.
Wait, no. I'm talking about what he said publicly. What he said publicly was that his partner, they were at the bathhouse.
I know, but don't say what I said.
Right. And then some horrible person who's still on the loose, he caught him raping his partner. And I was saying, how is this? Apparently, he says, and his partner was infected by some disease this man had. But he found this cure for it, and he shared the cure with us. I'd have to look back to our past phone, Skype conversations.
But he walked in on his guy raping the guy supposedly raping.
But the guy never went to jail. I don't understand. Why doesn't anybody press charges against this man?
I know. I don't know. I can't figure it out. I don't know either.
I'm sorry. At any rate, so none of this has anything to do with Robert Kuba, who's lives in the United States. I'm not even going to give his state, but he contributed.
West Virginia. He's from fucking West Virginia.
No. Nevada. I'll say that. Nevada. So he contributed 100 United States dollars.
Oh my God, he should be from West Virginia. He's an idiot.
No, he's a great man, honey. Great man. As all these men are great men.
Okay, well, you know what?
You should be building them up. You should be
I'm
building
gonna build them all up. Well, you can list my email. Let's see how brave you are. You list my email. I need that fucking, what'd you call it? That little thing with the dildo on it that you write.
Sibian. A Sibian.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll write it for all of them once they each donate a fucking $100 to me. You put my email in. It's my PayPal is my email. There you go.
Oh my God. Well, let me credit these other gentlemen first. We got a payment from Stephen Myers, my brother from another mother in the heart of Manhattan, the belly of the beast. And he is what they used to call a Chigro, a Chinese Negro. But he's these days what we would call a Blasian, a Black Asian. So he simply put the word support when he sent 3/4.
Did he ask you to say all that about his race, or are you just that racist?
I say it because that's what he is, and
and it's racist. Like when I send you money, do you go, okay, the white girl, so she's white, she's basically like Southern white, so like kind of redneck white, but then her family's from Scotland and do you go into that? No, you fucking don't. So fuck you. It's fucking racist.
That's preposterous. Honey, your logic, do you get this from your daughter? Has she indoctrinated you into this?
Kind of, because we got into it the other night, and do you know what's funny? On her birthday was last night.
Yes.
She fucking opened a fucking thing for my mom, because we have a running joke. My mom signs everything. So I'm like, I don't know what to get her. She just wants money. And I'm like, don't get her shit. I was like, but go to Dollar Tree. I was like, and just go get a bunch of bullshit and sign your name and because my mom will sign and date everything. Love Gigi. So then you can't throw it away because think about your mom. Like you don't want to like she threw like you don't want to throw something away like your mom gave you an ornament, right? And it's
right.
Signed
of course not. Yeah.
You know. So like my mom signs and dates fucking shit fucking McDonald's toys or something. Like, so I was like, go do it. Because Lola and I were joking about how she signs and dates everything and how much shit I have I can't get rid of. And Lola made the mistake of saying, oh, yeah, it's fucking hilarious. You should tell her that. I was like, you fucked up. I am going to tell her to do that for your birthday. And I told her. And she fucking was opening. Everything was signed and dated. And one of the few things that wasn't was some fucking facial wipes. And Lola goes, and I'm recording this on the phone. I'm recording this.
Yeah.
And Lola is like, she's very political. Like, I'm not even allowed to go. I was at Walmart and this girl was so helpful. And she was like, we were talking, so anyway, she was, it was a black girl. And she was telling me like, and she'll go, why did you say she was black?
That is so bad. That is so.
So my thing is, because she wants to run politics. And so I go, so I'm recording her, and she opens fucking thing of wipes, and she looks at Gigi. We're just like, why did you give me some black people's wipes? And Noah is standing there, and Noah's behind me, and Gigi's like, what? Or they're like, what do you mean? I'm just like, cocoa butter? And Noah's like, I'll take cocoa butter. I like cocoa butter for my skin. Like, Noah's just so laid back. And then she's like, and I'm like, what did you say again? She's like, black people's wipes? And she's like, and then she saw me record. She's like, cut that off. You must delete it now. She tried to chase me through the fucking room. There was a recording of her trying to chase me through the room. You have to delete that. You have to delete that. I usually say that. And I'm like, okay, fuck, I'm not deleting it. She's, you're not getting shit for me. Like, you can't chase me through a room. She's not getting shit. She's getting shit. And so then I recorded her later, like I cut it off and I cut it back on right after. And then she goes back and then she goes, oh, well, and she's trying to cover herself up. And she's just like you. She's stupid as far as this goes. She goes, well, I mean, I don't say that is because, like, see, because Gigi goes, like, are these, like, was it really a black person's life? She goes, do you see the black person on it? And I literally walked over there with the camera and I grab it because first of all, it had been a black person on it. Because the first thing I said, I think, was like, oh, yeah, that's what you should fucking say. Because I'm sure every white, like, if no black person bought anything with a white person on it, what would they have? They wouldn't have Charmin or fucking anything pretty much in the world. And my mom goes, yeah, that's pretty much true. And then I was like, let me see those wipes. And then I zoom in. And I was like, oh my God, this is a Kardashian. This isn't even a black person. It was a white person with tan skin. Like she's just like, delete it now. Delete it now. You're going to ruin my future political career. And I was like, no, you just ruined your future political career by continuing to go on and on about it. You stupid. Now you've proven everyone in your family's racist. And then my father comes in and he's like, who the fuck cares? Nobody cares about women. And I'm like, see? There you go. Now you've proven you have a sexist fucking family too. Like, it was hilarious. Like, it was so hilarious. But she was just like, oh my god, like that. And I'm like, bitch, if that was the worst thing you ever had to fucking. I was like, this is what I said. I was like, Trump says grab him by the pussy. I was like, he's president of the U.S. And you're so worried that you said, oh my god, black people's rights. And I'm so sorry. And I'm like, really? It's just like, I don't like that word pussy. Can you not? I don't like that. Don't say that word. And I'm like,
it's just hypersensitive. This is hypersensitivity taken to a pathological level. I mean,
yeah. Well, you know what you don't get to say. You know what you don't get to say is that, because you haven't raised a child, and you're like, how many children have you raised? How many?
None really. I mean, I kind of, raised my son, but
really. How many children do you have?
Not really. Not. Well, I mean, at least, a few.
How many children have you raised you haven't had sex with?
You mean how many children did I raise without having sex with?
Yes. How many children have you raised, but you have never had sex with them?
None.
There you go. So you never raised a child. You don't get to claim a 14 or 15-year-old that you fucking met, that you saved from the streets and fucked while they turn 16 or 17 to help become their own sexuality is your child. No. A little different.
Honey, you at any rate, you leave me speechless. But we have these men that we need to credit here, and then we can get back to other subjects. Yes.
Yes. Let's credit the rest of them that fucking endorse everything you do.
Yeah, okay. Yes, as well they should. Stephen Myers simply said support with the $750 United States that he sent.
Now, is
$75.
that Seth Myers, like the comedian, or is that fucking Myers, like the guy, the murderer?
You mean Michael Myers of Halloween?
Yeah.
This is probably spelled the same as Michael Myers, Myers. Stephen Myers with a PH. Stephen with a PH.
It's brother. It's Stephen. You know a lot of brothers that are murderers. Remember?
Oh yes. So $75 from Stephen Myers saying support. Yes. And there we have that.
Good job, Stephen. Good job for setting up Michael. Good job, Stephen.
Yes. And a wonderful human being, like I said, brother from another mother. And then we got we got 10 United States dollars from let me see if I can say this man's name. I believe I can say his name.
It's $10. I don't give a shit what your name is. It's $10 fucking dollars. How about you just continue on?
David Fitzsimons in
I've heard that name. That's a cheap ass name anyway. Go on.
Atlantic City.
That many letters. It takes me that long. It took you more time in your life to say Fitzsimons than $10. Type that shit out. I promise you could type more words out for fucking shit. I'm sorry, David. I appreciate your $10 for him, but if I was to type out "Thank you, David Fitzsimons," and I was to also go on a fucking typing service and fucking type out the letters "Thank you, David Fitzsimons," I'd probably make $10 or more.
Our last contributor, I will open up to see whether or not I'm permitted to say his name. Understand that if someone doesn't give me instructions for anonymity, they will be credited. And he's sent 35 United States dollars from Nederland, from the Netherlands.
Well, you just gone to Nederland, fucking like where?
Yeah, I'm popular in.
Fucking like you.
Yeah. The Dutch people like me, honey. The Dutch.
I'm going to Nederland. Like I'm going to tour there.
They also put on blackface during holidays. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh my god. Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. Of course, there were a lot of Black and African American people who were complaining about the fact that Dutch people put on blackface for holidays. I mean, let's take a look at that Dutch blackface. Look that up. Dutch blackface holidays, and see what exactly inspires that. Of course, they had the huge colonial empire. Zwart Piet, Zwart meaning black, Zwart Piet, Black Pete. Black Pete character is part of the annual feast of Saint Nicholas that's celebrated on December 5th, my mother's birthday, no less. Known as Saint Nicholas's Eve in English. Sinterklaasavond in the Netherlands. And also celebrated in Aruba and Curaçao, which are Curaçao. These were like Dutch colonies. Oh, here we are.
Yeah,
Here, I'm gonna share screen. I'm gonna share
love
screen.
it.
Gonna share screen, honey. Gonna share screen. Okay, here we are. Look at this. Look at the wonderful Dutch people. Yes, this is where I'm most popular. See, they put on the blackface. Yeah. Hey, hey, hey.
So my son comes home the other fucking day, right, and he's going to the football game.
Yeah.
He's got this white fucking cowboy hat.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is that fucking for? Because he was at the fucking sports store, like like I'd seen him. And I'm in my driveway because I'll stop and I won't come in like I'm on the phone with somebody like you. And I'm like, I was sitting in the driveway and he comes up. It was like 2:00 in the afternoon. And he's like, I'm going for it. And like, you're like my white cowboy hat. And I'm like, the fuck is that for? Like, this is not like stylish. I went like he bought like fucking something he normally would wear. And he said, it's a whiteout, Mom. And I go, what the fuck? I do the whiteout every year. It's a football game. And I'm like, no, you don't. He's like,
but by the way, while you're talking, take a look at that image. See that image? Look at that. Look at that little Black Pete doll. Isn't that awful?
it's horrible. It is absolutely something I don't want to ever see again in my life.
God, yes. So here's the Black people saying, delete Zwart Pete. Delete Black Pete. Free Pete.
Yeah, that's horrible. That's not good. Yeah, anyway, he said, no. He's like, we do it every year. And he's like, we do the blackout, but the blackout's we're not allowed the blackout anymore. And I was like, what are you talking about, Noah? And he goes, well, we do the whiteout, blackout, we do different colors. He was like, but we're not allowed to do blackout anymore. And I go, why? He was like, I don't know, because some fucking guy came last year and he fucking put his face and blacked his whole face out.
Oh my God.
And so they still allow whiteout. And so you know what I told my son immediately? Yeah. And I was on the phone with that stupid Josh Diller or whatever.
Josh Diddler, yeah.
Yeah. And he was like, I understand that.
You said, I'll share the pain pills with you one at a time if you come to my house and fuck me.
I was like, bitch, I will have all your pain pills in fucking 20 seconds and that will be it, okay?
Bring your gun, bring your Glock. Bring your Glock and you can take more than his pain pills.
They don't have much more to take. That's the problem. There's like, what else to take, right? We can go on the plane. If the plane will let me on with the Glock, that's fucking fine. But I'm going to fly there. I'm going to fly there for a cheap-ass ticket. I can promise you I'm going to leave. And that's what he was so stupid enough. He was like, you don't know where I even keep them. And I said, I'll take them all. And he goes, you don't even know where I keep them. And then he literally stopped himself out and was like, before I even finished my sentence, I was like, he's like, yeah. I was like, the medicine cabinet. He was like, nah, if I know you're coming, I'll fucking have them in a safe. And I was like, yeah, you will. And I was like, and you know what kind of safe you'll have them in? I was like, the kind of safe that you get off Amazon that I can carry out under one arm. And he's like, you know me too well. And I'm like, yeah, I know. So fuck you and your stupid bank bill. This is what happened there. Obviously, it's not worth it there. But man, that dilaudid. Man, I fucking want it.
Yes. Anyhow, just to repeat.
I don't think it's worth for 20 dilaudid to fucking fly to wherever.
No.
Yes.
But you got them for him. We'll tell people about that in a second. We'll tell people about that in a second. But a final thank you.
We don't need to tell them about that, but he should thank me for that.
That's right. He should. I would. Anyhow, so Wilhelmus Bus is.
That's such a horrible. I don't even. You can't be saying that right. Like, there's no way in any language that sounds right.
Okay, Wilhelmus Bus. That's how you would pronounce it. Wilhelmus Bus.
It sounds better than what you just said.
Wilhelmus Bus. Yes, I think what I say sounds pretty euphonic. 35 United States dollars, and of course, with all these gentlemen put together, I have been able to make rent, and it will also carry me across that desert. The 3 days, 72 hours that I suffer between rental payment and my check depositing on the 3rd.
Oh, you're not gonna get to suffer. I hate you all.
Yeah.
The suffering is my only fucking like joy in his life, like the life of like him suffering.
See how you make yourself sound. Oh my God, honey, you're not presenting yourself as a sympathetic figure.
I know. Can you imagine?
At any rate, darling, I just want people to understand. I think there's redeeming features to Our Lady Brooke Gibson. I have yet to discover them myself, but they must be there. We'll keep looking.
What were my father's names?
Yes, Azazel. To think.
It's Azazel.
Azazel. Yes, Azazel. Isn't it? Wait a second. Oh my God.
And Beelzebub.
Yes, Beelzebub. Yes, Beelzebub.
You can say that's fine. It's bub, but you can say boob in that. But Azazel, it's Azazel.
Okay. Well, Basilbub sounds like my cousin Bubba. I mean, it just.
It's not Basilbub. It's B. It's B. Like, you don't even have to spell my father's name, obviously, because it's a B.
Oh.
Like the things a B.
Oh my God! So
like we sing silently with like bees.
Yes,
Basil.
It's eerily. It sounds like vasovagal, which is, of course, the condition that we vampires have. By the way,
Zazel. Does it not sound sexy as Zazel?
Yeah, it does. So, honey, look at this. Latest mass shooting in Florida was racist. What role does state politics play? Oh, a pivotal role, of course. You've got this racist fucking governor, Ron DeSantis and shit.
I don't know how dare you call Ron DeSantis racist. That man stands for everything America stands for.
She's being sarcastic. Believe me, she's being sarcastic.
I'm sorry, I just said my father's Azazel. I am fairly certain that he stands for everything America stands for. And again, he literally is trying to do away with the racial politics by completely doing away with anything racist as far as mentioning slavery. Why should we talk about slavery when it really probably wasn't even a thing anyway?
No, he says it was good. He says it had its benefits, that it taught them a trade. I mean,
it did. It helped us build our country for free. If you're going to talk about capitalism, which is what we're doing now, we're building shit for fucking free off the backs of fucking people. It's pretty much the beginning of capitalism. So there you go.
Yes. What was it? That I said about it. Oh yeah, they should do a Saturday Night Live skit on that. Show a bunch of blacks who just got freed, and saying, make it after the Civil War, and they just got freed and shit, and have a bunch of these blacks saying, "Thank God for that slavery. I have a trade. I can ply on the market. It makes me marketable." Yeah.
and then they have fucking Ron DeSantis walk up, and then they're talking about, but thank God we got taught Christianity and should never begin. And Ron DeSantis walks up in those white leather boots. You fucking have on. Like the most, do you remember that picture?
Oh shit, I didn't see it. You'd have to show it to me. You'd have to give me a link or something.
Oh my God.
I'm sure it looks ridiculous.
I know everybody fucking knows this. Oh my God. Ron DeSantis, I will just send it to you right now.
Okay.
Ron DeSantis fucking, because it was literally like he was out with on the last storm that they had, which again, what fucking, we don't think they're gonna sink in the fucking ocean. Okay, because they're fucking getting hit right now. But anyway, Ron DeSantis, white leather boots, here you go, because he was out there and he's literally people are in their fucking dying and shit, and he's walking around looking like this. Let's see if I can get a close up. This is it. Okay, that's about the best picture I got right there. And let's see what you think of this, because I'm very interested in it.
Give me just a second here. What I'm going to do is send our man from Nederland heart image on Skype so that he sees my gratitude. I try to show my
Why
gratitude.
don't you just send a picture of your penis?
This is a masculine heart, so that so it doesn't look too, you know how men are. They're kind of insecure, so you can't send them. See, this is the kind of heart I have to send a man. Is looks like this. Fuck, I was trying to do the screen share.
I mean, yeah, them shots, yeah, and like it's like I know what he's trying to do. Oh my god, like this is so sad.
What did you just send me? Where did you send the image?
This guy's boot. I'm sending it right now.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Who somebody?
Where do you mean send it? Where do you mean send it?
Messenger probably is easiest.
Okay, yeah, that's easiest for me too. Okay. Good.
Yeah. And
okay, I sent it to Sora on Messenger.
Okay, there we are. That's why is he wearing that? What?
Do you see the jeans tucked in like that?
Yeah.
That's how he's walking around.
That. What is that? I mean, why? What the fuck? Was there a flood? There must have been a flood.
There had been a flood, there had been a fucking flood, which you can see the streets are dry, but they had a flood.
Oh, okay, yeah, but he's wearing them just for show. He's wearing them just for show to make it, yeah.
And he's like, yes, and then he's like, I don't want to talk. It's just so
stupid. It's so stupid. Yes, it's like, yeah. So these are basically galoshes. These are basically like rubber boots for.
She doesn't have galoshes. Like if you were going out in pants like that, you'd have fucking serious fucking camo pants or something. Like he's got these jeans and a sweater vest on or what the fuck ever.
It's basically he just looks like an idiot. Yes, he's just dressed like an idiot. Yes. This is a man who thinks he can become president. He's so repulsive in so many ways. There's not any words to describe this individual. He's sickening. And he's got his name emblazoned on his stupid...
on his fucking vest. This is before he was running for president. This was before that.
Oh my god. And you can see the people laughing at him. You can see the soldier or the National Guardsman in the background laughing at his ass. Yeah, he's pathetic. He is pathetic. It's not even like he's handsome or charismatic. He's just stupid. And honestly, how someone got that delusional, and the fact that he's attacking business of all things, a Republican.
And then he went to France and said what he said in France. Oh my god.
What did he say?
In France?
Yeah, what did he say?
I don't even know. I don't remember now. It's been several months. But he said he basically put down fucking France. Remember the fucking France thing when he put down them?
I of course expect him to do something like that because it sounds something like a crass individual like him would do something stupid like that. Yeah.
See, I don't know if he was in France when he said it. See, Ron DeSantis suggests France would. If he was in France.
Oh yeah, he said something. I can't remember exactly what it was. It's something incredibly stupid, of course.
Has said France would not put up a fight if Russia invaded, as it did in Ukraine. A lot, and this is where he's quotes. A lot of other places around the world, they just fold the minute there's any type of adversity. DeSantis told reporters. Oh, God. Said, I mean, can you imagine if Vladimir Putin went to France? Would they do anything to put up a fight? Probably not.
Oh, God. I think he's an idiot. And I think he knows nothing of what he's talking about. He
was in France. I think he wasn't in France when he said that, obviously. But
he might well have been in France when he said that. He's that stupid. I mean,
Either way, it was just bad imagery because he was needing to go to France because he was needing to put on a political show at that point.
Yeah.
As far as showing he could be a leader because he's wanting to run for president around the world. And he just put down France, which, by the way, other than France losing, when they were overtaken by the Germans in World War II, I mean, France has completely put on a huge fight. They're a great military. So for him to say that, France was just which I'm not a pro France person, but what I am saying is that was a stupid fucking move.
Yes.
It's like your poops. Like, might as well put your poops in.
Yes, no, he's completely, he's just irredeemable. There's nothing positive to say about this character, and the fact
It's kind of like Florida and like, people in Florida.
Yeah, no, there's definitely something in the water. Something's definitely wrong. They need help. Of course, we both know a certain someone in Florida, but we also know Mr. What's his name? Troy Bellamy. Yes, Troy Bellamy. Oh, decent fellow. The teacher. Yes, the teacher. We know him in Florida as well as the other people who are less. Well, God, there's 2 other people you and I know, including the woman who wanted to come live with you. Oh, yeah. And you know what, people? This is why our Lady Brooke is too kind for her own good. She is too kind for her own good. She was gonna say, well, maybe.
And no, shut up. I did not. I told her to fuck off. I told her don't call me ever again. I did not. And shut up.
But we finally, Sammy Romero and I finally, browbeat Brooke into at least saying on air on this show, it's not going to happen. We finally browbeat because Brooke was just going to bend over.
Yeah, and then I got a mean message on that too, like, and like, I didn't need you anyway.
Well, it's like my getting a mean message from Joe Ty. It's like, it's not going to break your heart or mine.
It's different. I don't want to hurt anybody's, like, no, it doesn't hurt your feelings, but it does hurt. It doesn't hurt my feelings, but like, I think everybody needs people, but like, I couldn't give that.
I get what you're saying. See, again, this is why you are too nice for your own good. Obviously, you didn't want to hurt her feelings. And look, I don't want to. You think I want to be cruel to Joe Ty? Well, at this point, I have to be because,
Yes, I do. I think you enjoy it. I honestly do. I know you.
No,
Shut up.
Look, I told you before what happened the time I was deathly sick. And I was going to call I wound up calling the ambulance. And this son of a bitch was supposed to help me hold the opening hour. And he went into this vile Judeo-phobic rant. This
is so your fault. This is just like you asking Florida boy for like, I don't understand why he couldn't hold up his end of the deal. He told me he'd do something. And I am like, that's your problem, not his. Because you trusted somebody to hold up their end of the deal.
Basically, what Brooke is saying is that these individuals are basically incompetent. That they're so incompetent. They're basically mentally and socially incompetent. Both.
So yeah, if you hold somebody like Joe Ty, like if you think they're socially incompetent and you don't like what they're saying, like it's not fair to be like, I don't like what you're saying, and then I ask you to talk for 2 hours. Like I didn't like what you said.
No, he volunteered.
Well, that's your own fault. You said yes again. Like if you volunteer to marry me and I say yeah, or I volunteer to marry you and you're like yes, and I'm like move down here and you're like yes, and then you end up in a pig fucking thing and I'm killing you. Your own fault.
Yeah,
right?
There you go. Yeah, it certainly is, people. Yeah, she's got that right. But at any rate, yes, yes, it's obviously.
You know how fast the pigs can eat your fucking bones?
Yeah, I heard. I heard from. Believe me. Yeah, pigs are pretty bad. They're pretty badass. No, they're incredible. As a matter of fact, they make better security animals than dogs in many cases. And
they will make better security animals. I would definitely not say that, but they will because they can't take you down as fast or help take down. And people aren't as scared when they see pigs. They just have no idea, most of them, how fast once you're shot, just even one time. I don't have to kill you. That's the good thing. Like if you want somebody to suffer and you've got the pigs, you can just fucking shoot you and immobilize you. Fucking and throw you to the pigs. They'll take care of you. I just need you immobilized.
Yeah, they're horrible. No, they're horrible. But by the way, just so people know, big pigs. Like we're talking like these razorbacks and other hogs.
We're talking about huge hogs and like tons of them, and you get thrown slop.
And
they're just hungry. Yeah. It's not like a little pig or whatever, and they're just gonna go bite you. But when you have tons of huge hogs and they're looking for slop, and you throw a fucking you throw beet in there or whatever, they don't look for the difference, and they're just like, meh, and then they fight. It's just like actually the same. I'll be honest with you, because the way around here they'll raise hunting dogs. and I have a hunting dog, but he's small.
Yeah.
But he tries to bury behind me. When I first got him, he didn't know what even the house was. He would get up, like when he had to pee, he would just jump on the fucking chair and squat. Like he was so confused about being in a home.
Yeah.
But they take hunting dogs and they're raised here. He's a smaller one. He's for rabbit hunting, but they raise them in big pens, the same as hogs, and they take them hunting. And we always have hunting season when we have this influx of hunting dogs. And what happens is during hunting season, they take a bunch of their dogs, they go hunting. So depending on the dog, whether it's the hound dog, the beagles, like hound dog kind of mix, which are more rabbit and quail dogs, and or they take the larger deer dogs. But regardless, they'll take tons of them out and they go hunting. And then when they come back to their trucks, like they call the dogs. But these look like if you're calling, let's say you had a bunch of fucking knives that you just threw at me. Yeah. You're going to see how many you collect. And you're going to be like, how long am I going to wait to collect all of them? And that's what they do. They'll wait about 20 minutes or whatever it is to see how many dogs come back. Because obviously you want as many knives as you can get because you don't have to give out more. But at the end of the day, it's $20 to you. It's $30 to you, right? You bred that. It's just a thing. And so they leave them. And then when we get these dogs, they're basically usually if they do turn up alive, they turn up alive and they're usually starved. They have tons of diseases because they've been eating shit and all kinds of stuff. Like the only dog that I had the worst diseases with was my hunting dog, but he's called Hunter. They call him Hunter, but he literally is. I had to he's one of my smallest dogs, but I have to put a metal collar on him, like basically it's called a prong collar. So people have heard of chokers. Chokers are actually the worst thing you can use if you have a really strong dog, like a pit bull, for instance, or a really strong dog. They have two different types you can use. You can use a choker, which basically chokes them. You can use a regular collar. Regular collar is worse because it's going to choke them and it's going to break if they're pulling because it's going to break free. The choker can't break free, but the difference is the choker is choking into their actual neck. The same way I would choke and kill someone, right? Yeah. So that's what stops them. The problem with that is it can lead to a trachea collapse.
Oh, fuck. Yeah.
And so then you're looking at surgery. So the reason that even though the prong collar looks like a horrible device, because it looks like a bunch of little metal prongs going around their neck, it's actually the best device you can use for any type of dog that has a pull issue. Because what it really does, and I tested it, the first trainer before I started doing training showed me how it does, and it's just a pincher. Like what it basically does is pinch them the way their mother does, like when they pick them up. So when you pull on it, it looks like a bunch of pinchers, and it doesn't hurt. It just basically is like a pinch into their neck. The same way the mom bites them, but not sharp. There's no end that's sharp. It's just a pinch gets control. And I will tell you, it is the best thing in the world for any dog that pulls.
Wow.
Because I had dogs that pulled and would choke themselves and couldn't breathe. I had dogs that would pull out. And Hunter was one of my small dogs, and I had pit bulls that I had to use the choker on. And I was like, this is the best thing ever. But there's no way I need a choker for this little fucking 25-pound fucker. He's fucking 25 pounds. And then as soon as spring came, because I got him in January, February, he fucking got this thin of a fucking rabbit or something. Who the fuck knows? Because he was going around for birds. And he fucking got sick, and he was gone. And he pulled out of my collar. He was just the scent overtook him. And you could see him. He's a scent dog. He completely sensed. It was the scent. It's kind of like a guy, I guess, with pussy. I don't know. It was I'm talking to you. We're talking normal. World War II, World War II, World War II. You just smelled McDonald's pussy, and you were just gone. And there's nothing. And I was I just pulled out, and there's nothing I could say, and then he's just gone. And he's gone. And he's oh my god! And so after this had happened several times, I'm how is he getting out? And he's he's little, and I'm fucking chasing the fucker, and he's faster than me, and he's running through fields. And so I found, like, I went to the store and bought just a metal prong collar that was for his size. Best fucking investment ever. As a matter of fact, I didn't even pit bulled anymore eventually. Like, but I still to this day, like, he's fucking 37 years old, I think. And, but in his years, but he's like 17, and he still is like, I'm deaf. Do you smell that? He can't run quite as fast, but he is totally into the smell. So, yeah, it's hunters, and I don't know how I started that, but yeah, they don't appreciate their dogs, and they will totally leave them and or shoot them or have their neighbors shoot them or something else.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, go on. We're aware of some situations we're not going to talk about right now. Yes. And
just some people don't appreciate animals, and it sucks.
Yes, it's true, and then they pretend they do to try and appeal to real animal lovers. It's disgusting.
Oh yeah, at least you don't. You just don't appreciate animals at all. You just suck dick. For money. Which, by the way, let's just go through the last 10 guys again that you suck dick for money.
But honey, I do appreciate animals. It's like I said, you even taught me to appreciate dogs a bit more for their unconditional love. Honestly, I
really,
mean,
did you? Because I have some that are going to die tomorrow. Would you like to adopt one?
No, no.
Then you don't appreciate shit. Shut up.
It's honey, but you know, obviously, my parents loved animals. I mean, remember I told you that we had pets.
I know they loved animals. They were fucking like what Asian? They eat them.
Oh, honey, you're something else. Honestly, you leave me without words. As I said, it's just one of these things where how does one respond to an endless barrage of verbal assault? It's difficult, but you know, we can only try to maintain ourselves in an environment of hostility.
Your dick is getting hard right now. When I saw you, I can feel it.
No, darling, it's not like that. I'm not into dominatrixes. Really, if anything, my fantasy veers in the other direction.
I know. I saw your Walmart girl.
Yeah. What? Walmart? Wait. Where did Walmart come in?
Where did you work again?
Well, we'll speak about this privately. So, honey, at any rate, shall I go into monologue, or do you want to?
I think you should. I think someone that's in love with the Walmart girl should totally go into monologue. You should totally deserve respect at this point. People should listen to you and donate more money.
Yeah. Come on, keep going, honey. Say something along those lines sincerely, and put some of that salesman's pitch into it, like you did when you got your Josh Diddler friend all that dope.
Oh yeah, the fucking drug. Okay, so what I did that? Oh fuck, I did that shit good, man. Too. I hated I did that, and he fucking didn't. He's like, you got me too much dope. That's what he fucking said.
You got me loopy. I'm too loopy. Yeah, what an idiot. He has no idea how to enjoy drugs. And then he's got him sitting in his bottle doing nothing with him.
Yes! He's got the fucking damn, what do you call it? The fucking best shit ever.
Yeah.
And he's got it sitting in bottle, and he's like, I have 22 left. I'm like, can you send me some? Can you send me a couple? Just like 2 or 3? He's like, no. If you want to come visit me, I might give you one. And I was like, fuck you, dude. If I take the time to visit you, I can assure you'll give me all of them. And he goes, I'll give you one at a time. And I was like, you? That's when I said, you don't know me, and I'll just come fucking take them. And he's like, you don't know where they are. And I'm like, they're in your, and he goes, medicine cabinet. I was like, yes, they're in your like, I was saying it as he, I was like, they're in your fucking medicine cabinet. Like, I know this fucker. He's like, not, anyway, my point is, stupid. He's not stupid. He is definitely stupid with that shit. And if I had the money to if literally I became a millionaire, I would go take them just to take them. Yeah. But like, it's not worth it for me. Like, I really don't want them that bad. But I swear to God, if I had like fucking an extra $2,000, I'm like, what do I do with this, and who can I fucking bother? It'd be between you and him. Like, who can I fucking be like, with you, I'd enjoy bothering more. But then with him, I'm like, well, I at least get 20-something pills. Like, I don't know.
Well, darling, I remember now. So, just for George and Eristes and Realtek, yes, I can assure you all, as well as all of our listeners, that the demonic entities sighted over Vietnam being shot at as apparitions by helicopter door gunners. These are essentially what were gated in by Michael Aquino when he channeled the Diabolicon. And
they're basically, what he's trying to say is, Douglas Dietrich trying to say, these are my brothers in arms.
Honey, you're something else. I mean, really. By the way, the sound everybody hears, that's her vaping. It's her vaping. Now,
vaping. It's me sucking Aquino in more and more. I suck the demon.
Oh my goodness. So, all that being ascertained, my love, we're
Aquino's laughing at you, truly. He's like, really? You think I fucking actually did that? Like, I'm not even that. Like, okay.
Well, it certainly earned him his reputation, made his reputation at the time.
Okay, well, I can earn a reputation. Which reputation do you earn? Do you want me to be a nice person? Because I can suddenly do it.
Yeah, why don't we try? Pretend that you're a nice person. Let's see.
Let's do that. So let's see if we started right now. We were recording me. Oh my god, I knew. Yeah. Like, I would be like the queen. Like, I am the queen of the nice church. Okay, so this is it. So hey, Douglas, so what were you talking about?
Well, I was going to talk about the art of Trump's mugshot and basically what he's really projecting as a threat, kind of go over some shit like that. And right now, I'll let it turn into a fucking psychiatrist couch therapy session because I suddenly felt just very, shall we say, enervated, just really tired. Because you do that to me. You suck the life out of me.
That's genius, though. Like, talking about, when you were talking about that you were going to do Trump's, like, shot, like, I was actually thinking about that too, and I'm sure like all of us are, and like especially like what you have to say on it, like, would be like, I mean, I know you're tired, so I don't want to like make you have to go any further, but I think we would all really appreciate to hear your what you think about it.
Thank you. That's what I want to hear. Tickle my chin, tickle my balls, tell me how intelligent I am. That's that's the Brooke we want to see. That's the Brooke we want to hear. And giggle, coo, giggle and coo, and, kind of like I do when Peter Moon's talking. Do that for me. You just say, yeah, there we are. Yes.
Oh my God, that was great. That was hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, can you tell us more? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Yes.
Okay, I love that. See, she's inspiring me. You do have to wonder how much time Rudy Giuliani, Donald Trump, and Mark Meadows spent practicing their mugshot poses in the mirror before the moment came during their respective police bookings in Atlanta.
God, that was so funny.
Yeah, that's invasive. That's invasive. You gotta do it quietly with a sense of humility.
You mean like I don't know that you're reading this off something? Oh my
God, honey, you're just obnoxious. You really are. At any rate, it really makes me wonder if there's mugshot photo consultants who provided their services.
I'm sure, but there's mugshots of me.
That we know. Yes, it's between you and Harley Quinn. Yeah, it's hard to tell the difference. Honestly.
That was a good one. I will give you that. That was really good.
Yeah, well, that's because it's complimentary, darling.
It is complimentary. I would take a compliment.
Yes.
Fuck you.
It's
not complimentary. Now that's an insult. Fuck you.
Why is it not complimentary? Harley Quinn was a fucking psychiatrist. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but she was tattooed over, and I'm fairly certain I look pretty fucking good as Harley Quinn, except I have not had any Botox ever. So fuck you.
You're delightful, honey. At any rate, I guess the only advice they needed was look defiant. For those who don't know, Trump's visit to Georgia was brief. He was released on 200,000 United States dollars in bond. He headed back to the airport for his return flight home to New Jersey, where, our dear friend David Fitzsimons is.
You do really just get high all weekend, do you? You're just reading the fucking news from shit we already fucking found out about a week ago.
I'm trying to get into analysis. I gotta psych myself up.
This is boring.
Yeah, honey, that's
haha. This is great. I love listening to stories I heard about 2 weeks ago. Go ahead.
No, what you heard was the news.
It's what you're repeating about when Donald Trump went to.
I'm putting it in
contextualizing it for us.
Yes,
I know.
Yes, which is something let's just put it this way: it's a particular talent.
All of us dumb females need that, And
well, my listeners need it, honey, and some of them are female, and more so, of course. But darling,
you fucking wish. How many females donated to you this month?
Well, I noticed all these men donated to pull my ass out of the fire, and
exactly.
Yeah. But in the past,
can you say pull your ass just one more time, like just those words?
And but females have contributed in the past, and when they contribute, they do so generously. Why, I know this one young lady named Brooke Gibson who sent me a blanket, an electric blanket, the first time I brought it up on air, and she sent it right away. Why, I know this young lady Brooke Gibson, who
she must be a fucking idiot, is what I would say about her.
Brooke Gibson contributed $200 at one point.
Full fucking name?
Brooke Elizabeth Gibson. Brooke Elizabeth Gibson.
Stop it, you fucking bitch! I swear to God.
Okay, yeah. Anyhow, yeah, she contributed 200 United States dollars at one point.
No, she didn't. She heard fucking 25 cents.
Another time you sent fucking a penny. Yeah, it cost you 25 cents to send the penny. Yes.
No, one time I sent you a quarter, but it wasn't for
No, you sent me a penny. You sent me a penny.
I sent you a penny for you being a bitch one time, but I sent a quarter and I said, this is for, remember?
Yeah, that's right. Yes, we won't go there. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but I do want people to know that not long after his historic photo was taken, he is the first former president to ever receive a mugshot.
He's going on and on about this, and you realize that this fucking mugshot, all it did was raise him money, it's going to help him be president.
Yeah, it was being offered on T-shirts, being sold by the Trump campaign. And this
like, oh, but I'm so anti-Kennedy. I can't wait till Donald Trump. You know what? I can't wait. The only time I've ever wanted Donald Trump to be president is I hate it. It's going to kill me. But it will be one fucking thing I'll be like, really? You wouldn't have Kennedy? You wouldn't rather have Kennedy?
God. There's no difference. Kennedy is Trump for Democrats.
Okay, you're an idiot. You're a fucking idiot.
Whoa, wait a second. Honey, whoa, wait a second. What is wrong with what I said where it drives you to the point where you were reduced to name calling?
Because that's what I do. Like, it's just reactionary. I don't mean, I name call anyway. It's not, like, personal. But like I'm saying...
No, believe me, I'm not offended. But what I'm puzzled by is that you seem to have, like, a personal crush on this guy or something. Like you truly are enamored of him.
I am personally invested in the fact of that our world is going to hell in a handbasket. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And that we are divided more than we've ever been.
Okay.
And that as astrology has already shown, but we have completely in not our country, just our country, but in multiple countries, completely the world is coming up against each other. Ford, I got it. Just like Ford. Like, oh, my water, pick me up or I'm fucking not gonna bark. But people are starting to bark, right? They're barking at one or the other. And the fact of the matter is, like in America, let's just talk about America, so that's where we're here, but it's the same thing. Most of the place, I won't say everywhere is exactly the same, but I will say in some way or form or fashion, it's similar in the way that people are starting to bark like he is. He's like, pick me up. I want to pick me up. I just want you to pick me up. You're ignoring me. But at the same time, he's like, pick me up. Like, that's the Republican thing. And then like the other one's side is like, they bark because they're like, take me outside. Well, the dog wants to be picked up and taken outside. He wants both. Pick me up and feed me, right? Dog wants both, okay? What people don't see is the fact that your Republican and your Democrat side are totally being run by two shows. Like, you got Fox News, which is running a complete campaign, which they're not even trying to have. I mean, like, it's just completely so unbelievable.
Partisan. It's partisan.
Yes, it's so partisan. CNN,
brazenly partisan.
It's brazenly partisan. CNN tries to go middle of the road, but they're partisan toward liberals, so they're able to. But they do try, and they're busted, but they are paid off too. So and you can see that in some of the things they do. So the problem is and it's been and the problem with that is because here's where it happened. If you actually go back in it and you're a historian. If you look at where Fox News came in and where what's his name came in, at the end of the day, what you had is you had ABC, NBC, and basically CBS running the news channels.
Yeah, in the old days,
the 70s and 80s, they were running everything, and that was all like everything we saw, and as kids, and parents saw. Okay, I got you, bitch, and. What we saw and they saw it was paid, and what we wouldn't have thought. But now we can look back and say, yeah, that was paid off by like there was a certain swing to it. I'm saying the swing was like there was news, right? Yeah, we had our news, but there was a swing to what we saw. Okay, a swing to what this is kind of how we're gonna see it. This is kind of how you're gonna see it, right? So we had that swing, and so. As what happened is we had a few things happen in the last 15 years is two things. The internet happened, obviously. It became very more public, and that slowly happened. And then you had somebody like your Australian dude who runs Fox News come on and say...
Rupert Murdoch.
Yes, Rupert Murdoch, and say, well, there's another side. Let me go weigh the other side. Because at that point, and I'm not saying for against.
By the way, just so people know, Rupert Murdoch produced monsters like Michael Christopher Andriech in Australia, who believes.
Yes. So my point is that's my point. Yeah. But you also have to look at the fact that we have people that were also just as, or in similar ways, produced on the liberal side, right? So it's that is my point, and that is where I'm trying to go with you. When you're like, why are you taking up for this fucking guy who, again, not my favorite guy, not the guy that I'm like, it's gonna save the world, he's the best guy ever. But what I am saying is he's not this right wing or completely crazy like Trump guy, right? And doesn't have all these people behind him, and they're lost behind that. Like, it has to be all right, and then. It's not also like, okay, we have to be behind Biden or just this left wing. Like, he's trying to bring in the middle. Like, there are truths about what he says that the left wing doesn't want to admit, that the left is pushing down about the fucking. I've told you about the medical. Like there are truths like that are scientific truths right now that they're admitting. Like, oh yeah, a lot of stuff that they would not even allow to be published. That you are literally like what you are right now when you get fucking I can't post on Facebook. That was the things that they were saying you can't even post that, and now it's become truths about just about the vaccines, right? You had to have them, get them, and like maybe you shouldn't have them, maybe they haven't been proven, and maybe there are certain things we need to look at. Like all those things you weren't allowed to publish. You were pulled away. You were immediately shut down. Facebook, fucking YouTube, all of it. And now it's been proven. It's been proven not just by doctors, by fucking scientists. Like it's a proven thing. And yeah, you can still, if you just watch, if you were to just watch MSNBC, you wouldn't hear that, right? Or maybe even CNN. If you were to just watch Fox News, you would think, oh my God, every vaccine in the world is bad, and like in fucking everything that's ever gone to. You can watch either of them. They have two agendas now, and that's what we have a problem with. They're being paid off because watch your commercials after them. One selling fucking gold, right, to stock you up in fucking food on Fox News and food for the fucking apocalypse, right? And then if you watch CNN, like, and then if you watch CNN, like after just during the fucking shit, they would literally have, and then they'd be advertised by fucking Merck and by fucking what's their name that fucking were making the vaccines. Those would be like they would be their advertisements. It would be the vaccine, but it would be for another one of their drugs. That's who's paying for them. So you have to understand. Those are the people paying. So when I'm saying this fucking guy is literally like, hey, well, first of all, he's not passing out every fucking interview, and he's not fucking like 90, okay? And he's like fucking strong, and he's fucking trying, right? More than I can fucking say. And he fucking has a hotter wife than me, fucking them, right? Like, okay, he can do something. Secondly, he's fucking admitting you're wrong on this, and you're not gonna like me when I say this. Just like you, Douglas. You didn't say, I'm not a vampire, I'm not the son of Adolf Hitler. You were like, this is who I am, or this is who I am, and this is the fucking truth. And that's what he's doing. And like it or not, you don't have to always like the truths. Like, I didn't like him about you, but that's what he fucking says. He's like, yeah, he knows. He knew when he went up, like, he's running on liberal, and he's going to say, I'm against the vaccine. He knew that was like, not like me. He's like, I'm on like 15, 16 weeks on abortion. Not really gonna like it. You can pull that back. And I'm against abortion, but I think about 16 weeks is probably where you need to put it anyway. So it's some, like, my point is, but you know, you have liberals who are like, oh no, we need to be like whatever, like just unbelievable, like 24 weeks if I can fucking live on its own. Like, the point is you have this extremist on either side, and then you have the extremists on the other side. They're like, oh, there should never be abortion, and fucking there should also never be vaccines. And he's like, no, there should be vaccines, but at the same time, when you start like, or fucking Ukraine. He's like, no, we did need to support Ukraine, but you also have to look at why we went into Ukraine. We also fucked that up because we continue to push the fucking boundary of promises that we told Russia that we would make. Now, if we did make those promises to Russia, okay, when were we continuing to push the boundaries? Maybe he's wrong, maybe he's not. I don't know. But
as a historian, I can tell you he's definitively wrong. He's pushing a pro-Russian propaganda stance.
He's completely right on some of it because I've looked that up.
Well, what? Like what?
The fact that we made the promises that we would not push the boundaries of, what is it called?
NATO.
NATO.
The North Atlantic. Yes, it was under a certain condition that the Russians don't invade.
Right, they didn't invade, but we continue to push the boundaries of NATO well before they fucking invaded.
No, but understand this.
Wait, honey. They invaded this time. No, let me finish.
Wait. I know what you're talking about. It's all Russian propaganda, honey. Nobody forced anybody to join NATO. Everybody was rushing to join NATO. Believe me. Try and take it from my perspective. I fought NATO. I killed NATO troops. I was serving as a mercenary with the Serbs. NATO declared war on Serbia, and at that point, NATO became a criminal organization because they violated their own charter. They were organized as a defensive organization to defend Europe from a Russian invasion, basically a Soviet invasion. When the Soviet Union ceased to exist, and they declared war on Serbia, then they completely violated everything that they stood for and became an offensive organization. At that time, I was serving as a mercenary with the Serbs, and I was fighting NATO. I killed NATO troops. I know what I'm talking about. So NATO at that point deserved to be fought. At that point, NATO was fighting an illegal war by its own charter. But then after that kind of died down, those wars, and wars never really died down, of course, certainly not in the Balkans, but after kind of, shall we say...
Not as long as men are here.
I won't argue with that. When it came to it stabilizing, when the front stabilized in the Balkans, then at that point, everybody was rushing to join NATO, because at that point when Putin had taken power, he made it known that he was going to try and reestablish the Soviet Union. And at that point, then everybody who was a former Soviet satellite state said, oh, goddamn, we got to join NATO. NATO's only mistake was not allowing Ukraine to join then. They were allowing goddamn everybody else. And they were thinking, well,
because
maybe
Ukraine had been such a tight part of the Soviet Union.
Well, understand this. When, as I pointed out before, first off, we've got to realize that the Ukrainians, of course, and again, this goes into that whole Jewish phenomena. And this is why the Nazis used terms like the final solution to the Jewish question. When they knew about what the Jews did in Canaan historically, thousands of years ago, was one thing, and people could say that that Holocaust doesn't impact us today. What they did at the time of Christopher Columbus, which was a Holocaust so severe, because Christopher Columbus was not only killing people in the Americas, but bringing black slaves over from Africa and denuding their population in Africa. All of this you may not know, but just to put it in context for you, the millions of blacks who died en route across the Atlantic, depopulating Africa, and the millions of Indians, Native Americans, who died in North America, just as a preeminent example, not to mention those that were dying in South America, all of these had cultivated the land. They had cultivated the land. For those who don't know, the Amazon rainforest is not natural. It's a huge man-made garden. All of the trees are planted like in order, like a grove. It looks very much like a circuit board from the air. It's not a natural growth jungle. It is a tremendous creation, the apex of the agrarian, or shall we say, organic growth system of the indigenous civilization that lived there. All these people died of disease when the Europeans came in, but in North America, when they were dying of disease, and before then, explorers deep into the heart of America encountered entire Native American cities that were built of wood, like massive wooden fortresses that the Europeans would build when they colonized America. The Native Americans had their own. All of this rotted because it's wood and it's organic when all the Native Americans died off and no one was there to maintain it. And with all the blacks no longer there to cultivate Africa because the farming tribes were all enslaved by the warrior tribes who sold them to the Europeans, they never would have done that except for European money. But when paid European money, they denuded their own continent of their farmers. All of this.
Really, then why do you ever say the word nigger? Because I've heard you say it.
Well, I did say it tonight.
Yeah, you said the word.
I did not say that word. Tonight?
You said that word before.
What?
No, not. But you have said it in the past because I remember how bad.
Oh, yeah. I said that word in the past. Yes, but anyhow, that has nothing to do with what I'm saying right now. So when I'm saying something like that, I'm trying to make a point.
You have to be one person or the other, Douglas.
I'm sorry, what? I have to be one person or the other? You mean, well, honey, when I use that term, I'm trying to make a point. And it's a point that I feel I have a right to make, being colored myself. So
no, you don't have a no. You're not. First of all, you're not colored. Okay, you don't. You're
really?
not. You don't. You're not called that.
You'd have to ask a lot of white people that because a lot of white people would disagree with you.
Okay. Well, I can assure you that's not a term I would ever use for you. So you don't get to use it.
At any rate, honey, you don't know what my experience is. So just hold on with that, and we'll discuss that another time. We may even discuss it publicly. I'm happy to do so, but not right now. Right now, the point needs to be made. So when Christopher Columbus created the Columbian apocalypse, when all these blacks were taken out of Africa and the land reforested, when all the Indians died in America and the land reforested, this created a ice age. This created a supermassive carbon sink because all this forestation.
You know who talked about this? I believe that guy you love talks about it. In his book, but it's a fiction book because wait a minute, it has to be fiction because unless you prove it, you know that guy.
Who? You're not talking about Graham Hancock, are you?
Yes, the lover that I secretly have. Yes.
Yeah. Well, Graham Hancock is the guy. Graham Hancock is the guy who, when people tried to write about what he was writing about, some young and up-and-coming writers, he sued them, which says that by suing them, he's claiming he's not writing history, he's writing fiction. Because you can't sue anyone for writing about history. That's true. He sued a couple of writers.
Not true.
That's true. He sued a couple of writers who he said were copying his work. That's true. You can look that up.
Do you understand? Do you understand that? So, like right now, when you talk about your history, I could go right now, and you told me everything about your shit, right? So we've got two options. And who's the first guy? Let's go before Graham Hancock. The other guy that you hate. That basically you said.
Remember, I don't personally hate these people. They're not people that I even know.
No, decoded. The person that you think
Zickin,
decoded.
Zachariah Sitkin, who you're talking about?
Yeah. And he basically, and I love it because your guy said tonight, he's like, oh, I see why you went under the fiction, blah, blah. Do you understand that?
Whoa, wait a second. Who said what? Who's my guy?
It was you. I don't know, Euphrates, whatever the fuck his name is. Aristides, yeah.
What did he say? What did he say?
He was like asking you about your books because we were like golf and nobody was fucking calling in and I was not going to. And he was like, you know, like talking about your books and like why, like some of them, like if you were gonna rewrite them and blah 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 blah, and then all that, and you were going into like why, you know, this one you wanted more rewritten, and then why it was fiction or went into this category, blah blah blah.
I said it's not. I never said it was fiction. I said
no, but why it went into it didn't go into a history category, right?
And I didn't say that. I said that what happened was David John West, who had written fiction, was hired by Lorien Ann Fenton for no money. She basically said, oh, I want you to work for us, because he was willing to work for free, and that alone was suspect. And he wanted to turn the vampirology notes taken by a medical student in Russia and turn them into a romance story. And what happened was he asked about the vampirist, one of the few successes of the Soviet experiments to create female vampires. He asked about my love affair or my sexual liaison with her while I was serving in the Balkans. And I was not willing to talk about that other than to allude to the fact that it had happened, to tell people that I had encountered one personally in the Balkans who was a product of these Soviet experiments in blood transfusion. But he wanted to make that the foundation of the quote-unquote story, and I'm saying, no, you're not going to get that from me, and all you have are these medical notes, and you can't turn them into some kind of story narrative. They're what they are. They have to be in a historic narrative. So while he was listed as the co-author in the original publication, which was completely withdrawn and destroyed, because it was published, we know that, because it has an ISBN number.
I know, but don't it's destroyed. You don't have a social security number for shit that's destroyed. Blah, blah,
that's right. Yes, so you understand that parallel. But he's claiming, oh, it never existed. And then that's when Peter Moon and I realized what he's going to do, because he was listed as the co-author of that book, which was published 2 years after he was fired. And we simply gave him some credit because he was working for a while for free. What happened was his wife died. His wife had sex with me. And because she had sex with me, she would have stood with me against him if he tried to plagiarize the book. She would have stood and testified on my behalf as a witness. But because she...
Who did you send and say you were her?
What?
Who did she actually have sex with? Who did she actually have sex with?
Me. Debbie Meadows West.
She wouldn't have stood with you. No, she wouldn't have stood with you.
At any rate, you don't know what happened, so don't make any judgments. Honestly, she would have stood with me for several reasons. At any rate, she would have stood with me for several reasons. Just understand that she had basically an abusive relationship. She suffered abuse from David John West, and what happened was she ultimately died. While severed from it. Yeah. Anyhow, so when she died is when he pulled this crap. And so what he did was he ran to Richard K. Cole Jr. and signed this, notarized testament.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Richard K. Cole Jr. is a really smart guy, though.
No, don't even say that. He's not. He's just stupid, and he attracts stupid people. But when it comes to the what happened with David John West, he ran to him and
He's a millionaire. Wait a minute. Richard K. Cole Jr. is a millionaire in Australia, right?
No, that's Stephen Outram.
Okay.
And Stephen Outram's no genius, I can tell you that. I know that for a fact because I personally met the guy. Remember, he's the guy
Well,
who.
if he ever called me, I'd take the call. I hope I never get the names confused.
Just think, outrim the sexual image. He's rimming someone's anus. That's what he wanted me to do to him with his distended colon. He wanted me to suck it like a cock. So he had this prolapsed anus, so his colon was sticking out a few inches.
That's so gross.
Yeah, like an elephant's trunk. And
what's so sad if I like got to like a $2 million, I swear I'd suck that.
Yeah, he was offering me $1 million. Suck it like a
You're
cock.
stupid. I hate you for not sucking that. Like, do you realize you could be somewhere and maybe I'd have met you and you got the fucking...
He never would have paid it. It's something that he was trying to set me up. It was, but at any rate, David John West ran to Richard K. Colt Jr., signed this notarized testament to be published on his blog, saying that this book was never published. And that's when Peter Moon and I realized, oh fuck, he's gonna just publish the notes he had and just, fuck him up 8 Ways to Sunday and claim it was his. And so what I was explaining to Eristes is, I hate it to, if it came to a legal battle, I would have hated to pursue it because I have a firm belief that history is history and therefore cannot be plagiarized. It would be like if Graham Hancock wrote a book about Pearl Harbor, that's the parallel I used, and then somebody else wrote about Pearl Harbor being attacked by the Japanese, and he says, you can't write about that. I wrote about that, so I'm going to sue you. That's exactly what he did to a couple of authors who were writing about the crap he was writing about. So when it comes to that, what he's saying is, in that case, what he's basically confessing, insisting on, is that his work is fiction, because that's the only way you can claim it as intellectual property.
I will have to I'm not arguing with you. I'm not going to argue with you.
Yeah.
I would like to hear what I have to say. So I know when Zacharias Sitchin wrote his.
Right. But look, I'll let you talk about that later, but let me complete what I'm saying about David John West. So that's why Peter Moon and I put out the book we did incomplete as it is, just half the book, because we decided to get it out.
Oh my God, and it did nothing, and you're stupid for doing it.
No, it did everything, because David John West had to withdraw, because once we published it and then copyrighted the book, then we've got a copyright on the material. Does that make sense? So we had to do it.
You have a copyright material on history, as you said.
I know, I didn't like to do that, but we were forced to.
But you did the exact same fucking thing.
But you don't understand. I'm forced by a situation to do something.
Yeah, you're forced. That's just like me being like, okay, somebody help me.
No. There comes a point, honey. Wait, honey. There comes a point where you have to stop being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. You have an issue. You have an issue, and it's pathological. You have an issue of confrontational. A need to be confrontational.
I love confrontation.
You have to get over it. There's a time and a place for it.
I don't agree because I don't agree with you.
There's a time and place for it. Let's put it this way. When you come on someone's program, you can say something, and it hasn't gotten to that point. It hasn't gotten to that point on this episode, but it has in the past. But you have to understand that you can't take everything as something to challenge. After a certain point, after a certain point, it does become pathological. There's no point to it because there's no communication.
I understand what you're saying. I enjoy.
But you can go back to talking about Sitchin. Make your point about what you were going to say about Sitchin.
I let them know I'm agreeing with them.
Yeah, but when it comes to say for instance with what I said, say for instance,
it's my show, so I get
no, it's not what I'm saying in that point.
That's not it. I will go back and forth.
So understand this, okay? You do understand. I will hang up on you if you continue this. Yeah. So understand, I will hang up on you if you ever try to speak over me. Okay, because it is my show. If you do try to speak over me, I will hang up. So there. And so she hung up, hopefully. And that takes care of that. But understand, what happened with Graham Hancock is completely different because he initiated a lawsuit against two people who were writing something similar to what he was saying. And it's that at that point, he's claiming what he worked with is fiction. What Peter Moon and I did was we're trying to prevent something from being plagiarized and then perverted by David John West. So when I'm trying to explain this to her, she tries to put me in the position of Graham Hancock. And at that point, it's just wrong. When it comes to almost anything that I speak about, when I get into a zone, when I speak basically in terms of deep analysis and go into monologue, then she attacks that. So it's it is what it is. She definitely has issues, and one of them is the need to constantly start a fight, and she can't just keep approaching life like that. Because like counter stalking, it may work with the individual who was stalking her, but this is something that's not. It's not gonna. It's not recommended. If it works for her, then it's the exception to the rule. So never, all of you out there who are victims of stalking, you want to be a blank wall. The only reason I have to name my stalkers is because they're gang stalkers. And it is recommended for security reasons that I call them out, simply because they are, they want to kill me, and have said so, have been very upfront about their violent objective, and therefore they need to be called out, fingered, named, and identified. So in case something were to happen to me, they would be hopefully investigated. Now, our legal system is incredibly corrupt, and one of the reasons why we face challenges is, well, take a look at Brooke Gibson. I mean, she has no concept of what I've been through in life. She'll say something like, oh, well, no one can call you colored. No one can call me colored. She hasn't lived a lifetime of being called Jap, Gook, any number of obscene names, including nigger, yellow nigger. Yes, I have been called that through a good deal of my childhood. Now, this was when I was identified as a male. Now, to avoid all that, dressing as a female, then men would ignore me in that sense because I wasn't a potential male challenge, and I would no longer be subject to that verbal abuse. Therefore, it became much more of an advantage, much more of a comfort zone for me to simply present myself as female, which was how I learned to, one of the reasons why, even though my mother was teaching me an ancient art of presenting myself as a female, understand the context that she was working with was preserving the ancient art of what the ninja had to adopt to after the beginning of modernization. Basically the end of the samurai and the beginning of imperial restoration was a violent period of change. But there was one thing that was becoming ever more common, and that was foreign influence. So in the old days, when the foreigners were subject to isolation, basically stuck on artificial islands that the Japanese actually built, not wanting them to set their foot on sacred Japanese soil. Artificial islands were built for the Dutch, whatever a few other foreigners they allowed trade rights. These were built and off the shore of Japan, and these communities were worlds unto themselves from which the Europeans would seldom venture to meet with Japanese merchants or officials, and usually all trade was conducted by bringing them to these isolated man-made islands so that the foreigners could thereafter take the trade goods to their homelands and then bring gold or silver or European exchange, whatever goods they brought through those islands back to Japan. As the Meiji Restoration took place and more foreigners were brought into Japan as advisors, as business, all of this forced upon the Japanese because the samurai proved themselves too senescent at the time, too archaic an established war-making machine to contend with the modern war-making capacities and industrial capabilities of the West. When the Americans effectively invaded Tokyo and forced the Japanese to open themselves to American trade, and thereby as well to other competitive powers who began to come more and more into Japan through the gate the Americans had opened. The ninja changed, and the way that they adapted through the boy prostitute method was the best and most effective way to lure and kill foreigners and to blackmail them, to essentially compromise them. One thing that could be done, you could pump a foreigner with woman, but you're not really compromising their reputation. If a foreigner in Japan was caught with a young boy and evidence was then provided and he was compromised, the young boys that were prostitutes that were trained to lure the foreigners as girly boys, they were, of course, able to defend themselves. Whenever I present myself in that child prostitute garb, I'm always bladed to the extreme. And so these young boys weren't helpless. They were luring foreigners and ultimately compromising them. And if they had to, they would kill them. So this is exactly the kind of art my mother trained me in, but it became from a kind of virtue of preserving a lost tradition, a lost skill. It became like a necessity to preserve my, well, just my ability to interact with others in the West. We're talking about San Francisco, of course, already being a gay mecca for many generations before it was known as such. But because of the criminal element of San Francisco being a legacy of its Barbary coast, as I said, we're the only place which has quote-unquote a patrol special police force, which is separate from the San Francisco Police Department. It's something that you'll find almost no information about online. Yet if you look it up, you'll find only that it exists. Only the legacy of the Barbary Coast could lead to a policing anomaly like that. So when it comes to the situation with my experience with law enforcement, my experience with growing up having to present myself as female before that period of time that I went into the Department of Defense and then went into the security forces, different types of security contracts due to my experience with both the police and the Marine Corps. All of which, you know, if you listen to the gang stalkers, is simply denied again and again as quote-unquote not being real, yet they can find no evidence to present of anywhere else where I was employed. If I wasn't involved with the police, the Marine Corps, or any of these other Department of Defense career stints, where was I? Where was I bagging groceries? Where was I working in a gas station? I certainly was never bagging groceries or working in a gas station. Where's the photographs to prove that I did? Because they seem to provide evidence for everything else. They claim they have evidence that I was never involved with everything that's on my resume. So if they claim that I have all this evidence with what I was not involved with, where's the evidence for what I was involved with? They don't have any of it. Because I was what I was at all times. So this is why it becomes an issue when Brooke Gibson is just arguing with everything I say. There's really no place for it, but I tolerate it simply because I do, and I certainly don't have to, but I do for now. It is what it is. As for what we can discuss at this point in monologue, as I said, could have gone into the Trump mugshot and whatnot, but let's just say I might go into astrology instead, just to spite Brooke, just for today, because that's something that would be... Anyhow, look what she wrote. Brooke is awesome. She learned to hang up instead of yell over you. Now she can learn just never to take your call again. Hey, Noticer is here, so yes, and there we are, and okay. Honestly, I wouldn't have called, but she did present herself, so I think it went all right for most of the night, really. If it is what it is towards the end, because she's bringing up these people like Zachariah Sitkin and Graham Hancock, you can't just pull that crap where you say I'm like him because I did what I did. It's a very different situation. So that's how, in the end, yeah, she basically serves the enemy. Just by she'll just say, oh, well, you're doing this and this and trying to prove that I'm a hypocrite or something, and that in other words, nothing I do is valid. So in that sense, she is the enemy in that sense. At any rate, so here we are. Let me give a response here, and then since we got on to what my mother had trained me in and how I was presenting myself as female to the world for a very long period of time, or for long periods of time, in order to just avoid all the bullshit you deal with when you're presenting yourself as a male, then when you're an Oriental female, then the white men are just trying to get on your good side, and then they're all nicey. It's disgusting, but you take advantage of it just to live a more peaceful life. Sans all the constant assaults, which Brooke knows nothing about, and yet is willing to try and assume things about that she knows nothing of. It's, so that's bad. That's bad, and it really needs to be confronted, which I did as far as I could. Now, granted, you could understand why she'll feel the need to exert herself, but I give her hours, literally hours to talk. When she goes on talking, she seems to be completely unaware of that. I'm sitting back passively and letting her jack the narrative. So I find it unconscionable that the moment that I assert myself as the host, then she feels like somehow I'm not letting her talk. It's insane. It just is what it is. It's just there's no logic there. Now, I've explained a long time ago when I was speaking of course, Graham Hancock and what I feel is his greatest violation and what essentially makes him an Adamite. I was speaking, of course, about how he tries to misalign the stellar coordinates, so to speak. That he speaks of things that are not the way they really are. He instead presents something that is a misrepresentation of our universe, our world, our heavens, in reflection of planet Earth. He instead tries to create a new heaven and a new earth, so that he can have a kind of control over mankind's destiny. And this is what is malevolent. So, as I said, with what my mother demonstrated to myself when I was a child, by taking something very special that she had, I doubt I could find it today amidst the hoarder's crypt or in Beaver's basement of his apartment, where I keep, which we maintain as kind of a storage facility for myself. Basically, she had a transparent northern hemispherical star map, which she could superimpose over an azimuthal or azimuthal equidistant polar projection map of the Earth, what you would call a polar projection map as you see in the United Nations flag. And if she were to place this transparent northern hemispherical star map of constellations, constellae is the plural for constellations, superimpose that over this polar projection map that you see all the flat earthers use and say, see the ice wall around our flat earth. Okay, that's an azimuthal equidistant polar projection map. That's what's used on your United Nations flag. So when you would place that transparent northern hemispherical constellation map of the stars, that transparent map of the constellae with its, with the stella polaris, the pole star, placed over the terrestrial North Pole, you would see that we have a celestial, a celestial clock, making one revolution daily. And that's, of course, where the great sheep heir, the greater sheep heir, Ursa Major, the constellation Ursa Major in the north sky, comes in. Locating Polaris is easy on any clear night. Just find the Big Dipper. The 12 stars on the end of the Dipper's cup point the way to Polaris, which is the tip of the handle of the Little Dipper, or the tail of the lesser she bear in the constellation Ursa Minor. The Arctic, coincidentally, being where there are bears, as opposed to the or Antarctic, where there are not. I could go into the etymology of this and get lost into it, but there's no need to do that right now. Instead, basically, this is one of the points that we are trying to make, is that the Polaris, and we explain this in the new book being written by Peter Moon, the pole star and the Big Dipper in its orbit around the sky creates the image throughout the seasons of the swastika in the sky, the heavenly Hakenkreuz. This is the elder sign, and it's the elder sign which holds the anti-gods at bay. In other words, this is one of the bonds that traps Cthulhu, the Forsaker, at the bottom of the sea, and prevents him from arising again to annihilate mankind in a final age. All of this is important, but understand that one of the functions of the Vox Arca, at its highest level of activation, were I to conduct a tracheotomy and use it to basically instigate the call upon the anti-gods with a warped voice, warped by the modification mechanisms of the Vox Arca, the voice box. The other thing it does is it triggers the activation of the HARP, the High Frequency Activated Auroral Atmospheric Resonance Research Projection Program arrays, the ionospheric conductor arrays unto which the 4 summoned kings of Edom be presently bound. They would automatically synchronize with the cooperationally prepositioned superscalar mechanisms that would preactivate the termination of reality itself by destabilizing our planet Earth's very orbit. Easy to do, because our planet Earth is already wobbling on its orbit, and it's been provided a tremendous burden by the Three Gorges Dam in particular, established by the communist Chinese to gather so much water in one place at one time in a particular position on Earth. Not their intent, but collateral damage to all the other damage that they've done. They've managed to basically, take Earth off its normal balance. Our Earth is precipitously poised on the very verge of tipping over. A pole shift caused by the Three Gorges Dam. When scalar weaponry would be applied to exacerbate that situation, the Earth itself would wobble on its very orbit to the point where that pole shift would happen. By destabilizing our planet Earth's very orbit, It would physically and metaphysically alter our terrestrial alignment with the heavens, in which we spin, quite literally manifesting by our perception the falling of the stars. And the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens will be shaken. Matthew, verse 24, well, chapter 24, verse 29. Now, in terms of the elder sign of the heavenly Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross, the swastika that holds the anti-gods at bay, that would be sundered to our sight from the skies above, and the stars would become right. That the kings of Edom, unbound in the second stage of entropic activation by the worldwide harp grid unlocking its electromagnetic chorales, would then immediately thereafter inherit the earth, beholden to none but nullity, and, but theoretically, and then only to degree, Douglas Dietrich as their summoner. So this is what Michael Aquino designed it for, the occult version of the nuclear football. And of course he intended himself to be the man at the button. But I stole the Vox Arca, and as a result I have collateral. There is of course the reality of the stars not being right for the anti-gods, which is what H.P. Lovecraft emphasized. The stars are not right, but the Vox Arca would make them so. So by ushering the call, that also encodes the order for the scalar weapons to kick in, that would create enormous artificial earthquakes, that would then, with the help of the unstable weight of the Three Gorges Dam, topple our Earth in its orbit and send us into a pole shift and a realignment of the heavenly constellations before our very eyes. Our reality itself would end. All of that is explained to the degree that we can explain it in the book Peter Moon is helping me to write. As for that star map superimposed over the Earth with the Stella Polaris placed over the terrestrial North Pole, the Great Pyramid of Giza is the noon point of the same map, like the true prime meridian, which is most definitively not Greenwich, as artificially imposed through London by the British imperialism, but instead the Florentinoa, the Florentine prime meridian of Firenze, Magna Italia, or Florence of Greater Italy. That's the true prime meridian, demarcated as 11 degrees, well, east of Greenwich, per the obsolescent Anglo-American 360 degree standard, which needs to be replaced by a metric measurement. Now, thousands of years ago, Aegyptus, ancient Egypt, was known as the land of Chem, literally blackness. It is the rich dark soil of the Nile River Valley. The Kema may be the source for the oldest human myth, a group of 7 major naked eye stars in the constellation of Taurus, the Bull, catalogued by astronomers today as Messier 45 cluster, actually containing some 1,400 stars, but classically known as the 7 starry sisters of the Pleiades, literally the constellation of the doves, in antithesis to the empire of the Nile ever identifying with the Akkadian, or Uruana, the heaven's light, Greikified as Orion, as in the warrior Orion. Yet, 2 Australian scientists realized that this pair of constellae is the inspiration for the oldest legend of humankind that may date to 100,000 years ago. And so recent research thereof was published in a volume titled Advancing Cultural Astronomy, edited in 2021. And the interdisciplinary field of cultural astronomy, or astronomy and culture, investigates the diversity of ways modern and ancient cultures perceive and interpret celestial objects, celestial objects and integrate them into their Weltanschauung, their worldview. The doctoress, Kate McGargle, a postdoctoral research associate in the University of Utah Anthropology Department, writing for the Dark Sky Cooperative, noted that cultural astronomy, through the exploration of archaeology and traditional knowledge, offers an avenue for exploring the broad scope of ideas, discoveries, inspirations the night has informed over the course of human history and prehistory. Now, the Pleiades, the dove sailorettes, they get their name from Elleniki, or Hellenic Greek mythology, the sisters being companions of the vengefully queer virgin girl, BFF, the best friend forever huntress, Artemis, the butcheress, Diana, or transliterally divine light, to the Romans. Her Grecian name derivative from Arctos, the very name for the bears with which she both frolicked and hunted down when those among them turned to devouring human folk. She was the white Greco-Roman goddess of nature, the hunt and the moon, along the forests and woodlands, animals wild and domestic, chastity in prenuptiality and fertility in wedlock, as well as serving humanity as the protector of woman in childbirthing, from whom we inherit the tradition of our sweetly circular birthday cakes in the shape of her moon. That's more than an entendre. That's what it was meant to really represent. You're taking a bite out of her ass. And the daughters of the Titan Atlas, literally the bearer of the heavens, and the sea nymph, Pleione, or plentiful. They're described in numerous cultures. The Celts called them the Tertude. The Persians, Hindi, and Urdu called them Parvi. To the Hawaiians, they are the Makali'i. The Maori call them the Matariki. And in the Nihongo, the Japanese language, they are the Subaru, the Pleiades, from which they named the car brand after. That's the corporate brand logo, actually. That's from where it's taken. Subaru, Pleiades in Japanese. And in Hinduism, they are the Kritika. Zhonghuaren, the Chinese, and the Aboriginal Australians, the Cherokee, the Maya, the Aztecs, the Sioux, all identify the constellation. They're mentioned in Amos, whose name literally means born, implying by God himself, born of God. In chapter 5, verse 8, chapter 5, verse 8 of the book of Job, which literally translates as enemy. Chapter 9, verse 9, and Job chapter 38, verse 31 in your Bible. The constellation was particularly important in the Mediterranean, of course, as its annual appearance marked the start of the regional sailing season. The very name Pleiades is related to the ancient Hellenic word for sail. Now, in the Elleniki, the Hellenic Greek and myth, this Brobdingnagian, this giant Boeotian, the Boeotian, Boeotian. Yeah. He had this particular culture that he was affixed with, the Boeotians. His name was Orion, the giant hunter, pursued the Pleiades with sexual intentions. And to save the sisters, Zeus, which means sky, Zeus, who was identical with the Roman god Jupiter, Jupiter, Peter meaning father, literally the character, Jupiter, the supreme ruling deity in Greco-Roman religion, king of all the Olympian gods, the father of gods and men, transformed the Pleiades sisters, the sailor sisters, into doves, and later into the stars, where they would remain to comfort their own father Atlas, who held up both the heavens and the earth, which is the only planet in our solar system named after a German goddess. But Orion was a mighty and fearless venator, a hunter, so great in fact that he vowed in his consequent rage at this denial to kill every animal on the earth, thusly in turn enraging Gaia, the goddess of the earth, who then, as protectress of all the animals, Gaia, the earth, spontaneously heterogenerated. Heterogenerated meaning without a lover, gave birth to, and dispatched Scorpios. And literally, well, that's literally translated as the creature with the burning sting, an enormous scorpion, to slay Orion before he could slaughter all the beasts of this world. And on the night of the hunters, Scorpio attacked Orion and stung him with his curved talon. He, of course, at that time, well, the only man that she had ever loved, Selene Diane Artemis. Selene Diane Artemis, the divine light of the butcher moon. Artemis, Diana, the goddess of the moon, the only man she ever loved and was going to marry was Orion. And she lost Orion that day. Orion and the Scorpion were afterwards placed among the sky, the heavens, the stars, as the constellations of their very names. The two opponents are never seen in the sky at the same time. As one constellation rises, the other sets. In his reward for his saving the lives of all the animals, Gie, the Earth Mother, placed Scorpio in the night sky. And scorpions are, of course, bad news. My own father was of the Scorpio sun sign, one of the multitudes born under baleful scorpionic influence thereafter. And the constellation has always been associated with the worst kind of evil. Of course, my legal father was anything but the sort. He was a nice guy who would have finished last if I hadn't been evil for him. But scorpions, they're active during the dark of night, when the danger to humans is the greatest. They live in cracks and crevices and other secluded places, and are therefore often associated with secrecy and stealth. We see those qualities in the stellar representation of the beast. The tail of the Scorpius lies in the dark rift in the background glow of the Milky Way. It's as if the scorpion had just exited from one of its dark hiding places. The southernmost constellation of the zodiac, from the Greco-Latin zodiakos, kuklos, literally the animal wheel, meaning the circle of animals. The ancient Helleniki Scorpius was truly a leviathanic supermonster, originally encompassing what was to parthenogenate, meaning a birth without sex, into two constellations, the successive sign of the scales becoming my own sign, today's constellation of Scorpio, forming what was once its body with Libra. Well, that's Latin for stone, because of the weigh stones, pound by weight, the little stone placed upon the scales to weigh things. Yes, like I was raised by my legal father, and in a very real sense his spiritual son, so too was Libra, born of Scorpio. And the sign was literally, the sign of Libra, literally carved from what was once the Scorpio's superclaws, which were then, truncated into much smaller claws that the constellation has today. And of course, Libra is a human being. It's not, as some would say, the only non-human, non-animal, the only inanimate object in the zodiac. It's simply not true. Libra is a personage, originally Astrea, the starry night maiden, the virgin goddess of justice, innocence, purity, and precision, holding high the sign of God himself, the scales of just balance, the symbol of the preserver of nature in which all living creatures flourish, all the air signs being personifications and therefore generally ruling over intellect and thought. At any rate, when originally severed from the Scorpion, the sign of Libra was known as the Claws, comprising just a subset of that Kita, the insect constellation. But these unguis, these claws, were destined to innate from the natal corpus, the birth body, to become what is popularly perceived as the seventh sign of the zodiac, and misperceived as the only inanimate object among the zodiacal signs, when under Diverbum, the word of God, the Romans chopped the claws from Scorpio, amid an autumnal equinox to assemble Libra therefrom, as one would bifurcate a starfish to engender another, in this case abiotic animal, in official recognition of what their Grecian cultural forebearers had always imparted about Zeus, giving Astrea a scale of justice, because the celestial judges, the celestial judges of heaven, epitomized the ancient Hellenic ideas of selflessness and faith when she stayed behind during the evolution of humanity, where they went from being naive creatures adored by the gods to brutal mortals tempted by the ways of war, all while the goddess persevered as the last of her kind on earth, ultimately ascending on the fall of Atlantis to watch over us all as the constellation Virgo, which is my own sign again if we factor in the 13th zodiacal sign, in which case my mother is no longer a Sagittarius but then becomes Ophiuchus. And lest we think that the old gods be dead and buried, we still see in front of many court buildings and within halls of justice all over the world the scales held aloft by the Roman goddess Justitia, the equivalent to the Greek goddess Dike, the Lady Justice, who took up the Libra from Astrea, along bearing thenceforth a sword. This is why there was always a misbalance in America. We have a Pledge of Allegiance in which we say liberty and justice for all. So when we think of the Isle of Liberty, Statue of Liberty, Ellis Island, where all the European immigrants came through, Asian immigrants came through, Angel Island in San Francisco, and it's there that there must ultimately be built to balance America, which is a nation out of balance, a statue of justice to correspond, as in our Pledge of Allegiance, liberty and justice for all, a statue of justice to balance the Statue of Liberty, a statue of justice bearing the Libra, the scales, and the sword, as opposed to a torch and a book. Clarice Claudette says, very interesting. Thank you, honey. Love you beyond expression. There's no way I can ever thank or emphasize the importance of Clarice Claudette. I can never overemphasize her importance to me enough. She is someone who has sent care packages that have saved my life with a host of supplies that have lasted through the years. An incredible human being. Of course, trying to pursue her own justice for herself in life. And, of course, I adore her, as well as all the ladies who support myself. Now, today, no constellation better illustrates, in my opinion, the astronomy-astrology connection better than Scorpius, as astronomers know it. Astrologists know it as Scorpio. From the northerly latitudes, Scorpius the Scorpion never rises very high above the southern horizon because, like the creature after which it's named, it scuttles along the ground. I could go on and on about it. I mean, today Scorpio is seen chasing Orion across the sky throughout the year. For about 1 month every year, our primary solar systemic yellow dwarf star, our sun, Helios, Heliosol Invictus, that's its name, a real name, but not even its full name. At any rate, it passes through each of the zodiacal constellations, of course, and as it passes through Virgo, the risen Astraean goddess of the harvest, the season of abundance begins. And as it travels through Scorpius, the cold, dark winter, the time of greatest privation begins. Orion is allowed to hunt peacefully in the winter, but as spring comes, Scorpio rises, chasing Orion out of the sky. Thus, the passage of the sun through the zodiacal constellations has both astronomical and astrological significance. Now, astrology has its own internal logic, even if it's very weird. A weird logic based on an evil scorpion and a harvest goddess, among other weird characters. I doubt that each average person looking at their daily horoscope realizes that the predictions are based in part on the worship of ancient gods and their fear of ancient animal foes. At any rate, as I try to, again, I could go on quite a bit about Scorpius and Orion. Interestingly, the Aboriginal cultures of Australia also describe the same constellation as a hunter called the saucepan, pursuing a group of young girls with sexual intent. That constellation is an important part of Aboriginal calendars and is associated with sacred woman's mysteries and ceremonies. Now, in both stories, there are 7 sisters. 6 are visible and 1 is hiding or missing. And there's similar references to a missing sister in African, Asian, European, Indonesian, and Native American cultures. Well, the Hellene, the Greek peoples, the poet of theirs, one of their great poets, Eristes, literally the one prayed for, Eristes too, of Soli, literally Soul City, the city of solitude, gave the Pleiades their names. Halcyone, the kingfisher, Merope, the turnface, Chileno, the dark one, Electra, or amber, ergo incandescent, the Sterope, the flash of lightning, the Tegite, the big mountains, obviously for her double D or triple D sized breasts, and Maya, the earth midwife, it as the mother gardener, purported to be the brightest of the 7 Pleiadians, the one whom my own half-sister, Maya Ying Lin, the architectress of America's Vietnam Memorial Wall, is named after. But all cultures noted only 6 sisters were visible. If you look at the constellation in the evening, even under the darkest skies, it's likely that you'll see only 6 stars. Among the Iroquois, one of the stars sang and became fainter. In Al-Islam, one fell to earth and became the mother of all settlements. The mother of all settlements meaning the holy capital of Al-Masjid Al-Haram, or Al-Jamia Al-Majid Al-Haram, literally the great inviolable Mosque of Mecca. Now, even the keenest eyes have trouble making out additional stars without optical assistance. There are some individuals who can make out more stars with the naked eye, but it was the Italian father of modern science, Galileo, who first viewed the Pleiades through a telescope and recorded 36 stars in his treatise on the constellation, circa 1610. And so in this new research, the astrophysicists, Dr. Ray Norris and Dr. Barnaby Norris, ask 2 central questions. First, why are the mythological stories surrounding the Pleiades, typically involving 7 young girls being chased by a man associated with the constellation Orion, so similar in vastly separated cultures, such as the Australian Aboriginal cultures and the Greek mythology? And second, why do most cultures call them 7 sisters, even though most people with good eyesight see only 6 stars? Now, these questions are especially compelling because our ancestors who migrated out of Africa, or so we're told, separated at around 100,000 years ago into groups that would become European and Aboriginal Australian cultures. And these groups would have no contact until the British invaded Australia in the year of our Lord 1788. And the researchers explored how the viability, or the variability really, of the light of some of the stars in the Pleiades and their glare and perceived distance to one another may explain that one of the stars was much brighter in the past. The researchers focused on the star Pleione, plentiful, as the candidate for the 7th star. Pleione is hard to see and so close to the star Atlas, her father, that it would appear to us as a single star to the naked eye. Or perhaps better said, that's how they appear today. The researchers then used data to simulate the appearance of these 12 stars in the past, and while the stars appear merged now, they would have appeared as blurred but separate stars 100,000 years ago. The researchers have concluded that the similarity of stories across cultures of a 7th star is an obvious constellation in the heavens. is because a seventh star was visible. They note that their analysis and evidence shows that because of the proper motion of Pleione, the Pleiades would indeed have appeared as seven stars to most humans in 100,000 years before the birth of Christ. And they note that the seventh star would have been visible before our ancestors left Africa, where the original myth was likely forged. As those ancestors spread throughout the world, Europe, Asia, ultimately Australasia, and the Americas, they kept the 100,000-year-old story despite losing a star to the naked eye. So it's this aforeposited astrographic map placed with the seven starry Atlantic sisters of the Kema over the land of Kem, Black Egyptus, Black Egypt itself, specifically directly above the apex of the Great Pyramid. When that's done using the transparent heavenly map, the map of constellations my mother had gifted me, since lost somewhere amidst the hoarder's crypt or in the storage of my game brother Beaver's apartment building basement, not the home in which he lives. When this is placed with the seven sisters above the apex of the Great Pyramid, this constelle map, transparent as it is over a polar projection map of the Earth below, then the constellation of Taurus falls over the Taurus Mountains of southern Turkey on the Anatolian Peninsula of Asia Minor. Ursa Major, the great mother bear, rambles over Russia. The head of Draco, the dragon, coils up over Zhonghua, literally the Middle Kingdom, it as China. The perennial suitor of the Atlan sisters, Orion, the hunter-warrior, stands over the ancient rival empires contemporarily embroidered in the warring nation-states and failure of the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Republic of Iraq, as opposed to his belt being girded by the three pyramids of Khufu or Cheops by Herodian transposition under the influence of Graham Hancock, who claims that the three great pyramids are precisely aligned with the belt of Orion. A lie, and something to misguide men. If the Edomites cannot make the stars right for the anti-gods in reality, physically, with the polar shift of the Earth itself, then they will make the stars right for the anti-gods in the minds of man. If they can have the anti-gods invade the space between your ears, that's all the space they really need. Then the reality of outer space can be ignored because you yourself ignore it. Now, naturally, in the natural order of the heaven and the earth, when you place the seven sisters over the pyramids, as opposed to Orion's belt, the giant who straddles Iran and Iraq in eternal war and conflict, then that same constelle map would show that the Aryan, which simply means ethno-warrior, race warrior, the Aryan-derived Ares, literally the ram, via the Latin. The ram leaps over both marshaled Roma, the Roman Empire, the capital thereof, today's Vatican City State, the capital of the Holy See, the Catholic, literally Universal Church, within Status Civitatis Vaticanae, the Vatican City State, and Capricorn, identified with the satyr god, Pan, the god with the goat's horns and legs, who saved himself from the fire-breathing, 100-headed father of monsters, Typhon, literally whirlwind, from whence we get the word typhoon, by giving himself a fish's tail, becoming a half-animal and half-aquatic sea-goat, the immortal father of sea-goats, the Prycus, diving into a river, falls over, well, his constellation, Capricorn, falls over Panama, Panuco, and Mayapan, the olden name of the Yucatan. Of course, this is important to our friend Brooke Gibson. Her Capricorn, of course, associates quite well with these ancient warrior sacrificial cultures. Finally, Aquila, The eagle in Latin spans the United States of America. All these analogies are obvious, quite impressive. This is one of the clearest examples of as above, so below, so insidiously transposed with malign intent to make the stars right within the minds of humanity per all the aforenamed agents of chaos, agents of the abyss, like Graham Hancock and Zachariah Sitkin, who infect the mind of Brooke Gibson. That space between the ears is what changes the very reality you perceive. All this in the literally unspeakable names of the anti-gods. Graham Hancock, Zach Sitkin, all these paid agents recompensed by an ignorant public wallowing in their own mass execration. So, with that as a context, I'll try and talk a bit about what my mother taught me about the seasons of the stars, seasons of heavens. Yes, Clarice Claudette says, need some justice. Just us. Yes, there we are. And so, all of this, as I said, when it comes to trying to, well, explain a bit about what my mother taught me, probably need to go into that in a completely different episode when there's time, but we can at least begin to dwell a bit upon it tonight, the last few minutes we have remaining. Now, when it comes to a seasonal map, a cosmic seasonal map, what can I say? Basically, I would have to draw one out and then make it visible for all of you to see. Otherwise, you'd never understand what I'm talking about. So maybe I can't really explain the depth of it until another episode. But those who designed and built the Great Pyramid understood what I will try to relate. As the central geodetic point and key node of the planetary grid, the pyramid was constructed at a time when the Pleiades paused in mid-heaven, directly above its apex. This enabled the descending passage of the pyramid to be directly aligned with and illuminated by the pole star, indicating true north. And in order to more fully understand the influences that are now operating upon the Earth, a basic knowledge of astrological fundamentals is always helpful, along with some intriguing and little-known historical background. Certainly I could present some trivia tonight. Now, let me check in, of course, with my fellow hosts and see what they're doing here. Both of them mute. And probably now, okay, Dear Noticer says, I'm very tight on money at the moment, but I want to buy your book soon, Douglas. Oh, you're delightful, honey. There's 2 of them out there. Don't stress yourself. You and I can talk about this. I still owe Crystal a copy. I owed another woman one once who was kind of like invited here as co-hostess. But she was another person who had her own way of confronting me all the time. In the meantime, let me send our wonderful noticer. I won't give out her real name unless she gives me permission to do so. And let's send her a kiss. And aside from all of that, basically, as I said, you've got the sun, moon, the planets all appear to be in these constellations as they move against the background of these star clusters. In the zodiac, the zoo belt, really the Greek name for animal circle or wheel of animals, and when each of these signs of the zodiac, they make a brief and regular appearance with the passing months of the year. You know all this, of course. Summer and winter divide the year into a combination of darkness and light. The Earth rotates on its axis 23 degrees to the plane of its orbit, bringing about our seasonal changes. Without this tilt, there would be only one season, a single season, all year round, because the sun's rays would always fall directly at the equator, and life on Earth would be effectively impossible. Everything would be too hot at the belt of the Earth, and everywhere else would be too cold. We'd have climate belts. Things would live in those climate belts, but they'd be unable to cross out of their environment without training or aid or some form of modernization. By the way, Noticer says, Victoria, the Valkyrie, XT, thank you, honey. Let me respond to that with a little emoji here. And at any rate, here we go. This'll say it. At any rate, when I'm thinking about the planet Earth, and I've gone into some depth before about our climate belts we would have if Earth were upright instead of tilted without seasons. Because of its tilt, we are also vulnerable to polar shift. At any rate, the elliptical orbit of the Earth's annual rotation around the sun, it warms and lengthens the days approaching the summer solstice, and it shortens and chills them around the winter solstice. And spring and autumn equinoxes mark the midpoint between these two extremes. Then day and night are of equal duration. Now, when we take this model of the celestial timetable, apply it on a much larger scale, then an astrological age is comprised of 2,152 years. And an age is the duration of each zodiacal sign, and it represents a month of the cosmic year. The cosmic year, then, is comprised of the 12 zodiacal ages, but it should be 13, just as we would naturally have 13 months if we followed a lunar calendar and took into account the fact that a woman's menstrues, coincides with the phases of the moon, and then, of course, we'd have a healthier year, more in tune with biorhythms of humanity, rather than forcing ourselves into a mechanical clockwork mechanism. And, of course, we should do the same with our cosmic calendar. And if we took into account the 13th sign of Ophiuchus, we would have an Ophiuchian age, as well as these other ages of the Aquarian and the Piscean and the Capricornian and the like. Clarice Claudette says, how does the holographic universe come to play with the cosmic structure? I'll give her a wow sign there, because that's above my pay grade. Let me see if I can find the wow sign here. So I'll just put that there, above my pay grade, honey. Above my pay grade. Okay. See if I can find the honey symbol here. And we can take it from there. I'll just have to write it. Okay. Enter that there. And, all right. Try and get myself back into some rhythm. We've got about 25 minutes left, and I'll do my best to fill that up. I noticed that Peter Moon was awake earlier. He's welcome to come on. I might even call him. I mean, actually, he can jump back on anytime he fucking wants, because he's on the call. He was never taken off the call. So he's welcome to jump back on, and if he so wishes. So just letting him know that out there, up to him. Otherwise, I'll go on a little bit about these ages. Basically, when we think of the cosmic year, whether we had about 12 months or 13 months, if they're on average at 12 months, where it's easier to do the maths, 2,152 years long each, then of course the cosmic year, comprised of the 12 zodiacal ages, would be a total of 25,826 years. So during this great cosmic year, the Earth's axis will have pointed to each zodiac constellation in turn. This is called the procession of the equinoxes, or the equinoctial cycle. Now, the opinions differ as to the precise number of years in an age and an equinoctial cycle. The figures that I'm quoting here are based upon the measurements given in the geometry of the Great Pyramid, which my mother was much more familiar with than I myself. So I'm hoping all of you can appreciate that. I, of course, tried to find out what I could. I'll try and find some of her notes on this so-called pyramid inch, which I understand many are very skeptical about. Understandably, it's one of these things that people have measured differently, but they try to do things with it like find out the future of mankind as are outlined in the Great Pyramid itself. Not what my mother was using it for. Now, the age of Pisces has been with us for the past 2,000 years or so, and Pisces is a sign of self-undoing. We've been trapped in orbit, as it were, around the materialism, competitiveness, limitation generated by Piscean energy, and are almost certainly undone. In the Jungian sense, it could be said that because we are imperfect, we muddle along until a collective crisis occurs. And this way we unconsciously undo ourselves by the end of each cycle. Pisces is the last sign of the zodiacal cycle. So we're heading towards the end of a cosmic year. We're heading towards a cosmic new year. In order to bring about, we undo ourselves by the end of each cycle in order to bring about enough crises to force us through, do or die, to the next highest level. And what we are now experiencing is all the surface instability, precariousness, and velocity needed to break away from the confining matrix of Pisces to an expanded state of harmony and wisdom consistent with the influence of that benevolence which is Aquarius. And this mighty labor now being generated to wrest new life from the clutches of the old, it's not going to be easy. In human affairs, age tends to crystallize one's ideas, and in the same sense, our culture is now cracking under the weight of its own senile tenacity to status quo. The task at hand is to release that which no longer serves us and retain the best from all that we have already accomplished to serve as a platform upon which the new order of the ages, exactly what the Founding Fathers said on your dollar bill, will be secured. And this new order for the ages of the Founding Fathers, in terms of the actual Latin pronunciation thereof, it's something that is Novus Ordo Seclorum, and it's on your dollar bill. And this is magical, of course. Novus Ordo, new order. That's where it comes from, the Great Seal. Supposedly the beginning of the new American era. Novus Ordo Seclorum. Add it to our Great Seal. Yet everybody hates that term. They are meant to think of it as evil because they quote-unquote Nazis used it. No, they were simply ushering in a new order for the ages. It's a metaphysical. It's something that you must learn to, we must rehabilitate it. It's a statement that we should be upholding and revering, not fearing. those who promote the fear porn about it, the Great Seal and the New Order of the Ages, these are of Edom. This is Herodian, a insurgent perversion of what you need to believe if you're to survive this transition. Yes, our lovely noticer said Ordo Novus Seclorum. Thank you, honey. Yes, you know it well. Deeply respectful. So, now that I've kind of taken a breather by puzzling over that for a bit, and, well, again, I need to put up a chart. I'll try and find one of the cosmic year. I probably won't find one to my satisfaction, and I'll have to draw it out and then somehow get that on some place where people can see it. Put it on somebody's site somewhere where it can be accessed. God knows I don't know how to stick anything up on my own website. I'll have to have some young person help me with that. We'll see. Whatever happens between Noticer and myself, maybe she can help me ultimately in that regard with my website, which is essentially in limbo for right now. I can access it. I haven't done anything with it in a year or two. But most people are familiar with the various influences brought by each of these passing zodiacal signs, but little is known about the governing climate of influence beamed by the various pole stars throughout our history. So understand that the pole star changes. The pole star is also known as the North Star because it's the one directly above Earth's North Pole. Geographic north can be located at sea or at night by sighting Polaris, our present pole star. But as the Earth traverses the heavens during the great cycle of 25,826 years, it passes through the cosmic year's equivalent of 4 seasons, each of which produces spiritual changes in the state of evolving humanity itself. As the tilt of Earth's axis allows its north magnetic pole to align with a particular pole star constellation of the heavens, well then cosmic energies are drawn from that region into the Earth and into human consciousness through our crown chakra, equivalent to the Earth's north magnetic pole. These energies are drawn into our spinal energy channel, the yogic Shushumna, to stimulate the quality of our awareness via our endocrine-related chakra system. Of course, all of this is the vagus nerve, which runs throughout the spine, the longest nerve in our human body, which is what impacts myself when I eat too much human food and it doesn't process, and at some point it depresses the vagus nerve while going through my intestinal or colon tract, and I faint violently, like my mother did. Potentially causing a brain injury or potentially even killing me. I mean, hell of a way for a vampire to die, but more vampires are more likely to die of that. Well, vampires, half human, half vampires. Vampires don't have this problem, pure vampires, because they're not busy eating any human food ever. Yeah, anyhow, Our Lady Noticer says that's why they blew up the Georgia Guidestones, because it proved we were locked on Polaris. Thank you, honey. Okay. At any rate, these same energies, they also affect the bioelectrical field of our physical bodies through the acupuncture meridians and the Earth by means of its planetary grid. And this grid is an invisible network of energy paths within the Earth that act as the meridians of our planet. She says anything to hide what Admiral Byrd found out. Yes, honey. Let me give her some hearts for that. Yes. Okay, there we go. Sending that out to her, and gonna give her a little emoji here. And right now, of course, I'm just kind of trying to say what comes to my mind until we, basically end stream for tonight. Of course, I'm so glad these lovely ladies are here to accompany me. And basically, when it comes to our planetary grid, where these lines, these ley lines, intersect geographically, they form power centers. And at major power centers of the grid are located sacred sites where many people gathered for the harmonic convergence of 1987, which according to the Maya tradition marked the climax of global civilization. They went there to receive and amplify new vibrational frequencies, now streaming from the center of the galaxy. The scientific studies reveal that the bioelectrical field of the body profoundly influences the entire nervous system, and that the field itself responds to changes in the Earth's magnetic field. Life on Earth is spiritually impoverished during our planetary sojourn in the winter season, at its darkest in the constellation of Draco the Dragon. It is able to flourish in the light of the spirit, while in the summer region, peaking closest to the Milky Way. Now, oh, by the way, Brooks says, "Oh my God, can you stop? Name one episode in 10 years where you went into this much astrology. You told me you didn't know it or care to forever. I've succeeded. I've taunted her. Yes, to the point where she was driven to respond." Ha! Yes. Oh, so let me give her a little bit of a response here. Yeah, here we go. And let's see, what kind of sign shall I give her? An emoji. I think that what I'll do is, a wink. That's it. She deserves a wink. Now, I said my mother was into astrology. And I'm going through her notes, and this helps me by reading the Japanese and the Chinese to basically, it brings a lot up from my subconscious, things she taught me as a child. Yes, it's all coming back to me now. So there we have that. And at any rate, besides that, I'm speaking in a universal sense. It's not, the astrology of reading signs or charts. What I'm speaking of is something on a grander scale. So understand that there are... yes, let me give her a kiss back. Mwah, honey. So there we are. Good. I'm so glad she hasn't retained some kind of hatred. She's... I hope more adaptable than she was before. And besides, who else would tolerate her? I would say no one. Yes, I mean, really, I ought to be sainted. They really need to. Clarice Claudette says, actually, intelligent conversation, the aspect of the anti-gods connections. Thank you, honey. There's someone who appreciates me. There's someone who understands and appreciates what I have to offer. Why, let me give her some hearts here in return for what she said. Yes. Thank you, Clarice. Mwah. Okay, in the few minutes we have remaining, let me try and emphasize this, as I said. So she's giving me a lot of the, sun sign, moon sign, earth sign. Thank you. Yeah. Now, there's prophetic sources, which I will try and explain. I may have to go through more of my mother's notes. But it was in 1931 that was designated as the beginning of the Age of Light. And the astrological age of Pisces represents the dark before the dawn. And we are at the turning point of the circle, the cusp, merging into Aquarius and into the light. Brooke is giving me puke signs and death signs. Yes, let me give her a little boo sign here. That's there we are. She's only encouraging me further. Now, all the symbolic and, I'm talking symbolism to a degree. Let me give our young lady here some of these heart signs and a kiss as well. What did I do there? Okay, hit the right button. There we go. At any rate, just think again of these symbolic and mythical characters depicted by the constellae, the constellations around the animal wheel of the zodiac, the codes, metaphors for the evolutionary ages of progression since the beginning of our present cycle of civilization. When the Earth passes closest to the Milky Way, through the ages of Sagittarius and Scorpio, the signs of my mother, Sagittarius, and my legal father, Scorpio. During the cosmic summer, civilization periodically attains its highest peak, the era of the recurrent Golden Age. Now, Carl Gustav Jung, the Aryan Christ, as he referenced himself, he had an amazing autobiographical work published, titled Memories, Dreams, Reflections, in which he states, "Only here on earth, where the opposites clash together, can the general level of consciousness be raised. That seems to be man's metaphysical task, which he cannot accomplish without mythologizing. Myth is the natural and indispensable intermediate stage between unconscious and conscious cognition. Like a great wind at our backs, the irrepressible evolutionary force is now preparing us to bridge that intermediate stage." That last observation was my own, not Carl Gustav Jung's. By the way, someone who I need to speak of more often in the future. Now, let me give my dear Clarice Claudette some emojis here. There we are, young lady. Thank you so much. All these wonderful ladies vying for my attention. I tell you, the older I get, the more is demanded of me. God knows how I keep up. At any rate, it must have been amazing for Carl Gustav Jung, the psychotherapist of the Third Reich, the great Nazi psychologist, to have discovered, quite by chance, the hidden meaning behind well-known characters and events of world mythology. By the way, is that another voice I detect, or some presence on the call? Let me check here and see if somebody else might have jumped on. There we are. Oh, God, she did. We only have a few minutes left, young lady. I assume you return in peace? Of course, I'm at peace with you, and,
Well, of course, since you know my astrology, you would know if I'm in peace or not. Obviously, you're going into Scorpio nature, so why don't you tell me?
Honey, I'm dredging out of my memory that which was taught to me a long time ago by my mother. I'm looking through her notes in the Chinese and Japanese right now, and it's bringing back a cascade of understanding. And I'm thinking on a greater cosmic level. I'm not able to read people's charts.
I can't think. Most of us can't think at as great of cosmic level as you do, sir. So I just wanted to hear you live.
That's right,
baby. I really called back just to hear your voice live and really hear this bullshit with my own ears. So continue, please.
Honey, that's just awful. It's just awful. Anyhow, you've got to get over this confrontational attitude, and you.
I know. I just gave you something to get off of. I'm really kidding. I truly love the fact that you love me so much that you've decided to go into astrology. So continue.
Well, why not? After all, it's a subject that you like. Unfortunately, we have very few minutes left. So what I'm going to do is once again thank all of these wonderful men who provided me with my finances that I will use to help me pay rent and get through that desert of days.
Or get through your medical bills next month. I mean, you're going to need those as well.
And was that something you read in my chart?
I don't need to read that.
At any rate,
I just bought the plane ticket, baby. I'm coming to see ya.
Oh, delightful. Thank you. That is frightening. That's like something out of a horror film. That's like Halloween, the night he came home and shit. It's like Michael Myers returns, breaks out of the asylum. It's Brooke Gibson.
I'm gonna call you from within though. I'm doing the whole thing where I'll already be inside, even though that will be just as scary to me being inside your house. I imagine with all the nightmare of fucking horrendous shit you have like collected. You tell me.
Yes.
So I will at least be lost in that. But I will.
It's like my gang brother Beaver said, if anybody broke into my home to try and steal shit, they'd just run back out screaming.
Exactly.
So,
but I think I'll just hide behind your shower, and right as you go to take that big shit, it'll just be like, oh, you'll just be right there on the floor. And it's straining. And then you hear the noises.
It's morning, honey. Let's try not to be so crass. But
I forgot. I'm sorry. He doesn't take. Little poopies. He takes little poopies.
Darling. At any rate, so
I'm sorry. I do appreciate you doing the astrology for me. I know you did that, and I will let everyone go. I just
no, not yet. We might as well stay online for a few minutes while I say my goodbye to everyone. But I do want to once again just basically hit the how do I find this? My PayPal account, and thank everybody. And this would include Mr. Bus or Buse. From as well as Dan the Man from the Nederland, and as well as that we've got Stephen Myers, this incredibly wonderful.
You know how many Dans I have known? You know how original that is. I have not known a Dan that did not call himself the Man, Dan the Man. No offense, Dan, but I was just thinking, I was like, I know a Dan the Man. I was like, I know 3 Dan the Mans. And I'm like, have I known a Dan that didn't call himself the Man?
Well, he doesn't call himself that. I said that because he's been nice to me. So I try to be nice to people who are nice to me. You might want to emulate that habit.
Okay. I'm choking on a vape, and I swear to fucking God, I'm laughing because if that's all it takes to be nice to you is to be Dan and send you $100, I'm pretty sure you fucking owe me a lot fucking more than that. So
wait, he sent me $25, but
exactly, bitch. So shut up. Even the guy from wherever who you thought was your friend, the skinny guy on the pole, but you couldn't even. He blocked you after 2 fucking times.
He didn't block me.
He just never wanted to come back on.
He says, ever. Don't contact me when he puts on the red bar. The red bar. Do not contact me.
Every time.
Yeah, pretty much. How did you know this? Robert
because
Kuba.
You told me, and this was well before we discussed. We didn't discuss him until tonight. So because I didn't want to, because some stuff I agree with him on, and I never wanted to hurt.